Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good wherever you are in the world, because it's time. We're back, baby. LPL English. I know we were just on earlier this week. I think it was Monday or Tuesday, but that was, that was the placement stage of the second split. Now, the games are about to begin for real. My name is Rafa. I'm joined once again in the caster booth by my boy, Matthew. No, David. Just Samuelson. Maybe a cubby in there somewhere. You know what? Okay, I've already ruined the bit. At some point, we're figuring out whether we're doxing you or not on the live stream. We kind of already done it. Yo, but cubby, we've got 3 best of 3s today. We're in for the long haul tonight.
I know that we are in a different phase of the tournament, and the games that just wrapped up were nearly a week ago. But hey, that was a whole graphics package ago, Rafa. We got a fresh new look here on the LPL English broadcast. Shout out to all the support at home that helped us and helped Chris Sunga help us out with this brand new graphics package. So, yeah, it feels good to be here with a fresh new look, but some familiar faces. And Rafa, excited to get into the games tonight.
Absolutely. We got to get right away into all of our best of 3s that we have for our first day of the first week of the official start of the LPL second split. I guess this is now called the Rumble stage, if I am not mistaken. But yeah, to explain and catch everyone up in case you missed out on the placement stage, we got a little format graphic for you. And don't try to hurt yourself reading all this, because it is a lot. About a few weeks ago, we had started with the placement stage, where we had 4 groups of 4. Total of our 16 teams so far in the league. And at the end of that group stage, we had the top 2 seeds from each of the groups advance directly into Group Ascend. The 4th seeds went straight into Group Nirvana, but then we had a few more games that were quite exciting in the qualifier stage, where the 3rd seed from each of the 4 groups actually battled for their lives for a chance to get into that Group Ascend alongside the other teams that made it being the top 2 seeds of the group.
Yeah, I know there are a lot of arrows going every which way about, but one of those teams that actually fought their way from being a 3 seed into Group Ascend, kicking off the night, actually going to be FPX. So that was quite the run they made. I know we were a little bit surprised to see them actually make it into this group, but they are in the safety net as Group Nirvana. Pretty diabolical stakes down there. It's a single round robin of best of 3s between 6 teams. And if you're bottom 2, you are out for split 3. Your season's over. Do not collect $200 when you pass go. And we'll see you in 2026. So very high stakes down there. But I know we got some Group Ascend games tonight. And hopefully we get some goodies.
Yeah. In fact, we're not going to see a Group Nirvana game until Monday. So after the weekend. This weekend, it's only Group Ascend games, so a bunch of bangers loaded up for you and ready to go over the next couple of days. So I hope you enjoy your weekend and hope you get yourself strapped in, and hope you don't have too much work for yourselves, because then you get to enjoy more time with us and the rest of the LPL English broadcast staff and crew. But of course, we got to look at the group standings for which of these teams made it to where in both Group Ascend and Group Nirvana respectively. A majority of the teams you might expect in Ascend, but you already pointed out that one of them was a surprise in not only FPX, but also WE, making it from that qualifier stage during the first round.
Yeah, of course, those were the 3 seeds that were able to qualify in a Group Ascend and avoid the true gulag in Group Nirvana, where, again, the stakes there are higher than ever. The single round robin of best of 3s to really play for the opportunity to still make it to Worlds is big. So we'll be interested to see. But of course, Group Ascend, we're treated with a double round robin of best of 3s. So more series between the good teams, a little bit more stage experience, maybe going into playoffs for split 2 and 3 for that matter. But we'll be excited to see how this group pans out. As I haven't checked, Rafa, but I believe it features all 8 teams that made it into split 1 playoffs. So the 2 teams, FPX and WE, that were added, those were actually just the 2 teams that actually didn't make split 1 playoffs. So if you made split 1 playoffs, you did end up in Group Ascend at the end, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, and it might seem like that the story hasn't changed from split 1 to split 2 with a lot of these teams from Ascend, but on the contrary, especially as we get into our first couple of series of the day, there's been quite a stark contrast in what we saw from a couple of these teams in split 1 versus how they started playing, at least during the placement stage here in split 2. But to celebrate and to recognize the achievements of some of our top players from that placement stage, we have this cool nifty graphic. Shout out to the LPL broadcast for putting this together. I think they're the ones that voted on it. We've got some star performers from the placement stage as voted on by the LPL official broadcast staff and crew. I guess media gets a vote in there as well.
We have a media here, you know.
Yeah.
Patty doing interviews on site sometimes. You know, that's pretty lit. As looks like we had on Gawa, Xiaohu, Kanavi, Flandre from. I went Australian order there.
Nice.
Gotta say, of all those, I'm a little bit surprised to see Kanavi made it. Obviously, had a nice group stage, but he was really the focus of a lot of criticism from first stand. Frankly, rightfully so. So to have Kanavi really have that bounce back through the placement stage of Split 2, it has been nice to see. I gotta say, I wasn't expecting to see him here, but props to Kanavi.
I mean, when you look at the performances of the other junglers throughout the placement stage, I think the only other one you could argue giving it to would be JJ for IG. But I guess I appreciate a little bit of, you know, spreading of love across all, you know, multiple teams instead of like kind of doubling down on a couple teams here and there. Obviously, IG and Top Esports, the two teams from their respective groups that actually made 6-0 in their final placement stage standing. The other first seeds in BLG and Anyone's Legend actually ended the group with a 5-1, dropping one game to Weibo, respectively for BLG, and then to RNG out of all teams for AL.
Yeah, that, I mean, pretty outstanding performance to that one from, I believe it was the Jackie Kaisa game. So, yeah, quite the banger. But yeah, good to see some of these names and faces that are quite familiar here. If you have been a fan of the LPL, and we'll see if they can continue to step it up as we hit the Rumble stage starting today.
That's right. Now, it's time for the good stuff, nitty gritty. We got 3 best of 3s for you today. First one is going to be IG taking on FPX, later TT versus BLG, and then wrapping out the night will be Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend, which is, that's the big one to look forward to. So if you're starting to watch now and it's not already morning for you, then I hope you got an energy drink, you got some coffee, you got something to keep you up for the rest of the night, because that is going to be the treat to look forward to, as that is our Split 1 Finals rematch, Demacia Cup Finals rematch. But we're going to start off with, you know, an appetizer, and that's going to be IG taking on FPX. And let's take a look at those roster graphics, starting with FPX over on the red side, or actually we'll determine whose side select after our 1v1 today. But Fun plus Phoenix, Sheer in the top lane, Shadow in the jungle, Care in the mid lane, Assume in the bot lane, and Chue in the support.
Yeah, and for me, like FPX again, pleasant surprise to see them actually make it out of what I thought they'd be in Group Nirvana, quite frankly, and into Group Ascend. But I feel like it really was off the back of Sheer in the top lane, really stepped up in that bracket of 3 seeds, and also before then to net FPX a win or 2 just to make it to the 3 seed in their group. So to see Sheer, again, a player where looking at this team and this lineup, it kind of feels like FPX, I know adding Assume was really big for this team, but for me, Sheer was the one looking at this roster that, you know, maybe this player shouldn't be on this roster, right? He might be better than where he actually is in the LPL and the standings at top lane, and it really felt like Sheer proved that to make sure his team made it into Group Ascend, and we'll see if he can continue to prove that in the big boy group in the double best round robin.
Definitely one of the standouts for FPX in their miracle run to get here to Group Ascend. We actually get a chance to sit down with him and get some thoughts about more about Sheer as a player and a personality behind the scenes.
我的爱好就是比较对历史比较感兴趣，然后无聊的时候还是会看点就是小时候看的动画片吧。动画片就是以前那几种啊，就很正，就小时候都看那种。最好吃的是花菜吧，感觉。类型感觉是比较清淡的菜比较多，然后差不多感觉就是有时候辣，有时候不辣，看情况。
Likes cauliflower, sometimes spicy, sometimes not spicy. But the thing that kind of makes me chuckle, Matt, and maybe this just goes to show how much of a boomer we both are, is Sheer keeps talking about, oh, when I was a kid. I mean, dude is 19. to us, he still feels like a kid. He still feels young, but technically you are an adult once you pass 18. But Sheer's still super young in his career, still got plenty of years to grow into, the potential ceiling that we've already starting to see bits and pieces of within the first couple years of his career.
Yeah, excited to hopefully see more, and of course going up against a fan favorite in the Shy today, who I know had a bit of a stronger group stage or placements, right? I thought that he was playing a little bit better in IG's group, so it was nice to see, and we'll see if that form can continue as IG looking to put a win on the board against FPX today.
Yeah, looking at the IG roster, I mean, I think everyone is very familiar with this roster, just of the name and star power that each of these individuals have amassed for themselves in their own careers. You've got 2 former world champions from 2018 and the Shy and Rookie on the same team, under the same banner. Jeje and Mako, world champions with EDG in 2021, and Gala, multiple MSI champion with RNG. I mean, these guys, no strangers to the international stage at the highest levels. Given what the expectations we had in Split 1, it was pretty disappointing to see them struggle a bit, but then here in Split 2, at least what we got in the placement stage, this is more of the form that everyone was hyped to see, and now that they have this kind of morale and momentum going, maybe we get a chance to see IG take it a step further, make a strong push in the playoff stage, and, maybe all the way to the finals.
Yeah, been nice to see, at least in the best of ones. I really like some of the identities that they had. They didn't get too fancy or complicated with drafts, but felt like when the Shy got his hands on the Gwen, that was a really tough pick to beat. Saw Rookie playing a lot of mages, which he played really well in their group. And this is a team where on paper it looks like a super team, but we didn't really see them perform like a super team in Split 1. Felt like they were that team. They were them in the Split 2 placements. We'll see if that continues in Split 2 proper.
That's right. And for IG, obviously, because this team has such strong expectations from the entire community, us here on the broadcast staff and crew, I think one thing that's nice to know is, how well the team communication and synergy is coming along, which we got a little bit of an insight through thanks to their released comms video. Check it out.
我有闪，我可以靠。
哎，要不赵学帮我一起推？
哎，我靠了，我靠了。
哎，我死了，走吧，走吧。
没事，我已经无敌了。
走吧，走吧，走吧。有头有阿莲的，不要走。有头有阿莲，可以吗？哎，嘎子，哎，可以追啊！没技能，没技能，没闪，没打，没打，没看，我打，看，可以打，眼睛，眼睛，看我飞走。哎，可以追，这一次。那个推中，中线，嘎子推下吧。我去中。
And Gawa and Kaisa, man. Like,
yeah.
What a winning strategy. How has that ever worked before? Who would have thought?
Dude, something about RNG, former 80 carries, and being monsters on Kaisa. Who would have thought, That the legacy just kind of adds that extra power behind it. Maybe it's just an internal buff that if you're an RNG 80 carry, you are just blessed with the Spirit of Uzi, and then you're an absolute demon on Kaisa. But I think the other thing to note for IG is not only how instrumentally huge Gala was, multiple standout performances throughout that placement stage, but even the solo laners in the Shy and the Rookie, you were mentioning it earlier before, the Shy actually having really solid performances. Even in his deaths, it felt like they were impactful and good for the overall state of the map. And, Rookie, we kind of memed that 1-0 game against Ninjas in Pajamas during the first stage of Split 1, but he's bounced back from it. He's shown us the Rookie that we've come to expect and really fall in love with over the years.
Yeah, and again, it was them falling at the hands of Top Esports to really open up their Split 1 playoffs. That was even a bit of a surprise then. But since then, IG, they've come roaring back in Split 2. Team looked like they were in pretty good form for placements, but I expect other teams to step up around them. And FPX, to be fair, they just played in some pretty high-stakes games and came out on top. Again, playing for your life, whether it was Group Ascend or Group Nirvana, you're already playing for an opportunity to at least keep your chances at Worlds alive, if you look at it that way, or guarantee the fact that you're playing in Split 3. So I want to see if FPX can continue that decent form and hit a high mantle in this series against IG, as, of course, IG comes in as heavy favorites and coming into the arena now.
Yeah, I think it would be disingenuous to say that this series should be competitive. I think if IG were coming into this game, or this series, I should say, like the form they showed in Split 1, maybe, maybe we can talk about, oh yeah, FPX, they have a solid chance, but since IG completely dominated their respective group in Group D, I think if we're looking at pen to paper results, this should be a swift 2-0, and that's what IG are hoping for to continue that momentum forward. And for FPX, like you said, they're just grateful that they're no longer in Group Nirvana. They've avoided the doomsday scenario of having your entire season early as the middle of Split 2.
And look, I mean, fighting in this group, again, you get access to some good teams and a lot of good matches in the double round robin of best of threes. So we'll see if FPX can keep it up again. I already talked about how Sheer really upped his level of performance throughout those best of series and was a difference maker for FPX. I also have to give credit to Shadow, who has had some good game plans and directions. Sometimes we see that hamper Shadow because he oftentimes will drop camps to try and find the enemy jungler and make plays, and sometimes that can lead to really, bad news bear scenarios for him and his teams. But it did come up FPX's way in that series, so we'll see if that can continue today against IG.
That's right. And because we are back to best of threes, it means that we are back to fearless mode, and it also means we are back to 1v1s for side select. So
we 1v1 for blue side pretty much. As blue side still, I'd say in the patches that we've had, just given that you get access to the most OP champion once in fearless, blue side just feels to be the prio for everyone. I've seen very few teams across the world actually take red. I'm really curious to see if it continues with FlyQuest, as they were one of the few red side teams in terms of what they preferred. They were using that to drop power picks and try and play into them and just utilize the counter picks to try and make sure that things come up their ways. So we'll be interested to see if that changes as Fearless Draft and our leagues figure out what this new format means. Is it's not just a split one thing, right? It's going to be a global thing for the years. So a new challenge for these teams, a curveball thrown at everyone in the middle of the year, but for the viewers at home, I think people are pretty happy, so we'll see how the teams are able to adapt.
Sure. There's always the other gambit that you can do that we saw in NACL where teams just let 3 power picks go the way on blue side, and then they got, 2 of the 3 power picks for themselves on red. So,
Mark, I see the Shy and the bans he's setting up. I feel like he might want Renekton in this 1v1. Just, throwing that one out there. Yeah, potentially. Poppy, Pantheon. Pantheon pretty good against Croc. It's a maybe. It's the Shy classic. And to be fair, if you're IG, I feel like marching out the Shy for your 1v1s is that's a pretty Chad way to go about it,
Just throwing down the Croc. Well, it comes down to
maybe
what Care's last ban is going to be. This is also curious that we're having a top laner versus a mid laner. Obviously, the teams are not required to send the same laner against each other. I know that one of the earliest 1v1s we saw back in Split 1 was a support versus mid laner, which did not work.
That was on.
Yeah.
We weren't exactly sure what On was doing there, yeah.
Care might have sniped out what the Shy wanted to pick for himself here, but he's still got to lock in a champion, whereas the Shy hasn't really shown his cards yet.
I feel like both teams are having a lot of input. Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone's talking about, yo, you got to lock in something. The timer ran out. Is he disqualified now? How come I don't see a champion locked in for the Shy?
I mean, this I feel like the timer just signaled like the ring of fire that we actually get in the 1v1. Now the true timer starts. Is, oh boy, gotta have some Varus from the Shy. I gotta give a shout out to Zamudo as, okay, looks like it's going to be a Varus into the Volibear. I gotta say, Volibear been taking over a little bit in the 1v1s. I do have to give a shout out to Zamudo. He is someone that was playing tank Varus top way back when. Remember Radiant Virtue?
Yep.
It was tank Varus top with Radiant Virtue. He'd build that, Jack Show, and it was actually good. You were lane dominant, and you were tanky enough that pretty much you just played fights to pop blight stacks, and you were useful. So, yeah, I saw this a lot. It was actually a counter to Renekton. I'm wondering if it can have a similar impact into the Volibear, as of course that's going to be the matchup this time around.
There's been a few times when we predicted that, oh yeah, the ranged laner should easily dominate the melee solo laner. But then we've seen a couple times where I don't know if it was just a disrespect for the melee laner's ability to gap close and just get a quick amount of burst damage down off of the ultimate spike or like a certain component spike, but we'll see how Care is able to play Volibear. It's definitely, I don't imagine something in his champion wheelhouse. I don't think we see Volibear mid lane too often, whereas, normally I would say Varus top isn't like in a, top laner's rotation pool, but this is the Shy. He's played Kalista top. He's played Vayne top.
Oh, like, he 100% had Varus top in his pool at one point in time or another.
Absolutely.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. So, definitely favoring the Shy in this one.
Kara has Snowball.
Oh, that's
we
base.
have a Snowball cleanse against a Barrier Ignite.
Oh my gosh. He is ready for the level 6 all-in, Matt.
I mean, the Snowball, the Shy's going to have nothing to do about it.
Yeah. I mean, like, the Snowball is going to be great for gap closing, but then level 6, the only CC the Shy has access to is that Chain of Corruptions, and then boom, cleanse.
Or cleanse or R. I mean, multiple options here for Care. As the Sky Splitter, not going to connect against the Varus, but does get the bone plating off, and that Lightning will be chained up a little bit. But guess what? The Shy, I'd say the ranged top laner is definitely, it's been a specialty of the Shy in the past. A big part of what he made his name off of, the Kalista top and solo queue, as you were highlighting. Yeah. A lot of the aura of the Shy does come from him being a menace in solo queue and being that menace to face in lanes. So, again, the Varus, strong pick. And so far, showing his dominance early on.
Not only showing his dominance, but Care also just knowing I have no chance in being able to contest this wave early on. Just trying to preserve HP, and I think he's just playing for the all-ins. He'll catch as many minions as he can safely under tower and just mitigate the harass that he's going to get, thanks to this being a range versus melee matchup.
I mean, the Snowball hit.
Oh, he combos the stun with the Sky Splitter, but he's forced to cleanse the Ignite that comes out. Hey, that's dual purpose right there. Depending on how fast he gets his cleanse back up, maybe he'll have it for another chance before the Shy dinks level 6. But then again, both of these guys are level 5, so that may not happen that soon.
I am a bit concerned for the Bear. I still think there's a world where Care hits 6, hits a Snowball, and finds the all-in and actually gets a kill. But keep in mind, it is first to 2 kills unless the Ring of Fire is up and active. So even that 1 kill obviously would make a dent, but wouldn't be game, set, match in favor of Care. He's pretty far behind, though, going into this 1v1. So you got to believe it's the advantage of the Shy.
Yeah, was down about 600 gold before he picked up that last wave under the tower. The Shy gets a decent back off. Pickaxe and dagger and an extra health crystal. Oh, man.
Notice how he's not grabbing any booties, right? He knows that given the Snowball, given the ult from Care, that he's just going to have to, stand true in fires. So just trying to get as many stats to his name as he can. I'm going to do everything he can to really chip Care down before the Bear is able to get off that all-in as the mask comes out, and you got to believe that it's going to be an early Rift Maker here for Volibear.
Mm-hmm. Haunted Eyes does help a little bit with extended trades. Unfortunately, I don't think you really want to take extended trades against the Shy. If you're if you're fighting for more than if you're fighting for more than 3 seconds, you're probably looking just to all in right then and there.
I think the idea is that maybe if he's able to hit the wave, he can get the guys going, so you can then have the ramp up for when you actually find your all in. If we're really gonna try and min max this, but he's down 2 levels at the moment and just gonna do what he can to trim the wave. So still gonna be very much advantage to the Shy.
Care's just trying to snipe all these health relics whenever he can. Snowball lands. I don't think he wants to go for it. Okay, I'm a liar.
He's kind of got it.
Into the Sky Splitter. Immediate barrier poppage, but the Shy's taking a lot of damage from the all-in. Can he find the proc of the Blight? Yes, he does! That's the first kill going over to the Shy. And Care having a chuckle. I know. Now, that's the sign of someone going, I was so close. I almost had him, guys.
Yeah, all sums burned there by the Shy. Didn't even see the barrier get used, really, but must have eaten a big chunk of damage. The Shy going to be able to live. Of course, it is first to 2 kills. Unless the Ring of Fire is active, then the next kill wins. But economy-wise, I just saw the pan over to the Varus. He's up 1.5k gold, and, well, that gold's hitting the inventory. That Bork's going to hurt.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough for Care, especially that he doesn't have any resistances. It's just health stacking so far from some of the components that he's got on him. No armor, no MR to deal with kind of the mixed damage that Varus gets to bring. Yeah, this is
Wow.
oh man.
That was nice. I don't know if he procced the W for that or not, but that was nice. Also, the Sky Splitter is what's being maxed here. So just trying to guarantee that with the E. Of course, wants to base, get that item, but we're going to sack some experience and gold to try and match the Shy on the items and not even able to do so as Riftmaker not completed just the components for it. Play going to go over to the Shy, and we're $140 away from the Ring of Fire. So, Care, you got to believe that he's got one more reset in him to actually pick up the first item. But how strong is the Shy going to be before that Ring of Fire starts and things are do or die? Again, heavy advantage over to the Varus.
Yeah, you almost wonder if Care needs to force an all-in or just wait and just hope that the Shy hasn't gotten a chance to chunk him out and look for first brick before then, or force him into another all-in anyway.
Oh, Elixir of Iron coming out, and a Giant's Belt. He knows. It's a bit of the tank fair. You're here to stat check. You know, I guess that's the tricky part of the Carrot too, because this matchup, because you were talking about split damage from Varus. Even if you just stack health, right? Like that's the defense that guarantees you value against split damage. Well, that Blight stack or Blight itself, percent damage HP. So Varus packing everything.
Yeah,
is now even packing a potion, and that's a big Varus.
Yeah, I mean that's what makes playing against Varus in a solo lane so oppressive for any melee champion, right? Like you can't just all in on armor, because then the Blight stacks percentage max HP chunks you. You can't just go for MR, because then he just chunks you with auto attack damage and then the Blade of the Ruin King passive. And then if you just go for health, I mean, we already talked about the max percentage HP damage, both from Blade of the Ruin King being current percentage HP, and then the Blights. It's a lose-lose scenario, and we've hit that time, Matt, where the Ring of Fire has appeared on the Howling Abyss, and so now it comes down to one last epic showdown between an Archer and a Giant Electric Bear.
Advantage to the Archer. I think that's where we're at right now.
Yeah,
but,
surprisingly,
the Shy, he's got everything up. He's gonna have 2 levels up, and we'll see what the Bear can do.
Yeah, it's not often where you think of David versus Goliath, and Goliath is actually the tiny bowman. But, you know, in this case, David with his slingshot is the giant bear, and he's got a mountain to climb and all of these stats to overcome. Snowball connects. Might as well go for it, and look, here comes the burst damage. Oh, Chain of Corruption! It gets sidestepped!
He's got 100!
It's
He got 100!
HP. Wait a minute, Care! No way! It ends like this! Fun plus Phoenix's mid laner is victorious, and they win the side select.
You don't win at 100 CS? He was going for 100 CS. You don't win the Shy. We know you played at All-Stars, but the rules aren't like that anymore, man.
Oh my god.
The Shy loses in a way that only the Shy could, you know? He wins the whole time, then he finds a way to lose. Anyway, outside the rules, you know? It's like he still won, but he didn't, you know? It's classic the Shy.
That right there is Cagel's goat. That's Cagel's goat right there. Oh my god. What an icon.
Oh my god.
Only the Shy. Holy moly, man.
All right, well, I'm awake now. The FPX win side select. The Shy forgot you can't get 100 CS anymore. I'm glad that we get a Starkey producer now with our new graphics package as well. That's fantastic. Shout out to All-Stars, you know? Great tournament. Really nice of the Shy to do that.
Dude, did you see the look on Care's face after? He was like, everyone on the FPX camp was just looking like, oh my god, no way that just happened. We
Absolutely
are so
iconic.
Up. We are so up.
This needs to be on Twitter. We need to get this up. Again, shout out to the Shy. He's just shouting out in old, great 1v1 format. Shout out to Froggen, by the way, who decided to beat everyone getting 100 CS in that tournament. Even took down Faker in the Anivia mirror match, as of course, no one can beat Froggen's Anivia. That guy could probably spawn tomorrow and still win his Anivia.
Now, if you're talking about the All-Star 1v1, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure Froggen got himself killed both times because he took the snowball all the way back into the fountain when the recall completed. I think.
Did he? I thought he won that one still.
No. The meme part is that he took Olaf with Ghost Snowball, and he landed a snowball on someone as they were recalling, and then he took it, but the recall completed the channel.
It might have been a different tournament. There was a point in time where he beat Faker in the Anivia mirror match. I know that for a fact.
I know that for a fact,
yeah.
We're probably thinking of different tournaments then, because I remember clearly that All-Star, oh my goodness. I remember that vividly. I saw that because he did it, and then he was like, wait, that's not fair. I died to the fountain, and so the refs, like, allowed it, even his opponent allowed it to, like, be redone. So then they did it again, and then the same death happened again. Like, he took the snowball as the recall completed. He died in the fountain again. It's like, all right, man, I can't keep defending you on this one.
Yeah, GG's. Yeah, go enjoy Vegas after that, right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Anything is possible. How true that text logo is as a result of the 1v1. And as a result, FPX get blue side.
I can't believe that that's how we opened the series, you know? Just the Shy finding a way to lose the 1v1 that he had won. What a gift over to FPX, you know?
You know what? Considering how the odds are stacked against FPX in this series, I think the Shy is being... he's being very charitable, you know?
Yeah, they needed to start up. I mean, I will say it's an expensive 1v1 because you know what that means? You got to pay the Gwen and the Fury taxes we've seen on this patch. These two picks have been nothing but dominant. Also, Rafa, I gotta... Are we on 12-7? Because I will say that Nefiri was dinged. Yeah, I don't know either. I said 12. It's 25.
25-07 or 15-7, however you want to say it.
Whatever, whatever. The 0.7. That's what we care about in terms of the patch.
We are on patch. I'm not sure if we're on patch 7 or patch 6. But it's a good thing to call out because if we are on patch 7, then Nefiri got hit, Gwen got hit. But the way that the bans are rolling out, something tells me that we're still on patch 6. So that's the assumption I'm going to roll into this draft.
We'll find out as we
Rumble?
go.
Yeah.
I might do a little bit of homework here.
Sure.
But yeah, probably Rumble first pick. Of course, Gwen off the board. Likely seeing on best response.
We're getting told by production that it's 25-07. Damn.
Wow. Well, hold on. Let me pull up those patch notes. As I was... we had some fresh casting for NACL this past week, but we were on the other
25-06. Yeah, we were still on 25-06. Yes. Man, that's crazy that... Because...
I'm not surprised those two champs are off the board still. They are...
Yeah, no, I mean... Yeah, like, unless, like, the teams did extensive scrimming and were able to deduce that, hey, these champions are no longer that strong, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they're, like, I mean, yeah, they're talked about in the patch notes, but they're still, you know, monsters. So, but as we saw, Rumble locked in for FPX on blue side since both the Gwen and the Fury were off the table, as multiple power picks like the Jace also hit the ban list from FPX's side. You called out for the Mbessa, but IG are going to go for a little bit of a old combo. Vi Talia, cease and desist into the full rotation from the Rock Weaver, or the Rock Thrower.
I gotta say that this is a really big pick for Rookie and IG. I really like how Rookie plays this. I feel like he's just able to control so much of the game pace, and this does give you a way to attack that Rumble inside lanes later on. Also, is something nice for the Vi to play off of, and I will say that for the Shy, we haven't really seen a lot of Renekton in the Rumble, but if anyone's going to pull it out, it could be him, and that's something that does pair well with Talia too. So, curious to see what he ends up grabbing. Don't play with our hearts like that, as it's not going to be Kiana. Likely to be an Ahri or something to...
Now, I would be down for a Zed. I would be down for Zed. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case because Zed has been popping up a lot more often in mid lane, not just LPL. We saw one instance of it in NACL, and I'm assuming that we're probably going to see more Zed around the world in certain scenarios, since champions like Talia, you can actually heavily punish since you don't have any real movement abilities. It's all blinks with the shadows, but yeah, IG...
like even Ari too, like similar idea, right? Assassin into Talia, those rocks, they do slow down Ari, but she can still kind of just eat them, and the stun comes to the back half of her R, so it's okay. But of course, not going to be... I was hoping for the Croc from the Shy as always. He's a great Croc player, but he's going to be that and Bessa, so pretty common matchups and handshakes that we have so far, with now bot lane being the priority, or being what's left to grab. As Gala, curious to see what he tries to make space for. Varus still on the board. Very strong pick on this patch. Has been pretty much the high prio AD. Getting rid of Callista tells me maybe they want to open up a Varus pick, potentially.
Yeah. Trade would be, if you see Varus on one side, we typically see the Ashe as a response, both strong and utility. Varus going to have a little bit more poke power, though, especially if they go for the Comet Lethality build. A Misfortune ban. That is... Huh. Not what I was expecting.
Still give an answer into potential Varus, as I will say, the choice here in terms of what FPX wants to take away. If you do take away Varus like they did so here, opportunity for Gala to play Ashe. Also, you can blind your support and maintain that AD pick for Gala. Worth noting that Kai'Sa's still on the board. This is a huge pick for Gala. Would be able to follow up really nicely on the Vi and Ambessa. So some choices here in terms of what Gala wants to do. Honestly, I can see this, but this is one of the few worlds where I could honestly see just, throw down Leona.
Wow.
And then you could wait in your AD and kind of see what they want. But yeah, opportunity to punish now.
Xayah. No recon tag team. Just going to make sure that Jue has access to something that guarantees a point-and-click engage onto one of the carries here. Especially the things like the Ambessa and the Kai'Sa can be super slippery, right? So that Death Charge will at least guarantee they will be knocked up for a brief period of time. And now IG have a chance to round out their composition. They have... Yeah.
Yeah.
Would be a nice pairing with the Kai'Sa. Also gives you some non-committal engage. You can always fish with the Solar Flare so that you don't have to depend on sending in the public execution or the cease and desist from JJ.
I mean, someone's got to catch the not Xin, and Leona feels really nice doing that. 5 seconds stun on the Q gets a lot of mileage against these two melee champs, and you can always use your R to at least trade for Xayah R. It's a big trade up in terms of cooldowns. So, gonna be the game plan for Mako and IG. Like how they can attack the backline. You have Vi, Leona, Ambessa, Kai'Sa, Talia. Even that Xayah will not be safe in the backline. The R can only help you out of so many tools. If IG does a nice job of separating those tools, Xayah should be under pressure. For me, really important that FPX actually gets lane leads. Opportunity to do so with the Rumble, with the Ahri, and the Xayah. So, for me, a lot of what the good things we saw to FPX and why they ended up in Group Ascend, it was those game plans with Shadow, and then Sheer really being that standout performer. They have winning lanes, and that Xin can go find Vi, so want to see how aggressive Shadow is early, and if FPX can build any sort of early lead against IG.
Yeah, especially if you can get Care out of lane early on, even though we know that Talia very prominent on roams and being able to collapse quickly, either pre-level 6 thanks to her rock surfing passive or just with the Weaver's Wall. If you are able to get a jump start and use the power of this Ahri to help Shadow just completely blow open the game, that's a way to have yourself a thick wallet lead before having to match up against some of the innate scaling power that the Kai'Sa will bring later on, and especially considering how strong Gala was in multiple games throughout the placement stage for IG. I definitely, if you are on the side of FPX, you definitely don't want to be lasting long enough in the game where the Gala on this Kai'Sa gets online fully. Again,
Consensus split 2 placement MVP. And we saw some clips of this Kai'Sa performance, and guys, it's Gala Kai'Sa. If I have to explain what that means to you, well, you haven't been a fan of League of Legends long enough. This guy is an unbelievable Kai'Sa player in a league filled with unbelievable Kai'Sa players. So excited to see what he can do on the Rift.
Here we are, game 1 between FPX and IG. First game and first series of the Rumble stage of the second split here in the LPL. It feels so good to be back, man. I'm glad we get to open it up with, maybe not the most competitive series, but definitely going to be a fun one to watch.
I mean, if it's anything like the 1v1, Rafa, I think we're in for a treat.
That is true. Maybe FPX just might surprise us, or IG might surprise us in the way that IG fans don't want to be surprised going into the series.
Yeah, potentially. Do want to highlight, looks like a phase rush for Rookie. So really going to try and utilize that to maybe escape an equalizer. Xin has those too. Curious to see that one. Is that not always the option on Talia? Oftentimes because of Talia's move speed, you see combat sums, or a combat keystone. Not this time around. So for me, the one unique thing that I'm seeing on the board so far. And then, of course, Sheer. Opting for the Conqueror on Rumble, you have options, but potential that we see maybe more of a Drain Tank build, just given the Conqueror, is that synergizes pretty well with stuff like Riftmaker.
Sure. Will help combine well with the innate max percentage HP damage you get on the Flame Spitter ever since Rumble got that rework many patches ago. The draining from Riftmaker with the Omni Vamp built in as we take a look at how these laning, the early lane phases is playing out so far. Early push actually being kind of dominated by Gala Mako at the moment. Took a little bit of damage from Jway on that first dredge line, but now Mako, even on a ward, has full bush control.
Yeah, the Nautilus did not want to approach the wave against Leona. Of course, risk that trading with Q. Leona, once she gets 3, gonna feel pretty good to at least try and maybe look for some trades in this lane. But at the moment, it is worth noting junglers on mirrored clears. We have Xin going bot to top with Vi going top to bot. That could lead to a little bit of passive play as junglers clearing away from each other, or could be an opportunity for one jungler to at least guarantee numbers advantage on one side of the map. So I'm expecting full clears early on. We'll see what happens early here in the Rift.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if any of the junglers are going to go for proactive dives. Since,
don't think so.
Yeah, it's just so hard now with the turret aggro ramping up super fast, not just in speed, but also in damage compared to before. We've seen many hilarious tragedies happen in the placement stage with proactive dives here, as Mako does find a nice snag on the Awesome, forced to pop the cleanse. They're trading it back. Gala has to use his barrier as well, as Jway was able to set up for a decent CC chain to at least allow Awesome to get some damage back. But now that both of the bot laners have been chunked, JJ wants to arrive to the party, and being able to find out that Shadow is on the opposite side of the map, they're going to get the shove in. We'll see how well FPX can survive the dive against
It's a Q flash on the Xayah. Watch it from Jway as good interrupt.
Oh, good interrupt by Jway. Stops Leona right in her tracks. Awesome picks up first blood, and they're even able to trade it back onto 2. 1 kill apiece for Jway and Awesome, and now Shadow has arrived onto the bot lane, and Gala has nowhere else to go. No choice but to just die eventually. And the flash committed by Shadow gets the kill.
Okay. Feet secured here for Shadow. I was a little bit surprised to see the flash, but as Gala was stuck. Big win, though, for FPX, as really that was off of Jway. He found Mako, got him to eat tower shots before the wave hit. They were trying to freeze up the wave. Mako went early, got stuck. Now, Assume was trying to get this wave in. Sidesteps the Zenith Blade from Mako. We'll see if he can get this one all the way in. Shadow's going to come help support him. As if this would have been frozen, a lot of that lead would have went to the wayside. But Assume going to be able to push this all the way. Does miss the cannon. That's okay, though. They're happy to just get this wave in. And it will be a big advantage to FPX on this bot side.
Thankfully for the IG bot lane, they're able to catch not all the wave, but a decent size of the wave. But we take a look back at the replay, and as you called out, it's all Jway.
Yeah, again, that wave, they killed the melee creep. So Mako was taking shots even before he threw out that Zenith Blade to try and hit Assume. So great interrupt by Jway that's playing the Leona matchup well. Catching those Zenith Blades with the dredge line, making sure that Leona doesn't find your marksman. Finds the Nautilus, right? So well played.
That's both Summoner Spell gone for Awesome in the bot lane. Jway on his Hex Flash. We'll see if IG will try to opt for a chance while this flash window is gone from Awesome to try and punish. You already see that Mako is looping around. Just as I say that, boom, JJ is back at it again, trying to make sure that Gala is the one accelerated, not the Xayah. The flash from Mako to guarantee the Shield of Daybreak, and FPX know that there's no way out for this Xayah. Gala gets the shutdown.
Yeah, a little bit of bonus goal behind that one, as the first blood bounty was sitting on the shoulders of Xayah there. So plus 400 over to Gala. Will be traded out, though, for the grubs. So a good play by IG, punishing a Sum with Xayah, but 3 grubs going to go over to FPX. Will be traded out for the Dragon, but FPX, not all bad for them.
Definitely not the worst line that could have been played out. FPX still decent gold lead over IG. Nothing to really run away with the game with, as yeah, a few hundred. Not going to be something that you can just steamroll the game. Now, FPX, as you called it out, 3 grubs to the name, have a chance to try and rotate Awesome and Jue over to that next rotation of grubs early. They should have both summoner spells available back up again in 3.5 minutes time. The question comes down to, does IG want to continue this train of just sending Jeje to the bot lane? Now that Rookie also is level 6 and has Weaver's Wall, there's still a small window where Awesome doesn't have Flash and is not level 6 and could be susceptible to a 4-man.
Yeah, that said, it was just a reset from JJ, so will be 6 coming in for Awesome on this wave as he's about to ding it there. So still an opportunity. I'm not exactly sure where they're going to go there, because Gala actually has a lead in this lane now, at least experience-wise. It's really going to be on Xayah to trade with her W cooldown intelligently, because you can lean on the BF sword, and actually that's enough where they're going to use the prio that they just received in that fall and actually have a proactive swap going up top, so trying to get out of this one and get Awesome a lane that is really pushing towards them. So Sheer going to start channeling the base, is spotted, does not know it yet, and the Shy about to get the bad news that, nope, he's no longer going up against the top laner. He's going up against one of those range fellas he likes to abuse in the top lane, as Xayah is making their way up top.
Yeah. Shy being gracious and letting Sheer back, but probably also just didn't want to deal with an interruption himself, knowing what is probably happening if Sheer is going for a base. Just wants to beeline it back towards the bottom side of the map. We're still 2 minutes away from grubs, but because now we're going to have both bot lanes on the top side of the map, it seems like everyone will be able to join, even if you have teleports coming in from the side of the top laners, as actually it's going to be close. I'm not sure if the teleport cooldowns will be up by then.
I still really like this move, though, from FPX. Again, this wave, it was being frozen up top, so Xayah gets a little bit. Yes, it's matched by IG, but if you just stay in the bot lane and keep it as it is, Gala was already ahead of the curve in terms of experience, and that's really big, because those levels, it can mean getting to the breakpoints of evolving those abilities faster for Gala, and he's already well on his way to what I'm going to assume is the first item Kraken Slayer coming out of him. So I like the fact that FPX made this shift. Rumble did lose a little bit as that wave was pushing away from him initially, but he'll happily trade that for more resources on the Xayah, and frankly was much needed given the game state. Now speaking of game state, here comes some Vi to Leah, but Ari able to flash over the wall, and Kara gets out.
Yeah, that's also Spirit Rush used. So Kara's not going to have access to Flash, and probably not Ultimate either for this Grubs fight. So this is going to be a pretty nice window for IG, where they will feel distinctive, or a distinct difference of power on their side. Cease and Desist still available, can lock down a target, and especially if Kara oversteps his boundaries, could be something that IG want to all in on, as Jeje just hovering the top side, making sure that there is no dive happening, and Gala and Mako can preserve a majority of this wave for themselves.
Yeah, JJ was spotted on a ward. Shadow also hovering. His reset's going to come in before the grub fight. Of course, FPX has the first 3. Got to imagine IG, a lot of pressure on them to reset. Only other thing that we got to hit on before this is a Yuntal is completed here for Awesome. I will say, Ari looks to be going for that new Roa build. This is still being popularized. It's really big on the ladder. If you are not familiar about it at home, it's Roa, which got even more buffs on this patch. You get a little bit more mana back when you lose health, but the idea of this, the Leandri's the Riftmaker, is that you get a little bit too tanky to deal with, and you can really freely position in the fights to just line up those charms and try and have long fights where you hit more charms and are just a nuisance for the enemies. So we'll see if Kara is able to really execute this. As at the moment, hovering mid to guarantee they have mid push. Awesome and Jue will funnel down into the river, and we'll see if these second grubs to get pulled by either team. Because at the moment, FPX has nice positioning through mid, but top has push in favor of Talia as Rookie. Gonna have to rotate. Mako flashed.
Yeah, vision control is so good for FPX. It puts Mako in a bad spot. Obviously, he has to be the one that face checks, but loses his flash as a result.
Yeah, I mean, the wave top being lost, Rookie got that all the way in. That's already a little bit of an L for FPX. Of course, playing for positioning on this as Jue sneaks his way out.
Smite 1 used by FPX. IG trying to see if they can at least get into the pit and smite away one of the last ones so that FPX don't get all 6. Care is just going to proactively use Spirit Rush, turns on the isolated Rookie, gets the flash out, and honestly, really nicely played from FPX, and the Death Charge snags on a flashless Mako, and ensuring that Gala can't do anything to save his support. FPX, all 6 scrubs and a kill to boot.
I think some of the strength they're really shining through for FPX is IG. They didn't really want to take the fight. Love how Care aggressively ulted towards Rookie, did net the flash and prevented him from setting up a Weaver's Wall to try and collapse on the side. And with Rookie kind of being on the side, looking for that angle, marking the Ahri, and trying to look for the Weaver's Wall. I feel like front to backs with him, again, those rocks can be such a nuisance for the enemy team. Him being separated there, I think, made things a lot easier for FPX as they were able to secure all 6 scrubs. And now we'll see what they can get out of it. I think their side laning isn't great for the Rumble. It's decent for the Ahri if they're able to actually get towards any turrets. There's a lot of wave clear on IG's squad, but potential big advantage for FPX here as 6 scrubs. That's a huge win con.
Yeah, even though the gold lead isn't, you know, not even like a huge advantage, just a couple hundred, FPX have set up decent pieces for themselves to play a strong map game. 6 scrubs, as long as you're able to have a solo laner able to, you know, get some damage onto these turrets, you're gonna get more gold injection for yourselves with these stronger macro plays that FPX are capable of at this point in time. We do have to remind everyone though that Gala is still farming up, and he has not been, you know, really decelerated. So if FPX are not able to, you know, create that strong map advantage by that time we get to 2.5, 3 item Kai'Sa, then I won't say that the game is over, but it will feel like FPX's window has run out, as really nice buffer by Jway on the dredge line.
Yeah, well played. Jway's had a really good start to this game so far. Really, I mean, made the big play bot. Has had a nice setup around the grubs there, even getting a Weaver's Wall out. That's a really big cooldown for Rookie. There's still a rank 1 Weaver's Wall too, so significant that goes down for really nothing. Don't love that one from IG. I feel like that cooldown, you're just using it on a support pick, even if it does hit, so really nice to get out of there. And with 2 being spotted up towards the top side, the Shy gonna do his best to stall time down here. Do have Mako hovering him, has not been spotted yet. Will be spotted on this pink ward.
Oh, Gala looking for the killer instinct on Awesome, but an immediate flash and use of that Feather Storm to get away from the 1v1. But that's a Summoner Spell gone and an ultimate gone on the Xayah.
Again, really big that IG able to stall. Talked about, you know, 1 stall with nice play by Jway to get escape the Weaver's Wall, but now IG, they're still able to play out 3 lanes at the moment, whereas FPX only playing out the 2, so Rookie getting some free time top. That's big for the turret, and IG hasn't given anything else away so far.
No way, one more auto attack. Oh, he's under the tower, he can't get in range. He's not fast enough.
So what happened to the player cam, man? Oh, it was so close. He thought he had it on the Kai'Sa. Not quite.
Dredge line under the tower. Equalizer pairs right on top of it. Mako gets burned to a crisp, but here comes the power of the Shy on the Mbessa, able to trade one back. Jet throws both of his fists, but forced to flash away. Shadow Wind becomes lightning. Flash lands it right onto Jet, and FPX are suddenly finding themselves 7-3 against IG.
Still, while all that was going on, the outer turret dropped in the top side, and Rookie very farmed, so still even on the scoreboard. I don't feel like IG gave away too much, even with Gala maybe having a little bit of a for-fun death in the mid lane, depending on how you look at that one. It was close with 1 auto away and looking pretty silly in the end, but I mean, IG a lot more on the scoreboard in terms of kills when over to FPX with the gold. That's still close, and again, this Talia getting bid could really hurt FPX later on.
Take a look back at the replay in the mid lane. He knows that he has the flash advantage and thinks that he just might have enough auto attacks, but
he canceled 1. Yeah. He did cancel 1 in there, and then it was the oopsie. Gala, yeah, it's like, oh no. I mean, Gala did the same thing in his player cam. And then, okay, we didn't exactly see the start with the charm. I know the public execution went wayward by the Shy. Actually, some pretty good stalls coming out.
Oh, back to live. Weaver's Wall. They're still trying to punish a flashless Awesome, and no Feather Storm available in time. Great use of that window. IG able to punish before it just dinked available for Awesome. And now the Shy finds himself in a 1v1 against Care. Gets a flash out over to the blast cone and escapes the grasp of the Mbessa.
All right, a couple big wins there for IG. Taking the Xayah off the board is nice. This is going to be some free time, but also they switched up the side lane matchups. and the Shy immediately able to pick up a flash against Care, who was down ult in that skirmish. That's pretty nice. I mean, Ahri flash could be more valuable, but still, I like the fact that IG found themselves a better side lane matchup across the map and got a quick win out of it early on.
Rest of FPX trying to contest this Rift Herald, but IG are starting to swarm around the river.
They gotta be careful. It is a 2-item Xayah. Still Sunless, though, so if they're able to get that ult out, maybe it's a point where they can dive. TP, okay, they want it.
Everyone's about to all in. Jeje looks for the smite, but it's secured by Shadow. Jue walks up Jeje, Death Charge right on top of it as well. They burn him down, but the Shy is trying to cook in the backline, but he's not doing enough. He's forced away. Awesome with the Featherstorm, gets the flash out. Meanwhile, on the left side, Rookie's in trouble, forced to flash away. Good Unraveled Earth, stops carrying his track seismic shot, but the flick is not enough because Sheer puts him on a barbecue skewer spit and roasts him alive. Shadow finds one more into Mako, and Cubby. FPX are up on the board, almost 1,000 gold advantage against IG. I mean, it's a competitive, but FPX are looking good doing it.
Yeah, I really wasn't sure why IG took that fight. Again, I'm looking at marksman items. Like, you have Flicker Blades available for Awesome Gala. I know that he was ahead, but still looking for that second item. Instead, they force in, and this stack early on, Sheer got so much value. Once he lands, overheats, flashes over the wall, and just starts melting as the Shy can't stick in the fight while Sheer's overheating. Mako goes down. Gala's never able to go in because, again, IG talked about how they want to fight with the Unraveled Earth kind of front to back. You can see the value that Rookie gets out of it. But again, he's separated from the team, so he can't use that Unraveled Earth, and his spells actually create space for Gala or an opportunity to even get in there. No opportunity for Gala to go in, no opportunity for IG to win the fight, and FPX find a big win and start to build up a little bit of a lead. I will say, during that replay, third Dragon was picked up for IG, so they do find themselves on Soul Point.
I almost feel like I can't get excited for FPX just yet. Because even though they have been some strong team fight results, they haven't really blown open the map quite yet, as FPX already forcing the hand. Weaver's Wall gets denied.
Rejected.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Rookie is completely isolated under this dying tower, and FPX picked themselves up another kill, and now
they have 5.
Finally, unlocking the first tier 1 turret for themselves of the game. Rift Herald crashing into the second tier turret, and just as I was saying before, I think I'm ready to be excited about FPX this game. A solid 3,000 gold advantage. One more crash. They might just get the entire inhibitor tower as the Shy is over on the top side trying to trade. Same thing with Gala in the mid lane.
Mid outer will fall. Top inner not going to go down, though. Again, no grubs available for IG, so that free time with the turret's not going to hurt nearly as much as it did as FPX. They find an inner, trade it out for a mid outer, find the inhibitor turret as well. Even got the bot outer as well, so that lane just melted at the hands of the 6 scrub FPX, and now they actually have a gold lead that means something. 3k gold. That lead is going to be important. Again, FPX, if this game goes really, really long, that's where we start to favor IG and Gala's 3-item Kaisa again. So they need to make sure that they prevent this soul from coming through and have a good Otacon fight with the lead they have now, because, again, time not exactly their friend in this game.
Yeah, and it's so crucial that FPX, out of all the lanes that they unlocked 3 towers in a row, was through bot lane. Because now they have such a wide axis of being able to push aggressive vision through that bottom side of the map to help set up for the next dragon, which is coming up in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Otacon yet to spawn. No, I take that back. I lied. Otacon has spawned on the bottom side of the map. These are the 2 big objectives that FPX want to deny away from IG. Continue maintaining that gold advantage and try and finish the game as fast as possible.
And all eyes have to be on this next dragon. Again, Otacon, really scary objective when it spawns onto the map, so don't think any teams are going to rip that before this dragon spawns. If you're FPX, you got to put really everything that you have in the tank to make sure you get a good dragon setup. Good news for them, they took all the turrets in the bot side. That does enable IG to drop bot a few extra waves to try and make plays, because they can always catch it. Those minions won't be dying to any turrets anytime soon, but
God! Flash prediction on the dredge line!
He still gets out!
And Gala is able to escape, but it costs both of his summoner spells as well as the killer instinct, but the Shy will die for Gala's sins! You can't even blame him. That was a nasty hook from the FPX support.
Dude, what did Jue eat for breakfast, man? He's been a beast in this game. He's my MVP if this ends up being an FPX win. That was a crazy guess on Nakala.
Hubby, is this the same FPX that we saw in
No.
placement stage? No, not at all.
I mean,
Who
it
is this team?
It is when they tried to get out of Group Nirvana. Again, it's Shadow with the plans, but to see Jue playing like this, I teased that we wouldn't see Otacon taken, but they found an early kill. Of course, the Roses damage dealt in the game factors into what Otacon spawns. Roses end up spawning. It's a lot of experience picked up for FPX. They're going to drop the mid-inner turret, but I think they're going to be happy taking the Otacon and finding a clean reset before the Dragon. As we're going to get a second look. Man, this is like the greatest play that didn't hit. Is I got to say, I think he was just fishing for Mako, who didn't have flash. Gawa flashes into it, so he ends up with a true gift. Yes, Gawa gets out, but both Summons being down, as you highlighted, Rafa, going to be really important for the upcoming Soul fight that FPX needs to deny. Of course, the Shy fell to the second dredge line as Jue continues to have a fantastic performance in this game one.
Yeah, and after looking at it a second time, I'm not going to lie, I think that lollipop kind of physic from the dredge line benefited him from hitting Gala before or after the flash, but still, that was insane.
You know what we have to go back to, Rafa?
What's that?
Maybe this whole game just spawns from the fact that the Shy didn't know that 100 CS wasn't a win count anymore in the 1v1. Or maybe the Shy knew this was going to be the draft plan and was like, I don't want to play Rumble, man. Screw that. I want that best of game. Come on.
Yeah, so the plan for IG is to, tactfully, gracefully lose game one, and then then they go for the rest of the series. As this is a best of 3, it's fearless, so there's always a chance. And obviously we're operating under the pretense that FPX are gonna be able to close the game out from this point. It's still only a 2,000, barely 1,000 gold advantage here and there, but the Dragon Soul has been denied from FPX, and they have a chance. One more strong fight. It is an open inhibitor on the bot side of the map. They could have the window to close out the game.
Yeah, Mako right now, that plant is going to kind of give away where he's at. So he was trying to find an angle here and spotted out by the ward too.
Oh no!
That's a good vision play by Mako, good understanding. You can see that blue circle in the vision it gives you. You have more vision than blue trinkets, so smart play there by the long-standing, one of the GOAT supports of the LPL, him and Ming. Good to see Mako always in decent form. Getting outperformed in this game one, though, by Jue, who for me, again, has been the real highlight player of FPX.
Yeah.
And we'll see if the push can continue. Jue has an angle onto mid, and Awesome looking to go, but Mako...
Shy trying to link up with Mako. Here comes JJ over the wall. Cease and desist. They can't stop it. Awesome gets popped. Gala joins the fight with the killer instinct. Here comes Care off the back of the TP. Trying to spirit rush in. But Rookie, the hero, comes in with the Weaver's Wall. Joins the fight. Sheer tries to equalize it. But the ulti. But can he even find Gala? The burn passive is not enough.
No.
And just like that, we thought that FPX could have had the potential to make an upset happen. But IG dashed those hopes and take a 5-for-1.
Gawa picks up the shutdown. That's a Gnasher's Tooth in inventory, and Awesome went down with alt flash available. If we get a replay, gonna check to see if the sums were up. I checked it right after he died. They were. As, yeah, look at this. Cleanse, flash, alt available. Not gonna be enough, though, as Mako is able to shut him down. Awesome has to alt that solar flare. It does not. Gets fully chained from there. And the mistake from the marksman of FPX cost them dearly, as IG were able to run the fight afterwards. They got Rookie in the front to back where the Rocks were actually able to peel up. And FPX, that wasn't the fight setup that they wanted. Had to play that one from behind. Not the scenario that they wanted to be in, as Gala barely gets out and makes FPX feel the pain, as that's 700 gold going over to him off the shutdown.
And just like that, the sound of many FPX fans' hearts breaking in a matter of seconds.
I mean, this is more of what they expected. You can't really break if you're an FPX fan, like in terms of heart.
But it was the false hope. It was the false hope that was leveraged upon them.
For 3 years. It's been like that since Stoinby. Oh, sad times.
You bring up a good point. But I guess as someone that, you know, is casting LPL for their first season,
they're just happy to be in Group Ascent, Rob.
I'm now experiencing the cycle that probably what FPX fans are used to seeing for over the years.
Yeah,
but
FPX and WE, they're in Group Ascent. They're like, oh, we're just like what we used to be, right, guys? We're one of the top teams. Like, we're in LPLs days past. It's got to be it.
But damn, how scary is IG for them to, you know, drop so many fights, yet still be competitive, while FPX are slightly getting the winning edge over them, and then it just takes one fight to completely reverse that momentum.
Yeah, I like how you said drop so many fights, where, like, if IG actually dropped this game, I think my beef with them would be that they didn't drop fights, and they took them instead, and FPX kind of styled on them early. But again, this comp is one that will get outscaled by the Kai'Sa. Gala has a Seekers in the inventory now. Rookie, who was a little bit behind in this game, is also caught up after that last fight. Also has a Seekers in the inventory, so some of that playmaking potential going to be nullified from FPX. That depth charge can't do the same damage, doesn't have as many targets as it did earlier in the game. Forge Wei, who, again, has been a beast in this one. And you got to imagine it's going to be another big engage from him to try and set up the Ahri, set up the Rumble, if they want to find a win in this game. Because, again, that gold lead has not only evaporated, the 3K gold lead is now on IG's shoulders, and we really like their scaling as this game goes on between the Kai'Sa and we haven't even mentioned the Ambessa yet, as Sterix has been completed, and you know the Shy is going to be a problem in the upcoming fight.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even think about that too. Oh, well, that's tough.
Gava Kai'Sa, 3-item Kai'Sa, you know, very important in League of Legends. 3-item Kai'Sa has been dominant for, like, years. And then it's Gava's Kai'Sa that has also been dominant for years. And
which is why we've been focusing on this so much. But yeah,
we haven't
you're right.
talked about the Shy's Ambessa, yeah, which is going to be a problem now.
Yeah. Well, FPX, it was a good run, you know? And I appreciated that we got a glimmer of some awesome mid-game fighting.
They still have a chance. It's just hard.
See. We'll see. It is
another
very
soul
difficult.
fight, though.
I'm being very conclusive just based on gold advantages, but IG are already starting to lurk in the shadows and over the blast cone. Awesome. Here comes the Avengers. Look at how they collapse upon them. The Shy's in the back. Gala is firing into their shoulder blades. And wait with the turn on the Gala.
Equalizer.
He spots the stasis, but wait a minute. FPX regroup around their mid laner care, and maybe they have a chance to reset off of the Spirit Rush. I spoke too soon. Jeje's in trouble. The rest of FPX will not go down without a fight, and the rest of this squad are gonna try to tango and deny Dragon Soul once again as Rookie gets caught up by the 3-talent strike, pops the stasis. Jeje forced to leave, and another flash prediction. Twain does not miss with the Nautilus Qs. FPX still in it.
What a beast from Zhui, but I gotta say the fight, that was determined by Sheer's equalizer, the red carpet. He put it on his own team as it melted away IG. They had all the angles in the world for the Xayah, but at the end, everyone else ended up on top of the red carpet, and Rumble made him feel the pain.
Cubby, I'm gonna stop predicting who's gonna win from this point in the game. It's been contradictory every single time.
Only so much you can do. As Awesome talked about spacing out the abilities to attack Xayah. They did that beautifully, but look at the equalizer that comes down from Sheer. Everyone's on the red carpet, including Gala, who absolutely melted to it. That allowed for FPX to reset the fight, reset their lines, and they took over in the back half. Again, Rookie did his best to stall out, but once those rocks come out, Shadow was able to play around it. Rookie, a mistake, stepping up, eats that win, becomes lightning. No defense that time around to protect him. Then Zhui, we're gonna miss the bonus one. Another fight.
Equalizer throw down again. FPX trying to cook Mako and Gala, but he's getting the front line treatment this time. He's able to stand behind Mako, and he stands and delivers on the Kai'Sa. Triple kill for Gala. Care on the run. The Void Seeker flashed by Care, but he has lost 4 of his teammates, and IG are ready to push it in for the base win.
Again, FPX, they didn't find the setup. I know we just hopped into that fight, but we didn't see that big equalizer from Sheer. What got them the win in the last one? Didn't see it in that one. Again, Awesome had
they're not gonna
no
take it.
sums available, and he has ult up in the gray screen. I wonder if it was even available for the fight, given how fast IG took it afterwards. Definitely something big to do in the Xayah. You can fight with that R cooldown on cooldown, as it's a long one. And yeah, looking at the replay, look at that cooldown from the Xayah. It happened off screen, but Awesome was taken down yet again as Shadow. That was bold.
Okay.
Oh.
I guess
Yeah.
I guess that's how it happened. Damn.
So Shadow goes in deep, and then Awesome just gets eaten alive, having no sums in the back half. Again, no ult available for the Xayah, and sitting duck for all the tools that IG can throw at the Xayah, which are pretty much everyone on the team can do something against that champ. So
I will say,
nice execute.
A little surprised that IG didn't feel bold enough to just close it out. I guess the minion wave was not large enough, and their health bars were not in the greatest of shapes, but it was just Care. He had no Spirit Rush, no Flash. I thought that IG would have felt confident enough to just look for it, and the death timers were long enough, but they just go for the guaranteed play, secure the Baron for themselves. They'll give them the guaranteed push power on multiple side lanes, so I'm not mad at it.
I think if Gawa had more health, it's a maybe for them to go for the end. But Gawa was a little bit low, so just get him the free reset, take the Baron, and then take down these inners that are still standing. Bot inner, last one still standing is IG, going to make sure that one falls easily. Care going to take care of at least one more wave in the top side. There is 6 grubs for FPX, so actually real chance Ari can stay for more, but Reaver's Wall is going to guarantee this turret falls, and Care going to hit recall. Going to at least be after inhibitor falls, but we'll see if they play defense for mid.
He definitely thought about it, but I think the Baron power is proving a little too overwhelming for FPX to deal with. Dredge line right onto the Shy, and okay, well,
the Shy
that's
moment.
a freebie. Well, hang on, the action continues. Oh, JJ almost soloing out Shadow. Not sure how that exactly happened, but they turn right onto Rookie. They know that the front line is only up to Mako. Throws out a solar flare, lands it on the 2 members, but a good charm by Care. Finds Rookie, sheer flashing right on top of Gala. Finds his moment once again. Killer instinct on Awesome. Cannot escape even with the Feather Storm. And the stasis just sets up Sheer to die. Gala is doing it all. Gala is slithing through it all. And he pops the stasis one last time, but cannot survive. Care will finish him off.
I mean, it started with the Shy going down. The rest of the team kind of fought around it. FPX able to somewhat take an even fight, slight win for them. Down gold still. I don't think this changes the game at all, but at least they were able to take the Baron off and defend that mid inhibitor.
Dude, this is a freaking banger. What the heck, man?
It's a classic IG series, man. We're going to fight to fight. And we'll end up winning at the end because we're better. And we're going to take a fight where it looks like we can't lose. But then we're also going to do things like this, where the Shy is going to go for a chunk that doesn't matter, and then Beast Duck is another big one from Jouet. Ends up connecting, and Shadow on the back half, down 2 levels. JJ able to get a nice chunk into him, but really important that Shadow was actually able to live. I'm not sure if that all... I don't know if JJ actually casted Smite there. Smite's on cooldown. I think he ulted to protect the Smite coming in.
Yeah.
Might have been able to kill him.
Yeah.
Decent idea there from Shadow, and it was important that he lived because he actually ended up being impactful in the back half. As Gala, again, talked about 3-item Kai'Sa a lot. Gala's on 5 items now, and yeah, things don't get any easier as Kai'Sa gets more items. She just continues to get stronger and stronger, and Gala's been doing some serious work this game against FPX.
Yeah. The only reason FPX are able to defend there is because they were doing a 5 versus 4. And
Shadow?
Shadow's in there.
He's ripping
2,500 HP. Equalizer doing a lot of damage, but JJ secures the Infernal Soul for IG. Care on the retreat. Gala undeterred. Oh, they get flashed on. The death charge is coming in. Gala CC to all hell. Mako's forced to flash away.
Care?
The Shy, it's only on to him. He goes back in. He's got JJ in his back pocket. Look at the Shy. He's slicing and dicing, but it's not enough. FPX survived through it all. But I don't think they have the minion wave. Can they look for the end here?
They were thinking about it. The minions are on their bot Nexus turret. They're going to at least push for a bit. They do have 6 grubs. An absolute cluster of a fight ends up FPX's way as Rookie mounted at the start after the dragon, but Soul was secured for IG.
They're going to look for it.
They got to look for as much as they can. There's no way they can act.
18 seconds on Rookie. They're protecting the minion wave. They have 6 grubs on their side. If there's an opportunity... It has to be now. They're going to look for it. Shadow taking up the turret aggro. First Nexus Tower falls. He survives. They're dodging the turret aggro and bouncing it beautifully well. Rookie, can he get in range? Flashing forward. The seismic shove kills 1. That's another one. But Care has the auto attack, and it's gone. FPX will take the first game off of IG.
Oh man, 6 grubs ended up being that important in the end as FPX. We might be in for a banger tonight, ladies and gentlemen, as IG end up losing that game. I gotta say, going into that dragon, I thought IG, they had that 1-1, a back and forth game from start to finish, and FPX pull off a big upset to kick off Split 2 proper.
It started with the 1v1, Matt. That's where the surprises started rolling in for Fun Plus Phoenix, and it did not stop. Jway on the Nautilus, doing everything he can to protect his bot laner and create so many opportunities for them in the mid game. And even though IG were able to bounce back and come online in the late game, we thought it was over. I thought it was over, but FPX tenacious and determined to see it through the end. And they
I actually can't believe they ended the game from that state with 6 grubs. I mean, they had 3 people up, no marksman. I thought for sure that IG would be able to defend. Not the case. 6 grubs ended up really being the difference maker and then ending up winning. If they had 5, I don't think they end from that state. So what a killing game to kick off our night, Rafa, as a big surprise for me with FPX able to take the win. And hey, again, this was a team we didn't even think would be in Group Ascend. We had them in Group Nirvana at the start of Split 2 placements. They played their way out into Group Ascend from the 3 seeds and making a splash to kick things off here already as they took down IG.
We said it earlier in the game. This is not the same FPX that we saw in the placement stage. They barely scraped by getting into that 3rd seed. And then the qualifiers, they seemingly ramped up, being able to do enough to win the best of 1 against LGD, winning the best of 3 over Ultra Prime. But none of those games compared to how strong they looked against IG. And were there throws from IG? Absolutely yes. But we cannot take away the credit that FPX deserve from this opener.
When there's like a 45 kill game, there's going to be mistakes that happen on both sides. But FPX, I know that we spent so much time talking about Jway. I think that he is my MVP of the game still, but I got to give a shout out to Sheer in the back half too. The Rumble was, for me, the difference maker in the fights that FPX were able to win. Again, the dog pile from IG onto FPX, all the angles that they had to attack, awesome. It was Sheer was the one that was standing at the end with everyone kind of stuck in melee range of the Rumble. Those equalizers were big. The overheats were big. I thought Sheer played really well in that game. If he gets MVP, I wouldn't be disappointed, even if I thought Jway was just an absolute monster throughout on the Nautilus.
But it should be one of those 2 players for sure.
Yeah, if it's not, I'd be a bit bummed. I thought Shadow had a nice one. Care ended up playing well at the end. But yeah, again, that damage chart, I think it's really telling. There was so much focus onto Awesome, but it was Sheer. But it was the one that was the benefactor as all those tools burned onto the Xayah. Yes, she fell in the vast majority of the fights, but still, you were burning ults to just get flash, get cleanse, get feathers, right? A lot of tools burned onto the Xayah. Of course, some of those connected, but ending up stuck in the path of the Rumble, and Sheer made them feel that pain.
I mean, you saw the gold graph. That was...
They won down gold.
Yeah, they were down before that fight. They were down 6,000 gold.
Yes.
They won a fight 6,000 freaking gold down. What the heck is that?
I mean, fighting, that was the story of this game too. Is again, IG, for me, looking back, there were some fights I shouldn't have taken. This was one of them at the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
Not in the right position. There were multiple fights too where like Rookie was away from the team. We saw the difference about him being away from the team and then him being with the team, where they were able to use the rocks to help peel the front line off. I think that looking back with IG, those are the couple things that I would look to change. And again, if you're FPX, I mean, what a big win. Like, what a statement.
Yeah.
Just the fact that, hey, we didn't just make it into Group Ascend. We're here to actually compete in Group Ascend. We'll see if they can turn this map win into a series win as we go through the rest of the games tonight.
I'm just looking forward to seeing all of the Jway hooks in this montage reel.
We missed a lot of the good ones. A lot of them came early, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, like, the way he played the 2v3 dives, protecting Awesome under the tower, always absorbing Mako's engage so that he was never in optimal position to follow up with the rest of his CC chain. Oh my god, like, it definitely could have been a lot worse of a game state on that bot side had it not been for the way he played those dives. And then, obviously, some of these fights, there's only so much that he can do. Some poor angles chosen by FPX, but, I mean, a majority of them still, Jway did pretty much everything and went above what was asked of him.
Yeah, Shadow ended up a bit stuck, and of course, when the fights weren't able to set up. But I mean, this is the beginning of the end for IG, and if you're looking back at this as an IG fan, like, again, we kind of laugh about some of the Shy's moments, but that was one where it's like, that was kind of game-breaking there, my friend. The fact that, like, we just went in for nothing, 1v4, again, a chunk that just did not matter. And it was almost Gala heroics that, again, end the game here, but still, we're being put in a 5v4 position where no tools are burned really to take down the Investa, just not worth it. And I cannot wait to get a second look at this last Dragonflight, because we did not get a second look at this one, Rafa.
Yeah.
And it was an absolute cluster at the end.
It just
look at Rookie.
secures Infernal Soul,
Dredgeline.
but it doesn't matter, yeah.
At Dredgeline of the Charm, that's what got Rookie. And then watch Sheer here in the back half. The Shy was forced out. Gawa, again, depth charge from Jue. And Sheer was just following up on all this. He was able to function with care. Meika goes, but yeah, I mean, the Sheer, he's the one that's shredding everyone. Man, I gotta say, Jue for me is still MVP. I feel like those hooks at the end were what got them the win. And that's a happy coach and a happy camper there behind the scenes.
Hell yeah. I mean, coming into this series, IG 6-0 from Group D in their placement stage. We were expecting a complete reversal of kind of the disappointing results we got in Split 1 and the slow ramp up from IG and, you know, bowing out early to top esports in the lower bracket during playoffs. We were like, okay, I know IG is back. But now dropping a game to Fun plus Phoenix, maybe IG is actually back based on what we got from Split 1. But I'm hoping wanting to, you know, see strong representatives from the LPL when we go international. Yeah.
Woo! Support. You always got to cheer for the support pogs, you know? Sometimes they're rare. And I'm usually a Nautilus hater. I can't hate on that Nautilus, man. That guy was a beast in that game. Well deserved the Jue. He was huge. God. Yeah, he was a big difference maker this game for FPX.
That is the Nautilus that every support player learning support should aspire to be one day.
Yeah, if you're going to play Nautilus, you know, what you lack in stats, you make up for in an awesome kit. And Jue made full use of that with the Dredgeline, the depth charge. Was a beast that game as he helped FPX find a big upset map win. Now we'll see if he can help FPX find a big upset series win as we continue on with this best of 3.
That's right. Well, we're going to take a short break. But before we get into our break and get ready for game number 2, we want to give a huge shout out and remind everyone that we're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, which you may have seen with the sick graphics package revamp we got. So thank you again. And also a huge bulk of it does pay on air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content, the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews, and even more broadcast upgrades like the ones we just got for this Rumble stage. After this break, we'll be right back for game number 2. Stay tuned. Go with me, Matt. Throw your hands up. Absolute cinema was that first game. If you missed it, you're gonna have to go back in the VOD and watch at least the last 10, maybe 5 minutes of the game. What an unbelievable sequence from FPX, down 6,000 gold going into that last Dragon Soul fight. They don't get the soul, it doesn't matter. They win the fight. They send Care back thinking they have to go for the minion wave pouring into the base on bot side, but they say, no, TP it in, brother. Go back mid. We're ending the game right here.
I was actually just looking at that play. Again, Shadow tanked up the turret until he hit 0 HP pretty much. That was a big game changer. Care actually had a purple elixir that if they would have lost and he didn't pop, I would have been flaming him for, because that does extra damage to turrets as well as giving you extra AP. I mean, that was literally on a knife's edge for whether or not FPX win that game, because if they don't win on that push, I don't think they win this game. It should be IG's game to lose still. So, yeah, I mean, an absolute turbo banger to kick off our split 2 action, and now we'll see if IG can dig themselves out of the hole as the favorites after a big win from game 1 in FPX.
Yeah, I'm just super stoked now to see how the rest of the series plays out. Part of me believes, just based off of precedents and what we've seen from other series similar to this, where the underdog team takes a game off of the top team surprisingly, and then the top team locks in for the rest of the series and cleans it out. Part of me wants to see it still be competitive, but the other part of me wants to see IG at their best. And while FPX definitely did a hell of a job to bring themselves to this score in the series, I think it would be disingenuous to say that IG played that game perfectly and lost.
Oh, I mean, again, when there's 45 plus kills in a game, more than a kill a minute, things are going to happen for both teams that are good and bad. It's just how League works, right? When a game's that close. So, for sure saw some good and bad moments from each of our teams. Again, Jouet was the MVP. Like, even in the last fight, that Nautilus was so clutch. I'll give Sheer an honorary shout out as well. The Rumble was really big. But, you know, I'm going to give the clause that you hear every single caster on the planet giving right now, the El Clasico of, but it's Fearless Draft. You can't play the same stuff. We're going into game 2. We got to forget about game 1. It actually doesn't matter now because all those champs you saw, well, they're off the board. And we'll see if FPX has another strategy, another draft that can be good enough, that they can play well enough to actually take down IG.
The classic Fearless statement. Now,
I'm starting to get tired of it, you know. I have to meme it a little bit, but I don't blame everyone giving the clause, because it is true, right? It is a pure reset now going into every game. It's not like you can change up a ban or two or a pick or two and, you know, play 5 out of 10 of the same champs across the game. It's just not how League works now.
Yeah, no, it's a nice thing to reassure your team that's on the losing side of the first match, or the first game, I should say, and just be like, hey guys, you know, we don't have to deal with that draft anymore. We don't have to play out our draft anymore. And there's still power picks like Nefiri, Gwen, Jace that are still on the board, ready to take. Ashe is still available as well. I will say, it definitely hurts in the IG camp to lose on the Kaisa, which is something that Gala, you know, has made such a career and known throughout the, you know, his years for.
What is Gala's career win rate, real quick? For Kaisa, 66% in 170 games, most played, 6 KDA. I mean, 1L is not going to affect 170 games too much, but
no, yeah. I'm just saying, like, you no longer have the Kaisa for the series.
You're right.
But Gala, there's still an Ezreal, and he was quite a monster on the Ezreal in a few of their placement stage games. There's always that they can go to. I almost thought that that's what they were potentially setting up for by letting the Varus like ban go away and just only going for the Misfortune, but you know what, maybe it'll happen in game 2. We'll see where the draft priorities change up, as IG should be taken to the blue side this time around.
Yeah, of course, did lose that side select match in the 1v1 because the Shy thought that you could win with 100 CS. That's not the case anymore. But curiously enough, IG actually going to pay the Nefiri tax. I will say that JJ's played it before, but they are banning it on blue side, which I think is to be quite rare, even on this patch still. Of course, we are on 7.7, 25.7, so did see big nerfs come down into Gwen and Nefiri, but still have these champs being very high up on the totem pole.
Curious if FPX are going to ban Skarner again like they did on blue side in the first game. That would kind of match up with what we saw from all 6 bans the first time around. There it is. All right, what are you looking at, Matt?
I gotta say, a lot of options here. I think that Varus is, Varus is fine. I thought that you had a lot of like options to open. Varus for me makes a lot of sense. You could open with Sejuani here if you really wanted to as well, but Varus is such a safe B1, right? You have the on hit, you have the poke builds, and we'll see what Gala can do.
A blind pick Gnar would be bold. However, Sheer made it work during their placement stage games, at least one of them, where I cannot remember the opponent who it was, but I think you were on the cast and you're questioning a little bit, and then we saw the result at the end of the game. Sheer's Gnar was quite big. I mean,
it's probably against that LNG or LGD squad, because it would have ended up disappointed in the end, you know. Yeah, a bit of a bummer.
Still can't get over it. FPX, a Nico pick as well, most likely for Jue. I will say, the very first game that we saw with this roster from FPX, I think all the way back in Demacia Cup, or at least the first day of stage or split 1, Jue had a monster Nico support game, and after the performance we got on his Nautilus, I think you should be feeling very confident to now rock with something like the Nico and finding those Pop Blossoms.
Yeah, we'll see if we end up actually getting a support pick here from Mako, if they end up grabbing something that can pair up with the Nidalee. If they want something like Renekton now, which I know historically Gnar, a counter to Renekton with the Nidalee, the Shy, more than happy to play that champion whenever and wherever. Wouldn't be surprised to see him pull that one out. Or, of course, you have to grab your support now, unless you want to face a few bans. Will end up being the Rel picked up here for Mako.
Solid initiation now lined up for IG, and even though it's not the guaranteed CC from something that you would get, like point and click stun on a Leona, since it's banned, Rel can still set up Nidalee spears or combos if you're wanting to look for the invade special. But a misfortune lock-in from FPX decides more than likely the bot lane. I don't think we're going to see any Nico swap to mid lane for care this time around. We haven't seen Nico mid in quite some time. It's just been the support. But now, bans on the table, trying to get rid of any tricky counter picks that the Gnar would not like to have to deal with.
Yeah, Bullet Blossom could be rather deadly in the bot side. Of course, you have Mega Gnar over the top to help set up that MF too, as the Nico MF will likely be lane dominant into the Varus Rel. So onus going to be on Gala and Mako to try and outplay that. As we get through the rest of the draft, of course, did talk about the Shy's Renekton. I know Gnar versus Renekton historically, I'd say a little bit Gnar side. Of course, both champs have some timers, but still paying respect where respect's due. You see in Italy and the Shy on the other team, I feel like a Renekton ban always going to be all right.
Do they go for another top lane ban, or do they try to limit the jungle pool? It's actually, or not the jungle pool, mid lane pool, with the Orianna being taken away from Rookie. Things like the Azir are still available and would benefit greatly being paired alongside a Nidalee receiving that attack speed steroid buff. I know we talked about normally if you have an AP jungler, you normally would like to avoid stacking too much magic damage in other solo lanes, but Nidalee is one of those champions where her magic damage is very bursty, and so you would actually benefit from having like another consistent magic damage dealer, and Azir is a great one to get benefit off of that primal surge. But the Pantheon lock-in, that's an aggressive jungle pick for Shadow here.
I will say technically they could still put Nico mid, Panth support, and do some funky stuff if they want. Could even see a Panth mid, so still some flexibility for FPX, but we do assume that's going to be in the hands of Shadow. As I will say, point and click could be really nice against the Nidalee. I would like to see a mid laner that can pair up with that. Aurora actually has slinked her way into game 2 in this late in the draft. Got to say, a little bit surprised by that. The priority that this champ garners very high. So we'll be locked in here for IG with likely the Shy looking for his champ at the top side. Of course, they've hovered Lee Sin twice now, and it's actually going to be a Lee Sin top into Gnar for the Shy.
What patch is this? What season are we in, Matt? What? Lee Sin top?
I mean, we'll see. I would really like an Akali here for Care. I feel like there's a real lack of CC for IG that can deal with something like an Akali. So yeah, I know this has been hovered twice now. I think this is the pick, and that will be locked in.
Yeah, your CC is so conditional from the side of IG. Nothing is guaranteed, and this is a landscape where Akali can actually thrive on the battlefield, being able to dip in and out if she avoids the Chain of Corruption, the Magnustorm from Mako. What? The side top? Oh, Nidalee Bruiser top? Oh my god!
No.
My time has come!
Are we really doing this, The
My time has come! My time has come! Oh my god! I'm gonna wait until the timer hits 0.
Yeah, it's 20 seconds is when that swap. That's an Italy top. Oh my goodness. The Shy continues to surprise. Continues to surprise.
Oh my goodness. All right, guys. Nidalee top. This is AD Nidalee. There is a time, I want to say last summer heading into Worlds, where ever since a little bit of the touch-up buffs,
it was rumored that this was going to get played, and then lane swaps got big again, and then it was Gonzo, right?
And it was Gonzo. But now we're in a world where lane swaps are no longer happening. You can no longer punish something cheesy like a Nidalee top. She is a pure lane bully. She walks in, she heals herself, she maxes E, she gets an attack speed steroid, she goes with Grasp. If you want even more information, go hit up a Lurlo stream real quick, look in the archives and the highlights. This guy spammed it a lot in solo queue, popularized it enough to the point where even Merwin from LEC was playing it on a stage game as well. There's a lot of optimizations that you can make in top lane Nidalee, and I would argue is even more mechanically demanding than playing just normal jungle AP Nidalee. And if anyone's gonna do it, it might as well be the Shy.
I want to say that historically this has been a pick that the Shy has played and tried to popularize before in the top lane. I mean, it kind of fits him as a player, but just curious to see this played in an actual stage game. As going in, it's gonna be the grass for the Shy, the D-boy that start as we figured, and that's gonna be spotted.
Yeah, FPX immediately knowing that they do not want to allow the Shy to set up those traps to gain that bush control, sets that early ward. It's so important because how you want to be able to poke and prod a lane in the top lane as Nidalee is weaving the auto attacks, dipping into brush to dodge the minion aggro, and you're just constantly getting those grass stacks. Oh my god, I'm so excited, Matt.
I mean, you are. Here's another question though. Who the hell is going to do damage on IG's team?
I refuse to acknowledge that concern. I refuse to acknowledge it. I don't care. We're playing for content at this point.
I know it's Poke Ferris, but if these fights go long at all, whatsoever, it's going to be hard for IG, as they really lack DPS with this squad. So I want to see what's going to happen. Also, I do see a Jack of all trades on the Shy, so the expected Trinity Force going to come out from him is, that ward is going to draw minion aggro, and the Shy, well, the interest has started.
Yeah, this does really help Sheer a lot, though, because that's a lot of your game plan of trying to not take as much minion aggro as it's already, the caster minions starting to build up a lot of that damage, and where the Shy could have had a pretty solid health advantage is now pretty even, if not in the favor of Sheer, but the Shy, once he gets access to his E in level 2, he'll be able to give himself some pseudo-sustain thanks to the Primal Surge.
Yeah, do you want to say, looks like our jungler is going to be a matched clear this time, each going bot to top. That point and click stun from Pantheon, I think it's going to be really, really valuable this game. If he's able to get on the Nidalee, on the Lee Sin, he has an Akali to play off of too, potential to set up for MF or Nico. A lot of eyes going to be on Shadow in this Pantheon, a jungle that has really been popularized by the LPL, and I think it's still a really strong pick across the world. Again, the point and click stun so valuable as, oh boy.
Oh man, JJ. I mean, we were so hyped up on the top side of the match that JJ is going to create some attention on the pod side of the map. Flash from Mako early on. Awesome knows that he's got no way out. It's the early 3-camp clear into a gank on the bot side. First blood for JJ.
All right, well played, IG and JJ. It's still very important that they are able to really keep this game rolling. As, okay, looks like the Shy was the last one to play this against Top Esports. Did it win? I can't tell if it won from that graphic or not. As
I could not tell either, but you know what? I do not care. I get to see Italy top. Oh my god.
yeah, and you can see it in this matchup again. Sheer, he went green tree, he went D shield, and the Shy still hasn't melted. But again, Shadow, Pantheon, point and click, level 4. The Shy's low.
Jump into the bushes, get the movement speed from your passive, Shy. Keep running away. Stun from Shadow. Here comes the Aegis Assault, and he gets out of it, and he lands a spear, and now he has a chance to turn onto it. He can totally jump in, because he's got JJ in his back pocket. The save card looks for the Sonic Wave. Oh, but it hits a minion instead. The spear will not connect either, but that's a flash out of Shadow.
Still well played from the Shy. Again, Italy does pack a lot of power at this point of the game. As the IG topside, they will win this 2v2, even with JJ down a level. Not going to matter. Sheer will be able to absorb, though. The Crab will go over to Louis Sin, and already did. And Shadow not able to get access to any camps. So that bot gank ends up actually just being all right here for IG and JJ in this jungle matchup. That said, FPX are going to switch up the matchups and try and find a favorable swap into this Nidalee. I would love to see Awesome actually get this wave in and then swap again.
Yep. Predict the lane swap.
If they really want to pull, yeah, because the Varus is going back now, and that wave isn't even in. I'm really surprised he didn't kill that wave and they didn't just like eat it for one wave. With the Shy being top, the fact that they swap now is gonna be really beneficial for Sheer. And yeah, they actually lose the TP because this wave is not favorable for IG, so a small win for FPX.
Yep. Wave stacking up. Let's see how FPX can adapt to the conditions that are now kind of given to them thanks to their proactive lane swap. Gold lead is small, but in the advantage mostly of the top side of the map here. After a successful gank from JJ. Awesome. Still down to cleanse, but maintained his flash, just accepting his fate. And that's a... oh, damn. It's a hearty chunk from the Aurora in the mid lane against KR's Akali. We'll see if the... I'm not sure how the matchup is supposed to go later on into the game, but, you know... watching mid laners play Aurora, it definitely does seem very oppressive to play against, and
yeah,
I don't have to do that in my own time.
Yeah, I mean, also KR going for the Electrocute build. We'll say, I didn't catch what the secondary was. I assume it's Green Tree, but definitely trying to survive early on the onslaught against Aurora. Again, the good news later on for KR, not a lot of CC to stop the Akali. As you highlighted, and appropriately so, Mark, outside of the Rel, a lot of conditional CC for IG. Skill shots need to land, or, you know, it needs to be a chain kick from the Lee Sin, and that's really about it. So I still feel like the setup for FPX is so important that the lanes go IG's way, because the team fights just will be easier for FPX. As Grubs have spawned, they've been started. JJ snags 1 as Shadow going to rotate over, and both junglers have access to Smite.
Yep. JJ was able to take the first one without Smite, so we can always go back in and try and chance for it, but a majority of FPX members are guarding it, so it would be ill-advised for JJ to go in just to burn his flash on the way out. 2 Grubs secured. JJ dashes out. KR flashing in forward with the perfect execution, looking for the first kill. Dashes out looking for Rookie, but dies to the Electrocute proc, and Rookie is able to dash his way out. The rest of IG looking for exit kills, but not going to find any more.
All right, trade goes down. KR no TP. That's actually kind of big. I know KR got the kill, but the fact that he's off the map, this Akali falls behind again. Akali is something that can really break the game in this draft with the lack of CC that IG has for Akali in particular. So I know that KR got a kill. I think still keeping KR off the map means that the 1-for-1 trade is, I would say, slightly favor IG. I know they dropped the Grubs, but attempted engage there. And you still can see from KR, even with the focus that IG were able to put. Yes, they do get through the Akali's health bar, but KR was still able to get an execute off and do some damage in that fight.
Yeah. Looking forward to the next potential objective contest. Mountain Dragon is still alive for the taking. Neither team has really made a move for it yet. The Shy trying to build up priority in that bot side of the map. So he takes a base. I thought he was gonna have enough money for the Phage, but he's probably short, and he's just going for the boots to at least get that extra movement speed that he would have otherwise had he had enough gold for the Phage, proccing the on-hit passive. That does really help a lot in that laning phase where you're just trying to dip in and out, using the movement speed from the items you're getting, as well as the passive from walking in and out of bushes, or using the hunted target passive as well. You're just trying to weave in as many auto attacks as possible without you know, taking harass back from the top lane matchup.
And I will say the CS pretty close, so has been okay at the moment if you are sheer. And again, team fights, I mean, Nar just brings so much more to the table in the team fights, whereas Nids really wants to be that side lane menace if possible. But the fact that sheer is surviving now does have that early skill cap, so again, Nar can only just go defensive with Care.
That was a pretty nice combo from Care.
Yeah.
As you called it, and it forces Rookie to ult defensively.
All right, small win. Top side, I mean, just kind of a 1-for-1, but Care is still the one that has the priority, and Rookie being a little bit lower. That said, Mako going to make his way up and help Rookie likely escort this wave in, and potentially even look for a dive. It is a caddy wave, so Jouet going to come up and hover too, with Shadow on the way.
Here. This is a little dangerous for IG if they want to force a dive. I think it just let Shadow, or I should say Rookie, get this wave in, but they're not going to be given a chance. The Sonic Wave is dodged beautifully by Care with that shuriken backflip. The buffer from Mako on the crash down ignores the stun from Pantheon. Well played by both sides.
I appreciate the idea there from Shadow. I think that ult was a little bit deep. Again, Rookie, no ult, no flash. If that ult is placed a wee bit better, should be okay, but Rookie was able to retreat to his teammates in the river, and that ult ended up being a little bit deep from Shadow. Didn't want to burn the flash to try and get on the Aurora because there was no guarantee of follow-up damage coming through. So, well managed here, as it does look like we had awesome Burn a Cleanse off screen, which is being shown. So, good job from Gala in the mid lane. At least get a little something. But map stays pretty quiet.
Shy finally getting some time to chip some extra plates off of this tower. Maybe looking for Shadow. Still has a flash available. JJ safeguards back to Mako. Jouet threatening. Has Pop Blossom available now that he's level 6. A little bit of tangoing in the river as they jockey for position over this Scuttle Crab, and Grub's coming up in 10 seconds. Oh, Mako Q flash forward. Pop Blossom doesn't stop in the bullet time. Forces JJ to flash defensively away.
Hair.
Rookie cannot get enough damage out, and he is forced to retreat on the left side. And FPX will take the river fight in style.
I don't really know why IG took that one. I don't know, man. There were not conditions that I saw available for them in order of taking a fight, and they kind of walked into the Nico and ate the Bullet Blossom combo, and that was the fight. I don't know if you saw anything different there, Rafa. I feel like I'm being maybe a little bit harsh, but I really didn't see it.
Oh, okay. Another ult trade for trade once again. The Shy is getting close to putting Sheer at lethal, but the problem is that once Sheer hits Mega, then you can no longer have threat on diving him, but he is chunking him out. He is trying to force him away and getting a lot of turret plates, but back to the replay. We saw the not so good fight from IG.
I mean, again, the engage is just on the Pantheon, who can burn the E, gets the point and click off onto the Lee Sin, so JJ forced out of the fight immediately, and then Care blast going in over the wall, and as we go back to live, Mako is in Narnia, gets stuck and taken down.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is maybe Mako was trying to get some defensive vision for Shy so that he could continue.
I mean, he got a free Drake. Tower. It's fine, you know.
You know what? Yep.
Support for Drake is worth in the long haul, right?
True.
Was it necessary? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We need some copium after that. I think it's okay.
We're always on copium, Rafa. Come on, it's just easier to have life be that way.
As,
okay, yeah, we don't need to shout that out.
3.5 minutes until the Rift Herald spawns. 4 minute and 20 for Dragon, and Rookie. Oh, he's gonna try to teleport. Can Shadow get in range to stun him? Yeah. Nicely done by Rookie.
A little bunny hop and escape on out. TP's mid, not going to be able to grab anything. Wave will be crash top. 5 grubs over to FPX yet again, so gotta believe that top outer turret, it's going to be under threat this upcoming wave. And the response from IG is to push hard bot. You can see Gawa, Mako making the rotation as the race is on. And FPX with the grub advantage going to be up.
Teleport is coming in from FPX. They are actually scared of IG being able to win this turret push war, but as you called out, the 5 grubs guarantees it. Sheer helps out with the extra bit of damage. It does look close, but FPX victorious in the first break.
That Nidalee attack speed steroid almost doing some extra work there to secure at least a feats proc for IG, one of the 3 steps. Instead, it is just feats secured for FPX off that first break.
The fact that FPX were able to deny the grubs away from IG is so huge for them, because this is pretty much the peak point of the Nidalee top lane experience. Trinity Force acquired, you want to be splitting on the side lanes and creating a lot of map pressure just through turrets being taken. After this point, it doesn't get better. Yeah, this is it. This is the peak experience of it.
I just still don't know what the game plan was from IG. We picked Nidalee to, I don't know, match the Triforce, try and win the matchup, but the lack of CC against the 5-pick Akali is still going to be such a problem. They don't have a lot of DPS to go into the MF who can kind of drain tank, right? If things get squishy, and now we'll see if this bait's good for IG.
Kick. Not quite into turret range, but it does get one turret at range. There it is. Shy flashing with the takedown to secure the kill on the Care. Jway trying to join the fight here, looking for a Pop Blossom angle. The Shy is a little too far forward. The flash to guarantee the knock up onto the Cougar. Down goes Nidalee. And awesome benefits from the kill gold there.
Nice escape there from Jway. Obviously took one down with him. I thought he was stuck there for a sec, and at least able to get the Shy. So ends up being a 1-for-1. With Sheer, at least able to push top. Not going to get anything real, but still, like, IG, this is what they want to do. They want to skirmish. They want to play, use the Nidalee to be strong. They can have the Varus delete waves so that you can play around with maybe some more timers. We really haven't seen that one yet. From Gallus, he's yet to be super active on this map, Rafa. And again, a FPX with a small gold lead. This comp is so much better in team fights. It's so much easier to execute than what IG can bring. It's a nice bait from the Shy and JJ, but like, again, it's a 1-for-1. A few more resources were invested here, but you have Rookie and Gama both racing to try and be involved in this fight, and it's not like IG were able to pick up or play out 3 lanes the way that they were able to last game when it was FPX making plays on them. So
yeah.
Again, we'll see if that change ends up being made by IG moving forward, but it's not like they're getting anything real off these skirmishes going, even unlike last game where they were better at playing 3 lanes.
Yeah, because you're not necessarily getting a huge scaling factor on a majority of these champions that IG have drafted. This is the peak of your strength. A lot of these champions spiking really hard right now on 1 item. 2 item maybe for the Varus once the Muramana is, fully stacked, and you've got this second serrated dirt component turning into whatever it's going to be, and you can kind of live the 1-3-1 split push with Poke from the Varus, split push from the Aurora and the Nidalee. But like we said earlier, FPX denied grubs from them. They're going to deny Rift Herald from them. So a lot of the game plan that IG would have preferred is not going their way. So now IG have to really bank on just opportunistic picks and forcing skirmishes when FPX are not prepared for it. But so far, the way that they have adapted, they've been the first ones to collapse. They've been the ones with the numbers advantage, and FPX are straight up outplaying IG on the map.
Yeah, props to Sheer for really holding down the fort against this Emax Nidalee. Again, this is a pick that is chosen for lane. You don't see any real deficit on the Sheer or FPX, and he's just going to be infinitely more useful. Sheer was a huge part of their run just to make it into this group in the first place. Was, I'd say, the honorary MVP. If it wasn't for Jway's magnetic dredge lines in the last one, would have been a Sheer MVP. But the fact that he's even here, just the opportunity for him in fights to be so much more impactful against a team where, man, how are you going to stop Pantheon Nora Kali? We just don't see it. And so FPX, the onus and opportunity is on them and for them to win this game is Care. Goodbye.
2v1. Grand Starfall into the stun to allow Akali to land everything. Yeah. Nidalee will not survive that one. JJ jumps on the Shadow. He's got Mako in his back pocket, but I don't know if he has enough damage. Kick flash. Lands him into a bush. But here comes Rookie with the teleport. And Care has to leave his jungler to die. No way the Shadow will escape this one. Big shutdown bounty going over to the hands of Rookie's Aurora. Maybe it could give IG a little bit of a boon to work with. As now Mako just forcing Care away from the minion wave.
We're going to have to be that person later on that does end up making people go pop. As Aurora still caught off guard by how much damage her combo can do later on in games. Not even the ult combo, just the QE, if you're able to get that passive proc with it as well.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's really where the hope is for IG in these fights, but still, if the 3-lane scenario isn't going well for you, again, just look at the comps. Like, how much easier is it for FPX to execute comps? Like, look at this, a point and click into a Kali, just like, no chance for the Shy to do anything on the Nidalee where you want to be slippery, you want to find outplays. You have this, you took the Wii Sin, instead the Flex at a champ that wants to do the same, you're still playing into the point and click Pantheon, and like the Gnar and Eco, I just really perplexed by the decisions of IG. In some ways, you can just kind of laugh it off and be like, oh, haha, it's the Shy, this is how he plays, but also, what does this Flex actually get you in this game? I don't see the value of it.
And this is why I refused to acknowledge the logical argument earlier on in the draft. I wanted to be happy for the first 10 minutes of the game where I knew that I could enjoy.
Mark just wants to vibe.
Listen, man, I never get to see Nidalee top. When it was actually happening, I never got to cast it. I finally did. Thank you, The Shy. I appreciate your contribution. As now, FPX trying to collapse onto Care. Actually, they're nowhere near. Care is totally fine. Dissuading a 3-man attempt on the top side of the map. Gonna use the Rift Herald to unlock the mid lane here. One crash should do it. Bam, there it is. I mean, no one's gonna escort the Herald out to safety though. Sad.
I gotta be honest, Rafa, this is the type of game that like I would show my mid-masters collegiate team, just be like, guys, why didn't they pick Maokai? You know, for like confirmation bias. It's like, how sick is that champion? You bring all that CC engaged and control. Like, why aren't we playing it? You know, I mean, why do you end up like we can do better than this?
Like, unironically, hang on.
All right, I'm gonna bully this pick a lot, so I might actually.
Oh, he speared the minion. It might not be enough. Okay, but the Shy still has the damage with the takedown and the Triforce proc, but the flash is still not gonna save him. Auto attack still goes through. Oh boy.
I mean, it was a nice outplay from the Shy, like, and then he flashed air, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
Might get Shadow in the back half. Oh, okay, Sonic Wave catches a minion, and again, like the skirmishes, that's what this comp is built for IG. If they're not able to win the 1v1s, 2v2s, 3v3s, how are you gonna win the 5v5s this game? And that's really kind of why we're perplexed. And I know the game's not out of control yet in FPX's favor, but what's the out for IG? What's their win con? We just don't see it.
They just have to hope that they have better hands in the fights that it matters. I think that's literally it. So we see.
I mean, it was a preemptive setup. Like, Shadow's not TPing in yet with his ult, I should say. I think if Sheer hits the first W, it's a maybe. He did catch him on the second one, which did help set up the Shy to get taken down by Shadow. But I think Sheer, I like the idea. I do think he went in just a little bit early there. If he went in with the Mega when Shadow was about to channel or was channeling, I do think that that's warranted, but a little bit too early with Shadow not being in position to yet cast that ultimate, ends up going down to the Shy.
Yeah. The way that IG are catching minion waves both mid and bot side. I'm not sure if they saw. Yeah, I'm not sure if they saw JJ on the bottom side of the map, but they must have enough knowledge to force the Otacon here. IG are gonna try to scope it out, but there's just no chance that they can safely walk in.
That's the thing. Like, even if IG wanted it or want to think about this, they can't find it. They don't have the tools to even take a fight like that. Like, you're playing into the corridors against Pop Blossom and Mega Gnar, no chance. You just have to take the inner. So Otacon falls. It is the GA Otacon, so temporary power for FPX. Not like the Flowers went through, where everyone gets about a half level and change of XP, which is always kind of nice. IG can be a little bit happy with that, but still, this is going to be such a hard game for IG to win. And I don't see, does Nidalee take over like with 3, 4, 5 items? I mean, it's just not what you pick the champion for. And not something I can really see happening in that side lane match, even if she is going to be very favorable in that 1v1 and 2v2 is, Care.
Maybe a pick on the Care. They get the initial stun onto him. JJ tries to follow up, and the Shy, one last auto attack. That's one GA down. They got to be careful, though. The rest of FPX are collapsing. Shadow's taking a lot of damage on the entry here. Between Worlds gets a decent amount of work done. Bullet time forces Mako out of the fight, and he lives, as you called it out. IG, that was pretty much one of the best outcomes they could have asked for right there.
Yeah, I mean, they got one withdraw. FPX not deciding to really throw their GAs in there because they do have a dragon that is on the map, and I want to see if FPX is going to play this one, because at the moment, IG finds themselves on the top side of the Rift. Opportunity here for FPX to go attack that dragon. You can see Shadow making his way down, JJ as well. So we'll see if we get a contest.
Yeah. Rest of FPX are the first ones here onto the Dragon Pit. There was a ward, but it is being blocked out by that control ward from the side of FPX. 5K, 4K, 3K on the Dragon. JJ nowhere near. It's secured by FPX. That's their first Dragon of the game. IG had already picked up the first 2 earlier on. Meanwhile, the Shy still putting pressure down onto the top side, and he at least is playing to the win conditions that IG have, as small as they are. Mako on the run. Should be able to make it out alive.
Shadow does not want to cast the ult. Of course, that outer turret still standing this late into the game, so likely to be the target here from FPX. They don't know that JJ's here.
Shadow is a little far forward. Kick into the tower. And that should be the revival, the withdrawal expended there. All right, well, IG are getting kills here and there.
Top. Yeah.
And it got close.
Sheer not able to take down the Shy. Of course, he did max that E and has the Sunder's guys, so Lucille is going to be big. Executioners was bought by Sheer to help prevent that, but a little bit of back and forth.
Ooh. Rookie thought that he had a 1v1 against Care, and yeah, the audience knew.
Yeah.
They reacted the same way as I did. We were like, oh, okay, 1v1. Oh, and then Rookie immediately seeing the Nico in his back pocket and like, I don't want to take this anymore.
They were also a little bit scared there. I said, even gold game. Inner been taken in bot lane. Gotta imagine that the Shy has to switch up what lane he's in soon with the Baron spawning. You gotta imagine they want to put him away from the action so that he has more space to take. That said, bot lane, he's already taken the inner, so gonna be a while until we can actually pressure that inhibitor turret.
Oh, Mako with a potential flank. The rest of FPX immediately distance themselves enough.
Respecting their lines.
Yep.
Did find Mako, so yeah, I mean, well played here by FPX. They really did a nice job actually of defending their jungle there. And again, they keep their lines, they keep things stable. That's where things start to favor them. Is Care actually going to take the wall over?
Shy's in trouble. Tries to flash away. Gets out of range from the Shadow here. Care kicked in.
Wait, he kicked him in.
But he just delivered him to the Shy, but it's not enough damage from the Akali onto the Shy. Bullet time rocks through the front line of IG. JJ falls. Rookie tries to stall the time with the Between Worlds, but Chuen finds his moment. Pop Blossom with the Rocket Belt finds it on the 2. No other members from IG have dropped yet. They're still trying to press forward, but Mako is just not taking enough to step forward like that. Gala will not get a chance to put some damage in. And FPX, now with the confidence of 2 members gone from IG, might just look to rip the Baron.
That wasn't even a great look for FPX at the start, but a couple of funky things happened to that one. First up, JJ kind of with the tip assist over to Care, knocking him in to at least do some damage against the Shy, who did end up living, but that bought time for Sheer to come in and hit the Mega Gnar, which netted them the kill of the fight.
It definitely looked a little goofy. It's like, oh no, you just hand-delivered the Akali to the Nidalee, but at least for the Shy's sake, this is not a squishy Nidalee. You know, it is a bruiser Nidalee. It does survive a little bit longer, but yeah, the rest of the fight, oh boy.
Again, you can see the pop, like when Rookie goes in and Ga was able to get a pretty big Q in there, but again, this is a lot of poke, pick, and skirmishing that IG opted for, but the draft, not DPS. So Mako stepping up like this, he gets piped down by the DPS marksman, right? I mean, that's pretty easy for Awesome in the back half to find that kill. And again, that's the concern for IG, is that if they do make mistakes, DPS marksman in
caught
hand.
out, Shadow stuns him down. Pretty tanky, is able to survive the pick. Will be forced off the map for now. Get a chance to reset. Got Dragon coming up in a minute and 20. Baron's still alive for the taking. FPX did not take that opportunity, did not want to take the chance, as there were still 3 members with a lot of damage on IG side that could have stopped them on the Baron take. FPX still taking this slow and patient.
Really like how FPX has carved out all the control in that. Whenever I know we spent a lot of time kind of complaining about the trap from IG, but we gotta start to give FPX some credit here, Rob. I mean, we're set up to have a 2-0 over the, I'd say, the fan favorite super team in IG. The super team that has yet to really look like a super team did so in the placements, but now in split 2 proper, off to a slow start against FPX, who have really been on the come up. This addition of Awesome, we kind of felt like, okay, like Oki's going over to FPX, like that's fine. They're still going to be a tough team, but it feels like it's really revitalized this squad, and they've been playing a lot better with Shadow and Jouet at the helm. These guys actually have had some good looks.
It's also the coaching staff addition as well. I'm blanking on at the moment, but I know that production was telling us as well that when Awesome came over, there's some coaching staff changes that were added. It has really helped in the long run here, because like we said before in game 1, you know, it was not the same FPX that we saw in the placement stage. Maybe glimpses of it during that qualifier.
Yeah. So that was nice. As you might have to pause about the story here, Mark, because we do have a setup going over to the Dragon and IG. They do have poke and a lot of heal. So that is one thing where if IG, if they are able to get control, might be able to find something here going up against FPX. As the Nidalee heals and the Varus poke will be doing some work. Does find Jue and Awesome. As FPX really an uphill battle for vision. It looks like they might be sacking this Soul Point.
Shadows the first one into the river, gets some vision down. Mako turns it around. Jue with the counter, Pop Blossom engaged, and there's the bullet time ripping through once again. Good spear from the Shy. Does he want to look for Jue? Can't get in range, but Care on the left side flank. Rookie's exposed. Sheer barely survives. Dodges the Comet. The Shy is in. Can he get enough done? Kills Awesome, but Sheer still is alive. Care. Oh, wait a minute. Gala finds enough damage and puts the arrow into his back. So far in the most competitive fight that IG have been able to field against FPX, but still they lost 4 members and Gala is the only survivor.
Dragon still on the board too. Good job by Gala to clean up the back half of the fight. That was a good start to the fight from IG, but again, you can see no DPS really like from their team. It's a weird damage profile from them, and the Shy wasn't able to carry things out on the Nidalee as he has opted for a Shojin, so a lot more animal form cooldowns able to use. You know, all the normal abilities kind of nice. As again, Rookie, good start to the fight, but the combo coming out, Sheer even throwing people backwards, they still stayed in the range of the bullet time. And then FPX just awesome, I gotta say. I know he goes down to the end, but I thought he had a really nice fight. Even sidestepped the arrow there, kept him alive, was not able to sidestep the Q from the Shy. If he does that, maybe he lives, but at least he was able to pump out all the damage. Did flash air at the end. We're gonna ignore that. That was a bit of a bummer. If he stays alive, that would have been a free Dragon, so I know that flash attempt was okay. Ends up being nothing as he goes down. And it might just be a rinse and repeat here over the Dragon with a lot of sums down.
Oh, between worlds they found Jue!
That's big!
That's huge! No Pop Blossom available now for FPX.
That's Dragon gone.
Yeah.
No fight. Pop Blossom's really big for at least holding people together, and then you have the Bullet Blossom combos. So that not being available is going to be enough to make sure that this Soul Point does go over to IG.
I mean, we questioned earlier, how does IG beat the composition of FPX? I jokingly remarked, play better, have better hands. I mean, I don't know if this is necessarily a case, but just finding a good opportunistic pick on one of the few engages that FPX has, that's a way to guarantee an objective for yourself. That
is a good find. I like that. Again, Pop Blossom, it is a single ability, but it brings a lot of power to the fight when you have a bullet time behind it. So taking that option away in a fight where a lot of people were going to be down summoner spells after the last skirmish was very nice from JJ, and was able to pick that up, find a kill, and find the Dragon.
While we have some time, the funniest thing about this match so far, Cubby, is most Nidalee games I've seen, or Nidalee top games I've seen in like solo queue, have never lasted this long where I've seen what a third item looks like on Nidalee top. It's just Trinity Force.
I gotta say, yeah. I'm starting to wonder, especially with the Guardian Angel for Awesome, if Nidalee can almost like drain tank, because Bruiser Nidalee does a good chunk of damage. So I'm wondering how much the Shy can actually get involved in like drain tank a backline.
The unironic big spike on Nidalee top is actually level 16, because every rank you get in your ultimate, you increase the amount of execute damage you do on your takedown.
Hey, he's winning this hard.
Dude, he is poning on Sheer. He's got to go mega before Shy pops in. There's the slam, there's the wall up, and there's the difference. Flash forward, follows the Shy, and will outplay him on the Gnar.
Well, as much as we thought the Nidalee pick could work out, it's still not working out, Rafa, as the Nidalee top has not been the answer in FPX. They've had all the answers here, as keep in mind, Kara on the Sakali, not a lot of CC that can stop it. I thought it was a really nice engage from Mako that kept the last fight so close, so even. And then the pick on the Jue. Jue now going to be looking for that big flash Pop Blossom combo as IG, this Baron's getting low.
Oh, JJ taking the portal over the wall. Is able to see that it was at 5,000 HP, 3,800, goes back in, fishes for a Q. Is he going to take it? 1,700, 1,200, JJ does it again! We've seen it time and time where JJ is able to pull a rabbit out of the hat with a smite steal. JJ! Oh my God, you're a monster!
The crowd loves it. He's keeping IG in the game. I'm not exactly sure what happened. They had decent vision. Jue saw him go over that red buff wall. I don't know if they saw him actually W over, because I can see 2 control wards in. I just don't. I know that it was JJ going to a control ward himself. I didn't know if FPX had vision, but once he got in the pit, took down Shadow, who had the GA, and while he was dead, found the smite to steal the Baron. As FPX mistake, failing to keep JJ out of the pit. Of course, Sheer was the one who used all of his tools bot. A lot of the times, that's Dinar's job to keep that Lee Sin out of the pit. As we're going to take another look. How'd this one go down? As the Shy did sidestep the first Q from Gnar, got around that one too. And the big thing was just barely too close to the wall. That enabled the chain CC, and the flash from the Shy. That house sadly still hit him. Maybe if he flashes backwards towards his base, he gets in. This is the one that I want to see. JJ, he's going to hit the blast cone, goes over the wall, then he pink wards in. Yeah, that control ward was dropped, so again, they saw him. Shadow just wasn't able to get off his E is stunned. I don't know exactly what he had available in the pit, but they didn't lock up JJ at all. And Sheer, yeah, he goes Mega just a little bit late, so couldn't keep Wee out of the pit either. Mistake from FPX, punished by IG, and that's going to keep him in things for a little bit longer.
We saw JJ pull off the steal on the Dragon against top esports in their series. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to win them the game, nor the series, but IG, once again, are able to look to their jungler to pull a miracle. As now Rookie, dodges the Pop Blossom.
That's a lot used.
Dancing between worlds. Shadow flashing forward, bullet time. JJ goes back in, forced to flash away. Sheer on the hunt, gets stunned up. The Magnastorm interrupts the hop. It only scoops in Mako. Shadow flies in on the Grand Starfall, but he's super far away. FPX trying to pincer IG now in between them. But IG are now collapsing onto Shadow, and he's all isolated. He's all by himself. This is not the flank that he was looking for, and he's got no backup to bail him out.
Great play by Mako to interrupt the re-engage from Sheer. As IG, you said it out. What's the game plan to win this this match? Better hands, Rafa. They showed it in that skirmish.
It is literally the one win condition that IG have. We gave credit to FPX for having the easier composition to execute, but IG are somehow weaving in and out of these breakpoints, are being able to dance around the CC and the engage tools available from FPX. And they're making it happen. This is actually Dragon Soul. Holy moly.
Varus, Nidalee being able to apply that, that's going to be a huge help. The slows, too, will make a big difference, as I got to give credit to Rookie. The initial engage was onto him. He got out of 3 ultimates, pretty much. Or 2 ultimates that were thrown at him. Was a big difference maker in making sure the rest of the fight went their way. And now IG... I mean, with Hexel, Rafa, any sort of scaling issues that we might have had could be solved. FPX, like again, this Varus, look at all the damage on the Varus Q, the Nidalee Q too. Kara's been sent back to base, and Rookie's gonna pop an ult.
Oh my goodness, awesome. Still has a GA.
Yeah, he drain tanks it.
Yeah, he's able to survive for now. It was a good look. Like the idea there from IG and Rookie in particular, but not enough to force anything meaningful.
I mean, Akali was chunked, right? There was a look there, but definitely experienced the drain tank ability of MF. I'm still a little bit scared of that. I feel like late game for IG, that like the 2 big things that they need to hit, avoiding the Pop Blossom, because if one of those is big from Jue, Awesome's going to smoke the fight as Misfortune. Yeah. And for me, at this point, you kind of have to find the Misfortune. The BT is having a lot of mileage, and if you aren't able to find a clean execute on Awesome and take him out of the fight, we've seen MF be able to actually step up in this game. Again, it's not like she's into a true tank, where MF usually falls behind later on. You know, being stuck, hitting those big beefcakes, that doesn't really exist this game for MF, and with no raw DPS marksman on the other side, you can drain tank some of this poke, step up, and actually stand and fire, which is really big. So I feel like uniquely this game, MF going to be a lot more impactful later on than usual, and we'll have to keep our eyes on Awesome to see if he can really deliver on his ability to carry a late game where he is the only DPS marksman in the game. Pretty rare that we have that, even Fearless at this point, Rafa.
Yeah. Even though FPX were having seemingly the easy road ahead of them off of the early game, off the mid game.
That Baron steal hurts so bad.
Oh, yeah. I mean, IG are really making FPX work
Look at the
for it.
map. All the inners were taken there by IG minus top. All the inners are standing for FPX. You can easily assume that at least 2 of those inners would have fallen if FPX would have picked up that Baron. That's
Oh, there's an
excellent. Now we have an engage.
Grand Starfall Shear is looking for Mako, but can't get in range. Care is on the flank, looking for Gala, finds the shuriken backflip. Dway gonna pop, combo, pop, blast, and they pop the backline! Massive for FPX! Now it's down to Rookie, the Shine, can't do it! Chen on the Lee Sin, can he pull out another miracle? But he's gotta chew through a G and it just won't happen! FPX line up the circles, and they find the fight!
A big TP from Care, a big engage from Jouet, and a big finish to the fight from Awesome, who was able to drain tank everything as the full build MF. And that's going to be a Baron over for FPX. Rookie's here to stop it. Shadow has a GA if you really wants to throw himself at it. Rookie, no ult for now. FPX going to start it. You got to believe this is going to fall.
Rookie's not going to even take a chance.
This game's going
Baron
Elder.
secured for FPX.
We're going to Elder, Rafa.
Oh, boy.
That's the only answer at this point. It's got to be an Elder game. They're going to wait to kill the Baron until their teammates spawn, at least Jouet. Yeah, he will pick up that Baron buff. So Baron on 4. Let's take another look. That's a big TP from Care. This importantly got the spell shield off of Gala. It was a good chain of corruption, the stick shadow as he landed, but they didn't see Care until it was too late. He waits to take the backflip until the Pop Blossom connects, and everything on the head of Gala makes the start of this fight quite hard for IG. They bring it back as the Between Worlds is huge from Rookie, but it wasn't enough to win in the end. As Awesome, again, the only DPS marksman, was not threatened enough to even get the GA and was able to tank his way throughout the rest of the fight.
Matt, when I woke up today, getting ready to do prep for this series,
I wasn't excited.
2-0 was not on my bingo card for
I wasn't
FPX.
even excited. It was like, yeah.
We brushed this off. We wrote it off as like, oh yeah, okay,
Second
this will be an
series
IG
would be fun.
2-0. You know,
Yeah.
second series maybe TT, you know, BLG, and
They
then
beat them
obviously
before.
the top esports AL. You know, that's gonna be a banger. We
yep.
did not expect the bangers to start right now in this first series.
I mean, I guess we should have expected it. It is IG. You know, they're going to do things like pick Nidalee.
I mean, off the placement stage, I thought they had erased all the concerns. They were one of the 2 teams in their respective groups to get 6-0. The other 6-0 team was Top Esports in their own group. All the other first seeds were 5-1s. So I thought that IG were like ready to play, and FPX kind of barely scraped by coming through the qualifier stage. We were definitely not high on this team before, but I think this series has really changed our expectations of what these guys can accomplish in this stage.
I still really feel like IG found ways to troll both games in different fashions. Game 1, it was gameplay. Game 2, it was draft. But, you know,
but
FPX, credit where credit's due.
Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. This isn't, you know, perfect play being matched by even better perfect play, right? This is a team taking advantage of, you know, mistakes, but still, you still need to be good enough to take advantage of those mistakes against a team that is still fighting thick and thin and making it hard for you to close out the game with that advantage.
And I mean, this still is IG in a late game Elder fight. I mean, if Elder gets taken, anything can happen. So
yeah,
I gotta say, IG, they've done a good job. The fight that we saw them win/be close towards this objective was when they got river control. They were here first. FPX is an uphill battle to try and get this control back against the Poke Varus. As Gala doing his damnedest to connect with these arrows. That one does go to the wayside. They lose their control of river.
Code of Darkness completely over the river, as Mako will be the first one to start getting eyes and intel for the rest of IG. FPX leashing the dragon, leaning towards the bottom side. Rookie trying to brute force his way in. The dragon will reset.
That's big on the Care. Yeah, Care is going to hit TP and reset again. Damage onto Akali's sticks. Really big that they can find damage onto Nico, onto Akali, onto these champions that cannot heal back the health. So love that from Rookie. That's a really big chunk and is going to threaten the TP of Care. As with him going to base, Elder has been pulled. It's at half. Care TPing into the bot side as the Shy ports over and Shadow's going in.
He's looking for the backline. He's gone in the gauntlet. Flash, cleanse, popped. dodges the bullet time. Shadow is all by himself. Jway tries to flash in forward, but Gala is able to sidestep in, and now he is unaffected. IG trying to buy space, but Gala is completely taken out of the fight. He can't get in. He finally looms forward, looks for a piercing arrow. Jway falls. FPX still trying to fight through thick and thin. 1600 on the Dragon. Who secures it? It's Shadow, and now the fights have turned. The result, it could be going to FPX's way, but the Shy's looking for a spear. It barely misses on the Shadow.
Oh, the start of the fight, I thought everything missed from FPX, but the Pop Blossom on the back half found a couple. It was a big between worlds from Rookie that kind of won them the fight, but the fight was even. The Elder going over onto 3. If FPX is able to reset, they might be able to use this Elder to play hard into the Baron and, again, try and clean up the rest of the inners, but I think we got plenty of game time left here, Rafa, as we're going to at least another Baron here in this one.
Yeah.
And again, the engage from Shadow, I believe he flashed over the Chains of Corruption here from Gala as he used a preemptive flash.
Holy.
Yeah, those went to the wayside. That was nice. And then Jway in the back half ended up barely picking up JJ. And Care had enough space, but again, Awesome was the one who ended up being pressured in the back half. I was a little bit surprised by that. The Shy did some serious work in the back line on this Nidalee build. I gotta say, Awesome, he flashed. He still caught the Q from Gala. I think if he flashed the Q and actually survived that, there's a chance that he maybe carried out that fight. But not the case. Instead, just a 2-for-2. Of course, Elder, the true prize, going over to FPX. And now, back out of the map. Elder on 3. We'll see what they can do to likely set up this Baron, as I think they're going to use Elder just to make sure they get this Baron safely.
Mako. Not going to be stunned up by Shadow. Good buffer of the crash down to escape danger. FPX trying to escort this wave on the top side. Looking for this tier 2. Should be able to get it. Sheer in the mid lane. Trying to corral the minion wave as well. The rest of FPX trying to play through this top side. Baron spawning in 30 seconds.
Again, this is where things get interesting. I think really important that FPX able to pick up this Baron is, Rafa, we've gone full late game. A lot of things now go out the window in terms of League of Legends. And for me, a lot of it's going to come down to the execution. Again, this is another reason why we liked FPX's comp. Yes, IG, they have some slippery components, but FPX, they still have that point-and-click CC with the Pantheon, with that Pop Blossom, if a big one can connect, and Care and Assume or Awesome are available to follow up. That can just spell the game.
Good for IG, are able to get the first wave push in the mid lane. They have full control of that top river.
Yeah, no Elder anymore. Just expired. And they're seesawing the map a little bit right now with IG being favored towards the top side. A lot of vision behind them, though. Sheer almost has Mega and has a couple flanking wards if he wants to go for something. Baron has been started. Oh, Sheer's going to pop Mega
already on the bottom side of the map.
Okay, does he TP behind him?
It's burning super fast. I don't think FPX can get in. 4,000, Shadow tries to brute force his way through the Shy. 1,500 in range, but Shadow cannot get in there. Sheer on the flank. Was he spotted? Was he spotted?
No.
IG, they're trying to lean forward. He goes in, looking for it, but a good kick by JJ. Forces Sheer away. Shadow all by himself, trying to threaten Mako and Gala. Jway opens up some space. They look for JJ first.
Awesome.
Bullet time, ripping through Mako. There's Care on the back line, and Gala is isolated. The Shy can't get to him. Rookie trying to fight through the bottom side of this flank. Shy, Sterex Gauge pop. Shadow throws up the Aegis shield, absorbs all the damage, but still goes down to the Shy. IG are making it tough for FPX to win this fight. And Rookie is now on the hunt, looking for stragglers, while Gala goes back to absorb the minion wave on the bottom side of the base.
Yeah, that boot trinket, that's going to be enough to force them off, but a close fight. Axel doing some bonus mileage here for IG, and Awesome just wasn't able to get through the entirety of that fight. That bullet time on the top side was big, but he was still kind of outranged, had to play a little bit further back, wasn't able to really step up and deal with the front line. I gotta say, with the Hexel, really helps the Shy and JJ's space so much stuff, as again, TP in from Sheer. And it was a great kick from JJ to really buy time on this engage and this crunch coming in from FPX to try and close out the angles, as Sheer ends up going down early, and Rookie with a great Zanyas to prevent Care from finding the execute onto him. So some good individual plays coming out from IG to really make this one close. I think they're doing a really nice job with spacing out some of these abilities. And again, Hexel doing some extra mileage with making the Shy, A, feel more powerful, and B, giving up some more space with these slows. Is that empowered auto? Again, the Overlord's Bloodmail. Last item Bruiser in Italy's actually doing some work, and now Rookie, that's a pop.
Big pop! Big pop!
That's huge.
Dwayne Eagle's gone! That's
60
only 4
seconds.
members for FPX. 60 seconds as you called it for the death timers. IG have the 5-man advantage. They have the Baron buff. They have Hextech Soul. They're pushing in through the mid lane.
This is where FPX's comp, again, being stuck under the tower against Hexol. That's going to be hard. They don't have the ability to find angles here, which Sheer and Care really need to make sure these fights are good. Shadow's going to try and find it with an ult. We'll see what your presses are. Bullet time used for the wave.
And, I mean, IG are still able to step up and get some decent damage onto the Nexus towers, but it looks like IG are going to step away from now, looking towards the bottom wave that's coming in.
No Nexus turrets for them. Again, Jouet up in 20. So Nexus turret's going to be safe for now, but bot inhibitor where the sights are for IG. Turret bound to fall. FPX have to wait for Jouet to fight. He does have flash. A flash pop blossom could be big. No bullet time, though, for Awesome to combo with.
6 seconds on Jouet. Both minion waves in mid and bot pouring onto the Nexus towers. FPX, you don't have that much time to play for. Here it comes. Shadow and Care watching forward. Jouet looks, finds the backline under goal, but he's standing tall. He's delivering on the arrows. He doesn't fall. IG will prevail over FPX. Shares the last one standing alongside Shadow, but it's not going to be enough. IG overcome the impossible and are bringing us to game 3.
Oh, the Hex Souls and the Bruisers, they do some extra mileage. You get IG over the edge in a 49-minute banger. I mean, Rafa, I guess we're just in for bangers in this series. Going to 3 as IG, what an IG game. We're going to 5-pick Nidalee, or I should say 5-pick Lee Sin to flex Nidalee top, lose early, make it look tough, get a Hex Soul, and then bring it back at the end, and then, you know, it's fine. It's just 1-1, and we move on to the next one with the Shy. More Absolute Cinema.
Dude, I thought game 1 was going to be the peak of this series. Holy
it is what
moly.
it is, you know?
Dude, I mean...
What is this series? I don't even know anymore.
Dude, we talked about it. We gave props to FunPlus Phoenix. We favored their composition. We said that it was easier to execute on their side, that the scaling advantage on IG was very little. I said that the Nidalee top, after the Trinity Force spike, was not going to do jack all. I was wrong. The Shy proved us wrong. And in moments where the Shy is skirmishing, dashing in and out of the fight, the empowered takedowns, the extra execute damage, that adds up. And he was able to just slink in kills and pick off stragglers. I just like...
It does. I feel like the champs kind of ran out of gas on FPX's side. Like, they also had a lot of early game. I thought the DPS marksman would be enough at the end, but the Bruisers kind of reigned supreme. And honestly, the hands from IG reigned supreme. As thinking back, like a couple of those moments, I mean, the outplaying of the Pop Blossoms, the kicks to cancel, just the initial big engage from Sheer, like that was big. Even the Baron steal from JJ was, I think, game-changing in that one. Again, they were able to knock down the inners and actually secure themselves a Hex Soul. Whereas if FPX takes that Baron, they get the inners for themselves.
Yeah.
So a lot of big things happen for IG. But again, that's the fun of this team. Like, there is a lot of talent on this roster. We haven't seen these 5 players, like, consistently bring it together. But when they are able to bring it together, and as a team individually, I mean, there's... Whether or not we have questions about how this team plays, there aren't questions about the raw skill that these individuals have on the roster, and IG were able to show it in that game.
Yeah, I mean, JJ needs a pay raise fast.
I think Rookie does too. I have a feeling when we look at that damage chart, Rookie's going to be up there and might be just have a sneaky paw, because Rookie was really doing his job and more in that game.
Oh, yeah. And I think it was a good thing that you highlighted that Rookie was kind of the last hope for the squad when all of the early game centric pieces, the skirmishing power that IG had in, you know, a majority of those champions were not really netting them that strong advantage in the early game. It really came down to Rookie. I mean, the credit to the Shy, he was still pumping a decent amount of damage by the late game, almost matching Rookie, 54k for Rookie and 52k, but God. I mean, we thought the gold draft from game 1 was a roller coaster. This was a roller coaster, dude. There's some corkscrews in there. There was loop-de-loops.
Oh, man. I still, like, looking back again, I think Hexel, honestly, Hexel, I feel like was MVP that game. Again, the ability just to connect with those slows against a comp that needs to a dog pile against you just to buy that extra space where you might be able to peel back, utilize the mobility of the Nidalee, the Lee Sin ended up being big. And you can always tell that these games and series have been bangers because like the first replay that we've been getting has been like 20-25 minutes into the game, and we still get to fill up like an entire reel worth of highlights and plays. Rafa is going to come down here yet again, and it's been quite big. Again, going through these replays, we're going to see back and forth. Feels like each team had opportunities to win in here. It was just IG that ended up clutching up in the end. And again, MVP, I think, to the Hexel. I thought Hexel was really a lot of mileage and the linchpin that this IG comp needed to really stick together and pull things together in the end.
Yeah. Cubby, how are we going to make it to the second series at this rate?
I don't know, man. I have a call time in 4 hours too. It's a crazy day for me personally,
bro.
Yeah.
Like, do we just hit up Grapes and Rude, who are the next caster rotation for the third series? No.
It's TT
joking.
versus BLG, and we need to go in there with the hope of like TT's beaten them before, and then we actually just watch them get fucking clobbered by BLG. It's a little bit of oopsie there. Anyway, we should go to the next one. I'm projecting what's gonna happen later on. You know.
Listen. It just goes to show that within the 2 games of this insanity between FPX and IG, we're already broken. We lost a little bit of our composure and poise.
A little bit of too much honesty there from me. That's my bad, my bad.
Hey, you know what? I'm right there with you, dude. This League of Legends really does truly bring out our true selves sometimes, and the insanity, once again, the chaos that was on our screens for the past 50 minutes. This is by far my favorite series of the year from LPL.
Yeah, this has been a banger for sure. There's really no other way to put it. Is like every fight is just all 5 players like going ham. That's really what it felt like. There were a lot of like 3 for 3s, 4 for 4s too. It made for an exciting one, but again, IG wrapped things up at the end. In this fight, props to Mako as well. I don't know who's gonna get the pog here for IG, but Mako and Rookie were the ones that had to make space, and towards the back half, again, with the Hexel did a nice job of kiting back, fighting back, and make sure that IG came out on top.
Just show us the pog already. Let's see the pog, guys. I think we've talked enough about this game. I'm ready to see the exciting conclusion in Game 3. I'm ready to get some extra water filled up in my bottle so that my throat and voice can survive.
I've got the nice tea for the day. We have the throat coat over here.
Man, I need. Yeah,
I think the pog is might be a greater mystery than what we actually just saw on our screens in that last game.
True. It almost feels like JJ will get it just because of the steal, because it really does warp the game. But if you go
it
on,
has to be a rookie pog, though. Yeah. I'm kind of leaning rookies. That's my gut. Like, there's so much game and so much slop that like I have to think who is consistently the best, and I feel like it was rookie. Yeah.
Oh my god, the suspense is killing us. Please show us the pog.
Rafa, you ever get jealous over the suits some of these casters have? They always look very dapper on the desk here.
Between the LPL and the LCK, they have really clean suits, man.
Yeah,
really,
I mean, LCK, suits. Obviously the traditional suit over in the East has a little emphasis in different spots and usually some bonus buttons. I feel like Atlas always rocks it the best. Shout out to Max. Really? Oh, it's Hexel. Thank you.
It's the shot.
Thank you, Kai.
Oh my god.
I almost like want to see the highlight reel for the Shy just to see like what tape they put where it's like, okay, that pog was justified.
Listen,
I didn't feel this one at all.
The only justification I will say is that the Shy made a 2+ item Nidalee top not look useless.
To be fair, the Bruiser items are strong right now. Like Shojin, Overlords, Bloodmail, and Sterax. That's actually pretty good for Nid in the back half. I might be coping and trying to find some logic, but those are strong items right now.
Yeah,
Nid
I mean,
can't abuse them.
Listen, that's very dangerous for the LPL to say the Shy is the MVP for this game, because now that's
was the main
motivating me to
character.
go. Like now that makes me want to go play Nidalee top and lose some LP, you know, in solo queue. So they might have unleashed a beast in me as well as everyone else watching the Shy win a game with Nidalee top. But that's gonna do it for us for game 2. It's time to take a break. It's time to refuel on some agua and some hydration. When we come back, the exciting conclusion between FPX and IG will be on your way.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear, like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun, running, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no, keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, no. Hold on, don't let go.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game 3 between FPX and IG. And if you are just tuning in now, I'm so sorry because you missed out on 2 banger games. I really do encourage you to take some time to go back and watch the highlights, if not the entire series, at least from the first 2. We don't know how this game 3 is going to play out quite yet, but if it's anything like the first 2, we know it's going to deliver.
We know it's like what we expect is not actually going to happen, and then like in the end something will happen that we're like, oh, we expect that the whole time. For example, like the Shy picking Italy top and then winning in like a 15-minute game. But that sounds like a perfectly IG thing, even if the entire ride was a roller coaster unlike the likes of which we've ever seen before. So,
dude,
you know,
the damage graph was comparative to Rookie's Aurora. How is that possible? Insane.
I gotta say, those bruiser items might be a little strong. Nidalee, you called it out, Rafa, level 16, a lot of base damage. Can abuse items like Shojin, Overlord's Bloodmail, Sterax, Triforce, pretty damn well actually in the kit. Maybe the Shy was on a little bit more than we thought he was. When that Nidalee was picked, like looking back in drafts, kind of makes sense that he was planning on taking a top 10, but we just didn't see that at all, which made for a fun roller coaster, which is really just, again, what is described. I feel like casting the series, it's like your first time going to Six Flags. You know? It's kind of how I felt.
You just don't, like, you have an idea of what you're going to get, but then you go on the ride and you're like, oh, dude, my God, this is not what I was expecting.
I know. You know, and especially me growing up as like a giant scared loser. I didn't go on my first roller coaster till I was like 16. So, you know, then you get the experience finally. Participated a little bit late in life, Rafa.
Yeah. At first it was funny. It was funny to see the Nidalee top in the game, and I'm excited. Behind. And then, I mean, it fell behind. They weren't, you know, accelerating the gold lead, and we thought, okay, yep, win condition out the window. Well, all you can do is just play better, and they did. They did.
Yeah. So there were some really big moments in that game. Again, it was the Shy Pog. I still really feel like it was a rookie Pog. As Rookie was just consistently like the most solid performer in there, but
if not Jit for the honorable mention of just stealing the Baron.
Yeah,
you know?
That Baron steal, it bought a lot of time. It bought them Hex Soul, which again was the true MVP of that game. But anyway, enough about that game, Rafa. We gotta talk about this game 3 and whatever we might expect, because if you're an LPL fan, well, you're in for a little bit longer night of League of Legends. We do have 3 best of 3s ahead of you, and at least the first one here is going the distance.
Yeah. Who knew that we didn't have to wait until Top Esports and Anyone's Legend to get, you know, a super competitive and banger of a series? We're just gonna get rewarded with it in our very first match of the day. Now, 20 champions, I'm gonna do the thing map. 20 champions have been removed from the board in terms of champion picks.
Do it.
There's
be a caster. Give the claws.
There's still some power picks that are for the taking. They've been permanently banned, or they've been consistently banned in the first 2 games. Yone, Gwen, Jace, Nefiri, Skarner, and Unamas. Or did I get them all? I can't count. It's too late. My brain's fried from the first 2 games.
Jace, Gwen, Skarner, Nefiri,
Yone,
and 2 others. Yone.
What was the
it
last
must not
one?
matter. I feel like Poppy was banned in game 1, but it wasn't banned in game 2.
No, Poppy was a ban on the side select.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Speaking of side select, because the Shy thought that you could win with 100 CS in the 1v1, but you actually can't, so therefore he lost. It's actually going to be FPX to get 2 boost side games, instead of IG getting 2 boost side games in this one. So,
oh my goodness.
Yeah. Did you see Sheer has a Tom and Jerry mouse pad?
Oh, that's cute.
Can we go back in the tape and see that, producer Kai?
No.
Can we like, you know, skip back through the feed and then catch back up? I was co-streaming earlier today, you know. I'm just used to that now.
I mean,
Right?
you have the privilege of doing that. I think
No.
it would cause
Alright.
too much of a disruption to the workflow. But here we go. Well, I can tell you for a fact that Ezreal was not one of the bans that we
No,
saw
that's a
in
new
the
one.
first
Yep.
2 games. But they're already estimating.
Oh,
I think
Kalista was the other.
Yeah,
It was.
Kalista was the other one.
I will say part of this, though, is because IG showed that they banned Nefiri on blue side. If they're banning it on blue, gotta believe they're going to take it away here in Game 3 on red. I think the best champ I've seen into the Nefiri being picked so far is probably the Pantheon or the Maokai. Maokai, of course, still on the table, along with Sejuani. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get that sort of, I usually would want to say handshake, but JJ has yet to play Sejuani in Split 2. Or, sorry, has yet to play Maokai in Split 2. I feel like IG would prefer to have the Sejuani, and frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a first pick Sejuani from FPX because of that.
I also like Poppy as an answer too, because you have to remember that, like, while Pantheon W is pretty quick, and if you're on top of Neferi, it's really hard to outplay that with your W, but Twisted Advance, pretty telegraphed. You can dodge it with Neferi W, whereas Poppy, you just pop the Steadfast Presence, you wait for the Neferi to look for the engage with the ultimate, you go to that side, and then Steadfast Presence. I mean, it's the Gambit.
Okay.
No, they're not going to let it through. Okay.
So Shadow dropped a 17 kill Nefiri game earlier in the split, so has, of course, earned the right on the champion. That said, Sejuani first pick, so a chance for that Poppy to make an emergence here in Game 3. Wouldn't be surprised to see that picked early. IG could even use that as a flex throughout the draft, too, to threaten with Mako. It's not their favorite pick in the bot lane. Poppy, not a very lane-dominant pick, so we have seen a lot less Poppy support in this split with no more lane swaps being a thing, but Poppy and the Sejuani is still a very valid matchup for Poppy and could be a really nice pick here for JJ and IG. That said, it is going to be the trusty dusty Renekton here for the Shy.
You know what could also happen, Matt, is now that a decent amount of tank supports have been eliminated, if you go into the second round and FPX haven't locked down the tank support, you take out, what is it, Alistar and what would the other be? Rakan, you can open up for something like a hyper carry bot lane with a Lulu or Emilio or whatever enchanter support. We're at that point in the Fearless draft now.
I mean, they're really just daring sheer to pick Jax here for me, as I feel like Jax is the no-brainer pick to come out later on. You could go Cassante too if you wanted to, but I feel like, oh, okay, never mind. It's going to be the sheer Kennen, something that he did play earlier on in the best of threes, did find a win for FPX. I believe it was over Up in that series where he did play the Kennen. A little bit of an older Renekton matchup, but that does bring some AP, and I gotta say that can enable an AD mid laner. We have seen Tristana played both mid and bot, so technically a flex for FPX throughout the draft, but gotta believe that Trist being picked up to potentially pilot into the Yone, and yeah, you're screaming Lilia. I think that Zyra could be an option too.
Zyra too.
As we're expecting a magic damage jungler to come out from IG and JJ.
I could see Zyra since there's already a strong engage from FPX. That's a way to
It's
disengage it.
Kennen,
but Lilia,
but Lilia's harder for me. Okay.
This is what IG have run with anytime that JJ was asked to play an AP jungler, and you had double AD solo laners for the Shy and Rookie. So now we move into the second round of bans. Supports have yet to be locked in for either squad. This Tristana could be flexed to awesome. It could also just be in Care's hands. So we have no knowledge of what bot laners will be locked in yet for FPX and IG.
I mean, I think the Draven ban could be setting up. I mean, it could be a Gavolution, and you can find the pairing later on. I will say that I think Alistar really goes up in priority this game if you are IG, because having the headbutt pulverize to help deal with Kennen, maybe knock him out of casting that ultimate on top of your entire team, again, could be really valuable for IG, so wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe try and protect an Alistar here. As Silas ban, that's an Alistar setup ban, potentially. I will say, though, if Alistar comes in, playing Braum into that is okay if you're FPX and you already have the Tristana. That said, still going to ban out the Alistar. So, yeah, likely to see Gala. I would like Jhin here a lot. Can set up and play really nicely off of the Yone and the Lilia. So I think we're just going to slam the Jhin and go from there.
Yeah, and it doesn't limit you to having to play an enchanter support because
Well, you can't really play one with Jhin. Like, if you're going to play an Enchantress support
that's
with
what
Jhin,
I'm saying.
Yeah,
it doesn't
yeah.
limit you, because if you pick something like a Jinx here, then it feels almost wrong to not like slam a Lulu or something that would really accelerate the Jinx. This adds a little bit more utility. It takes the burden of carry away from Gala.
The best one that's left is probably Karma. Like the one in terms of what you can actually pair with Jhin. But, I mean, yeah, it's just going to be Ashe Braum. So I guess it's just Rakan for Mako and we call it a day. Unless they want to get really creative and play the Karma. But
Yeah.
again, you could eat it and play the Poppy, but that Poppy is so vulnerable to Ashe Braum in lane. I'm just mentioning that because the Keeper's Verdict against Kennen could be really big later on. You have some positive interactions in the game, but... I mean, yeah, he's just having fun. It's going to be Rakan Rafa.
I think it makes sense because
you
need some additional engage tools follow up so that Rookie and Jeje are not burdened with the playmaking. Mako can at least try to find ways to use quickness and grand entrance to set up the initial engage, bait out some cooldowns, give an easier time for the rest of IG carries, because this is once again a quasi threat composition.
Yeah. I gotta say too, like Ashe Braum, I'm a big fan of Ashe Braum, but I think this game it's actually pretty vulnerable. Braum in the Lilia, Jhin, even Yone, it's really tricky to actually get those Winner's Bite procs off, just like with how far back Jhin plays, how fast Lilia can be, and how they can really combo off each other in fights and stay out of your range, and Ashe struggles with that as well. So I think the onus is really on IG to make sure that when they do have that big, like press their Rs, they're going to have a big shotgun fight at the start. I think that they have to be careful about how they play around Kennen, and they can't get stuck into the Kennen, Braum, Ashe, Sejuani, because if they do, that double marksman comp can really take over for FPX. So I think the onus of execution on IG, their engages do have to be sound this game. If not, then FPX has real potential to punish, but I do favor IG's draft quite a bit and think it's going to be hard for the Ashe Braum to function later on.
And based on the way that these games have played out, we've gone the distance. We've gone 40+ minutes in both of them. And when I look at IG's composition, one champion just stands out in that Yone. So it doesn't even matter how bad the early laning phase could be, because I have yet to see FPX be able to close a game out with the leads that they have gotten in the early game. I feel very confident that we're going to see a 3-item plus Yone by the time the game is coming to a conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, could be real potential. Again, Rookie, someone that I think has been really, really big on the mages. I feel like there's been a little bit more confidence when Rookie does play those, but on the Yone, always a potential to see a good old Rookie pop off, and we'll see if he's able to get big in this game and maybe be a menace in the side lane later on.
Jayos ringing loud and proud for both squads. Credit to both teams. They've been able to really fight with everything that they've got. Sometimes it was messy, but other times it was pure cinema. We've now arrived to this point, game 3, where winner will take all. And this is just the first match of the Rumble stage. We still have 8 more weeks of games. So it's not like this is going to be, damning or, strongly indicating of how the season is going to play out. But just what an awesome way to kick off this second half of the overall split 2 for LPL. Just to see, one of the perceived top teams coming out of the group stage, 6-0 against FPX, who had to make miracles happen to make it through the qualifier stage, actually be strangely competitive.
Yeah, some of it for sure they're doing. Some of it for sure maybe IG is doing a little bit, as it has been a back and forth series. Some swap being thrown out from each side here. But we'll see who ends up the cleaner team and the victors at the end of this one. Is again FPX trying to make that map 1 win into a big series win. Find a good trade here on the Gala and Mako, as Rakan Sustain going to do all it can to top them off. But of course, Ashe Braum, the Freljorian duo, able to utilize those throws and play off each other quite nice in the bot lane. See some of that power shining through here.
Ah, yes. the jungler's favorite tool when they have Ashe on their team, the Hawk Shot. Gonna give vision to the entire squad of where JJ started and where he is going. So he's pathing towards the bottom side of the map.
Ooh.
Shadow is gonna actually, instead of going to his
Can
top
make a
side,
play.
try and match. He's got push from Jue and Awesome on the bottom side of the map. Just gonna look for a quick steal on this blue buff, but JJ is almost finished with the Wolves. Throws down the ward and sees that Shadow is trying to yoink this blue buff away. Jue is gonna step up, and a good smite from Shadow. So he tries to lunge forward on JJ, doesn't find the knockup, but the damage has been done. The blue buff is secured.
Yeah, still like that from FPX. Again, Shadow just taking what he can and what's given to him. As Ashe Braum, half priority, no surprise there. Nice little set play from FPX, kick this one off and get Shadow a small advantage.
Shadow's gonna just immediately run towards his top side now with a solid camp advantage for himself. Should be able to secure the top grab because he's got pushing lanes in both mid and top. So once again, FPX able to at least draft for themselves pushing lanes for the early game, and it helps give Shadow a strong scope of how to play the map, which we've seen to their credit. At least FPX have been able to play out fairly well, but very volatile in the mid lane right now. JJ looking to collapse on the Care. Has flash available. Maybe Q flash. There it is. Gets the dot tick, and it doesn't matter. Care tries to answer back, but it's first blood for JJ.
Yeah, Care has to react flash that one. Unfortunately, it was not quite in time. As Care goes down. Good trading from Rookie to set that one up in the mid lane. Is steel burn from Awesome. Flash over. Gala.
Yeah, cleanse and flash. He has to run away, but good block by Mako. Absorbs the winner's bite that could have slowed down Gala for a kill. Will survive thanks to the credit of his support.
That was really clutch from Mako. Really well played there. As IG off to a hot start in the mid lane and able to survive bot. That is nice. Again, IG... I think as we start to talk more and more about this game, curious to see what happens with the grub. Gotta imagine that with a Renekton Yone Lilia first grub, very appetizing for IG, especially if they're able to rotate their bot lane up here first. Renekton 6, so big it's sometimes just, you know, auto-winning or securing grubs. That said, Kennen, a good matchup into Renekton, has done a nice job of chunking out the Shy on one of his specialty picks. Shadow gonna be here. He stops the base, and the Shy might have to outplay a dive.
And JJ way too far away. Shy has a flash. Might just be forced to give up this minion wave. Just really good presence from Shadow. Not over-forcing the play. Just doing what he can to starve the Shy away from resources. And man, this is a pretty solid opener from FPX here.
The Shy's really down now in this matchup, and this is going to be a PTA Renekton. Of course, can't really utilize that Conqueror very well in the lane against Kennen, but will take some of the power away from him in the team fight. He does have that PTA. Does go bot, will be able to catch this wave. Actually, sheer TPing, and Ashe Braum doing a little bit of cross-country mile to actually get back to match the dual lane. As well, it's been going on. JJ
the
sneaks
flash
in,
from Shadow.
but he's no
he got
flash.
the auto attack down, and JJ no flash as you called it before. The stun, not gonna land quite yet. Permafrost, oh, he can't get in range? That's crazy! Permafrost will lock up the Shy instead, and he still has the flash if he needs it. Gets the Cold to Meek for extra sustain. Shadow going crazy on the tower! Oh, man! He wanted to force it, but just a little too far. And IG punish.
That's huge. It's way too far. The Shy is going to be able to TP back, catch the vast majority of this wave. Meanwhile, JJ doing his best to jungle privilege, make his way up towards the grubs, which are available to be taken. Shadow going down. Lost a lot of ability to at least try and make an answer play on the map. Now going to be relegated to just trying to find what he can. I will say, as all this has been going on, obviously the Shy, he TP'd back, but JJ actually setting his eye still towards his bot side. Sheer has the ult available, but JJ hits
JJ's
6.
level 6. The Shy, it doesn't even matter if he's not level 6. JJ doesn't have flash available, though. Sheer has flash. He should be able to make it all out.
Nice.
Yep.
That's grubs going over then. First 3 grubs. Ashe Braum still getting pushed. They rotated them up towards the top side. Shadow gonna knock these down. So the look from IG and JJ, it doesn't end up connecting. But this was big. Shadow, maybe if he flashes, I think if he flashes then W's, he actually gets this. Because keep in mind, it's 3 stacks of the permafrost passive there. If he flash W's, that's 4. He gets the stun way earlier. It missed. They end up not connecting with a kill onto JJ. And then Shadow ends up making it pretty easy for the Shy to connect with a kill, as this Q in, a little bit unwarranted from the Sejuani.
Such a crucial stun from the Shy. as you cannot cast the permafrost while in the middle of your W animation, and it gives enough time for Jejet to escape range from it. And we didn't see a replay of the player cam, but Shadow so frustrated as an all-in from the Shy, looking for just to push out and shove up this wave using the power of the Dominus there while Jejet is still on the bottom side and that's nice. Getting a chance to crash the wave, and Sheer has to back off because he doesn't have Slicing Maelstrom to defend himself.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Renekton, he has access to sustain in this kit. Kennen does not, so any even trade is actually winning for the Renekton. Again, the Shy, he is an outstanding Renekton player. Has always been fantastic at this champ, knows his matchups really well, always able to execute. Well played there. We saw him being denied a wave earlier in the Kennen matchup with the help of Shadow directly in his lane. Just the soft pressure of JJ completing that dragon enough to force Sheer off, and another rotation coming in from FPX as that entire wave gets deleted. Actually going to be pushing back towards the Shy and IG, and we'll be pushing back towards Gawa as the swap is in from each team.
Looking for Rookie. Slick sidestep. The soul unbound. Still taking a lot of damage, but Q3 right on top. Fate sealed into 2. Care pushes them away with the Buster shot. Rookie's now in trouble. It still has a flash. Here comes Jejet. Flash available. Jue. Having to flash over the wall. Could have been close there. Oh, Shadow wants to look for it, but Mako absorbs it with his body. And Rookie survives.
I love Mako's understanding of his role this game. Again, Rakan can be so slippery. If you want to be a really good Rakan player at home, you have to utilize the fact that you can W out, can eat teammates to catch abilities, protect them, and be able to slink out of fights, doing a brilliant job of baiting stuff out of the Braum, out of the Sejuani to protect his carries. Been a really, really nice start to the game from Mako.
You could tell how hungry, how desperate FPX are trying to fish for these plays, and IG just managing to absorb a majority of them so far. Really the only couple proactive things that FPX were able to do, the early blue buff steal from Shadow, the top lane play trying to deny the Shy a lot of experience in gold. IG have been able to answer back so far. We're almost 10 minutes into the game. First 3 grubs did go over to FPX's way. IG were able to trade for a dragon. Second one is coming up in 2 minutes and 45 seconds time. 1 minute and 15 for the second rotation of grubs.
I'll say Rookie being into Sheer is something that could be punishable. Rookie a little bit ahead at the moment, but Sheer about to ding 8. If they want to send anything towards there, again, that Kennen R pretty much forces Yone to buffer the stun out with his R of his own at this point of the game. But things slowing down a little bit here, and we've got to believe it's going to be a full contest from IG for the upcoming grubs. Those first grubs were traded for pressure on the bot side. That win by JJ bot turned that into a dragon. And now second grub spawning. It has been FPX dominating the grubs throughout the series. Profit was 6 in game 1, 5 in game 2. And IG's chance to get a few back and at least even out the score in this case, because grub's very important for the Yone and very important for the Tristana. Can have an impact on both sides here. So we'll see if they're able to at least secure some of these at the moment. Have a good amount of control here on the top side.
Pretty much everyone has flash available, only not available on the Shy and Sheer. Where Sheer, though, being occupied on the bottom side of the map. Flash, or Cleanse, I should say, burned by Awesome. Now on the run. Arrow lands right onto Mako. Should be able to battle dance away. Permafrost stun, locks up. Concussive blows stack up as well, but Mako still survives? No way! The Shy is able to dash away as well, but the Buster Shot will find him on the exit. IG now down to top laner. FPX should have the numbers advantage to brute force their way into the Grubs pit.
Oh, the Shy still did a really nice job of buying space there, even if he went down. I cannot believe that Mako lived through that skirmish, and another skirmish where on the back half, it's, I mean, not a lot is lost here for IG, and they were the ones that were playing out 3 lanes, so even if the skirmish is, you know, -1 or close to even, it still is them winning out on the map and the resources taken during the fight.
And take a look back at this replay. It starts off with IG trying to lead the charge and then the collapse from FPX.
I like what the Shy does there. That's a free chunk. He takes it onto his Awesome. Mako catches that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. I cannot believe that he lived this. As it, I mean, it was through Sejalt, Braum ult, a winner's bite, and then again, it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Because of that, both TP, or a TP was used.
Hang on.
Both TP
Back
was canceled. Yeah, back to live
Shadow.
Grubs.
Already used one smite. JJ gets the smite on the other one, but it should be FPX cleaning the 5th one out for themselves. Rookie was fishing onto Care. Gala opens up Deadly Flourish as well. The flash forward. Sheer with the slicing maelstrom, and Mako gives his life for the team. The Shy in the middle of it all, but Gala's pumping damage. Looks for the 3rd bullet. 4th one in the chamber. Bunch of damage. The dancing grenade is gonna find Care. It's not enough as he flashed away. Wait! I don't know how he died, but it's a triple kill for Gala. IG win the fight.
That fight in the choke, IG, the Lilia got so much mileage, and Rookie had a big fight himself on the Yone as a couple Q3s found multiple knockups. FPX just stuck in the choke, couldn't get anything done, and now the map all IG afterwards. They're going to open up a big lead off that play.
I have to see how Care died. I thought we already saw the damage from Dancing Grenade.
Again, it's another big engage, but a lot of it's on the Mako. They use a lot of abilities to keep him out. Sheer goes in, but good react flashes out of IG. A beautiful Q3 from Rookie to sneak him out. He flashes back in, and look at this Q3 from Rookie. Gonna find a double knockup onto Care. And then, yeah, this bouncing grenade, it found Care in the long haul. Ends up bouncing, finding him. It flashes away from it all. Yeah, it already hit there. It went invis. Yeah, flashed away from the projectile that was already down, and IG, Danny, the rest of their staff, they're looking pretty... Nice shoes there from Danny, actually. He's got some flair there.
Yeah.
With the style. But IG feeling comfortable on the back half of that, and they should be, as JJ is massive on the Lilia on the back half of that fight. Again, saw how much mileage those Qs were getting, and some of the difficulties of Ash Braum going up against Lilia, Jin, Yone. It's just really tough for FPX to have reach against what IG has in this draft.
Arrow. Who's it for? Oh, it's timing Rookie on the soul unbound. Winter's Bite connects, and that guarantees the stun with Care's auto attacks. Big shutdown.
Grubs 2 could actually knock down this turret. Would be first and a step towards feet, so big win for FPX.
FPX got to take the wins where they can find them. Decent picks from Awesome once again. This time the arrow does find Rookie on the timing of the soul unbound. But IG still sitting pretty comfortable in their game state. They don't have the 5 grubs on their side, but they've picked up the first 2 dragons of the game. And we're looking at a Cloud Soul game. And you have to imagine that benefits a lot of the champions on the side of IG.
Yeah, I mean, again, Lilia, Renekton with Cloud Soul against this comp. Lilia is already fast to begin with, and because of the extra move speed she has, I mean, a lot of the slows from FPX are null. If she's able to stack up throughout a fight. I think it's really important, FPX, that they're able to pick JJ later on in this game. Again, going into Lilia, pick's always nice. If she's not allowed to ramp through a fight, that is how you can beat her. That said, we have seen, again, what JJ can do if he is enabled to ramp through a fight, and Lilia has been doing work already, and of course, he's the one that's very fed, actually going for that needlessly large rod. Looks like it's going to be a Zanya second here on JJ's Lilia.
I like it. Just open up more playmaking opportunities, which is something I wouldn't normally expect from someone who has to preserve their shutdown bounty. So that would be 371 gold that's on the table for FPX to claim. Good cleanse by Gala from the arrow. Shadow trying to threaten and pressure forward, but Mako standing in between him and his 80 carry allows that the Glacial Prison will not find its mark if he launched it.
Yeah, and Mako's really trying to tail this blitz towards bot that FPX has. They do have a cannon wave. The Shy doing his best to delete it. Will do so successfully in this dive. This
easy
cannot happen.
Sidestep on the Sejuani ult there from the Shy.
Good play by the Shy again to play the wave. Renekton can delete waves. So good call there by the Shy to make sure that he's playing the wave and takes away that dive opportunity. He has ult for the next wave if he wants to do it again. Is FPX still looking and Mako's still hovering?
Yeah, Mako has flash, he has grand entrance and quickness available. Teleport is coming in, he pops it. Dominus also rocking as well for the rest of IG. The Buster Shot tries to push him away. All they want is the turret. Maybe they can turn it around. Sheer has arrived to the party as well. The flash comes out of the Shy to dodge the slicing Maelstrom. Rookie fishing with the Q3. Doesn't find the knockup yet. Decent damage. Soul Unbound will pop the mark. Sheer down to 50% HP. Rest of IG not going to follow up the fight.
Yeah, but it was a good stall from IG. They have Rift Herald that was taken throughout the duration of that attempted dive. JJ going to crash that in the mid. Actually can go for the double crash into the mid inner if he reads it right. able to skirt around the dead turret. Will find the second crash. Well played. The big win for IG.
Yeah, despite not having the 5 grubs on their side, IG are finding more turret destruction opportunities on their side than FPX is for the time being. They're up on turret kills at the moment, 3-2, and 3,000 gold advantage for IG as well. They are pretty much skirting through this mid game fairly safely, and FPX are just not finding enough opportunities to really punish and find that window to leverage.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, you can say, like, why are we diving a Renekton, right? Like, that's a... Okay, hold on.
Oh, boy. I mean, he's going to try to sidestep him, but he can't sidestep them all. The curtain call finds one. Jue's down for the count for the next 20 seconds.
Again, like, Braum to Yone, Lilia, Jhin, it's hard. Like, that's just a warning mission. It's not a draft where you're able to easily apply your passive and proc it as Braum. So, again, they're stuck in Narnia, no teammates to jump to, and the shooting gallery ends up winning in the end as Gala finds the headshot and takes the kill for himself. But again, FPX, oh, hold on. You can't talk. There's always attempted plays in this game.
Rookie's able to dodge the arrow this time, and Mako, once again, is there to bail out his mid laner and make sure that there is no Sejuani ultimate that can actually land.
I mean, at the moment of this game, though, like, we're seeing attempted plays on the Renekton, attempted plays on Ione on the side. None of these plays are working out FPX's way, and it feels like they're running out of ideas or answers into this comp, and still have to continue to give credit to the Shy and how he's playing this Renekton in the side lane, as he made it so hard to get dove throughout the duration of that play. And look at the advantage he's opened up over the Kennen. That was multiple waves of, stuff being shared from Sheer, and then him TPing to a play that failed. He missed out on a lot by that play on the other side of the map. So the Shy's opened up a nice lead now, and has really done a good job of stalling out the game and making sure the rest of his team can win, as FPX have failed to make plays into him, and frankly, plays that I don't feel like were warranted in the first place.
And if you could not sense the desperation as early as Shadow chasing the Shy under the tower, unable to finish him off, it's got to be felt in all of these Ash arrows, trying to fly around the map, looking for plays to be made. FPX down 3,000 gold, trying to find a window where IG are caught sleeping on the rotation, isolated from the rest of their carries, from the rest of their defensive line, of where Mako can bail multiple people out. But it's just IG continuing the map train of being able to pick up objectives here. 3 dragons now to their name. Otacon has spawned on the bottom side of the map.
Care is stuck. He's trying to hide. Mako saw him. He's got no rocket jump.
Be able to get out. Yep. Deadly Flourish will connect. No chance and no point in burning the flash. That's just a dead Tristan on the screen for free.
Yeah, I mean, the attempted trade on the top side, it was trying to take
they're
inner.
Looking for more. Oh, man. The Solar Mountain just times out, but a lot of damage on the Shadow, and the Glacial Prison goes one because Jinjin popped the stasis before the ulti came out. That's a dead piggy, and the rest of IG are going to continue the chase, looking for Jue. The curtain call. Jue has to absorb it for his 80 carry, as Awesome will sidestep the last one.
20 minutes, too. I think IG is sprinting towards the Otacon as things continue to collapse around FPX. And again, this draft for IG, a lot of positive interactions for them. The Jhin, Lilia, I feel like complement each other so well, with Jhin bringing control and range to play off of Lilia so that they can really make plays from everywhere. And the Ashe Braum just hasn't been the right response to it. It feels like FPX are immensely outranged, and the attempted plays that they have made have been stymied by the Renekton or stymied by Mako. As here, I mean, Kara gets caught, and it goes from bad to worse. Rookie was lying in wait. Found a pocket here. Found a nice chunk onto Shadow, which enabled this play to continue. And continue it did, as JJ doesn't connect with the ball, but does connect with the flash Q. That's the power play you're looking for on Lilia.
But it actually just went through him. I don't think he... On second look, I don't think he actually popped the stasis in time. It just went through him.
I think that's what we call miss, Rafa, as the hitbox of Lilia Glacial Prison, you know? Maybe we'll
I don't know, man. It looked like it went right through him. I mean, unfortunate for Shadow, but maybe the spectate client is, you know, kind of more favoring.
It might be a spectate client moment. Those do happen sometimes. That's okay. So, again, game continues to go from bad to worse. All eyes on the Otacon. No Cloud still on the table until about when Baron spawns. Otacon only major objective. IG with big lead. Feel comfortable enough to start it up. And JJ's level 14, man. He's the highest level in the game. He is so big this game.
Yeah, 3 levels above Shadow, Sejuani.
My God.
6,000 on the Otacon. Shadow tries to gain vision so he can step up and look for at least a steal. Teleport is coming in. The Shy arrives. Shadow comes in. Glacial Prison Riders at the back finds Mako. It's leased off for now. 2K. Rookie and the Shy are trying to buy time. And who's going to be able to secure it? Okay, Shadow steals it, but it's all about the flower game. But Shadow trying to push JJ back. The Shy is now losing ground. Rookie tries to step up, but Sheer finds Gala all isolated. There's the slicing maelstrom. Gala is shut down. Sheer on the cannon, able to find it, but Rookie trades one back on the Fate Sealed. And Awesome is dying into the back line. Rookie and the Shy still trying to carry out the fight. Is now down to Care, and he's got a Sejuani to try and be that front line for him, but there's no ultimate tools for the Shy. There's no ultimate from Rookie, but it jumps right into JJ. Bambi hits him with the heap. IG prevail.
I mean, that was all set up by the Shy in the back half. A beautiful combo to find the stun and synergize with JJ. And then Rookie on the Yone. Yone did see some changes on this patch. He can no longer snap out of CC when he snaps back to the E, but they did give him a little bit of extra damage to boot. Really saw that shine, the starting chunk on the Care. I look at what Care takes before the fight even starts. He's out of it before this one begins. As the fight continued, though, I thought the re-engage from Sheer would ring true, but no one could deal with the Shy or Rookie at the bottom of the fight. Beautiful smite. Wow, that was pretty much frame perfect coming out from Shadow. Again, the flowers were pretty much split. But watch the back half of this fight, because Sheer is going to go past the Shy in the front line. But Jue and Awesome couldn't deal with Renekton at all.
Yeah, it was a tale of both top laners getting isolated access to the backliners, right? Both of the marksmen not going to be able to live to see the day. And I thought that maybe there was a chance. There was a chance that Care and Shadow could actually kite this one out with the range advantage. But then I forgot about JJ. FPX forgot about JJ in the back.
Yeah, I mean, even the Shy, JJ helps wrap that one up. But the Stride Breaker Randuin's build, the double slows on this Renekton, of course, didn't go Cleaver into the cannon. He doesn't really build armor. Once the Stride Breaker, the slow, the utility to try and keep up. Took another one with the Randuins and made Awesome's life feel quite not awesome in that fight.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Now we're at Cloud Soul Point. A ward was popped down by FPX, but it is being clouded out by the control ward. They get brief vision, see that it's 5k HP. Arrow coming in. Mako absorbs it, not the ideal target, but they're gonna all in for it. Take out the support. Sheer buys space with the slicing maelstrom. JJ is forced back. 2,000 HP on the dragon, but Rookie turns it around with a good Fate Sealed. The Shy doing everything in the backline that he can, but it buys time for that Cloud Soul is secured. JJ Q flash, lilting lullaby onto the back. 2 men are falling asleep, and Gala is going to send them the night-night permanently. Gala steps up forward, but Care is able to equalize one back.
It's a quad. Looks like a multiple multi-kills going over. Rookie gonna look, but in the end, it's just a massive fight, a 4-for-4, and Cloud Soul secured for IG.
Cubby, when we said at the beginning of this game that if Game 3 was going to be anything like Games 1 and 2 was going to deliver,
yep,
it has not disappointed.
The Shy, I feel like him zoning out Care was like kind of worth it, kind of not. As really the back half of this fight for me, the fact that Rookie stays safe throughout the cannon ult, I think was the big difference maker looking back. And this might have been a little bit forward from JJ, because again, there's nothing that can really stop Care. Rookie was out of the fight, and oh wow, Gala hit that blind. That's quite nice. As did flash in, got the quad, Care got the triple. As 4-for-4s, I will say a lot of gold goes over to the Tristana, but Gala 11-2-4 on this Jhin, up a full item to his opponent in the Ashe. This game's kind of going to come down to maybe a little bit of Care versus the world.
He really is the only champion that can kind of match Gala toe for toe in terms of damage output. If Sheer can't find that flank where Gala, no flash, no cleanse available, no protection from the rest of his squad, then it really does come down to Care.
For me, it's still so hard for FPX. Like, they're down a Cloud Soul now, and I think a lot of their comp, like, they have to close the gap. Again, Ashe Braum really outranged and out-interacted by this draft with the Lilia Jhin, Rakan. And Cloud Soul does not help with that problem for FPX. So it has to really be on Sheer and Shadow to have sound angles and engages. Angles, again, difficult because IG has control of the map and the 3 lanes. So I feel like FPX still kind of running out of options and running out of hope a little bit in this one, even if Kara is as big as he is.
Both teams getting a moment to breathe for the first time this game as things have slowed down. Baron is up, but neither team is going to immediately start it up. Elder spawns in the next 3.5 minutes. Both teams attending to side lanes before taking priority in the mid lane and trying to push that vision line, where they eventually will try and bait the other team forward for this Baron.
And one way FPX can try and close the gap against IG is actually just bait them in. But this does give IG the chance to set up that ward from Sheer. It's hunting for Mako, but Mako is yet to be spotted.
I mean, they know that someone is back there.
A lot of angles
look
here.
At the pincer. Everyone is corralled into the Baron pit, but they find a place of prison right onto the middle. Jhin is stunned up. Care trying to rock on forward. He flashes away from the Shy, but Rookie's already taken on Awesome. Care, it's all on you. You're the only marksman left for FPX, and Gala does not go down. The odds are stacked against them. Care's running for his life, but there's nowhere for him to run. IG overwhelmed the Phoenix crew, and they are victorious.
The kitchen sink was thrown at Gala, and he stands strong through the cannon ult. In the end, was able to at least have a tip assist in that fight, but with everything burned towards the Jhin, IG got to run rampant through the rest of the fight. And what's been a banger series, Mark, it started with 2 40-minute bangers. IG looking to make sure this series does go their way in the end.
They're not going to close out the game. Death timer on Awesome and Jue. It was a little too soon for IG to feel bold enough to close out this series, but Baron will be secured. They have nearly an 8,000 gold advantage at this point. You have to imagine that IG are pretty much in sound position to close the series out. Sheer, I don't think he has ult available. He's going to teleport in, maybe play for some kills here.
Nope.
Immediate turn from IG. The Soul Unbound death mark or detonation will pop him. The rest of FPX just seeing if they could find any stragglers on the exit route out, but they're not going to get so lucky.
It's nothing. Another bloody game as, again, IG, they have delivered. They're playing for content. IG has been winning all 3 games. And again, everything thrown here on Gala. It was JJ catching the Glacial Prison, and a good peel here from Mako that really saved Gala in the end, donated the heal towards him, and was able to get out himself on the back half. And again, everything thrown at Gala made it so that the Rookie could find a good angle later on. JJ Alt was able to, you know, set up and knock down the rest of a split FPX. But yeah, I will say that FPX, starting Baron is one way to solve the range issue and draw people into you, but it doesn't solve the issue of all the angles that IG were able to create as they corralled FPX, made that fight very hard for them to win. And now IG just putting the finishing touches on this one.
Sidestep from the Shy, dodges the arrow from Awesome. IG continuing to push in through the bottom lane while the Shy maintains pressure through mid. They're going to turn onto the Shy for now. Good stun, maybe. Wait a minute. Don't tell me it's like game 1. The Shy is able to escape this time. And IG continuing to push through the bottom side of the map. It's now 2 inhibitors completely exposed. Nexus turrets in sight of IG. Curtain Call opens up, fishing for damage. They're going to try to protect Jue. They absorb the bullet. Mako steps a little too far forward. It's a 5v4 for now on FPX, and we could be enough to at least hold the base for now.
I think Mako was just shouting out the Shy in game 1 and what happened when he went in 1v4 as Investa went down. Then
I mean, listen, FPX.
Wait a minute.
They were baiting. They knew that they wanted to face check to see if they're on Elder Dragon. The Rookie, wait. Rookie gets traded for Jue. It's still a 4v3. I mean, FPX, they're 2 inhibitors down, but there's an Elder Dragon to play for. I imagine FPX, they have to take this window to try and force it.
Potential that Rookie has ult or TP available when he spawns, but he is in the death chamber for 40 seconds. I still don't think FPX can create enough space to actually go contest the Elder for real while Rookie is down, but we'll see. Shadow gonna do his damnedest to get in there. as the Piggy's been making slow progress.
It's really
Still,
hard.
Yeah, I mean, once we feel like it's fully secured for IG, you know, they have to just remind us that it is IG and give us a minor heart attack. I feel like it's only appropriate.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the Shadow has snuck his way into a tri-bush, but his control ward will be spotted. He's going to reveal himself on Vision. Gets another control ward down into the pit.
Not spotted, as they don't know that they have wards below them. Again, Elder's set up. Kind of coming down to this. As FPX, all eyes really have to be on Care.
Look at the
I want to
pings.
say, Yone has the IE.
Arrow. Mako absorbs it. He's isolated. He can't battle dash to anyone to safety. It's a 5-on-4 again. But look at the minion wave on the bottom side. FPX can't dilly-dally right now. The Shy is immediately beelining it for the bottom wave. He doesn't give a crap about the Elder Dragon unless he wants to look for a flank. But the minion wave is still stacking on the bottom side. FPX have to do this quick. They don't have a lot of time. 9,000 on the Elder Dragon. JJ stepping up with Gala. Q flash forward onto 3. Sheer opens up space. Gala is forced to go back. 2,000 HP on the Elder Dragon is secured by JJ. IG! They've done it! And just like that, the rest of FPX get popped. One last ditch attempt by them. The Hail Mary does not land. The TPs are rolling. JJ True on the smite will deny any hope for an upset from Fun Plus Phoenix. And it's IG taking the series 2-1.
Oh, what felt like a fun series, a couple of bangers, a little bit of slop, you know, all fun and games. Well, it all comes to the end when the Elder Dragon starts breathing fire, as I feel like that was kind of a nice synonym or metaphor for the series here, Rafa. As IG, they were the ones that brought more firepower in the end, and while they had some bumps in the road, some classic IG moments, it is going to be a 2-1 win as they find the series win against FPX after that surprising first map win that FPX were able to dig up. I mean, that was pretty much a Nexus dying as everyone else was respawning by IG. It felt like a game that IG should have won. And frankly, I feel like still a series that they should have won. But man, FPX made that close. I still really feel like going through that game 2, there were angles for FPX to win. Game 3 for me was really the only game in that series that was done and decided in IG's favor. But hey, FPX, they were a team that really snuck into this group. Of course, they were one of the 3 seeds that qualified for the Ascend group. And hey, it feels like they at least belong a little bit more after that series, right? They might be here to compete instead of just be participants.
I think the best thing you can do as FPX right now, obviously the moment in a loss that was so close in series overall is going to sting. But remember what the expectations were going into this series. Remember where you stack up against the rest of the competition. Taking a game off of one of the favorites for the league in IG, especially the form that they were showing in the placement stage, that should be confidence boosting for FPX for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I gotta say, especially like some of the more veteran voices that we have that have like followed LPL a lot more deeply than I have the few years that I have been involved, they've been pretty disappointed in the past about Shadow's play. I think Shadow's playing all right now. Like he is playing with a lot of direction, and I feel like at times like Shadow tries to do too much. We definitely saw instances of that even in that last game. I mean, the death to the Shy, like flashing at a turret or queuing at a turret, that's pretty bad. But we did see some other moments where him playing with that direction, like even picking Mako there at the end, I feel like that's actually a decent solution to at least try to make things easier for his team. And we saw his direction and that Xin play net them that game 1 win. So I think that his performance for me, that's been a lot better than usual for FPX. And I think that him and some other people on the team have really helped elevate them to new levels. I still think Sheer's the best performer, but Shadow for me, compared to the form we're used to seeing for him, is the one that is really playing better than what we're used to seeing. And that's good to see.
And while Jue wasn't able to find nearly the same flair in this final game on the Braum, I mean, who's going to forget his Nautilus in game 1? Hell, there's,
even the Nico.
Even the Nico was proving to be really, really clutch for FPX as IG was struggling to fight for control again, even though IG in the end were victorious in being able to wrangle momentum of the game back in their own hands. I think there's definitely some bright spots on FPX that you can look forward to, at least in their the foundation between support and jungle and top lane. I think Care and Awesome had good moments. I think it's just what is missing from maybe FPX taking it from, okay, they made it here, they're happy to be here, to now like, oh, these guys could actually be competitive with the rest of the league.
Yeah, I think game 1, it was a tough task for Awesome, but some moments that he could have played better, maybe gotten some more out of. I think game 2, if Awesome plays better, this could have been a 2-0 for FPX. Game 3, I'll give him a hall pass. I think it's really tough to play Ash Braum into the composition that IG had. So, but yeah, that said, I mean, again, the fact that, like, we're talking about FPX, like, hey, maybe or can they be competitive in this group? That's real positive. Like, I had this team done and dusted in Group Nirvana. I had them as a team, a candidate to actually not even see play in Split 3 when the split started. So the fact that that was kind of the expectation where we had FPX to, hey, they made a change, Awesome's in, and they're actually competitive against IG. Is that classic IG, or is that FPX actually stepping up and scaling? Recent form says that it is some FPX closing the gap and actually playing better than where we had them. So I still want to hand out some positives there for sure.
Yeah, and like we said, this is week 1 of an 8-week season in the Rumble stage. So there's plenty of games, double, round robin, best of 3. If this is the start that FPX are going to open up with, I think there's potential for a lot of growth to happen over the course of these next 2 months as we close down things and head into playoffs at the end of May. But God, going through the highlight reel once again, IG, it goes to show that when these guys are the ones, I mean, for the first time in the series, they have a much better early game than FPX does, respectively. It just seemed so hard for FPX to ever regain control again.
Yeah, and you know, Rafa, some people on this cast just want to watch the Shy play in Italy. Other people, like myself, the true intelligentsia of League of Legends, just want to see the Shy play Renekton. His Renekton's always just it's way too good, man. He's so good on this champion. It's sad because I'm trying to think about like player of the series who I give it to. I think Rookie is the player of the series for me. He's not going to win a single MVP though, sadly. For me, I think it's got to be JJ this game with Adelia. He really got ahead early and took off. Even if I feel like the Shy was actually, him absorbing pressure was a big part of the reason why IG and the rest of the team were able to get so far ahead in the mid game. I thought the Shy played really well this game. Yeah,
I mean, I still think it was crazy that the Shy got it in game 2, but you know what? Maybe JJ will get it for game 3 and the overall series score. Because
I think Gawa gets it this game, by the way, but I'd still give it to JJ.
That's
he's
a good
gonna
point.
He's gonna get the KDA and like the KDA point, even if I feel like he was just kind of played the game. And didn't do
but you are right
special.
though about Rookie. Rookie like
he was solid in all 3.
Played, yeah. He was a quiet MVP. He was just, which is this is like one of the important takeaways for IG fans, because Rookie was not consistent in Split 1. But so far in Split 2, he has been dependable. He has been reliable. Yeah,
most like Rookie, like, you know, the classic Rookie scenario was like, oh god, please just give Rookie a team. And in Split 1, it was like, oh god, is Rookie actually the problem this time around? Split 2, it's looking more like, oh god, please give Rookie a consistent team again, right? Because when IG is consistent, they can be a great team, but I'm still gonna look for them to clean up some of those errors. I feel like this was a series where, when you look at the game time and the kill counts, I mean, this wasn't the cleanest League of Legends, but that is where some of the talent of IG lies. That in the end of the day, these guys are going to be better players than a lot of teams in this league. The pedigree on this team, it is real. It is a big thing, so we'll see if IG can clean things up and pair that pedigree with some more solid play. Okay, JJ, LPL continues to be pretty based. I still don't know why the Shy got MVP in game 2, but the JJ over Gawa pick actually saves it. JJ made some really big plays in this game. I think very, very well deserved in the MVP.
Ever since I still have the IG Top Esports Lily game in my mind, where he blast coned over the wall and stole the Elder Dragon on the Lilia. It was a damn shame for IG to lose that one after JJ literally gave them the entire world to make a comeback. But you know what? This time he's rewarded. not only stealing the Baron in game 2 on the Lee Sin that actually gave IG a window back into the game, but also another monster performance on the Lilia.
This was a big one.
Yeah, he really is one of the best players on this champion in our league. I mean, this guy makes it just
Very good
look
Lilia.
so god tier, and just being able to recognize it was such a great opportunity to draft it here in game 3. But that concludes our series, our first one. We still have 2 more best of 3s coming your way between TT and BLG, which is up next, and then later on Top Esports and Anyone's Legend. And so if you're staying up for the long haul, I salute you, because
you got a treat at the end, to be fair. We're hoping the next series is a treat like this one was. This was the entertainment banger. Later is the banger. What we have in the middle is yet to be determined. We'll see if it's a BLG stomp or something else.
Well, we'll see soon. So we're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, Thunder Talk versus BLG will be on your screen.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear, like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun, running, no, hold on, don't let go, running, no, keep running low. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running on.
Bienvenidos and welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our second series of the day between Thunder Talk and BLG. Now, if you are just waking up or you are just tuning in, you really have to go back and watch the IG FPX series. I cannot stress this enough. I don't care where you watch it, just go watch it, bro. Like that was I say cinema all the time. Everyone says absolute cinema. That truly was a cinematic masterpiece. That match is going to the Academy Awards next year. We're gonna see it everywhere. My God, what a banger that was.
Our enjoyment of entertainment is a bit different, Rafa. But if you're a fan of kills per minute, being a high number, go watch that series for sure. You know, it was questionable at times. I'm not as big of a fan of that series as you were in the end, you know, I gotta say. I'm the shy Renekton enjoyer. You're the shy Nidalee enjoyer, right?
I'm a chaos enjoyer, man. I live
Chaos
for the unexpected happening. I live for the underdog stories, and FPX were on the cusp of it, but IG in the end were able to bring it back.
Speaking of underdogs, one of the biggest upsets we've had in LPL so far this year, it was Thunder Talk over BLG in Split 1. We have the rematch to kick off Split 2 proper today, and we'll see if TT can reignite some of that old magic they used to beat BLG in Split 1.
That's right. Now, in Split 1, Thunder Talk was literally the talk of the town after taking down BLG in a Game 5. Hoya solo killing Bin with blind pick, first pick Camille against Bin's Aatrox.
First pick Camille was crazy. For
what
Hoya too?
Yeah, a crazy timeline. I mean, that changed the entire game of what we were expecting in Split 1. Unfortunately for Thunder Talk, they were not able to see through the results and the fruits of their labor to the end. They were knocked out pretty early in the playoffs bracket. And so far in the placement stage of Split 2, they have not lived up to the same magic that they saw in Split 1.
Let's be blunt. Unfortunately for Thunder Talk, Riot really nerfed lane swaps. And Thunder Talk having to play standard lanes in LPL was not nearly as good as the lane swap play that we saw from them, which actually was outstanding from Thunder Talk as a team. So it feels like Thunder Talk's still somewhat trying to find some of their footing with no swaps in their identity. But I will say, at least in the back half of placements, I felt like Hoya played better in the second round robin, as he has been a problem point and a pain point for Thunder Talk, with swaps no longer being a thing, and Hoya not being able to utilize that tank pool that he loves so dearly. But there's still been some consistent bright sides from these guys, and it really still is in their bot lane in 1xN and Feather, as 1xN continues to be a very strong marksman in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, there is a reason why this guy netted an all-pro nod vote in the first split. He and Feather have been quite the stars of this roster, and while we definitely had some unexpectedly good moments from the rest of the roster, it really has been, you know, 1xN and Feather continuing to at least live up to the hype so far for Thunder Talk. Unfortunately, it hasn't been enough for them to net more wins and be, you know, as competitive as they were in Split 1. As you talked about it, you know, they're struggling to find out how they fit in a world where you can no longer lane swap.
Yeah, and I mean, I gotta be honest too, for me, 1xN, he's a player that I actually have, if he continues to play like this for the rest of the year, I have my eyes on him to maybe move up to a stronger team in the next offseason and actually climb the ranks of the totem pole for the LPL. He's been quite exciting in the bot lane, so we'll have his hands full with Elkanon today, but still, we have to highlight 1xN. He's been a strong point for Thunder Talk, along with Feather and along with Beishuan for me. So we'll see if he can continue to step up and be that really a solid marksman in the backline, that oftentimes more onus is on him to do damage, especially if Hoya is going to bust out some of those tankier picks that he likes. And 1xN, for the most part, is really delivered. So we'll see if that can be a thing again today.
Meanwhile, on the flip side, it is BLG. These guys won LPL back-to-back last year. No longer the reigning LPL champions, as that honor now belongs to Top Esports after their Split 1 title. But these guys still showing that they are one of the top teams in the league. Not as a dominant finish in placement stage as the likes of IG and Top Esports, but still a respectable 5-1, dropping only one game to Weibo Gaming, which, you know,
no shame. They got smoked in that game.
No shame in that.
Yeah, it is what it is. BLG, I mean, again, if you ask an LPL fan, I've seen this a lot on Twitter. It's almost like the LPL doesn't want to send teams internationally unless it's BLG. Despite their finish in Split 1, all the faith for LPL, the hopes of this region, really feels like it is on the shoulders of BLG. Fans expect this team to still be the best team in the region. And the question is, this split, can BLG be the team that ends up finishing on top and actually representing LPL at MSI? Or will they fall short the way they did in Split 1?
Yeah. Not even making it to the top 3 was definitely the big disappointment there for BLG fans, and, you know, even LPL fans who were really hoping for more out of BLG. But it just goes to show that not only, you know, expectations were averted from the side of BLG, but also how other teams were stepping up to the plate. Our top 3 finish ended up being Top Esports, Anyone's Legend, and JDG. It goes to show that, you know, on any given day, you know, there's many teams in this league that could rise to the occasion and represent LPL on the international stage as the best it has to offer. But going into this series, BLG, I imagine they are not going to allow the same story that happened in Split 1 to occur, as they were able to do away with them last time when they met in the playoffs lower stage bracket. And as we get this chance to see them make their walkouts and arrivals to the main stage, Thunder Talk greeting the fans. I imagine once again that for BLG, I think if there's anything to really make note of in terms of changes from Split 1 to Split 2, bot lane has stepped up a lot. I know Split 1, there was a lot of concerns about and his level of play, and kind of being, you know, just outmatched by some of the other supports in his group. Feather definitely, you know, doing a number in Split 1. But it looks like, for the most part, On has returned to kind of the form that we have expected or wanted to see from him, just based on his previous history in the LPL.
Yeah, again, he is a playmaker. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. It's been more often good than bad in Split 2, which was not as much the case in Split 1. I mean, for me, I think the biggest difference with BLG is the fact that it's just standard lanes. This team, you have Bin, Knight on the same team, Elcon is the bot lane. This team is a horror to face when you're stuck in lane with them too. So I feel like that has really added to the strength of BLG in Split 2 as well, and we'll see if that can help them overcome a Thunder Talk team that did, of course, beat them in Split 1 in that best of 5 with that lane swap meta in the end, pretty resounding fashion. So an opponent that BLG has dropped to before, still the heavy favorites coming into today. But again, all the hopes ride on BLG if you are an LPL fan going internationally. And I just want to see if BLG can really hit that mantle that we know they can hit, because it feels like a lot of the cope of why they didn't make it Split 1 is like, oh, it's Split 1, like they're not warmed up yet. The bigger tournaments are later on in the year. BLG had a full schedule last year, which is very real, right? It's a grueling schedule if you're a team as good as BLG. And yeah, they weren't fully locked in for Split 1, but it's Split 2 now. MSI is on the line, a tournament that BLG has won before, and I know they want to get back there and try and defend. So we'll see if BLG can play better and really have that sprint throughout this group, this double round robin best of 3 format start now.
Both teams already on stage. I think we're awaiting to see who is officially starting in the side select 1v1, since we are starting with a new series. I know Knight for certain, I think, was one of the players featured. I didn't get a chance to look at who it was for BLG that will be facing Knight for the 1v1 and the chance to determine who gets blue side first.
Yeah, it really is just a fight for blue side right now again. I think there's some potential with Fearless that you can find some other stuff.
Oh, but it is Hoya.
Okay. Could it be Hoya?
I
will see if it's a bear pick for Hoya. You know, could be the case, as it looks like taking away some of the stronger champs tonight. 3 mid laners banned out. For Knight, Jace is a mid, and then 3 top laners banned away from Hoya. As Volibear has been a really popular pick. Wouldn't be surprised to see him. Could also see a Varus come through Rafa. As that seems to be the strength right now. But guess what? Knight, he has a chuckle and locks himself into Garen.
Oh my goodness. Well, Hoya definitely had the same read as the Shy in the first side select, where he just wants to opt for the range matchup and go for something that is super oppressive. But if Knight was watching the 1v1 between the Shy and Care, you just run the same thing as what Care did on the Volibear.
I think so. Knight, again, having himself a bit of a chuckle. The Varus is really strong early in these 1v1s. I think it's going to be tough for Garen. I'm trying to think of like some interactions that we might want to look out for, because for me, like a lot of strength for Garen in the top lane. It actually is in his passive, but the 1v1, it's so fast, so furious that I don't really feel like the passive makes a big difference here.
Yeah, you don't have the same access to CC on Garen as you do with
you know what the real strat is? You ready for this, Rafa? You let Varus kill you once, and then you actually activate your R passive, and then when the Ring of Fire starts, you get the bonus damage, and then you just execute Varus, you know?
Oh, would it work that way for the villain part?
I think so, yeah. I don't know if, like, in a 1v1, if it just, like, automatically chooses you as the villain.
Chat, is Cubby cooking? Let us know.
Oh my god, it's Pengu Garen on this patch too.
Look at him!
Oh
He's so beautiful! He's just a little guy.
If you thought IG was playing for the fans and playing for content, I feel like Knight just upped it to a whole new level.
Look! The fact that you can kiss your sword, you can dab, this is the best thing that League has done in a long time. Look at the dabs!
I mean, look at the hair. That toupee... Oh, sorry, not toupee. The natural hair on this Pengu Garen, it's a mane. It's a lot better than the thinning mane that I have on top of my head. I'm gonna be Kangas sooner than later, man.
Oh no.
I looked to my dad. It's not looking good.
Oh no.
Anyway, it's actually your mom's dad for male hair, if you want the common one in terms of genetic. Anyway,
nice.
Getting back into this one, Knight is gonna get what CS he can. Of course, Varus gonna be favored early. Hoya did take the socks to try and play around with his range.
No cleanse
sure that
snowball.
he's able to close the gap, and a little bit different this time around. Knight went for the rejuve potion too, so really looking for the sustain.
And it's Flash Ignite on this Garen. I mean, if you're able to just flash silence with the Q, spin, and get Hoya into range for the execute on the R, maybe. But Knight knows that he has no business contesting this wave, especially down a level, so he's going to stand under the tower, hit a dab on him, really put the fear of all that is holy on the rift into the heart of Hoya.
Oh, we missed the cannon. Could not spin to win that one. And Hoya, nice job from him. Got Knight stuck up against the wall. Harder to dodge when that's the case. Empowered WQ. Good chunk on the Knight, and he's going to start chugging those rejuve pots he bought.
Man, Knight is like having a chuckle every now and then in the player cam. Hoya is just locked in, all business, and whoo, that Q almost killed him.
Not even close, baby. He's going to be fine.
Oh, that was a clincher for sure.
Yeah. That said, Knight, he's didn't wait until he gets back to full, but of course does have the rejuve pots running and does have the passive running.
Shout out to the observers, man. They know where the real content is right now.
They know that Knight's playing for content.
Look at that absolute unit. Look at that Pengu spin. God,
this skin, is this coming to TFT permanently, by the way?
I have no idea.
It should.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. But I have no idea. I'm not the TFT expert on the broadcast.
Just thinking.
That's actually our production crew. Kai, who is our current producer for the day. Shout out to him, who's got a long day ahead of him.
Oh yeah.
3 full games in the first series, and if he's lucky, another 3 games in this one and the next series. Smile.
It is not in TFT right now. Okay. Well, with just thinking in money mode here for Riot. there's an opportunity. All right.
Almost a 20 CS advantage, but at least for Knight, he's got tier 2 boots.
Don't look at the scoreboard. Look at the Pengu Garen.
Yeah.
He's going to catch this fat wave. It's going to be nice.
Dude, it's going to be so thick of a wave. 2 levels down, doesn't matter. Look at the minions that are about to pour in. This Pengu is going to eat good.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, Knight, you got to imagine he's going to be quick on that flash key to get out of the chains of corruption. Didn't opt for the cleanse. And if it's being used for that, I mean, if he's able to flash over chains of corruption, I feel like that's the one real opportunity.
I'll be hype as hell. Spinning.
Oh.
Okay, well, eats the chain of
he took no
corruptions,
damage
but
from it.
pops the W,
fine.
absorbs a lot of what could have been damaged. Still eats about 50% of his HP on the trade, but there's no ultimate available now for Hoya.
I mean, this guy's playing for the Ring of Fire kill. I don't think there's any other way to describe it.
Oh, yeah.
If you watch the first 1v1, you know that 100 CS does not actually net you a win. It has to be a turret or 2 kills or a single Ring of Fire kill if Ring of Fire is activated.
Yeah.
And that's it. So, again, the first series, the Shy actually lost the 1v1 because he thought 100 CS won, but no, this is not All-Stars. This is LPL 1v1s. Shout out to the old format of All-Stars.
I'm not sure if you saw this, but Alec was able to find the tournament bracket from...
I did.
Yeah,
and I told you Froggen beat Faker.
Okay. I didn't think it was the same tournament, but it apparently in that same bracket is where the snowball comedy of errors happened as well, which is pretty funny.
Gold graph, Varus going, Bork, of course, did rush those steel caps. Knight going for the Greaves. Extra attack speed does mean extra spins for the Garen. The Pengu Garen, sorry. How dare I? Is Garen enabled for this patch on Pro? I'm actually curious.
I'm pretty sure.
All right, Blippo needs to play. Blippo needs to play Garen this weekend. I feel like that's where we're at.
You know what? That probably will happen later today.
Yeah,
probably will. Honestly, considering that Knight has missed out on a bunch of CS, he's kept up in levels. And
top text: Pengu Garen is only on ARAM. Unlucky. Well, you see, I played Swift Play the other day, and it was also on there. Why did I play Swift Play?
That's true.
I don't
stop
know.
the base! Stop the base! And Knight is going to absorb any trade damage coming in after the W. Oh, but the Chain of Corruptions is now popping. Knight. Ooh, the Ignite! It's enough! All right, Hoya picks up the first kill, but Knight now really has to play for the Ring of Fire.
Well, Hoya's, I guess Hoya's the villain now. As, of course, first brick can be the win. Hoya, though, just going to yoink the plate. That's it. No Ignite now for the Ring of Fire. Bork going to be completed. And a Giant's Belt, so yeah. And, here comes the Elixir. The Elixir has been eaten. And, okay. That's going to be tough.
Hey, now, to be fair, Knight didn't burn any Summoner spells. Hoya is going to be down in Ignite by the time this Ring of Fire collapses.
That's the idea. I'm telling you. It's the true damage Garen Smite. He's the villain.
Oh, man, this is going to be close. Knight just waiting.
Oh, I don't know.
Lying in the bushes. He's rushing in. Q right on top of the Varus. He pops the barrier immediately. The W was used, and Hoya's now got to get in there and burn down Knight before he gets a chance to be able to get his cooldowns back up. Ignite is popped, but Hoya will survive. Demacian Justice gets the pat on the arm from his coach, and Thunder Talk will win the side select.
Thank you for blue side. Meanwhile, Knight's like, dude, Pengu Garen for the fans, man. Couldn't pull it out. It's fine. There's a couple good chuckles being shared, and yeah, the Garen did absolutely no damage to Varus there at the end. There was nothing to get through the steel caps, the bramble. As I will say, if it wasn't for the Shy, the Varus would be 2 for 2 in the 1v1s. Is that meta kind of emerging here? Tough to item against or itemize against. Again, does a little bit of damage, a little bit of magic damage, a little bit of percent damage, a lot of 80 damage.
I think if Top Esports and Anyone's Legend are watching this now, they're banning the Varus in their side select 1v1 later today. There's like, yeah, maybe. this champion seems a little ridiculous in the 1v1. But now, TT, more than likely, should be selecting blue side for the first game of the series. Draft priorities are going to be interesting here because obviously we have seen many power picks ban the entire or all 3 games during the first series. Mainly talking about Gwen and Nefiri not getting to see the light of day. Also Jace as well. But some of the picks that eventually got through were the Yone. I think Skarner was permabanned. Kalista was permabanned as well. We'll see if that continues in this series.
Yeah, of course, with Fearless, bans don't really change, right? Whatever you ban game 1, well, whatever's picked, those 10 champs aren't available. I think there is an opportunity. Of course, right now we're seeing a lot on red side. You kind of have to get rid of the Gwen Nefiri. Those have been deemed as the strong picks, the ones that you cannot let through. So I do think on blue side, there is opportunity to use a couple bans to set up your first picks, because on red, you pretty much have to get rid of those 2 champions and then something else. So few options for blue. Want to see what TT ends up setting up. Is of course they won the side select. That means blue side. We've really yet to see anyone take red. We'll go from there.
It is still blue side priority. And here we go, y'all. Game 1 between TT and BLG. So far, nothing out of the ordinary in the bans. Kalista Yone, but from TT. BLG more than likely after this Gwen a Nefiri ban. It's actually going to be Poppy first.
I mean, are they going to...
I mean, there's 3 things now potentially that could be let through. There's
Rumble?
There's Nefiri. There's Rumble. There's Skarner. There's also Jace.
Yeah,
Jace.
Jace is a big one. Hoya's not the strongest Jace player. A key for Thunder Talk, I feel like they kind of want the Rumble. I feel like they're trying to decide what they want to ban. I would not hate a Jace ban from them, actually. Because now I think if you're BLG, you leave up Jace and Rumble and just go from there. So take away Nefiri and then take the handshake, whatever's given. Also, with BLG, uniquely, Jace is flexible with Knight too. So not the only team in the league that can do that, but Knight's Jace is very, very strong.
Nefiri was left open. Oh, boy.
All right, what are we pointing at the Fury? You got to believe it's coming through.
I mean, the Poppy is banned. Does Pantheon? Pantheon's the answer once Nefiri gets locked in here.
Yep.
But I think Thunder Talk are really debating, do we let the Rumble go over? Oh my god, Vera's still on the table? Wait, BLG have now access to Nefiri and Rumble here?
Do they do it? Mark, if Rumble the Fury's getting picked here, I think it's an abort button angle. That's all I'm going to say.
Wow.
I think it's an abort. I will say the Fury, we are on 0.7, right? The Fury did get some changes, got a couple nerfs.
That's fair. There's the Rumble.
Yeah, we expect that. So, okay, going to be Rumble Vi. I got to say, I don't love the Vi in the Fury. So I still feel like Nefiri is still very playable in this game.
I mean, you're going to have guaranteed setup on everything else, but the Nefiri is so much harder to actually lock down reliably as the Vi. Like, if you're engaging at max range with cease and desist, it's just so easy to outplay it.
Fury?
But Thunder Talk are actually going to forego the Nefiri. They'd rather have some more reliable skirmishing power and setup with Beichuan on something that can facilitate the rest of the map. They're not playing for the jungle. And Satap with the Galio as well.
They got Hoya the Galio versus Rumble matchup, so Hoya gets to play a bit of a tank and a matchup that is pretty positive for the Galio. That said, MF going to come in as the answer into the Varus. I don't love MF this game. You have a lot of early strength, but again, into Xin, Varus, Galio, I feel like there's a lot of things that can kind of get you around bullet time with that Xin ultimate. And Galio has a lot of threats to actually interrupt and pressure you. So would love to see some more peel taken here for the MF against the front line. I think for Thunder Talk, a Braum ban would be okay here. It is a pickup that they could go with as well. But I think that's an option. And then also maybe even taking away a Sylas from Knight. I feel like Knight, if you're going to ban Sylas against Knight, I never really have a big problem with that. He already has access to some good ultimates to take. And he can be that kind of flex beefcake that can do some work in the front line here for BLG. So That said, double range support's banned out. They definitely, I mean, they might be looking to blind like an Alistar or something like that.
Yeah, if it's not the Sylas, I imagine it's the Ahri coming in for Knight. Always reliable to play with something like the Vi, who will...
I want a Sylas ban here. I'd be really scared to give him Sylas. I just don't think they deal with it that well. Like, again, you have counterpick if it ends up being Sylas now, but okay, Rakan banned. Well, the choice for BLG, we'll see if it's a blind mid or if On ends up blinding his champ. Okay, this helps with the MF Wombo identity.
I mean, I was about to say, that would be goading TT to pick the Alistar if it was just an early rel lock-in.
You can still threaten the Sylas later on. I don't think you could pick Alistar with Sylas up in this game. But that said, it's going to be the Talia.
Could Satab not pick Sylas for himself, or would the counterpick be too devastating in Knight's hands?
I don't love Sylas like going into the MF rel. I think that's hard. That said, Alistar is still going to be locked in. So no Sylas to threaten. But they are expecting a rel on the other side. And of course, in the Talia, you have some options. Control Mage can be nice. Ahri as well. A little bit more engaged and some mobility against the Rumble Vi MF. I do like the Ahri pick a lot this game. So I feel like this is a draft that TT can win. They are going to get heavily outranged, and you will have to really push forward hard into Talia MF rel, which can be kind of hard. But if they are able to get Alistar, get Xin in there, the follow-up with Galio is big, so it's going to be on BLG to initially kind of pull back with the fight and try and find the reset, the re-engages. Want to see Bin be disciplined with these equalizers and see if some of these red carpets can come out, maybe on top of his team, because that could be quite valuable this game with what TT is presenting as a draft.
It really does depend on who is pressing the engage forward first. You know, is it Thunder Talk going in with Alistar and Xin Zhao, and then are you forced to then, you know, use Equalizer as a deterrent and punish them for overextending and overforcing the play? Or are you following up on the Rel Magnastorm? Are you following up on the Vi engage as well? There's some flexibility in what you can do, but it just comes down to in recognizing those moments and picking the right actions from this Rumble. As we saw what Sheer was able to do with this champion and being able to turn around in Game 1 for FPX against IG. And we know that Bin, no stranger to being a star on this Rumble champion. We're heading into Game 1 between these two teams. Thunder Talk was able to pull an upset over BLG back during the group stage of Split 1. BLG answered back. It is now the third best of series we have seen from them this season so far. Let's see how it plays out as we load up onto the Rift for Game 1.
I'm waiting for him, Rafa.
I was waiting for the Jalios too.
Yeah.
Everyone's so tense in the audience. Maybe they're saving it for Game 3 if they're expecting this one.
They were loud in Game 3.
They were super loud in Game 3.
I like that. I don't know if we missed him or not. Oh. Nope, that was just the PA. Well, that was anticlimactic, Rafa.
It's okay.
We're trying to be respectful.
Yeah, we gave
Honor
BLG
great
and TT
LPL tradition.
The space. We got to see cool cinematic opening of both teams in the Nexus.
Hey, Rafa.
What's up?
This is a Poke Ferris, which I can understand in this game. It might be hard to be on hit. Thunder Talk's really lacking some damage, though. I almost thought it'd be like a potential for an on-hit Varus, just given how much lack of damage they have with the tank Galio, the Xin, Ahri. Again, Ahri, we'll see what build it is for Ahri, but you have options. We have seen a lot of that Roa build. Might be tricky here.
Ooh, Cleanse immediately popped by 1xn just to make sure that the Ignite did not get the full duration. I'm curious, though. I mean, like, most of BLG's composition is bruisers. You have Rumble Vi, who are not tanks. You have Talia, MF. Yeah, they're not tanks. I mean, like, I don't think TT are in like that kind of a detriment without an attack speed Varus this game.
No, they aren't. They're just low damage as a team overall. And I know that the initial graph that we've seen on LPL kind of flies win probabilities for the drafts, the comps. It showed a +2% for TT early and then a -2% for them later on with BLG kind of overtaking the scaling. I definitely feel like that's how this game rolls. As if they aren't able to really utilize the mid game of the Galio and have some powerful fights and moments, then I do feel like that this tank pick ends up falling off and Rumble just ends up being massive as these games go on.
Right now, been getting the upper hand as he hits level 3 first, able to control the wave against Hoya. H1 pathing towards the top side, whereas Wei mirrors it, pathing towards the bottom side, playing for Elkadon. And to their credit, 1xN now down to cleanse, still has a flash available, but if On were able to connect that Q flash while Wei is in range to follow up, could be the makings of a decent bot lane snowball.
It's still likely to be a slow game. I think the big win cons here for me with Thunder Talk, opportunity to make plays on Knight on a side later on with Ahri going hunting and then maybe Hoya or Beishuan tailing. That and then trying to maintain mid priority, of course, with the poke Varus who does dominate those waves. For me, a lot of focus should be on Thunder Talk early, given the drafts, just because I think the onus is really on them to make some plays. Speaking of plays, Knight already TP'd back in. Going to drop the Unraveled Earth. Beishuan was looking to maybe find a little bit of poke, a little bit of harass, but we are going to have a mismatch here as Beishuan started out his Raptors. Wei beat him here.
Oh, but Beishuan had a feeling and also dropped a ward, so was able to spot Wei before he could throw that Q forward. And now that it's off cooldown, can't really threaten. TP also from Satab right on the ward next to the Raptor pit just to ensure that Beishuan does not get contested on the second rotation of Raptors. Really nice for TT so far, as the ward in the tri-bush made it so that Wei was not able to make a play onto the bot lane while 1xN's cleanses down, force a reset, and has to go through his full clear cycle again on the top side. So 1xN and Feather are safe to push this wave in since they've also got Beishuan behind them on that Krug camp.
Yeah, I will say that the one member we haven't really talked about yet from Thunder Talk that I think was a big part of their split one splash in the league was actually Satab. Of course, one of these LCK Challengers League players that has been coming over. Satab was never really able to find his footing, a starting spot in the LCK, but didn't come to the LPL to roll over. He was really good in Demacia Cup in Split 1, too. I don't feel like we've seen the same pop-offs from him in Split 2. But still, he was a big part of the victory that they had against BLG earlier on. Yeah. Not someone that was necessarily like, immensely outplaying Knight, but someone that was just playing really well in the games and has been really big on the melee picks. So, want to see if Satab, again, has a counter in this game and looks to be going for that Roa or Ahri build early on. I want to see if he can make a splash in this one.
Yeah, Yasuo in particular was a standout game from Satab in that first split.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Thunder Talk making the proactive lane swap, already sending Hoya onto the bot side while 1xN and Feather immediately beelining towards the top, as it's the story
They're gonna get
of
a
teams
TP.
vying for the grubs. And yeah, they actually get a TP out of Bin since Hoya was here first and shoved in that wave before Bin could make his way towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, so TP's even going to be mismatched as Hoya TP'd first, but you can see Hoya, if he has pushing these lanes, opportunity for him to walk up, and 6 minutes into a rotation from Thunder Talk. It does have them on the grubs on spawn. Hoya going to scout away, hitting the dragon, and this could be a handshake.
I think BLG just recognizing that because, okay, well, Bin can get some decent damage on the Hoya, but good use of the Aftershock proc by the taunt to absorb as much damage as he can. BLG just recognizing that since Hoya got the first move, there was no chance that they were going to have the best numbers advantage for those grubs, just ensuring that they don't flip something unnecessarily and give an advantage over to TT, just taking the trade and keeping the game even.
I think strength-wise, BLG is smart to drop that, so I appreciate them not taking that fight. I think Galio at 6 can be really scary and nullifying the Rumble. Then you get Satab that can attack on the Ahri, and I like the response here from Wei. Knows the Raptor third spawn timer was there for the second one, had a good idea. Okay, base is canceled here, some tempo killed. Hoya going to cancel his base well. They're maybe trying to swap back. Well played from On.
Yeah. curious to see if BLG were going to try to take advantage of that. Oh, okay, nice interrupt from Feather, at least being able to dodge the flip, but Elk, does he want to flash for another auto attack? Yes, he does! Gets first kill of the game, but now Elk might be in trouble since he has no flash, and Satab has 2 more Spirit Rushes and an Orb of Deception to follow up. Equalizes the kill board 1-1.
Yeah, I love the rotation here from Thunder Talk too. Of course, Satab has to go up here. That's a trade up in kills, but the response, Hoya walking mid is better for me. Because they can actually get the swap they wanted in the first place. They're sending their bot lane back bot, whereas the response now from BLG, they're going to send their bot lane mid, and we're going to see where they go afterwards. Have the option to try and match 1xN and Feather on the map or not, as you take a moment look. Elk did have a BF sword for this, so Feather getting locked up like this, not the fight they want. Again, want to be pokey with the Varus, lean on that, and the Hussein from the Alistar, and not take that all in against the MF Rel. Of course, Satab did drop this wave to rotate off and kill Elk. Well worth it by him, so the fact that Elk did get removed from the map, I feel like it's a small win for TT in the end. I just like how they rotated well outside of it. As in the end, we still have BLG kind of rotating and responding to it. Going to be a weird lane for the Rumble. Going to have to catch this wave from the Ahri, and we'll see if he makes his way up to actually match the Galio afterwards.
Yeah. Big thing for TT. No flash on Elk. He still has Cleanse available, so if a Chain of Corruptions does connect, he at least can try and run for his life and pop the strut from his W. Speed on away from a potential engage or collapse if TT want to punish this window. As we've returned to not quite standard lanes, as mid laner is currently facing top laner on the top side, but Finn making his way over. Should rectify things. Feather trying to fight for vision control while on maintaining a defensive line. He's got Wei on this bottom side of the quadrant. Still a couple of minutes away before the next dragon spawns, whereas a minute and 13 seconds away from the second rotation of Grubs here.
I will say the Drake for Grub trade, I think is kind of in favor of BLG. I think that the way that Thunder Talk wants to play is they don't necessarily want to play 3 lanes, so I don't think they're going to abuse Grubs as much. It really is in this mid game when you put his Galio in a Rumble matchup. It's about what you can get leaving lane as the Galio. Where again, Rumble eventually overtakes you in this game. You are here to nullify the matchup, not exactly, and like be Galio, not exactly to win it. As at the moment, Satab.
Good charm, but he's now going to deal with a 4-man dive. Cease and desist will deny any outplay potential from Satab. A flash was expended, and it just isn't enough.
Should be enough time, too, for BLG to respond on the map. Will be a couple plates taken bot side, but a good kill to remove the Ahri, as it will delay the Roa coming in for Satab.
Been using the equalizer to kill the wave on the top side, but won't have that ulti available to contest for the Grubs.
I think they're giving it.
Yeah.
They might try and snag one, but again, I think it's kind of a roll of the dice of, hey, we don't think your comp can really abuse the Grubs as much as others. And I gotta say, from BLG's perspective, I agree. Like your Grub abusers are a Poke Varus, the tank Galio, and then an Ahri, who should be the one winning side lanes, and the side lane that I want to see Thunder Talk really overload support with the Xin, Galio, and Alistar moving forward. But if you are able to get the first 2 Drakes for giving up the first 6 Grubs, I gotta say this is one of the rare games where I kind of agree with the gambit from BLG. Usually I think 6 Grubs are too much to give up, but this game I don't think that's the case. I think BLG is actually getting the better of the map.
Yeah, as you called it out, none of the champions on TT side really have ways to abuse that 6 Grubs by themselves. Unironically, the best person that might be able to use it is Beichuan, because at least he has an attack speed steroid, but you have to proc it on minions, you know? He has to charge on a minion wave or a champion and then start whacking the turret. He gets the auto reset with the Q, but the scenario that happens is not very likely in normal circumstances, probably just post fights. We'll say, if we get to late game scenario and it comes down to making another base race and making it close like FPX did against IG in their first series, yeah, could be clutch. You know, who knows? Who knows?
But this isn't the same series as the first series. You're just gonna have to accept that, all right?
Listen, man, it was so awesome. I need to see it
have some
again.
action though. I know you know first
2K.
series bring it up. Applies
look at
action.
Satab.
Satab.
Oh. Good smite from Wei, secures it. Now it's just all about the exit strategy. On, he's able to crash down over the wall. Tab following up with the Spirit Rush. Good stun by On, and the flash from Beichuan forces On's flash as well. Elk might be compromised, but Tab is just a little too deep. Bullet time is gonna at least create some damage, but Wei still goes down thanks to the hero's entrance from Hoya. But now TT, they have to commit to getting out of here since Bin is getting a lot of damage on the top side.
Yeah, I just don't think that this was fully worth from TT. They lose the Dragon. They spent so much to only get 1 kill. Bin doesn't get a ton. Again, it's no grubs on his team, but the 2 Dragons going over to BLG, and a lot of tools expended just to get 1 kill. I mean, Beichuan went really deep. Tab burned the TP. Hoya left the lane and burned his ult, and the lanes were all cleaned up, pushed in by BLG, so they're sitting with a little bit of gold in their shoulders. And again, take a second look. Tab throwing the charm out like that, I just didn't get. I feel like you want to wait for guaranteed CC, and then you can follow up with the skill shot. So that fish is a little bit off and prevented Tab from maybe being able to follow up this portion of the fight faster. He gets chunked out by the re-engage from Wei, gets the Galio ult as Hoya comes in, but again, in the back half, Bin was able to get that top tower down. We saw a wave crash bot by BLG in the post play, and they walk out with the Dragon and a little bit of extra gold in their shoulders despite the kill going over to Thundertalk. And Thundertalk burned a lot of tools to get that singular kill, so I think it was worth it for BLG.
Yeah, an overall TP advantage for BLG as well, something that they can play to their own strength and maybe find a window. I mean, the fact that Knight is playing something like the Talia, where he doesn't even need to use the teleport to necessarily collapse on a side lane quickly. You have so many ways to really play the map and make fast rotations now for the next, what is the TP cooldown, like the next 4 minutes here?
Yeah, I mean, depending on if you have the Summoning Insight or spell or not.
Sure.
You know, with the bonus spell CDR.
Okay. Well, they're going to jump onto On. They know that he doesn't have flash, and should be a kill there. Feather flashing forward to guarantee the stun. The Magnusor buys some time, and On is going to escape. Now the re-engage. Maybe they can find something here. Elk is trying to put as many auto attacks as he can while Wei is absorbing as much damage, and Bin has now teleported into the Flay. Equalizer is going to force 1xM to run, but Elk is flashing forward, and now he's got a Varus in his sights. Bullet time rips through Tab's health bar, and Bin should do enough with the Flame Spoiler to cook him on a spit. The rest of BLG punishing Thundertalk where they stand, and it's an ace for BLG.
Oh, it's a disaster for Thundertalk, and a banger start to the split 2 proper split for BLG as everything was burned onto the engage. I thought that he would have at least gone down. He snuck out for free, and then Elk just ran the back half of the fight on this MF.
And just like that, Matt, BLG take one good fight, find themselves 4,000 gold. Take a look back at the river. As you called it, it was so close to killing On, but he just barely sneaks out.
And then, again, everyone's locked up. Really nice wall from Knight. Flashes out of the charm from Tab. Yes, Wei, I mean, he almost goes down, but the Sundered Sky mileage was huge there. Hoya grouping up. I can't reach Elk, and Elk was the one who flashed forward. Has an insane angle on this ultimate. Beautiful fight from Elk. Really enabled by the fact that Thundertalk used so many tools to try and get Wei, try and get On, and neither went down.
An investment that goes asunder for Thundertalk BLG now.
And it kind of goes back to my initial point, Rafa. Like, where's the damage on this Thundertalk squad? They just don't have enough with this comp. Again, everything burned to the On. Like, no more damage outside of that. Tab gets caught. Gonna be
trying to flash away.
Saves all. Okay. But,
yeah.
Hey, expensive cooldown. Well played by BLG.
Wei didn't have cease and desist available, but they got a decent prize out of it. No flash on Ari now. Rift Herald aggroed by Thundertalk, but nowhere near close to being finished here. BLG gonna have enough time to collapse in. Maybe look for something. Hoya has the first move. Hero's entrance at the ready. Weaver's Wall from Knight allows him to collapse. Feather forced to pop the ultimate for that damage reduction. Beichuan tries to step up. Buy some base here. Oh, Hoya with a decent flank right onto Knight, but the bullet time is going to ring true once again. And Wei secures the Rift Herald. Tab falls, and the rest of BLG have their way with the fight once again. Beichuan on the run. Tries to go into the 3 Talon Strike, but just not enough damage in the tank. BLG are running away with this one as now Hoya, the tank on the Galio, just no longer surrounded by the damage dealers of Thundertalk as
no TP.
Actually might, I don't think he's actually getting away. Because there's a Vi there to cut off his escape route. And now the gold lead has extended, Matt. 6,000 advantage for BLG. This seems pretty much over at this point.
And this is the BLG that everyone fears in LPL, right? How they can blow maps up, it really is only them. Again, I just don't think the Thundertalk has the damage with this comp. I don't like the pairing of the Poke, Varus, Ari, Galio. Like, that's just no damage out of your 3 lanes. And they're behind here. Elk was able to fire off a big bullet time, and all the time burned from Rookie early on, and the lack of damage that Thundertalk really able to put down at the start of the fight. Like, just never a position where it feels like they can actually find a winning angle here, Rocco. And BLG just continue to run away with this game. That soul point secured pre-18 minutes. Ocean Soul on the map. Going to be even harder for the lack of damage on Thundertalk to get through BLG. As, yeah, I mean, really feels like this game's already wrapped.
Yeah, BLG haven't taken that many towers yet, but this Rift Herald will be the markings of the 3rd taken. Could look for another charge, but I don't think Thundertalk are going to give them that opportunity, as Bin getting jumped on by Beichuan. There's no flash on this Rumble, but not a lot of damage behind this Xin Zhao, especially on something as durable as the Rumble.
And again, I love the read. Like, for me, the criticisms of BLG and Split 1, a lot of it was like, you know, are these guys taking it seriously? And a lot of early game comps were chosen where they weren't able to really snowball things fast enough and ended up getting outscaled in some of those swap games. I love the direction from BLG this game. Again, there are very few games in the league where I advocate for a team to actually drop 6 grubs for the first 2 Drakes completely. This is one of those games. I think that BLG did a great job of recognizing that, executing it. The fights have been very clean. It feels like Thundertalk have really no way to win in this game. And it has been good play off of BLG as that speed continues.
Oh, man. Cease and desist right on the bullet time, but 1xN is able to flash away from him, and Beichuan is threatening Elk. It pushes him away,
down.
But hang on. Wait a minute. Wade does fall to Satab, but Beichuan trying to absorb all the attention right now. Finally falls on, trying to continue the charge here. Feather on the wrong side of the wall. Still has a flash available. Finally uses it. Gets out alive, but the rest of BLG still fighting. 4v4, Charm connects on to On. Hoya dashes in with the Justice Punch, and Feather trying to see if he can rejoin the fight here, but just can't get his way around the wall. It's just too much time. The Equalizer finds its moment to cook Satab once again. Feather falls in succession. BLG, double kill for Elk. And it just seems to be the story continuing to write itself. BLG as the expected victors, and they are living up to the script.
Yeah, you might have beaten us in Split 1, not going to beat us in Split 2, I think is what BLG is saying right now. And that fight, like, it kind of looked close, but the whole time Bin was sitting on Equalizer, was just waiting for, you know, the Alistar ult to run out, Ari ult to expire, dropped that in the back half of the fight and made it look easy.
Credit to 1xN. He still had a flash, was able to get away at least from the brunt of the damage, but yeah, that BLG is just so far ahead.
Even that flash, though, was, like, Feather did a nice job actually interrupting the combo from Knight, so it wasn't even necessary. Because he was trying to flash the flick that was going to come in. Feather did a nice job of interrupting that, and then, again, back half of the fight, Bin was waiting for Equalizer to come up, so couldn't fire it yet, but the late Equalizer, like after Satab, no ult, after Hoya goes down, and no Alistar ult either, really hard to play out the rest of the fight. Thundertalk, they are behind, didn't fall further behind, thanks to BLG just kind of beating him at this point.
8,000 gold advantage for BLG now. 3 dragons to their name. 2 minutes away from being able to secure Ocean Soul for themselves. You know, normally in other states, we would talk about, you know, win conditions that Thundertalk could play towards to, but as you already outlined, there's not really a big scaling factor you're playing for. The damage is inconsistent. It's all poke, it's all burst. And BLG are just way too far ahead in stats to be able to get threatened by it realistically.
Yeah, 88.5% I think is the highest I've seen from this so far on a projected win.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame them for that one. Again, if I just the comboing of the Galio, the Ari, and the Varus like this, just there's no damage. I know I've said it. I feel like I'm just beating a dead horse, but I don't know what else to say. It feels like there's just no way that you can kill BLG.
Well, for BLG fans, at least they are content that their favorite team is living up to the mantle that they have earned for themselves throughout their victorious 2024 season in the LPL, being able to pick up back-to-back titles. Obviously left a disappointing taste in fans' mouths, coming up short in Split 1. But BLG, all business in this first game against Thundertalk. Definitely going to have to take a trip back to the drawing board and seeing what they can do different in Game 2. And at least very content that they will never have to say this draft again, but Thundertalk just trying to still play it out to the very end. Otacon GAs were picked up here, so BLG can really play with abandon, as Ben is finding a flank here, and here they go. They pull the trigger right onto 1xN. A flashless Varus is going to get stunned up here, but the equalizer, not enough damage to actually cook him, but Ben is going to force the issue by flashing on forward with the flame spitter. The bullet time rips through the cow, turns it into ground beef, and Hoya still on the run, but dies to the burn anyway. Saytab trying to retreat, but will not find any ground. BLG, they don't drop a single man since it was Otacon GAs in their side. And even though the death timers are short, I think they have what it takes to finish here. But I think they're going to take it patient. Just going to go for the open inhibitor and continue to play for the soul instead.
I mean, this is the BLG that I think was so scary in past LPL splits. I mean, last year, BLG 15-1 in regular season spring. They were the team that always took care of business. In playoffs, in summer, only dropped a game on that run. I think the scary part, like LPL, a lot of the times, you see teams drop games. There's a lot of variance in this league, a lot of good teams too at the top. But BLG were the team that always took care of business. I think that's a big part of them instilling confidence in their fans, and a big part of the reason why fans really want to see this team and only this team compete international before any other LPL teams, just given what they've accomplished domestically and internationally. This team has insane pedigree on it, and I know that Thundertalk was a team they dropped to again in Split 1. BLG had their oopses, had their woes, but this is the split where we're playing to go to MSI, playing to get back to that championship where BLG would be the defending champions coming in.
Yep.
And BLG, and this is the start of their run to really make it back to that stage and reclaim the international dominance and one of the top teams in the world moniker that this team has owned when they have been at their best in the past.
Yeah, I think it's definitely fair to say that, off season, they had to take extra time, even post Demacia Cup not really participating. They had a developmental team play for them instead. And obviously Split 1, a lot left on the table, but this time for the rest of the season, they've got 8 weeks ahead of themselves. As TT are going to try to jump onto Bin. He's got no stasis to protect himself, so it's a guaranteed 5-on-4 advantage for TT. Comes at the cost of an inhibitor tower on that top side of the map. BLG just making their retreat. Wade potentially threatening to look at Saytab. He's only isolated. It's only Beichuan, but Hero's entrance will stall the fight a little bit. L can't really get in there to follow up, but the bullet time will, and that cone is deadly. Beichuan falls in the back as well, and suddenly, just like that, BLG have created the numbers advantage for themselves once again. It's just down to 1xN and Feather, but BLG should have the strength to push it in for the win.
No need to base with Ocean Soul. Ben has TP in 13. This is going to be, I mean, it's pretty rare with Baron spawning at 25 that you see pre-27, pre-28 wins, but of course BLG going to make it happen in this game 1.
Nexus turret starting to fall here. Feather will try one last time to look for Elk, but a clean flash prediction will deny Feather any chance for a miracle comeback. And teleport coming in from Bin. BLG standing on the doors of the footsteps of that base. Thundertalk, no chance. It's BLG all day, every day with a Game 1 win.
I might have slipped up and said something I shouldn't have in the middle of that first series where I was saying that, this is the series that we might be like, oh, can Thundertalk, maybe like contest the team they beat before and then BLG just absolutely wipes them.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like that would ring true in this game 1 as BLG spawned into the series, have a nice Rumble Vine draft, and absolutely wipe the floor with Thundertalk, and a draft where they lacked some damage and maybe made me pull my hair out a little bit behind the scenes, as that game was a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, for BLG, it's got to be like this for 8 weeks, right? If they want to return to
That's the hope if you're an LPL fan.
And that is it's a long road ahead of them. This series still isn't even over yet. Obviously, it's a best of 3. BLG have to win one more game. But if they are performing like this and taking care of business consistently like this throughout the season, it may not be, you know, the easiest expectation to live up to, but that's the mantle that you have put yourself into when you are two-time LPL champions, dominating the 2024 season, winning MSI. This is how you get back for a chance to defend your crown at MSI later this year, which will be taking place in Vancouver. Shout out to NA.
The team with Bin and Knight in a meta where everyone's forced to lane against Bin and Knight is gonna, you know, do well and has expectations that are monumental. Who would have thought? I got these two players, they're world class. This team's world class when they're at their best. I think it really speaks to how good this team is that they did what they did, split one, and no one really cared. Because they know that when BLG is on form, they are the team to beat. And we'll see if BLG can be that against the rest of Group Ascend. They did sure seem that way against Thunder Talk today, a team that, frankly, we don't have the highest hopes for in Group Ascend. But hey, to be fair, we didn't either for FPX. These are the 2-3 seeds or that made it through, or one of the 3 seeds that made it through, right? Thunder Talk did earn their spot.
Yeah, Thunder Talk was second seed in their group, respectively.
Still, we have them as probably a bottom 3, bottom 4 team in this group. To be fair, we had FPX as a bottom 2 team. They did show up against IG. Didn't really see that from Thunder Talk. Again, I think it's hard to play out that draft when things don't go your way early. So definitely saw them run out of damage quite early in that game, and that game felt quite uncompetitive.
Like we said, Thunder Talk are going to have to go back to the drawing board for that one. I think just the way that they wanted the game to play out for the kind of the slim conditions, they really backed themselves in a corner within were very hard to achieve. It really did feel like if this Varus wasn't accelerated, you couldn't have that oppressive poke and siege. You don't have a ton of disengage. You have ways to counter engage with Hero's entrance. You can try and push threats back with Xin Zhao, but you know, I almost feel like it would have really benefited from seeing something. I mean, maybe I'm overreaching, but like a Janna, where as soon as people are jumping onto you, you have an immediate pushback. You have an immediate.
Yeah. I think it's really hard to play that in the like Virel Rumble, but
there's just an overload of follow up. Yeah.
They just need damage. I like this the Roa Ari build. It kind of takes longer to get online. And the Varus Galio around it, again, it's just not enough damage. So definitely saw that it be an issue quite early in this game for Thunder Talk. Yeah, they were, I mean, I feel like the answer, because they went with Varus Galio early on, I feel like the answer has to be just a different mid laner. Like, you just have to go with a higher damage mid into that matchup. Maybe it was, it's kind of hard to play Orianna against like Vi Rumble and Rel, but it's like you got to take someone mobile. Maybe it was just a Silas game on the flip side, but I don't know. Definitely a tough look for Thunder Talk, and we were pretty high octane, pretty antsy after the first series, every game of that one, where, you know, it's a 1 kill plus a minute and some swap coming out from each side on top of some good plays, whereas this game was pretty much just BLG taking care of business and looking like the BLG we're used to seeing here in the LPL.
Yep. Squeaky clean from BLG. Not many moments that you can really point out in this game from BLG and say this was egregiously bad. If deaths happened, it usually was worth in the long run and gain an advantage for the team. Hell, when we look at the, I think it was the second dragon where Jeje ends up going down, it's an overforce from TT, right? They are wasting so many cooldowns to get very little. Bin is getting solo time on the top side of the map to push in the towers. BLG overall just making really strong macro trades and decisions on what to give up, knowing what they're going to gain afterwards as well.
I'm ready to see the plug and get into the next game, Rafa.
Yep,
there's nothing else that I can say. Yep. How was your day? We're like relegated to this now.
We're in the podcast moment. I mean, yeah. I got to co-stream with you for a little bit during NACL. That was fun.
That was fun.
that the first series was pretty cool. I'm sad I didn't get to finish out the CCG NA series with you, because that looked like to be a little bit of a banger.
It was. Yeah, and NA also struggled with a bad draft in Game 3. You know, happens, but nothing was as entertaining today as the first series between IG and FPX, and what was a turbo banger. And I got to watch the Shy play some Renekton, which always makes me a happy camper. He is quite a good Croc player, and always has been. So, anyway, let's give Elk the series MVP, and or I should say game MVP, and then we can get on our way out of here. How about that, Rafa?
I'm down.
Yeah, it's probably Elk MVP. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll reward the boom boom damage. He made some nice plays stepping up in that game.
Damn, they're really drawing this one out.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. Yep. Oh, who would have thought?
Misfortune, baby. Only one death, and it was just the one time where he flashed for the Alistar early on in the laning phase, and Satab, you know, was able to get that first roam. But other than that, Elk very well protected, or very well spacing, or good, you know, excellent spacing in a lot of the fights, knowing that when he could step up, and as soon as the moment presented themselves, yeah, he owned them.
It's nice to be a Bloodthirster rusher in a game with low damage, and it felt like every bullet time was uninterrupted. And again, the boom boom damage was real from Elk. So, well-deserved game MVP, as he really helped highlight a dominant game 1 from BLG, and we'll see if they can string things together again in game 2.
All right, break time, y'all. Y'all know the drill. When we come back, game 2 between BLG and Thunder Talk will be on your screen.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no, keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Welcome back, y'all. Billy Gaming 1-0 against Thundertalk Gaming. Did we expect anything different? No. Did we maybe hope that Thundertalk were gonna put up a fight? I don't know, maybe. You know, just to live up to what we saw in Split 1. But, you know, the meta is different than it was in Split 1. And it's not only really proving to be a bit of a pain in Thundertalk's side, but also BLG seem to be back in form, baby. And they are all business. They are not interested in being funny at all. They are trying to make these games as quick and as clean as possible.
Yeah, I think that's a game for Thunder Talk that you just kind of, you know, as the coach, you just say, hey, draft diff, just to simply save team mental and then go into game 2. Because I actually do.
True.
I feel like I don't want to take away from BLG's play. BLG played very well and they beat them, but there was nothing in that draft that could have gotten through BLG. Like, after the first couple fights went their way. Just not enough damage between Tank Galio top, Poke Ferris bot, and that Roa Ari build. I do not like those champions combined together. I feel like if you're going to play the Poke Ferris and Ari, you need some sort of carry top, which, of course, they wanted the Galio into the Rumble, which is fine, but just didn't see it work out that game.
Mm-hmm. They needed to wallet diff them early on, like super early on, and the fights did not go their way. BLG just outplaying them. And I think the one thing that we can give over to the credit of the BLG is just not falling into any traps of contesting for objectives that they didn't need to fear giving up.
Again, like the Galio, Ari Ferris, Poke Ferris, giving up 6 grubs in that game where you feel like you can play the sides more effectively as the Rumble Talia team was, I feel like, a really smart call to make sure that you secure the first 2 dragons. So I do want to give BLG credit again. That's what made this team a horror in the back-to-back LPL domestic wins last year, was the fact that they took care of business no matter what team you were. In a team where, or in a league where oftentimes we do see teams drop random games, random series, just given how competitive LPL is. And sometimes the variance, you get to see in these leagues. But that said, BLG, dominant game 1. On to game 2. Got to give the quick spiel of it's Fearless. That's it. We're going to move on from there. All those champs from game 1, they're gone. And speaking of what else is gone, no Yone ban from Thunder Talk on the blue side this game. They're going to first pick it and give away some goodies to BLG as they drop the Jace ban to pick it up themselves and then get away that Lilia.
Way maybe inspired if he was looking at the IG FPX series. Obviously, the Lilia, not this patch, but last patch, actually got some love buffs back her way.
She got nerfed this patch.
She did get nerfed again this patch.
It was needed. The buffs were a little bit too much,
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is that I don't think Lilia necessarily needed buffs, but, she got them. And then, it was a bit of an overshoot. So now she seems to be corrected. She's still strong. She still can exist, especially in the matchups where you feel confident that the enemy team is going to pick a lot of melee champions where H1, even though maybe you could have looked for something that would have, been a better matchup into the Lilia, you're not playing for the 1v1, obviously. If you're picking the Sejuani, you're playing for the facilitation of both of your solo laners. Both are melee champions. Really works well with the permafrost stacking, and if H1 can help snowball either one of these, might be a better win condition set up here, as BLG now have the option to, I guess, lock down a support before we go into the second round of bans.
Yeah, I would like a support pick here. So I think that with Alistar or Rel off the table, Leona, the best support left to interact with this front line. Going to secure that one for On, can throw some bans now to protect it, whereas, of course, that Yone is showing potential for Thunder Talk to take away a couple matchups that they may not want to see from Knight. Would like to see a Corki ban here. I feel like Knight has really earned that one and likes to play that one into the Yone. But first, Ambessa for Hoya of this split. And we'll see if this melee topside can really get the train rolling here for Thunder Talk. As with the Sejuani comp, they're going to try and dive into BLG and Snowball, but we have seen how scary the Jace is in the hands of both Bin and Knight. So I feel like that is kind of unique for BLG this game. You can see that being read by Thunder Talk too, actually throwing a ban at the Renekton, understanding that, yes, this Jace, it can be played by both Bin and Knight.
BLG can look at another support ban, try to thin out the options for Feather going into the second round. Options still available are Nautilus and Rakan.
I would take away Rakan. I think that you're okay with Leona the Nautilus. We did see Jouet play this matchup really, really, really well, but I like Rakan. I know that Leona has a somewhat favorable 2v2 matchup, but Rakan with the piggybackers, all those melees, real potential to actually get in the backline and combo Lilia. They do end up taking away that Nautilus with the depth charge, and now see if Thunder Talk decides to take away. Again, I think the Corki really tempting the ban. They could even flex the Corki on 4 and threaten it bot as well if they want to lock that in here. Because I think that Corki's best pairing is Leona, given the Gatling gun really strong at proccing those Leona passive procs if you want to do so.
Yeah.
So, real option for BLG. Of course, other ADs, they could flex around the Tristana too. Again, likely to be in the hands of Knight mid. Same idea as the Corki, just a little bit more safety and some more late game auto attacking power coming in here for BLG.
Leaving potentially an 80 carry counter pick up to Elk for the very last choice on BLG side. Thunder Talk gonna opt in for a little bit of extra utility from 1xN's side with that Ashe. You can always now have 2 reliable ways of fishing for picks, whether it's the Arrow or the Glacial Prison from Sejuani. Freljord compositions always strong and reliable. Feather has his choice for a counter pick, and he's contemplating whether he wants to go for a melee champion or a ranged champion here.
He has played some Enchantresses too. I know that it's going to end up being the Renata, but the Seraphine has actually been a standout pick of his, so I feel like that is worth a shout. Renata, though, going to try and prevent that dive coming in from the Lilia and the Leona, but that's it. And I got to say, I wasn't a giant fan of Renata. I actually would have really preferred the Seraphine this game.
Yeah. Yeah.
or something like that. Because again, Renata, like that hostile takeover, it doesn't feel like it's going to get a ton of value this game. And that last pick, Ezreal too, not going to help with that. Ezreal, in a lot of melees, should be pretty happy Arcane shifting around the fight later on, and one way to actually get out of the arrows. So again, I really like the draft that BLG has. I don't know where I would have definitely went a different direction with the support pick for Thunder Talk. Just don't think that Renata gets the same game impact as we see in other games where it's a lot more dive showing. So hostile takeover is going to get a lot less mileage this game.
I think the first 4 champions that Thunder Talk selected all make sense and work pretty well. You have 3 people that have strong ways to engage and dive, and then Ashe can help that. And then the Renata's thrown in there, where the rest of BLG have so much mobility that as soon as you see the hostile takeover coming, if Lilia's ramped up on the movement speed, she just skirts it. Jace can skirt it. Tristana and Ezreal have ways to jump out of the way. I'm definitely in the same line with you that maybe this last pickup for Thunder Talk is a bit of a miss, but I don't know. I guess maybe it'll be really nice for the laning phase.
It can still combo too, so it's not like if you land a Yone ult, it can follow up with that. My thing is that Seraphine, you still have the same potential with Encore, and it's quicker and snappier, and then Seraphine W, that is so OP in the games. We have seen Feather play that to success, so would have liked to see that pick. I think they play the Ashe Seraphine lane actually quite well, but with no marksman being selected, just felt safer playing the Renata. I bet you that was kind of the just what ended up happening.
Yeah, I imagine it's just like maybe a laning preference. And you know what? To Thunder Talk's credit, if BLG are ever in a position where they're getting careless with the way they're playing out these fights and just kind of bull rushing TT, you know, if Knight jumps headfirst into Renata with no flash available or no reset on the jump, could be a way to punish, but obviously it's going to come down to execution, and definitely think that BLG have a little bit more freedom in where they can pick and choose their battles here, as we're on the rift for game 2 between Thunder Talk and BLG, where if you're just tuning in now, you missed it. Expectations were met. BLG showed up and they slaughtered TT, and now 1 game away from closing out this series.
Actually kind of curious to see, at least in the chart they had, Thunder Talk, their comp be favorable later on with what LPL has with the champions taken, because I see Lilia, Tristana, Ezreal, and I think that comp is pretty nice early, and I was sitting here getting ready to talk about how there's a lot of pick potential on Thunder Talk between the Sej and the Ashe, and Yone and Bessa as well. I think it's going to be really important that their execute is clean, and Lilia is not allowed to ramp up through these fights and run her, or really cruise her way around the fights, what we have seen quite a few Lilias do successfully in LPL and even today, earlier on.
BLG's bot lane not able to take out the ward during the sweeper window there. Not sure if it was intentional or they just couldn't afford to use an extra auto attack there. As 1 extended feather, being double range, will at least have control of the early laning phase for now. Wei is actually matching the clear that H1 is going for, both starting on the top side of the map, gonna make their way towards the bottom side.
H1 will be spotted here on the Raptors, and again, I'm a little scared of the match clear here, because the mid prio with the Tristana early on, Knight doing a decent job, making sure that he was able to push Satab around a little bit, and Wei should be a little bit faster on the clear towards the back half of this against the Sejuani. So bot prio will be in the hands of the Ashe Renata. We'll see if that's going to be enough to make sure that they're able to secure the crab, with Lilia being there and Tristana likely having some push.
Thankfully, with the intel from the Hawkshot, they know exactly where Wei is as well, and how fast he's been relatively clearing. To H1's credit, I think he's trying to match Wei's clear speed at the moment. He used an extra smite, the second one, just so he could get to the river first. Wei will have the smite advantage for the crab, but if H1 is trying to play with the priority of his bot lane, it might be enough to actually force him off the river here.
No, good call on the double smite, because I think the BLG should be aware that Beishwan was here before 330, which means 2 smites, but tonight...
Yeah, Wei, because he saved the second smite, he's able to secure it. Satab trying to duel with Wei and Knight on the right side flank, but now they've run out of gas in the tank, and On flashing forward to guarantee the stun on the Beishwan. Still has a flash, uses it to get away from the swirling seed, and BLG now going to force their way into that bottom quadrant, and Wei should have full access to the top crab as well.
I think some wave was lost bot lane for the Ezreal Leona as a little bit of it crashed. They're going to reset now, but Wei going to find not just the double crab, but also sets up really nicely for the super clear. Of course, on Lilia started the AoE camp, so comes up top, does find the respawn Raptors, going to be the respawn Krug soon after, and this Lilia really set up for success early on.
Yeah, ThunderTalk are not able to really create enough early pressure before Wei comes online, then it's going to be very difficult to deal with this Lilia. Feather and 1xN have rotated up to the top side. Ooh. Volley does not tag Bin. Oh, the flash from Feather was just at least looking to see if he could trade. Summoners for Summoner.
Oh, it's worth. I like the flash. Yeah, very worth to take away that from Bin. Definitely higher value flash going to be on the Jace early on. So at least ThunderTalk able to proactively swap and get something. As Hoya will TP bot. Bin, base delayed. I think that he's going to be able to walk bot, though, and catch most, if not all.
Dragon is spawned on the map. The Infernal, so no Infernal Soul for this game. 1xN and Feather still pushing into this wave. Bin trying to soak as much as he can. At least they had On rotating over to the top side.
They did stop Bin's recall, so I guess he's going to stick it out. I guess on the Jace, he's kind of fine. And they're going to give Ezreal some free time. I will say, experience-wise, this could impact things later on, as because Hoya's in the lane on his own, will have an experience advantage, and is actually pretty close to 6. Just took a trade against Elk. Elk at half health, and Hoya just being 6. I'm sure that he could be looking at Elk, and yeah, Elk is going to be forced back off-screen, so he's going to recall well... very close to his turret, and that's going to finally force the TP out of him.
Yep. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Knight got a chance to force out Satab's own TP, chunking him and getting that wave crashed in. Wei, once again, opting in for a grub trade by going for the first dragon instead. And at least to his credit, ThunderTalk are not immediately on it. Beishwan now finally using the Q to get over the wall and start up the grubs here.
Yeah.
Sejuani is going to at least be able to get a majority of these without any contest. No chance for anyone to collapse in and deter him off. So, another objective trade.
Misclick there from Feather, or 1xN. He missed the cannon. Wasn't taken. And as we return to the standard lanes, I will say Elk was starved out a little bit there by Hoya. So, a little bit of a CS lead onto the Ashe, a little bit less onto the Ambessa. And this game, I know last game we thought that giving over the 3 grubs was actually okay for BLG. Yone can have used it this game, though, and we have a dive coming in as Hoya. Again, he did ding 6. No TP to go back bot, but they don't care about that wave. They want to make the play, and we'll see what they can find.
Right onto On. The public execution goes through, and it's clean. But now they've got to drop the turret aggro as it's starting to ramp up. On goes back in, but has no reinforcements. As Wei, Q flash onto 4 members. Can he actually clean up? Eep finds 1, and he's going to skirt on out. A rest from the 3-man. Satab trying to find Knight. He just jumps over the wall and gets away from the swordsman.
R is down for Satab and Knight. Not exactly sure what happened in the skirmish, as that was off screen, but a positive play on the scoreboard for ThunderTalk. Again, the big thing, BLG were able to play out 3 lanes during that. So Bin getting another plate for himself here in the bot lane, and again, a lot of economy on the Bin's shoulders. He's almost at the full level against Hoya, which might be a concern later on.
We'll go back at the replay once again. They knew that On didn't have flash, and he tries to absorb the first engage, but public execution goes through both.
Yeah, always finds that back target. Elk wasn't able to shift his way out of that one. Wave. I am big on him to find the 4-man. I think that's fine, the fact that they trade back 1. Again, the big thing for me is that BLG, they were playing all 3 lanes. So you can see that lead, Bin. He's up a full level onto Hoya.
Sheesh.
Almost has a Shojin, which he's rushing towards first. Likely be able to net it maybe on the next base if it is big. But that lead, that like the items he has in his inventory and what he's going to bring into the lane against Hoya, that's going to be really tough for him to deal with.
Yeah, the fact that he's able to get gold from 2 assists at least shores up what could have been a pretty decently sized deficit in this Ambessa versus Jace matchup. but still for Bin, being freely accelerator like this is going to lend itself dividends once BLG start coming online with these spikes in the mid game. He's going to take a chance to jump on the State tab. Could be in trouble. Hoya doesn't have ulti available. He can slice and dice, but a quick butcher shot from Knight just ensures that Hoya doesn't get any chip damage onto him, so that if he wants to stay an extra wave on this next push, he has the option to.
I will say when Seitab comes back, he will have ult advantage, so something that Seitab might be able to look for in terms of punishing this Tristana. But at the moment, of course, neutral objectives down. Quieter map. Grubs will spawn here in a $130, and I do think BLG need to contest this one again. Last game, the solos of Galio, Ari, and then the carry Poke Varus. I can't really abuse Grubs that well. You give away 6 Grubs to Yone, that can be quite scary. So I do want to see BLG make an effort to at least snag 1 or 2 of these at minimum.
Yeah, and for BLG's credit, it was a clean dive from Thunder Talk. But I think Elk also probably intentionally not using either of his summoner spells because he wants to save it for his second Grubs rotation fight. Might just be more important for BLG to have as many resources as possible available to ensure the fight goes on their side, and maybe they can look to outplay it.
Oh yeah.
1xn will have both summoners available.
2 levels, man. I know Hoya's about to hit 8 off this wave, but still, that dive, it was really expensive for Thunder Talk, and Hoya is kind of jailed here. Then just continuing to pressure. And again, that full level lead on a player like Bin, on a champion like Chase, one that we have seen be so strong on really this entire season, Rafa. This is going to be scary.
No teleporter available for Knight, but it is available for Bin. Looking for Seitab. Oh, the clip on is going to force the opposition here. Seitab should be fine here. There was a flash in the end, and the Ignite was ticking down, but a flash for flash from On for the mid laner on this Yone. Definitely worth it in the end for BLG now to have that advantage, and no Fate Sealed available for Thunder Talk to play with on these Grubs as they continue the fight here. Beichuan off of the arrow. On absorbs it. Super tanky. Not going to live through this one. The hostile takeover getting some decent value here. It forces a Knight away. Cannot support Wei. And I'm not sure if he was able to get the Grub. Looks like he was able to smite one away, but overall, big win for Thunder Talk here. They're going to be able to get the rest of the Grubs.
Yeah, I don't like BLG. Like, they go for the play on the Seitab. There was quite a bit burned in order to try and pull that one off, and they try and continue it onto the Grubs in a play where they really just couldn't afford to make. So Thunder Talk not only win the skirmish, but actually win the Grubs, and this is a small lead that with 5 Grubs, they could really snowball. So want to see if they are able to do so. Again, I think the faith has to be put into Seitab on this Yone. Seitab has proven to be a very good on the melee champions, especially early on in the LPL, so we'll see what we can do with these Grubs. But again, I mean, there's no solar flare, and it is a nice flash hostile takeover from Feather that at least guarantees the lockup onto Lilia. To talk about it, if you are able to pick Lilia is good, and that's one thing that might be an issue this game. Like, there's no real front line here for the Lilia outside of the Leona, so good chance that Wei could be vulnerable quite a few points during this game. Going to be important that On is able to kind of catch and stop some of the engage that is likely heading Lilia's way.
Yeah. Pretty hard for Wei to play out that fight too, since he was down a flash, having expended it for that 4-man Q flash right earlier. So, BLG, I kind of understand trying to push for that fight, not wanting to give over that many Grubs over to Thunder Talk's Wei. And credit to them, at least they were able to snag one. And it's not the 6 Grubs. Doomsday has the explosive charge from Seitab, or that was on Seitab, actually does AoE damage to the turret. Did I see that right? Or was the explosive charge actually on the turret? I didn't see.
No, it was on Seitab.
That's crazy. I didn't realize that, like, a champion carrying explosive charge could actually damage structures around it when it pops. I thought it was only if he... That's neat.
That's interesting. That turret was low. Seitab not going to be low. He's ulting out.
And he's got the reset charge, the flash forward to guarantee it, and he's got the reset to jump out of there. Knight taking care of business.
He hits the Untalls before the Bork, and Knight takes full advantage as Seitab. That's a feels bad. He just kind of got dog walked in the 1v1 under one turret, under a second turret, ends up going down, and again, the 5 grubs, I talked a little bit about the Yone. If anyone's going to abuse this, it has to be the Yone. But at the moment, Thunder Talk not playing towards the Yone lane. They were moving their way up towards the Ambessa lane. I think they really need to play towards the Yone lane. Make sure that he's comfortable and able to start hitting these turrets. Instead, it's going to be Knight finding a solo play in the bot side and now making his way up top. Or On has snuck into the brush, and Hoya is going to be the target.
Right from the brush, Zenith Blade, Solar Flare. Hoya is able to at least dodge it thanks to the public execution, putting him on the other side of BLG. He's able to escape with his life.
Now respect the ult from Hoya. I think sometimes with Ambessa, we don't see that R pop quick enough. You have to land it too in order to connect to the Unstoppable, but able to connect it here. And Statetab, I think a couple errors in this one. One, the way that he positioned the Buster Shot fired him right into the wall, so Knight could continue autoing. I feel like that's the biggest one. So, yeah, it just ends up going down. And that's,
also was sure to put down the ward in the bush so he didn't lose vision of him while auto-attacking as well. So, it's just, I mean, just really clean from Knight. And remember, this is a guy that was kind of renowned as the next best player in the LPL to kind of just, you know, take over the reins and represent on international stages as... Hang on. Good flash from Ben, dodging the Glacial Prison. Permafrost is going to stun him for a bit, but just not enough damage as Beichuan now forced a flash from the turret aggro that was ramping up. Feather is here, but I don't know how much work he can get done on the Renata here. He can maybe find the handshake. Pulls him right back in. Beichuan is back from the grave. And Ben, don't tell me. He gets one more auto attack. Yes, he does. Oh, my goodness. It's going to make TT work for it, being able to trade one back in a 1v3.
Oh, there was no bailout from the Renata. Feather used it to speed himself up to make sure that he could get in range, apply the red buff against Bin. And Bin, the Chad that he is, Gigabin, strikes the rift, takes down Beichuan with them as the trade of turrets is even. Not bad being down grubs 5-1 for BLG. They get some gold on the Tristana, and they're still a-okay with where this map state is. Again, the scaling on BLG, it's pretty hard this game.
Take a look back. Boom, great flash. And the rest, Thunder Talk, are just pressed in a position where they have to force it. They are looking so desperately to make it work.
Just don't love the flash from the Sejuani being, or the ult from the Sejuani being that early. Again, you're trying to stack up your Permafrost passive. You're gonna force Bin to flash away from that, or else you're gonna chain up your E and your R if you're playing it correctly. So that did help open up for Bin with the outplay. Meanwhile,
oh man, the Q3 from Satab trying to flash spin combo it, just not enough. Bin outstats him, and yeah, Matt, I think I'm in the same boat with you. BLG winning both sides of the map at the moment. Rift Herald completely in their control, and even though the kill score is even and the gold lead isn't that far ahead for BLG, you can't help but think that maybe Thunder Talk are just not going to have the conditions set up for them to be able to take this game away from BLG.
I mean, this is the horror going up against BLG. You got to lane in the Bin and Knight. That Rift Herald is secured by the team, but what happened beforehand? Bin and Knight, well, they put both solo laners in the gray screen. Some of the BLG, you know, pretty good at when you have two world-class, top of their role players in the solo lanes here. Able to step up, and yeah, you're just gonna get a replay. This was kind of cute from Statetab. I mean, I gotta say, this 1v1's kind of close. I feel like if he popped E earlier, it's a maybe. Did miss one Q in there, which was a difference maker. But yeah, the flash Q3 into the R would have guaranteed the chain. If he finds auto Q, auto gets it, but Bim was able to weave in just one auto attack, which enabled him to find the kill. And then Hoya, no escape for him, trying to get on the way. And meanwhile,
back to live. On his caught by the handshake. But that's okay. He's just a Leona. There, Satai was trying to open up the backside there. Hostile takeover is going to open up more for Thunder Talk, and Ben is caught up in it. And wait a minute, Thunder Talk being able to find a decent fight. BLG, though, secure the third dragon for themselves in the back half.
Big R from Feather, and what we kind of set this series up to talk about was really these bot lanes. With 1xN and Feather, 1xN has been a real strong point at AD, and this is the strong point of the map right now for Thunder Talk. It's Feather and 1xN. We talked a lot about the solos being down. It's going to be a tough game for them to carry. They want to do it. They have to step up here. As it's a 4-0 Ashe, I think that is worth noting. And Feather, we were kind of questioning the Renata pick. We really wanted to see Feather's Seraphine. Thought it was the right game for it. And He has proven that he's really good in this champion, but the Renata has been ringing true for Feather, as both hostile takeovers we've seen have been fantastic.
Yeah, both on that second grub fight and as well as in this Dragon Pit. BLG just kind of caught in that choke point. Not much room for them to actually evade it this time around, and Ben has just to give his life to make sure the rest of BLG are able to escape. In trouble once again. Yeah, he's gonna have to go back in. Elk trying to do a decent amount of damage to Beichuan, and Wei has now arrived. They trade 1-for-1 support for jungler. Not bad for BLG's circumstances here. As now have the minion wave and the Rift Herald. They're gonna be able to crash it into tier 1. Can they get more off of this?
Yeah, they're gonna save the crash for tier 2 as well. So well played, BLG. See if anyone rides it in. So play that looks like it was Thundertalk's win at the start ends up being a BLG win. Well done. I feel like that dragon fight, they did secure Soul Point. I think the BLG's okay losing that one in the manner that they did. Again, they really only dropped one. It wasn't too expensive. Off a really nice ult from Feather. For me, all eyes really just have to be on 1xN and Feather. These guys have been the big carries of Thunder Talk. Again, talked about how Hoya usually plays more supportive top laners. Has really opened up 1xN to have a lot of space. Put up some big numbers in games past. And 5-0 on the Ashe. Opportunity to put up a big number here, Rafa. We'll have to if we want to find the win and continue the series.
Yeah. Big thing for BLG is that 1xN did burn his cleanse to get out of harm's way there for the rest of the CC chain that was falling through. And Wei, had he been closer, maybe would have been able to threaten 1xN to at least force an additional summoner in that flash. But even though he's down cleanse, Feather did rush the Mikhail's Crucible. So next time 1xN is caught out by any of these CC abilities, whether it's Lilting Lullaby, a stun from Leona, gonna have at least a decent bailout from your Renata.
Yes, the bailout in the Mikhails, and then the bailout, you know? Multiple bailouts. Maybe even a hostile takeover on top of it all.
That was not intentional.
Yeah.
A good catch.
It's fine. I liked where you were going with that one. I gotta be snappy with the ability names, too. You know?
Hell yeah. Good on you, Matt. You know what?
Yeah.
You want to play-by-play a fight?
Yes, but no.
We can really test your ability names. You know?
It's not April Fool's Day anymore, sadly. I feel like it was a missed opportunity. You know?
Darn.
If you want to unplug your internet and then force me to, I would not be against it. I get, like, my one shining moment.
See, you keep saying that. And I'm tempted to just... Oh no, I unplugged my PC by accident. Oh, hey guys, I tripped over a cable. And then just tune in on my phone and you know, see what happens afterward. I mean, you're really tempting me.
I feel like I can pass by my play-by-play. I've practiced it enough in practice cast. You know, sometimes I like to duo with cover and try and get it in there, but it's not passing enough to do a region or a team like BLG justice like this. So
you know, I think you were able to be satisfactory when I saw you do it with Coco during that one Immortals cast.
Oh,
you know?
That was brutal. Yeah, I was scheduled as a play-by-play with another cover caster and did it. The very first fight that broke out, Coco goes, "Oh, you're supposed to be casting now." I was like, "Oh crap! I'm used to waiting in the action." I wasn't talking through the fight. That was a fun early day cast. As enough reminiscing, dragon spawning in 30 seconds. It is a soul available, and oh boy, Hoya.
Big stack from Hoya. Public execution right on the Knight. It has no chance to burn flash. I mean, it's a 5-on-4 now created for Thunder Talk, and one of the big damage dealers, Knight, had gone deathless this entire game. Finds his first one at the hands of Hoya.
And we really thought this game was kind of wrapped up for BLG, but again, Thunder Talk, they have to make sure their engages are clean. They can't let Lilia ramp through a fight. Picking Tristana like that before the soul is huge. As now BLG can see how hard the setup is for them, how dark the map is for them. Satab gonna TP in. That will be spotted by BLG. Dragon spawns. Hoya does not have R available. Knight will have TP when he spawns in 8, so on TT to rip it. 1xN kind of low.
Oh man, that's shift and cleanse gone, but really good poke damage onto 1xN. Not able to step up safely. Now using the hustle takeover. It guarantees that Thunder Talk get the dragon and deny soul. But Han are going to hot hunt for Satab. They find him. The flash for the wall from Knight. He comes back from the grave with vengeance. And he's looking for the resets. Goomba stomping on 1xN and Feather individually picking up big shutdown bounties. And BLG are going to make Thunder Talk pay.
Yes, they did not run away fast enough, sadly, as Knight able to join the fight. I love the proactive flash over the wall. He knew that fight was won if he was able to snowball it through. BLG do just that. So Soul denied. Top inner turret, or bot inner turret, I should say, cannot be denied by TT.
Beichuan is here. Whoa. Maybe can protect Hoya as he flashes away from the engage range of BLG.
Nice.
On just going to disengage, but it does open up the map. Bin going to secure another turret for BLG in the mid lane.
Yeah, I honestly really like that skirmish from On. I was like, okay, turret's still up, we're going in. But hey, he sniped away the flash from Hoya. That's a big win. Because again, taking another look at the replay, a lot of tools were burned to pick Knight in the first place. And then the poke was really good from Elk and Bin to get 1xN low. And I just don't like how much time was burned here after the hostile takeover. 1xN, he was doing his job running for the hills, but Knight jumped in. He got the reset off of Satab. Again, if Satab was able to flash over the wall, I know that he was locked up by the sleep, but if he lives, the Knight's not able to snowball the rest of this fight through. I think it takes too much time for him to actually get over the wall and then find more resets through. So TT do their job in getting the soul, but weren't able to escape fast enough. And that's really the pressure of being on soul point this early, is that BLG can force bad scenarios like that one.
Yeah. And you know,
that was even a good scenario turned to bad scenario too, right? Because it started the pick on Knight.
Yeah, and it's another situation where BLG, or at least the carry that's caught, is holding flash and waiting to use it for what seems actually like a more rewarding moment. Able to get 2 back-to-back shutdown bounties on Feather and 1xN.
I would have still liked to flash the public execution, because then maybe you could have gotten soul, and that is the most rewarding moment. But hey, nice bounce back from Knight in order to play that fight out cleanly.
I'm helping cope for Knight's case.
That's fine. we're NA fans at heart, and our split starts today, so we got to get the Copium rolling early on.
Oh yeah, we're definitely we've got high demand for that. Anyway, BLG. Trying to see if they can brute force their way into the Otacon. They at least gain vision of it, and it's still plenty of time before this Otacon is in smite range. Teleport has already come in for Hoya. 6,000.
Way no flash.
On steps up, solar flare, sidestep. Beichuan is forced off the Otacon for now. Might get a chance to reset here unless BLG want to aggro it for now. But it's going to reset back to full.
Yeah, good reset from BLG. They're playing this one right. TT took a lot of damage from that. 1xN's even trying to hide a base. So we'll see how aggressively BLG wants to play after this. Again, way no flash. I think you have to try and pick the Lilia if you want to actually take a fight here as TT.
Things return to normal here on the Rift. BLG still rocking with that 4,000 gold advantage. Neither team is now going to opt in for the Otacon, since Dragon Soul once again, at least for BLG, since it is their soul point, is spawning in the next minute and 40 seconds. Gonna have to take precautionary measures, or measures necessary to set up vision control on this river, as once again it is the prime objective for the BLG squad.
And with these big objectives being on the map, I can respect TT trying to rip down the Otacon, just because we're in a scenario now where BLG has a very real option to trade away a Hextech Dragon to take an Otacon or a Baron this late into the game. So, again, that soft pressure of just being on soul point can be big for BLG if they want to trade elsewhere. And Tristana at this item breakpoint would indeed rip down either of these objectives. And, oh man, love to see Wei actually going for that early death cap, has yet to pop the Seekers. So, going to try and get some mileage out of that. Stall out the Zanyas.
Holy moly.
He has flash up for this next fight, so potential for a super play coming out from Wei if he does go for that flash sleep.
I mean, the Lilia damage is going to hit like a truck. I have very rarely seen games where a Lilia buys a death cap, especially this early on.
Ooh, Hoya went for the fish on the public execution, and no one attended that one. As Knight, not the recipient on the other end, able to rocket jump away from that one safely. Thunder Talk now, Wei.
Wow, Wei's got to be careful with face chucking the bush like that. He's got a stasis.
Takeover?
Maybe they could buy some time.
Okay.
Immediately flashing away from the hostile takeover. BLG still have a chance to regroup for some space. Feather got tagged by a swirling seat on his into the back line, and Knight is trying to follow up as best as he can. Satab, fate sealed onto 2 members, immediately blinks back, but Wei was waiting for the Soul Unbound to pop so that he could pick up a Yone on the back end. On goes down, but it's still an advantageous trade since BLG only loses support, whereas Thunder Talk, they lose the Yone.
Yeah, BLG, they fixed the wave. They're going to turn their sights onto the Hextech Soul. Beichuan was forced to base, so no spine available here for TT.
It's going to burn down super quickly. Wei still has Smite available. It is secured. Hex Tech Soul on top of it as well. And Hoya is just in no man's land, no chance. And now the rest of Thunder Talk could be in trouble. Beichuan doesn't have ulti available. He has the front line to stand and deliver so that 1xN can get as much work as he done. But Lilting Lullaby and the Buster shot from Knight as he rocks on forward. Goomba stomping once again. BLG putting Thunder Talk into the grave.
I don't think there's beaten any Hextech Soul this game, Rafa. Any hopes of a 1xN Feather carry dashed by BLG? Again, played the fight better early on, and they were the ones who had the jungler on the map, right? Beichuan was the one who ate the chunk, was forced back. BLG secure the soul, a Hextech Soul at that. And man, with Jace, Ezreal, the ability to apply, chain this, going to be tough as, again, Beichuan starts off with the ult chain. It's decent. I gotta say, I think Feather needs to fire out that hostile takeover instead of the handshake to chain it off. If they lock up Lilia like that, opportunity to one-shot Wei, that doesn't happen. Satab does his damnedest in this fight to do work, but snaps back, took a tower shot, and then ate a Q from Wei, so he goes down. Beichuan was super chunked early on, and then it's just too easy, too free for BLG.
What could have been from the side of Thunder Talk? I imagine that is what fans are thinking. Definitely a couple moments where, you know, Thunder Talk played out some fights. Definitely better than what we were expecting them to, but we're at this point in the game, and it's just business as usual from the side of BLG.
Yeah, I think overall this wasn't, like, in a way it was what I expected from Thunder Talk, and in a way not. That obviously 1xN and Feather putting up a nice game of the series we're not too surprised by, but the game 1 draft was a bit of a bummer. And again, I think that we're in a scenario where Thunder Talk's kind of struggling to find their identity in the standard lane scenario with Hoya. Because again, when Hoya was at his best in Split 1, it was, hey, we're in a swap scenario. We're playing something like Ornn, so it's okay. And then Hoya played the Ornn better than a lot of other top laners, so he actually got more mileage out of that pick. Or when Hoya drops a wave, it's okay because we're playing these tanks. Like the play to even find a dive on Elk when he was level 4, it was level 6 Hoya. He dropped so much during that play that it was just Bin winning that lane for the rest of the game. Like, these are not plays that we can make as Thunder Talk and Hoya to actually snowball the game forward. But it's plays being taken. It's what's happening on the map. And speaking of Hoya, he's looking to angle for public execution here.
Glacial Prison here. Knight able to buffer it. Satab with the base shield into the backline. Hustle takeover.
That's
Layer
nice.
right on top of Elk. Okay, that's one marksman gone, but now you got to deal with the other one, and it's Knight who now has an angle, looking to reset once again. Finds Feather, finds 1xN, and it's just Satab left since Hoya's on the wrong side of the tracks here. Triple kill picked up for the mid laner of BLG. Hoya got a flash over the wall. The rest of BLG gonna try to track him down while Ben and Knight are going to look to lay ruin to the base.
I mean, Bin TP'd in, absolutely laid the hammer down against 1xN, who fell at the hands of Bin's Jace. As we teased early on, Knight and Bin, these gargantuan solo laners, world-class, top of their role, best players in the world of the role at times. They really outclassed TT today as they're putting the finishing touches on this series.
If there's any doubts remaining from Split 1, they have been quickly dashed by BLG. A quick 2-0 sweep will put an end to any other concerns in this particular matchup between BLG and Thunder Talk. And as Billy Gaming, they're going to walk away with a few extra kills as they are patting down the KDA stats and take the sweep.
And I mean, honestly, the next hope for BLG, they took care of business against the team that they should in this group. Now it's doing the same against a group favorite, as the two teams that were in the finals of Demacia Cup and Split 1. It's Top Esports and Anyone Legends, the match that we have coming up next. BLG wants to reach that mantle, continue this dominant run that they've been on in LPL, continue to win splits where MSI and Worlds are the tagline. Knight has won the last 4 splits in LPL where that has been the case. Didn't win Split 1, looking to resume form, and a good start to Split 2 proper is 2 pretty one-sided games for BLG.
Yeah, and for Knight this series and for the rest of the season, I think one thing, maybe not it's not on his mind, but it's definitely on my mind and the rest of expectations for BLG fans, is just wanting to see a return to that MVP status of the league. First split, it went over to Doinby. I mean, the way that the round robin in that group stage played out, Ninjas in Pajamas obviously were a big surprise to the league. We didn't really know what we were going to get out of that particular group, but you know, the surprise upset over IG, given prior expectations of what kind of the individual power was going into the series. Obviously, Doinby kind of, you know, ran away with the MVP vote, but you know, it was very hard to argue against it when, you know, the other mid laner that, you know, historically might have been able to contest for it, Knight, you know, was nowhere near that form in split 1. But the way he's playing in split 2, and especially opening up in this series, I mean, Knight was ruthless, man. The way he was able to solo kill Satab in the side lane, you know, put an end to any type of advantage that TT wanted to look for and trying to get the Yone accelerated, get the Yambessa accelerated. Knight was just putting down the law.
Him and Bin, and that, again, that's the monumental challenge that you have to take on when you play a team like BLG. There are very few teams in the world that have players that can contend against and contest both Bin and Knight in their role. I mean, again, if it wasn't for T1, BLG could be the wide consensus best team in the world, right?
Yeah.
For a couple of years now, T1 has been the one team that's been able to stand in their way, and guess what? Zayu's on a different team now. As one of the players that has been able to actually one of the few players that has been able to best Bin. So that is definitely going to be a different texture when talking about BLG, when we do assume this team plays their next international event, because it would be mind-boggling to think about a year where this BLG team doesn't reach 1. The question is, are they going to be able to compete at MSI, or is it just going to be Worlds for them? As, again, the last 2 finals, they've been between Top Esports and Anyone's Legends. BLG looking to break that in split 2, and they're split 2 off to a solid start against Thunder Talk.
Yep. And, of course, there's still a total of 8 weeks in this Rumble stage before we head into
double round robin
playoffs. Double round robin of best of 3s. So, you know, for Thunder Talk's sake, you know, it's not the last time they'll play against BLG during the normal round robin portion of the Rumble stage. But with a convincing win like this, I'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who sincerely believes that Thunder Talk will be competitive with BLG the next time they match up.
Yeah, I for Thunder Talk, I'll somewhat write off game 1 because I really didn't like their draft and thought that was hard to win. We saw better moments in game 2. Again, I just want to see them find a balance with their Hoya identity. I'm okay with Hoya dropping waves and making plays, but the play that he made, it just got that individual matchup to a point where Bin couldn't lose, and that's really dangerous to have in the games. So I think Thunder Talk has to be a little bit more cautious and better at picking the right points when they can drop waves. And also, like Satab and Hoya, there are other teams in this league that have absolute terrors in top and mid as solos. I think a great part about Thunder Talk and the story we had for them throughout Demacia Cup and Split 1 was that Satab was actually able to contest a lot of those mids, right? He was playing really well in the first 2 splits, and haven't seen him quite hit the same mantle as he did in those early parts of the season. So we'll thus see Satab reclaim some of that form that was quite good earlier on in the year.
Definitely not a highlight game for Satab, neither in this second one of the series on the Yone, or even the first game where he was tasked with playing an Ahri and trying to get a lot of damage down onto a composition that was pretty hard to deal with in the end for Thunder Talk. And just kind of moving on forward and looking at
know, I realized in this replay, Rafa, Satab, on the new patch, he actually still ate the sleep. Old patch, he would have not eaten the sleep with a snapback, could have flashed out, and Thunder Talk could have gotten out. New patch, he gets stuck, Knight gets the kill, resets, starts to jump throughout that.
So I forgot that.
Yeah, he still eats CC. So against a Lilia or Zoe, because the sleeps are really abusable and easy to snap back from and kind of get out of. That's a big difference with Yone after the changes.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, there's still a few things that I feel like have yet to be explored on this new patch. I'm gonna have to go back and look through it extensively.
But like, who else can build Roa? Is that what you're thinking about?
No. I mean, it's not even that. I was low key waiting to see if I earlier today I was looking through Twitter and trying to see if the one potential LeBlanc change actually made its way through without being patched out during the PvE stage.
Was that the QE buffer?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, you can. So when you cast E, you can now buffer your Q, whereas there used to be a lockout. I haven't tested that in practice tool, but I know Bombshin was talking about it.
Yeah. It doesn't look like that got removed. So but I don't know what LeBlanc's matchups are like, so that it feels, you know, good for her to. It doesn't seem like she's blind pickable. Maybe there's a counter pick scenario if teams want to experiment with it. But Knight gonna pick himself up player of the game. And even though he didn't get player of the game in the first one, I still think that overall, once again, Knight is on the road to being a front runner for MVP of this league, now showing a better overall form in Split 2.
It's Knight. There's really nothing else to say. It was a really solid game from him on the Tristana, as Knight continues. Just doesn't matter what meta it is. It doesn't matter, like, you know, what's popular mid. It always feels like Knight is competitive and one of, if not the mid to beat in this league. So good to see Knight and BLG in good form. I know LPL fans can take some grace and solace in that. But now we have the real banger of the night coming up next, Rafa, and I'm excited to be on the sidelines and be a fan with you. I got an hour until my next call time, so I get to enjoy it, at least game one.
All right. And as Cubby alluded to, we are not casting the third series. We're bowing out and allowing a new caster duo to come in and close out the night for us here on the LPL English broadcast. It's been a pleasure.
Shout out to all you. Shout out to the coffee. Support the coffee back home. You know, not just the one in your cup, the coffee, KO-FI. Help support LPL. This new beautiful graphics package, it was helped enabled by people like you back home, whether it's subs, viewers. Coffee's the best way to support us. Shout out to Aaron Soup. And then we also added a brand new premium coffee subscriber.
Yeah, Mung, the other elite coffee supporter. Yeah, dude, we thank you all so much. And obviously, every time that we get support like this, it really just blows us away and surprises us, because at the end of the day, this is kind of a passion project for us. But the fact that we're actually getting a decent amount of financial support through all this, it really does make the world for us, and it makes us definitely a lot more excited to come in and be able to continue sharing the coverage on a region that needs to be covered and needs to be shared with the rest of the world. Again, pleasure to be casting for you guys. Cubby was a blast. The first two series rolled on out. Time to roll on to Top Esports and Anyone's Legend. When we come back from break, it's going to be 2 new faces on the broadcast, and we'll see you all next time.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Running low, keep running. I'm running low, keep running. Like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running low, keep running. I'm running low, keep running. Like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Run, run, run. Dangerous, dangerous. Run, run, run. Dangerous, dangerous. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to LPL English for our final series of the first day of the next group stage. We got Top Esports against Anyone's Legends, a rematch of the LPL finals from Split 1. Big shout out to Rafa and Cubby for holding down the fort for us for these first 2 series, but we're here to take things home. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Rudude, and Rude, you covered the finals a couple of months ago, and now we are back here for a rematch, and if you're AL, you definitely want your revenge to kick off this regular season.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams have played. This is going to be their 4th time with these iterations of rosters. Demacia Cup was, technically 2024, but the 2025 arc of these two teams going crazy against one another continues again today. So the 4th time these are going up against each other. It's a 7-5 record in terms of game score for AL. They're 2-1 in series this year with these rosters, but most recent victory went to Top Esports, and arguably the most important victory as well went to Top.
Exactly. That's the one that matters most, right? The finals get you that spot in the international tournament, which Top Esports did go to, and going to try to end up back on the international stage, but they're going to start things off here in the group stage with this matchup against AL. Let's take a look at the rosters real quick in case you have forgotten. Starting off with our defending champions in Top Esports. This is, of course, a very talented roster, top to bottom, led by Jackie Love down in the bottom lane, who's been here for so long.
Yeah, 369, Kanavi, Cream, Jackie Love, and Crisp holding down the fort for Top Esports, looking to continue some successes from Split 1 and their beginning arc of Split 2, wiping the internationals from their memory, but a team that definitely has a lot to talk about, and I think that looking specifically at Kanavi as well, I'm excited to see what he will be putting forward, and we'll get into those matchups a little bit later on.
Yeah, Top Esports, one of the 2 teams that started off the placement stage with a perfect 6-0 record in those double round robin best of ones. Their opponents today, though, will be Anyone's Legends, who definitely did have the better of Top Esports, especially earlier on in the season. And this was a roster that we had some questions about coming into the year, but immediately they were answered by the success specifically of their top side in Flandre and Tarzan.
Yeah, Flandre had an incredible group stage. Tarzan has had an incredible 2025. And I think that these 2 players have really driven this AL roster to new heights, to new successes. Shanks as well, one of those mid laners who we've been sort of questioning as to how well they would be looking and how well they are going to be able to perform in the LPL this split, now that Anyone's Legend are one of our top teams, and whether Shanks would be able to carry up to that pace. Hope and Kyle as well down on that bot lane. Similar questions, but they've been able to answer a few more of them, I feel.
Yeah, I think Kyle won our first team All-Pro support position back in split number 1 during the group stage there. He's been really solid, especially this season, even in comparison to his previous split on AL and even back in the LCK here, Rude. So the bot lane also really stepping up, and this is just in general a really fun roster to watch throughout the season, and especially in the games that they've played against Top Esports, and they've played a good amount of them. I think we have some clips of just the history from 2025 that we can run as we're talking about what to expect from this matchup in general, but Anyone's Legends, again, coming in, I think them beating Top Esports multiple times throughout the start of the season was what really established them as being a true contender in the league.
Yeah, a lot of people maybe questioning how strong they were going to be coming into this year, and then obviously taking the Demacia Cup finals 3-1 was obviously very impressive, and then again a second time out, another best of 5, another 3-1 in favour of Anyone's Legend. So there are different iterations of meta as well that these teams are succeeding on, different times when we've seen AL do well in 2025 so far, and especially up against Top Esports. But then on the flip side as well, the most recent one, like we talked about, was when Top Esports ultimately booked their ticket to go to First Start and go to that international event, and Anyone's Legend sort of booked the trend more so than anything else.
Yeah, that awesome trophy that they were able to pass around a little bit after taking the crown. There's you up there, Rude, as well. Overall, Jackie Love, winner of this MVP award. I think the bot lane for Top that's very much stepped up here in this grand final specifically, and we're hoping to see a little bit more of that again this time around. However, I think when we talk about how this matchup is going to be going, the jungle is definitely where we are looking at. With 2 of the best players that we have had in LPL's history, in Tarzan against Kanavi. That is obvious. That is where we have to immediately set our eyes for in terms of our expectations for this best of 3.
Yeah, I think especially for Tarzan as well, I feel like he was a real driving force for Anyone's Legend for multiple games that they were taking down top esports in. The Zac performance from Demacia Cup still lives rent-free in my head, and will do for years to come at this point. The amount of times that, in particular, it was Tarzan carrying AL over the line so far this year has been truly iconic, and then Kanavi as well, even just in this group stage. I mean, Kanavi's legacy again, tenure in the LPL is without needing to be mentioned, but on this new roster for him as well, what he's been doing in just this group stage, was it 3 games of Neferi that he got his hands on in the groups, that while that champion was a little bit bonkers, we had the Neferi patch that he was able to really hammer home. I think that these two junglers have been emblematic of their team successes, and if there's going to be a series today, right, if we're going to see another full 3-gamer, I expect it to be off of this head-to-head clash that the junglers have.
Yeah, I think the last day of the placement stage for Top Esports, where they went 3-0 and won all 3 of their games, I think Kanavi won MVP in all 3 of them. And so that is kind of what we're looking at in terms of the expectations for Top Esports specifically. And it is weird to see us having watched 3 best-of-5s between these two teams, and then now going back to a best-of-3. But that's just the way the LPL format works this time around. And you know, for a team like AL specifically here, Rude, getting to see them against a ton of different top-tier opponents. They're going to play against every potential contender, whereas in the past, it was a lot of just matchups against top esports over and over again.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm excited to see what AL can do against, you know, the rest of the pack, really, of the LPL that there is to offer, because whilst they may have somewhat of top esports as number, we haven't seen them up against other big-ticket teams, so getting this full group stage, this full round robin, is going to be a big test for Anyone's Legend, and I think it's going to be a big test for a lot of our teams as well.
As we start our walkouts here, again, we have our 1v1 to get into in just a little bit, and I think it unveils another very interesting part of this head-to-head. It's going to be the top laners, I believe, facing off here. Flandre against 369. We've seen Flandre, I think, cook a little bit in some of these different 1v1s, which is not super surprising given he's Flandre, right? But but man, this should be a fun one for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen, I'm not sure if necessarily it was Flandre, but there are plenty of champions that have been in these 1v1s, like Kled, for example, Poppy, Lee Sin, Alistair, right? Like, that are all a little bit different, not maybe what we're expecting for 1v1s, but definitely, certainly one of those types of players in Flandre that will look to take something a bit more unique into a 1v1 setting.
Yeah, he's got a very unique champion pool, all things considered as well. He was on that Scion pick that got a lot of notoriety when he just refused to die in front of the enemy Nexus like 1v5. Yeah. And so this guy knows exactly what to pick in certain situations. Of course, is that world champion from a few years ago on EDG, so should be a very, very fun player to watch throughout this regular season, and as one of the veteran players on this Anyone's Legend roster. We continue to see the walkouts here. There goes AL. Some white jerseys overall across the board for both of these teams, and should be a very fun best-of-3. I know we've had a long day here on the LPL. Our producer Kai probably wouldn't be happy about it, but 3 games seems to be my expectation for how this series is going to go.
No, Kai's always here for the content. Got to respect the fact. I mean, even still, you are quite right, though, that another 3-game series is certainly, I think, on the cards. I mean, the amount of times these two teams have gone up against one another feels like there's going to be not just an element of respect between the two of them, but also that understanding of how one another play against each other at this point. So we could very easily see it come down to, you know, some of these later game team fights, or maybe even just being one of those junglers being able to get a slight advantage in the early stages of the game and really run home with that. I think that the duality between what these two teams are going to be able to accomplish is going to be quite extraordinary. So if we see a complete stomp one game, complete stomp another, and then a 3rd game nail biter, that's also very much possible.
And man, the LPL schedule makers, they know exactly what they're doing, right? The big 3 series day to kick things off. You first start with the 2 world champions organizations facing off against each other, IG versus FPX. Then you get ThunderTalk versus BLG, which was probably the biggest upset of the regular season when ThunderTalk beat BLG in a best-of-5. Didn't work the same way this time around in the regular season. But then you get this one, the LPL Finals rematch as our closer for the day. Yeah. And I mean,
you say, right? They went. Yeah, exactly. It's world champions, massive upset, and then the most highly prized matchup of 2025 so far. They're schedule makers. They're on point. They know what they're up to.
And they have some help as well because of the fact that we're in this group ascend. you get all the like top teams kind of playing against each other more often than not. You look at top esports schedule, their next game is in 2 days against Weibo, so that's another like matchup that we're going to be super excited to watch, right? And so that's the joy of this double round robin of just the top 10 teams here in terms of how they placed in those placement stages. But enough talk about that right now. Let's get into this 1v1 between 369 and Flandre. And you can see the bands coming across the board here. Not Summoner's Rift bands per se on the blue side.
No, I'm happy with this. Myself and Mazel were casting a Heimerdinger 1v1 and we fell asleep. It was extremely boring. We waited 13 minutes for a Wukong to all in a Heimerdinger, and then the game ended. And we were like, well, cool, nice, thank you very much. We could have done without that, but with Heimerdinger off the board, the 1v1 gets a lot more exciting. Corki, though, is one of those picks that usually gets banned in these 1v1s, which I'm still seeing as open.
And that's a bad sign, you're saying, right?
Yeah, that's also a farmer. That's
okay.
Sit back.
It seems like these guys.
Thank you, Flandre. Yeah. Melees is what you want. You want melee champions.
The
That's
Kled
good.
is one that specifically keeps sticking out in my head. I think Doinby played it one time, or maybe it was Doinby's teammate over there on NIP instead. I don't remember exactly, but that's a Mordekaiser locked in for 369. Hey, talk about somebody who wants to force a fight on their own terms. That is exactly what Mordekaiser will do. Flandre will be playing the Gwen in this one. It's been strong on Summoner's Rift. We'll see how strong it is here in this 1v1 setting.
Now, the one thing I have to be questioning is, does the Death Realm have the Ring of Fire? Because that would be very funny if it didn't. Like, if it only exists in, like, the overworld. I assume that it does, right? But it would be very funny to take them into, like, this Death Realm, and then you, like, reposition them, they get a little bit lost in the source, and then they pop back out and they're just in the fire. It'd be quite funny. I imagine that's not going to be the case, but...
In the Death Realm, so...
Yeah, you can.
I wonder how it's coded.
I just imagine it's going to be fine, but I think it can force more 1v1s earlier on, so that should be something to keep your eyes on. Again, with melees, you don't typically see it be sit back, relax, chilled out league. You are more prone to scrapping just because, you know, you're in close proximity. You may as well throw a little Q in there, throw a spell out or two.
I'm curious if the Gwen is going to work here in this 1v1. I feel like in lane, like it's an okay champion, but this champion truly thrives like when you have a lot of setup around it, right? Or if you have somebody like forced to engage into you and you can throw out that needlework and things like that. Flandre probably going to have to go with a number of combat summoner spells, things like the exhaust, maybe even, or I don't know. I'm curious how this is going to work as we're onto the Rift here for this 1v1. Barrier Ignite. So not a ton of crowd control. Yeah. It's going to be hard for him to kind of close a gap here against 369, I think.
And especially with it sort of being skippy or hop skippy jumpy Gwen kind of tech, I'm expecting very similar build path as well, just between these two. Already you can see it rearing its ugly head to begin with, but would not be surprised if it was a mirrored build path from start to finish. Flandre, early W here. This gives 369 a bit of an opportunity.
I think we're just going to trade back and forth, at least for a little bit. Neither of these champions particularly strong at level 3. I love the timer that we have here on the bottom of our screen as well, knowing how long these guys have to play before that Ring of Fire will start to close in. Flandre getting the early push so far. Again, winner of this determined side select for game number 1, which of course can be a very important part of how these teams want to play the game. So that's the impact and the stakes of what this 1v1 can hold.
And in a best of 3 as well, it's not like you don't get a chance on the other side, but I mean, especially when you've got top teams, and especially in maybe not this season necessarily, but there was a very blue side dominated meta that was happening. So getting side select does ultimately mean that you get that first run up blue side if you want it. Oh, ignites.
Oh, wow. 369 got the passive proc here as well. Really big W shield. The overload not going to do enough. Will Flandre get in one more auto? He does as he dings level 5. That is the first kill. Remember, you need 2 of them before the ring starts to close in, but that is a great start for anyone's Legends.
Yeah, now gets to push this wave, go for that recall as well, and even though it might not be the end of the game just yet, it could be a very big snowball factor. Flandre stepping up, you get to take these plates very quickly. It's just 2 autos and he's already got it down, so an extra injection of gold there as well. You can see the total gold there just flashed up. Man. It's 1.2k that Flandre has as an advantage overall.
Goes Amptome versus Codex, and he's going to go for the Grievous as well with the Oblivion Orb. That's going to be helpful against 369, who has that innate healing on the Conquer, as well as his W if he procs it for a second time. And yeah, things become a lot harder now for 369, right? Like, you probably are now holding out for potentially that ring closing in, and maybe some shenanigans with the fire and the ultimate, however it ends up being.
Yeah.
I'm sure these guys have practiced it more than we have.
yeah, no, we'd like to think so anyway. I think that what's probably going to be the case is 369 is going to have to just... The only way out is through, is my ruling. And the best chance to go for it is now when there's like a mirrored amount of experience, because items are never going to get better, right? That's the thing. Unless he can mind control Flandre not to farm creeps, the gold difference isn't going to get any better, so he just kind of has to take fights and win them, even though he's behind.
Now he has another level advantage. Flandre with the needlework. Oh man, 369's already popped the ultimate. It might be too late for anything. There's the second kill, and that's Flandre dominating the 1v1, getting side select for AL.
Alright, well, job done. Anyone's Legends secure themselves side select for game number 1, presumably going to be on that blue side, and that creates the first time I think that I've seen 2 kills be the decider for our 1v1s. Usually it's at the very least when the Ring of Fire starts coming in, but Flandre holding, you know, taking no prisoners whatsoever, just decided he's going in, he's going crazy, and he's going to find those 2 kills nice and early.
Hey, you know what? Respect to these top laners. They knew that this is what the audience wanted, it's what the fans wanted. We've had a long day. This is going to be game number 6 on the day already, so making sure that we get on through. There's no stalling, waiting for that fire to close in. These are top laners. They like to fight it out 1v1 anyway, and so this is what they do. Yeah, I was a little surprised.
Let's get on to Summoner's Rift. You know, like that kind of vibes. They're ready. They're deciding. You know, we've had enough of our Howling Abyss, sat in the waiting room kind of vibes. I mean, it must be quite late for these guys as well, playing their games. So we'll see how it ends up looking for this 1v1, or what, not the 1v1, but the 5v5, excuse me. And I think that the 1v1 in that top lane as well. I've not actually been keeping too much of a track of what the 1v1 in ARAMs versus the 1v1 when they get onto Summoner's Rift ends up looking like. But maybe this series might be the good one to do it on.
I mean, yeah, for 2 top laners that have been staples in the league for so many years, right? 369, whether it was on JDG or here back on top, we went back and forth. Always just a very consistent player for this team, whereas for Flandre, you know, he's a little bit of a wild card, as you saw there with that Gwen pickup here, winning that 1v1. Has gone for some other wacky picks as well. I know we saw a Nidalee top laner early on in the day. Maybe we see something wacky like that as well here.
I mean, it did win, but maybe we leave that on the bench as well. Was less than convinced, I think, is the polite way of me describing the performance that we got to see. Blue side, obviously chosen here for anyone's legend, so they're going to get themselves the first pick of the cream of the crop champions that exist. We'll have to keep our eyes out for which ones are going to be picked up, which ones are going to be not played. The Gwen, I think, you know, receiving a couple of those nerfs coming through, the Neferi as well, so maybe slightly lower priority on those, but even still, I think that getting blue side early doors is going to give them a decent leg up, and definitely going to give them that morale boost as well.
Absolutely, and you know, there's still tons of other powerful picks, you know, things like the Mbessa that we've seen perform pretty well still already here in the LPL, or just earlier on today, so very curious to see how AL want to try and sort out this draft. Of course, we are in that fearless format again because of the changes that were announced after first stand, which means that we should be getting some champion variety throughout here as well. But yeah, for anyone's legends, a good start, and I like the point that you brought up here, Rude, with the morale potentially being at stake, because getting solo kill 2 times in a row before you even get on to the race for game number 1 can't feel super great as we started off the draft.
Yeah, not the optimal route to go in, and already top esports. Well, their top lane is clearly better, so we must ban 2 at least champions away. Not the case. I just think that Rumble and Gwen are so very powerful. If you're not going to trade them, then you ban both of them. Is seemingly the rule that we've got here. You can't give one without the other.
On the other side, looks like looks like AL can be a little bit more strategic in terms of where they allocate their bans. Shanks Yone, as well as Kareem's Yone, as well as the Vi taken away from Kanavi, and a Misfortune to round things out. In terms of other priority picks, you know, we talked about that Mbessa, things like the junglers, a jungle pool still relatively untouched. Neferi did get hit by some nerfs, so not entirely sure how highly prioed it's going to be.
I think it was still banned in our first series of the day, like full banned. So maybe it happens again. But I think with Skarner still being up as well, they might look for one of those types of trades. Barra's taken off the board as well, certainly makes sense. Kallista's still open as well, one of those champs that we frequently see get banned away. So we'll keep our eyes out for it. And I think that with that Misfortune ban as well, banning out one of those lane bullies is a good way to go. But yeah, Neferi not banned away, gets picked up, and this is one of those situations where the nerfs have come through already, but the champion was so ridiculously giga bonkers to begin with that the nerfs that have come through bring her down to just being a standard level of broken.
Yep, Tarzan with 1 game on the Neferi so far did win it. Of course, it was against Thunder Talk earlier in the placement stages. Kanavi, of course, as we mentioned, already played it 3 times, so maybe a bit of a takeaway in addition to it just being a powerful pick on the blue side. There's that Callista that you were talking about, going to be matched alongside likely that Nico support for Crisp. Very great combo. You use the Fates Call in, use that Pop Blossom, do a lot of AoE damage.
Yeah, you do open yourself up here to get sort of challenged in that laning phase. With the Nico pick, it's definitely susceptible to getting taken out. I think things that can also offer some sort of disengage could be pretty good here. The Corki taken presumably to go down into that bot side and try to match the Callista, especially in that 1v1 at level 1 where Callista tends to be so strong. Gatling gun can be really powerful as well because there's nothing for you to dodge as the Callista, and you just sort of sat there eating true damage coming through as well from the Corki. So not a bad matchup if they want to take that down to the bot side, or equally a very nice and safe blind to go down into that mid lane, but maybe getting something a little bit different, and AL revealing their flex a little earlier here.
Yeah, this has become more and more popular. Shanks played this Rise the last 2 games of the placement stages, 2 wins of course, and so that'll be locked in for himself. Okay. Champion with that semi-global can have high impact on the map early on in the game, can really coordinate with that Neferi in terms of making impact after he hits level 6. Matchup for the jungle will be the Skarner here for Kanavi as we enter the second phase of bans.
It's going to be those junglers getting traded like we thought earlier on, with them both missing out on the bans. I like having Rise versus Skarner in particular. Being able to root him out of the Ichtal's impact as he comes through the wall can be quite impactful. But even still, looking at what composition AL are looking to go for, they are very much leaning towards these scrappy skirmishing styles of pick. They've got a lot of mid-range damage at the minute, but they don't really have that engage. They don't have that fight to get it going. So they're missing a frontline, they're missing an engage to get the fight started. They could get both of those from their support or their top laner, but we'll keep our eyes on for what Flandre is looking for here. Likely going to be having that blind pick into the top side for this game. Top Esports as well, though, like you can see, they've got that front line, they've got that semblance of engage. We're just missing out a little bit, really, on that DPS. The Callista can do great work, but we're looking at Cream, we're looking at 369 to bolster up that damage profile at the minute.
Yeah, 369, somebody who likes to be on the weak side every once in a while, so maybe has to pull up a little bit more of a DPS-oriented build. Things like the Jace are still available for either of these top laners if they want to select it, but I want to parse away a little bit from those tanks, at least if you are 369, things like the Cassante or the Scion, unless Cream is playing some massive hyper carry, which I guess we'll find the answer to in just a little bit. Mid laners targeted so far here for AL, which means that without Azir and Ahri on the table, it'll be an Aurora, another A mid laner getting picked up.
Yeah, a fan of this pick, though, for Cream, just in particular. He's been a really solid Aurora player. I think that he and Rookie have been 2 of our probably best Aurora players that there are so far from 2025, but still looking quite nicely into that mid matchup. Can definitely bully a Rise, right? Still an immobile mage to take in that mid lane. And for AL here, now they've got to decide what they want to match their top laner, or what blind pick top laner they're going to go for. It is that Flandre Scion that we saw have a nice little clip farming on social media, but that is that top lane tank and engage. It's the 2-for-2 box that they were looking for, and now they're going to get to really build that up again, because they're probably going to go some engage support in the Leona, or something, still maybe not as tanky, but does the job just as well. Kyle on the Pantheon going to be opting into that support role, is an engage. He's going to look to buy space and time in that front line. Now Top Esports decide how they're going to want to answer it.
Yeah, you said the potentially trying to harass this Nico out of the laning phase could be a strategy if you were AL, and so having some all-in threat with that Pantheon surely should help. The number of hovers that Crisp is having here in the top lane, as somebody who plays a lot of Scion, are all matchups that I typically like to avoid. The Mordekaiser didn't work too well in the 1v1 for side select, but maybe will work a lot better against the Scion. Incredible dual threat, especially against a tank in the early game. So that's a really good matchup for 369 to round at 16 times.
Yeah, Mod just does a lot of damage, right, versus percentage HP, or has a lot of percentage HP damage built into his kit, plus he builds that Liandry's. It's going to be hopefully able to take down Flandre as well. And if we end up seeing the Neferi, right, picked in, or when we've got the Neferi taken, it can prevent some of that backline assassination. Just call a quick death round down and all of a sudden the backline access is completely removed. So I think the eyes definitely need to be on, first of all, how well we get to see the 369 Mordekaiser perform, and also I think Crisp has got a really big onus on their shoulders as well this game. As a Nico, you have to be able to find those backline targets, right? That's your job, that's your goal. If you trade your life 1-for-1 with them, absolutely worthwhile. And I think that when we're looking at the composition that we see drafted for AL, obviously some very highly prized targets to be taking out of this game. If you take down the Corki or the Rise, that DPS threat drops off of a cliff for AL. So just being able to find one or two of those is going to be incredibly important for Crisp.
And on the other side for AL, going to need to see a little bit of that creativity with the way that their composition is set up. A lot of semi-global ultimates. You got the Rise, you have the Pantheon, even the Scion with that unstoppable onslaught. Can be used from afar to try and close a short distance. Oh my god, we got the Glizzy skin.
What? Huh? Grapes?
The Glizzy Neferi.
Grapes?
That's what it's called, right?
I don't think that's the technical name. That's probably not the true
name.
Is it?
No, look it up, look it up. I literally had this exact same conversation with somebody earlier. It's called Glizzy Neferi officially.
Nice.
In English,
Okay. Never mind.
Happy
Then I
April Fool's Day,
apologize.
everybody. Oh my gosh, I'm so thrilled. I'm so excited.
Okay, well, shout out Riot. There we go. That's what they're about.
Anyway, distracting from my point as we see, oh, it's beautiful.
It's completely
it's
derailed.
the semi-globals for AL going to be very important. I expect the mid-game to be rather bloody as we're on to the rift for game number 1 of our LPL Finals rematch, Anyone's Legends against Top Esports.
Already some posturing around down on this bot side. Tarzan lurking about here. JackeyLove on a ward is going to get, actually, to walk away scot-free, so we don't need to worry.
Oh god, the little dogs have mustard on them.
Are you a mustard or a ketchup person on your...
As a kid, hated mustard, but I've started to become more of a fan recently. So I know people get flamed for saying they just like the ketchup. So
do you want? So would you have both?
I'll do a little both at this point. Yeah.
Okay.
We got the Chicago style, I think, too, over there on the main skin. You got some pickles in there. Tomatoes, maybe?
You're gonna have to guide me through this American cuisine.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
This
is completely foreign concept
out of this crew. Yeah, we'll continue to hit on some hot dog facts as well as some Neferi facts as we go throughout this early game. But yeah, finals rematch here between AL and TES. Again, the bot lane should be rather volatile. The Kalista overall has very good 2v2 potential, and already we see the Pantheon being very aggressive. Kyle popping that Ignite early and forcing Crisp and JackeyLove to use their secondary summon.
Yeah, I mean, fair play, to be honest. I don't know that both of them were necessary, and Crisp, I think, maybe a little early on that heal, but even still, getting both of them out for Kyle is a pretty big win, and they're already starting to zone them away from level 2, and as soon as that gets ticked over, you see the immediate respect is getting paid. I will say, I do think there's a little bit of pressure on top to get some things going early, just because of the way that A Kalista functions, and B, the way that the kite for AL can happen. Tarzan is actually 3-camped and is moving into this bot side, relying very heavily on this pressure that his bot lane have put down. Looking to, well, kill Crisp as he burns the flash early on. This could be quite difficult if mid lane isn't able to get priority. So you'll see now Cream needs to try and get prio so that he can come and support his jungler. Otherwise, this could be a pretty big waste of time for Tarzan if he doesn't get anything.
Gonna try for that blue buff, but will be stopped by Kanavi. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we're seeing how strong this Mordekaiser is against the Scion in the 1v1 isolated. We see right now also fighting around that bottom side river, as actually Kanavi was able to push Tarzan away. The strength of this Neferi, you can clear really fast early and make for a ton of DPS in terms of your early ganks. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, already seeing more aggression against JackeyLove and Crisp, who again, neither have very many summoner spells. That's another flash burn by Jackie.
And we're still seeing these scraps in the jungle. Currently, this is favoring Kanavi. He's actually 4 camps in, managed to steal away the wolves. But I think with Hope taking that really awful trade down on that bot side, it's going to mean that Tarzan not going to get anything down on this bot side. And they've sort of just walked around, not particularly cleared his top camps. Might steal away the crabs, but would have definitely liked to get a little more for his time invested. And now he's going to have to try and work even harder to try and clear that a little bit faster and pace back up to catching with Kanavi.
Yeah, no, the reason this Neferi jungle is so strong is because of the accelerated clear that you can have. But if you spend all your time like going for invades or like hovering around enemy jungle without getting anything, like that could certainly be a bit of a hindrance for yourself. As looks like Tarzan will be able to get both crabs, as you mentioned, as well as now getting to his top side quadrant, as we also see an early lane swap starting off here. But it looks like both bot lanes kind of called each other's bluff as they both have re-emerged on the top side. I feel like normally we see this right when the grub spawn. This is a little bit earlier than that.
Yeah, this is the anti-lane swap technique, right? Riot put this in to make sure that lane swaps sort of got stopped, and I think that Top Esports probably did a very good job at reading that AL were going to want to go for this, just to try and get Flandre out of what had been a pretty tricky trading pattern. But I mean, I honestly thought that the bot lane was going pretty well for anyone's legend, right? Here we go.
Yeah, already a flash engaged by Kyle. Remember, Jackie Love does not have his. He's forced to dash straight into the hands of Tarzan, and first blood is picked up by AL. Chris, the next on the menu. Kyle waiting for another stun to potentially come up off of cooldown, will be matched by Tarzan's flash, and it's a quick 2 kills to anyone's legend.
And just like we said in the pre-game Grapes, it's these 2 junglers. It's who can get the best off to start with. And this time round, it's Tarzan. Has this Neferi, the blue 1 pick that has been terrorizing solo queue, competitive play, everything. And he's able to find 2 kills on that top side. Kael starts it off. Those early summoner spells that they burned come home and they are able to reap a reward from it. No flash, no cleanse on Jackie Love. Has no choice but to try and take down Hope. And unfortunately, the barrier still there for the Corki means that Jackie Love is unsuccessful.
And that's the power of that Neferi, especially because he was able to burn Chris' flash earlier, which then allowed for Hope and Kyle to burn Jackie Love's flash in the 2v2 isolated. And then, of course, you just go right back to it and end up picking up those 2 kills.
Swapping
now
again.
AL find themselves up 1,000 gold, and guess what? They swapped right back down, and now Tarzan is back on the bottom side again.
It looks like they're prioritizing this dragon more so than those grubs working their way towards a soul win condition early, and I think that denying that from Top Esports is going to be pretty valuable, right? As a composition that I'm thinking needs to do a little bit more earlier on. The idea that they're stopping those drakes and preventing a soul coming through, which could offset their late game struggles, it might do very well for them to deny a dragon here, deny a dragon there.
Trade on the other side, though, will be those grubs. As you mentioned, Kanavi going to pick up all 3 of them, with Flandre just ulting up to the top side to try to catch that wave and prevent any turret plates from going down at this point. Tarzan getting that Cloud Drake, and then going to have his chance to invade this bottom side a little bit as well. You see pings right now going towards 369 on the bottom lane, but Chris is here to try and counteract any sort of dive. Yeah, or some really terrible coding that happened on that minion, running all with sorts of directions, aggroing the wrong ways. Diving a Mordekaiser, always challenging, especially in a 2v3v1 situation, because he has the Death Realm, which means that instead of trying to go for the kill, it looks like Hope and Kyle just trying to pick up plates. They were able to get one off of the repeated pressure that they had down onto 369. It also allows for Flandre to get some free time, kind of soaking XP, farming up in lane. However, he will be quickly matched by 369, who goes back to base, picks up that Haunting Guise, and will teleport right to the top side.
And thus begins the start of the attempted HP shred with that guys coming through. And you can see, right, Flandre has no interest in trying to trade with 369, just probably attempting to get the occasional grass proc here and there, and then sort of walking out as well. Curious to see, he's actually maxing that Q, so going for a little bit of that ability to clear waves. As our resident Scion main, Grapes, when is the right time to max various skills? Is it always just Q?
If you, well, it used to be like you go to Comet max E build, but I think that got nerfed like years ago at this point. If you're maxing W, like you're really having a bad time. I think most of the time you max Q, you just say screw it. I'm gonna try to clear out waves, even if I am a little bit less tanky overall. The big thing is just have a single point in W early on because it means you can start the HP stack.
Okay. I see. Good to have some color casting from yourself as well to let us know the intricacies of Sion.
For this one champion, sure. I can help you out there.
I'm an AD carry player. I do not recall the last time I played Sion, so that's...
You probably just remember Sion's like ulting on top of your head and you not being able to kill them.
Yes, exactly.
Your full experience.
Tends to be my go-to, but that's everybody. That's not just Sion. That's a me problem. Even still, as we look through this game, right, talking about Kael going in.
Immediate engage. Really nice cleanse by JackeyLove to get himself out of the stun from Kael. Use the Fate's Call to send Chris back and make sure that Tarzan's gank does not find any truth.
But that's very low effort from AL, right? Kael effectively walked up, didn't burn a flash, didn't burn an ulti or anything like that to get in, and now JackeyLove has to be really worried for the next sort of 2-3 minutes or so whilst his cleanse isn't available. Same to be said for Crisp. Without that ulti safety barrier from JackeyLove, needs to be careful as well. So they got the 2-for-1 special there where Kael stuns JackeyLove and they still are able to put enough threat onto Crisp and stop the Nico really from having that extra threat.
Yeah, so that's a cleanse at least down, but no flashes burned by the top esports bottom lane, which is a small win for them given the circumstances here. Tarzan continuing to clear up towards the top side. Kanavi's made his way back down. They got those grubs spawning in about 30 seconds. I think with Tarzan up in the top side, we're going to see a back at least from Kael to try and reinforce a little bit for AL on that top side of the map. Remember that because top esports got all three, Anyone's Legends want to at least make sure that they don't give up all 6 of these grubs to a team like top esports. So again, wants to try to snowball this early game a little bit.
It's interesting actually that we're seeing Shanks make his way up to this top side so early and into that mid lane, sort of nobody catching that farm just yet. Might see Hope walk his way out through to that mid lane once he's come off the reset here, and then again it's probably going to be this mid wave that is at the very least shallowly caught, so not all of it going to be collected, but that Hope will get the most part of it. But really small rotations happening, knowing that Flandre with that teleport can get down to that bot side very quickly, and then they can have their strongest parts of the strongest pieces of their composition up for these grubs. The Sion wants to move, he's got ultimate to do so, to get from one side of the rift to the other very quickly.
Yeah, exactly, which is why he's okay with burning that teleport down to the bot lane to try to match Cream on the bottom side of wave. He's actually maybe looking for a bit of an engage here, as Cream is catching this wave very, very high on this top side, on this bottom side. Meanwhile, grubs have already been started up by AL, as Tarzan is peppering them a little bit. He does have to smite to at least confirm one of these to go down, as he wants to make sure that there is no sense of a 6 grub situation. However, they did reset for now, as top esports still waiting for 369 to get here, make it an even fight. That is at least one of those grubs picked up, and now AL are going to peel off for now. Yeah,
and I think you should expect the Rise to get prio in this top side. Being ranged versus the Mordekaiser, definitely very powerful. You can clear the wave out nice and quickly also, whereas the Mord has to expend his threat to clear the wave. Rise definitely doesn't. Top, though, making their second move back in, they got push in that mid lane so they could transition JackeyLove over. And looking at that bot lane as well, teleport free for Cream if they do want to try and find a fight, but neither side are going to get the feet on this, so it's just going to be a little flip for the final one.
You hear that bell, that means that Flandre is going to try to join the fight here. Teleport comes in as well from Cream, but the Unstoppable Onslaught will not find a target. Chris flashes in, lands that Pop Blossom onto 2, and Cream, between worlds, will pick up that kill onto Kael. JackeyLove the next target though, as Anyone's Legends and Tarzan on the Nefiri are looking to bounce back here in this team fight. Kanavi been knocked up as well. Realm Warp out from Shanks to get himself away from the death realm of 369, and the rest of AL are going to try to collapse here onto this Mordekaiser. Flash in onto Flandre to land that slow with the E, and Hope will pick up the kill, making it 5-1 Anyone's Legend.
3 kills on the top side for AL. They might not have gotten that second grub, but they sure as hell came away with the better fight. They're going to corral Kanavi under the turret as well. I don't think they'll be able to kill him. There's going to be plenty of plates that go down as well. Anyone's Legend in our first skirmish, really, that had large-scale impact, coming out overall very, very advantageous. 2-0-2 for Hope as well now. And this is how the top side fight looks to begin. 369 coming into this very, very weak. Shanks catching him off, just making sure that there's a little bit of vision pocket that he's able to take out the Mordekaiser. And then Crisp tries to go in. It's Hope that reads the engage very well, knowing that that flash is going to come through. And the ulti as well from Flandre actually bought a lot of time. JackeyLove positioned aggressively.
And now we've got another fight here. Chris, without that flash, in some trouble as Kyle will come down with that grand starfall and allow for Tarzan to pick up his second kill. AL running the map so far in game 1.
Yeah, you can see the couple of wards there to stop them being able to hit onto the blast cone. Don't know that any got connected on anyway. But good heads-up play from AL, now starting to really snowball, finding a quick pick onto Crisp as well. Finding now their second dragon of the game, really stacking up those nice and effectively. Flandra's not going to miss out on really anything up on this top side, and maybe a plate has gone over to Cream there, but a very big win for AL, and, you know, sort of correcting themselves. Remember that the last 2 times these teams played each other, it was Top Esports came out on top. Top that booked their flights to first stand and their spot at the international event. Anyone's Legend who'd beat them twice before that were probably disappointed, expecting to be able to do it again, and already now in the regular season looking to once again correct those mistakes.
And remember, the difference maker in that grand finals for the LPL Split 1 for Top Esports was their bottom lane. JackeyLove won the MVP for that series in the grand finals, and you know, even though I think he went on record and saying, I thought some of my teammates might have deserved as well. Right now, that definitely is the case, because Hope and Kyle are having a very good time with the help of Tarzan, of course. But JackeyLove and Chris certainly struggling here early in this early game, as Tarzan and AL continuing to try and put the pressure in onto this bottom side jungle. They didn't get the blue buff, but you can see right now on the bottom side of your screen, everybody ahead in gold at the moment.
Yeah, and it's worth saying as well, right, that the reason that JackeyLove and Crisp are struggling is because of that jungle difference, that Tarzan found that gank in the top lane a little bit earlier on, got a couple of double kills there. In that top side fight as well, it was the Neferi jumping onto Kalista and making their life exceptionally miserable, where we've just not seen that same level of impact from Kanavi just yet. The Skarner, so frequently touted for his ability to alter team fights and warp them in your team's favour, and we've just not quite had that. Granted, we've only had 1 team fight, and we've had 15 minutes of time for Kanavi to make something happen. Like I say though, at the minute, we've just not seen it come to fruition, and that's been the difference maker.
It's just so hard to keep pace with this Neferi, especially if you get a lot of value out of your early game plays off of your first 2 clears, right? Like, the way that this champion functions is designed to snowball, and after picking up those first 2 kills in the bottom lane, Tarzan seems like he is off to the races at this point. The Glizzy's looking good early on, I should say, as the Rift Herald's about to spawn as well. There should be another target here for AL.
100% kill participation for Tarzan. He's got, you know, he's got the mustard, ketchup, and apparently some pickles as well. Like, this is the full, we are ready to consume kind of Glizzy that you were looking for.
Yeah, this is the Chicago style, as we were saying earlier. You got the pickles. I don't know if there's poppy seeds on that bun. That could be a little hot fix for next time.
Inaccuracies.
Yeah, I know Cubby's the big Chicago guy, so he'll have a word, I believe.
Put a word in Riot's ear. No, actually, we've missed out on the poppy seeds of this, so it's not actually accurate.
This Rift Herald started up though as the hot dog. It's messing with me right now. Dude, I'm not gonna lie.
It's okay, Grapes. Fearless means you only have to be distracted for 1 game. Don't worry.
That is true. I cannot wait for this to continue to be the meta. The skin picked up.
Headlines. Grapes distracted by Glizzy on screen. Okay.
Guilty as charged.
LPL English casters unable to cast game due to Glizzy's on screen.
There's just too many of them. Look, he spawns them all with passive dude. looking like Joey Chestnut out here. The way
okay, Rift Herald has been started by AL. We've got a lot of people on this top side. Root hits onto Shanks.
In some trouble here. Kanavi going to throw out the ultimate, but Shanks will just flash away from it. Rematch potentially here by Chris. Pop Blossom Flash will stun him up, but now without any crowd control, Shanks will not be able to escape here with a Realm Warp. Really nicely timed through here by the Skarner to prevent him from going down. Now, another fight has opened up. 4 members of Top Esports on the wrong side of the map, but it doesn't matter because they are doing so much damage here. Tarzan going to pick up 1 on a JackeyLove and maybe look for another as Hope is still full HP with the Gatling gun unleashed. Kanavi, Chris, and the rest of Top Esports still in some trouble here. This dog is absolutely barking right now in this game, but he finally will get taken down by Cream. Now Hope in a 1v3 will back forward. Cream is still running the wrong way. Surely should go down. Gatling gun up once again, and there's the Foss Bomb to pick up another kill for Hope.
Yeah, and I don't think that they can get Herald off this top esports. They did find a good fight, though. Taking out Kyle, taking out Tarzan as well. A big shutdown on that Neferi's head. But Shanks immediately back up to that top side. And it's kudos to Cream, I think, in that fight for just dancing around AL, using the Between Worlds to get 2 really good teleports that bait the majority of AL around the top side fight. Probably going to get to see a little bit more of that once again. TP's down to the bot side from 369 and Flandre, so they're not going to be interested by this fight. Shanks initially catching the majority of the focus from top esports and thinks, okay, well, Crisp has used that Pop Blossom. I'm good to go. Skarn has used both spells. But it's a really good Tangle Barbs from Crisp. Just keep your eyes on Cream here. Pops the Between Worlds, gets away from KL one way, and then away from the Tarzan and Hope Valk as well. So just keeping them on a tether at all times. Flashes away from Tarzan as well. Keeps himself alive for so long. This is one of those situations where maybe if you've got a Corki who's just a little bit further into the game, they do start to tear you apart, but just having so much HP on Kanavi meant the Corki couldn't go as crazy as we might have expected.
I mean, Tarzan just jumping in 1v4 and still able to pick up the kill on the Jackie Love. Absurd. The fearless nature, despite losing 2 of their players early in that fight from Tarzan and Hope specifically, have allowed AL to stay in this game and make sure that fight was more even than it was in favor of top esports. But we now have this dragon that has been spawning here. AL want to make sure that they pick up this soul point, and top esports want to avoid that happening. The battle lines drawn around the bottom side of River. Right now.
And it's eyes on Cream now for top esports. He's got all 4 of their kills. He's been instrumental in their successes so far this game and has been picking up kills in their failing. So we have to keep our eyes on this Aurora and how well it is that Cream can perform. A player who'd been sort of touted and criticised a lot really for their performance in losses versus AL. Needs to step up and show that he's improving in that split 1 to split 2 difference, that he's actually going to be that difference maker for the team.
Yeah, one of the younger players here on this top esports roster. Less experienced, although now in his 2nd full year with the team, getting a lot more of that international experience. We're hoping that it can come into fruition here in this game specifically when he is the primary carry. Right now, Dragon started up by top esports. They'll have the smite advantage with the Rend of Jackie Love on the Callista. Tarzan, though, still looking for a potential steal. Will not pick it up, though, as Kanavi will secure the objective. But now, here comes the big fight. Dream goes between worlds. Shanks currently the target right now, but Flandre going over the backside. And there's Kanavi getting bursted instantaneously. A 2-man Pop Blossom combined by the Fate's Call will mean that Crisp and the rest of TES will be able to peel away for now. Krebs goes forward, but doesn't find a single knockup and will get taken down by Hope. And anyone's Legends will win this fight easily. They lose the Dragon, but will pick up 4, maybe 5, as Jackie Love is still on the run. Tarzan finds the mark, pops the Eclipse Shield, and will not be able to find the rest of the kills as that turret gets overheated.
So Jackie gets away, but they only lose 1. Anyone's Legend coming alive in game number 1 of this series. Finding yet another successful team fight. They found mid-tier 1 beforehand. They're going to take the bot lane tier 1 as well. And there are pings up toward the Atakan as well by AL. They know that they are in the ascendancy this game. They've got a 5k gold lead, and they are going to hammer it, force it down top esports' throat. Take another look at how this fight breaks out. Jackie Love spends his entire time hitting a Scion, unreally able to get any DPS out whilst on the top side of this fight. Kanavi's getting melted by Shanks and Hope. Crisp jumps in. Yes, he gets saved, but also not really able to do anything. He goes back in, throws himself in and gets immediately taken down because he threaded the needle on all 3 champions. A root onto Cream and a knock-up from Flandre. You know, just the duality of what the Scion versus the Callista was able to do in that fight is exactly what led to anyone's Legend being in a very good spot.
Top esports, they still want to fight. They find Kyle here with the Impale, forcing him to flash away. Hope gets taken really low by Cream. But here comes the follow-up by Tarzan on the Neferi. Kanavi once again gets taken down. Second proc of the ultimate lands onto Jackie Love, but he will be able to dash away for now. Here comes Shanks. He flashes to the wall, but the Pop Blossom will be responded to. Shanks picks up 1 kill onto Jackie Love. Will Cream be able to find 1? He finally does. Back onto the Neferi, but will get traded by Flandre. Another 4 kills find the way of AL as they'll make their way towards the Otacon.
And the battle of the mid laners continues to reign supreme. Shanks finds a triple kill in the top side there. Flashing over the wall, laying waste to the backline of top esports. They're going to be rewarded with this Atacon. And anyone's Legend are able to send Hope down to this bot side to catch 369. making sure that he's not getting any more than they're happy to hand over. 4-1-8 for Shanks, 5-0-6 for Hope. The carries for Anyone's Legend having a remarkable game so far. And if we take a look at how this broke down, again, to begin with, it's Kanavi starting this fight onto Kyle, but this is just not a fight that they can afford to be taking. A TP comes in from the Scion again to add insult to injury. And just the ability, the cross-map that the Scion is giving them as well, has proven to be very important. In Between Worlds finds a great purchase onto the Corki or onto the Neferi, but even though they do go down, it's the Shanks flash on the other side of the fight, which is truly telling. Gets an insane amount of AoE damage down between a couple of Neferi Qs. The spread of the Essence Flux is just too much. It's Top Esports that are reeling from that fight.
I feel like in general, you look at Top Esports composition, they want to fight like front to back 5v5, right? You have this big front line in the Skarner, you have 369 to maybe play that middle ground, and then you have Cream and Chris with these giant AoE ultimates. And unfortunately for them, they really haven't been able to find those fights the way that they wanted to. It's always these little skirmishes that end up scattered across multiple fronts, and we're going to see it again here with the semi-globals that AL have. Cream will once again go down. He has 5 of the 6 kills with Top, but also 4 deaths at this point. Rift Herald also picked up by AL as they're going to try to crack open this top tier 2.
Yeah, and that's a really big mistake from Cream here. Going to cost them probably this tier 2 on the top side, but you have to wonder, why is he so far up without the proper support that he needs there? And Anyone's Legend now looking even deeper. Jackal going to get chunked out initially here by a quick little bit of damage from Kyle. Remember, this is a, decently fed Pantheon with 8 assists, has a first item which is not holding any prisoners back in terms of what it's trying to do. This is full damage Pantheon so far, and attempting to get a bit of one shot onto Jackulov. Maybe he's not got the damage to do that, but a quick chunk like that can change the course of how a fight works.
Tarzan joints away that hard box for red buff by 369. He popped the death drum to make it a 1-for-1. He will be stronger in this isolated setting. Will matter how much reinforcements Tarzan will have once the fight begins.
He's got a lot.
Here comes Tarzan with the Flandre with the ultimate, and will be able to pick up that kill on to Tarzan. Here comes the trade though, Kanavi with a 2-man impale, but he is all too late as the rest of his team has fallen around him. Anyone's Legend dominating once again.
Top Esports continue to tunnel on just 1 kill. They lose out on 4 this time, and they didn't have Jackulov there at all to help them. This game, Grapes, looking like it's going from bad to worse to over in the next 5 minutes or so, as AL secure what is going to be their 3rd dragon, putting them on Soul Point. Baron's going to be up now for the next 5 minutes with no contest of objective on either side of the Rift. They might want to take a bot lane tier 2 before they head up there, but it's not going to be necessary. I think with Hope and Flandre here, look at, that's 8 spears, and Flandre just tanked it. He's tanking the turret.
That's the Scion gameplay right there. He's got his 2 items. He took his flashes in the early game in terms of getting focused down by 369, but now he is a level up on the Scion. If you take another look at this replay, it was 369 who thought he could win the 1v1 against Tarzan, but then the rest of the squad pulled out.
I think in fairness, he probably could win the 1v1 if it took sort of 20 seconds. But Death Realm not that strong an ability, and as soon as Tarzan comes back out, Flandre just rears up and charges into them. They found another pick as Cream has found himself caught once again. A second side lane death in, well, probably as many minutes, but pretty rough so far.
Tarzan now going for another invade here onto Top Esports. His red buff Kyle just unrelenting here on this front line as well with the Pantheon. Here comes Flandre off the teleport, lands that on top of Onslaught onto Kanavi. Impale does not find a target, and here comes Tarzan. Procs that ultimate and picks up the first kill, and now 369 has Hope in the Death Realm. Chris lands the Pop Blossom onto 2, but there's just not enough damage as the power of the Glizzy will strike fear into the hearts of Top Esports. It's a triple kill for Tarzan on the dog.
And with a wave in the mid lane as well, Anyone's Legend are just going to barrel it down and try to open up this base. It's the bot side that they're looking for. 0 seconds left. Cream's death timer is elapsed, so they might not be able to end the game here, Grapes. But they're certainly going to look to put some pretty sizable damage down to the base of Top Esports.
Should at least be 2 inhibitors. The question is, will they go for more? Hope Valks to try to clear that wave out a little bit quicker, but Baron should likely be the target that AL retreats to at this point. have a 13,000 gold lead at this point. It's looking much more like the Demacia Cup finals than the LPL finals at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this game's done. Like, has probably been done for the last 5-10 minutes or so. Right, this composition for Top Esports really wanted to snowball, wanted to make sure that JackieLove was a massive threat, a massive presence early on, and I mean, just Tarzan did a really good job at neutralizing that. You can see just the disparity in junglers alone. 4.1 thousand gold difference as Shanks is now just dancing with Kanavi.
At level 18, Kai has the help of Kyle and Hope. In addition to that, Kanavi just never got anything going here on this Skarner. Pop Blossom comes out for Chris, has not had enough time to do enough scaling here in this game, and now 369 is going to teleport himself into a rough situation in a 1v3. Can't even pop the Death Realm as he gets crowd controlled to bits. And Cream, now the next target here. Rocket does not connect, so he will be able to survive at least for now. But the game might not be in their hands for much longer. Tarzan jumping in, lands that ultimate in onto JackieLove, and that should do it. Baron not even necessary, as Anyone's Legends are 5 strong, pushing into the base of Top Esports.
Yeah, 30 kills in 29 minutes. It's a demolition of our LPL champions, and AL back to winning ways.
Tarzan on the Nefiri jungle ends 8-3-13. Hope 9-0-11 as the Nexus goes down, and in a sub 30-minute domination, it's Anyone's Legends taking us to match point.
Wow, what a great start for Anyone's Legend, right? This was up against Top Esports, who, like we'd mentioned earlier, 6-0'd their way out of the group stage, coming into, again, a group that Top Esports as our LPL champions, right? Even though the league is so stacked, even though this Ascend group is so powerful, the expectation is that Top Esports probably come away with a win here, and already Anyone's Legend sort of upsetting that, bucking that trend super early on, and finding a clean, concise, methodical win here for game number 1.
And for Top, it just never got going. It all comes down to this Nefiri pick, who I continue to see dominate in these LPL matches, almost seemingly no matter who's playing it at this point. I mean, I think it has like a 70-80% win rate right now in this league, and when it's in the hands of somebody like Tarzan, it's able to have a massive impact. We saw even early on in a game, on a champion like this Nefiri, you might not have any hard crowd control in your kit, but just the amount of damage and the tempo that you generate from having that fast clear, seems like Top Esports just weren't able to respond to it.
No, and you know, honestly, the power that the Nefiri had, right, that you've talked about, was the leading cause for it. I do think that just those couple of swaps that happened, yes, there was a great read by Top Esports to match the top lane swap, but they were swapping into the side of the map that the Nefiri was on, and Tarzan's right there, just sat ready and waiting, and it's a really solid performance overall, start to finish. Anyone's Legend never really gave an in to Top to make a play happen. I think there was one skirmish that Cream got a couple of kills, which gave a little bit of hope, maybe, to Top Esports. But overall, Cream getting caught out a couple of times on side lanes as well, begins pushing that envelope even faster for Anyone's Legend. And the way that they're now 1-0 up in this best of 3 bodes well for them moving into the next set of games.
And while the last series between these two teams went the way of Top Esports in a pretty one-sided fashion, remember that Anyone's Legends still have the overall head-to-head in 2025 against Top Esports, right?
Yeah.
It was 7-5, now it's 8-5, and it's looking like the regular season so far in Split 1 this time around once again. And that'll be an interesting narrative to continue to follow here, Rude, because even though Top Esports won in the series that mattered, Anyone's Legends has won the other series, like in the Demacia Cup and then the LPL regular season. If they continue this trend, I mean, it could set up for another very spicy playoff matchup later on in the season as well.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams, I think already just this year around, I think it'd be a disappointment if they don't meet in playoffs in some capacity. But we get to take a look at the post-game stats, and yeah, I think that the fact that JackieLove is being outdamaged by Kyle is the real indicator of how difficult that game was. Hope, obviously, 10k damage more than his counterpart. You don't really need to think about that, but when you've got a Scion as well on your team, you normally find that AD carries have monstrous damage stats because they do so much damage versus Scion without killing him. And you know, that time round, JackieLove was not present, was not having that impact, and literally just tickling him.
Yeah, we saw that play around the bottom tower. He wasn't doing much damage to Flandre even when he did get the chance to try to damage him a little bit.
This fight as well, it's off screen, but yeah.
it's these like little scattered skirmishes that AL's composition really enjoyed when you have single target damage, single target crowd control on the Pantheon and the Nefiri, and it ends up working out for them. It seems like AL was able to find targets that they wanted to, try to burst them all down, whereas that didn't necessarily work as well for top esports.
No, and you can see like just trying to Hail Mary onto a support as well, and even when that goes wrong, it's so disappointing as top esports that's the situation you find yourself in. I mean, this Shanks flash here over the wall to take as many or take as much damage as he does, and be as unchecked as well as he is. Again, impressive stuff from the mid lane of Anyone's Legend, who's had a really solid turn onto 2025.
Yeah, and even though we've talked about how Tarzan and Hope have had big impacts on this game, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a player like Shanks get some MVP votes in this game as well. Just the amount of impact that he had, especially in these later game team fights. He was able to farm up nicely, scale. He was level 18 like before 30 minutes in this game, of course, as that was when the game ended. The fearless nature of a player like this and the ability to know his angles and know when to play aggressive, it definitely showed here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's one of the few people that's taking Rise and giving it so much priority here, right? Like, was happy to blind pick it in the draft, said that there's not really anything that they can do to punish me. Yes, he ate or chose to use a couple of their bans in the second phase to make sure that he was safe, I guess, in the mid lane. But if that's the strategy that AL want to use, then more than happy for them to do that. But like I say, blind picking this champion, again, one of the few players that's actually taking the Rise, I feel like, in the moment, into that mid lane, and proving that it's a very powerful pick, and maybe more people should be on it.
It's been rising up in some certain regions, but it seems to be like a certain sect of players that enjoy playing it, with Shanks obviously being one of them here. This is his third straight win on this pick so far in split number 2, as AL off to a great start so far. If you had to give a player the game before they unveil it here on the stream, who are you gonna?
It's unfortunately still Tarzan. He's the reason they won that game. I say unfortunate because it's the narrative that I've been pushing. It'd be nice to give it to other people, but yeah, Tarzan was the reason they won. I think just getting that Kalista so far behind, and then being able to do so much damage in these team fights as well, proving to be a menace at pretty much all times. I think that you could make an argument maybe for Flandre as well. You can make an argument for Hope for doing so much DPS. You can make an argument for Kyle for banning summoner spells in the trades early on, level 2. Like there is an argument for everyone on AL, and I don't think that anybody really had a stinker on either side.
Yeah, in a game that dominant, it's fair to find angles to give that player the game award to basically anybody on this team. But I think I agree. Just the way that Tarzan was able to play out the early game. Remember, we were questioning it a little bit at the start, right? He spent like 2 minutes in the bot side jungle, like trying to like mess with Kanavi a little bit on the blue buff, and it didn't end up finding any camps, but he ended up burning some summoner spells on Crisp and Jackie-Love, and then that was able to turn into the lead that it did, and there we go. Player of the game, Tarzan on the Nefiri. This jungle matchup that we talked about, he took round 1.
Yeah, I think it's valid, it's earned, and we sort of highlighted this coming into the start of the day. When these two teams play against each other, I feel like this is the matchup that decides things. Kanavi had a relatively muted game on the Skarner. This time round, Tarzan on the Nefiri kind of walked and took over this whole match.
Absolutely, and going to be AL, a repeat of what happened more towards the Demacia Cup in the regular season last year. They take game 1 of this best of 3 against top esports. However, still some more League of Legends to be played in our final series of the first day of the group stage here in LPL. We'll be back with game number 2 after this short break.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no, keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life?
Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we have game number 2 of our Split 1 Finals rematch between Top Esports and Anyone's Legends. Has not looked the way that the first Split Finals has gone so far, as Anyone's Legends with a 29-minute win to go up 1-0 in this best of 3. Grapes and Rooted here for this final series of our first day of this regular season, Rooted. Anyone's Legends, they have looked very, very clean all throughout the board, but Tarzan on that Nefiri in game 1 was certainly the star of the show.
Yeah, won the MVP for a reason, was crucial in their early game successes. The top esports draft was fundamentally lacking in any form of late game sustainability, so they needed to win early. Tarzan stopped that, put a stop to it from minute 5 probably onwards, and honestly from there on in, you have to give credit over to the rest of Anyone's Legend as well, because nobody really wasn't pulling their weight. Flandra on the Scion was incredible as a frontliner. We saw some great damage from Hope and Shanks in this game as well. Kyle constantly playing with the just right amount of HP that he had to force cleanses, force flashes, force deaths as well on top esports. So I think that everybody carried their weight. It was led by Tarzan, but not to say that the rest of the team weren't being supporting cast very well.
And for Top Esports, a little bit back to the drawing board, right? Like the way their composition set up, it never really came to fruition. Cream was the only person who had any support, any sort of significant lead at any point in the game, and he wasn't able to do much with it as we got into those later game team fights. Would love to see a player like Kanavi have a little bit more agency. Something like that Skarner looks like it didn't work out too well in terms of how Top wanted to play that game. And then eyes on the bottom lane a little bit here as well for Top. You know, they've had their ups and downs throughout the season. These are two the former world champions, right, in Jackie Love and Chris, but they certainly underperformed in that first game.
Yeah, and again, it comes from being put so far behind that they had to struggle, or that they would have had to overperform to get themselves back into that game, and maybe outperform in situations where they maybe shouldn't have had to. But it comes back to that they were put in a tricky position by the way that the jungler was not on the same side of the map as them when they swapped, and then they weren't able to outplay in the situations that they needed to be able to in a 3 versus 2 getting out. Would have been great, but they ultimately didn't get that, and I think Jackie Love on the Kalista, we felt, definitely underperformed, really struggled, however you want to phrase it, didn't have the impact that he needed to.
And now as we swap sides here with Top Esports going over towards blue, and of course us being in that full Fearless format, no more Nefiri, so that is not going to be a target for either of these teams. However, a lot of these champions that were banned early on in that first phase, most notably that Rumble, you know, early on, not going to be or are going to be available, I should say, for this draft. And so the onus now goes on a team like AL. Do they want to take that away as well, or leave top the ability to pick up some of these power picks on the blue side? Looks like the answer is no, as the Rumble will start off on the ban table again.
Yeah, I think that we are going to see some differentiation in the bans. I don't see a Misfortune ban coming through in this second round of picks. I think that was indicative of them trying to play for a strong bot lane pairing, but with the MF still probably going to be on the table, excited to see what it is that either of these two teams are focusing down on that bot side. The press ult win game combos have started to come back into fashion as well, I will say, in the LPL. So if you get some good ultis to pair it with the Misfortune, certainly a route to success for these teams. The majority of these bans though do look very similar, and now I think we're toying between what our final ban could end up being. The Gwen taken off the board, the Rumble taken off the board, and it's the Jace taken away, a champ that slipped completely through last champion select, ripped from the contention in the bans.
You wonder if that, allows for some of the other top lane picks like the Cassante and the Ambessa to rise up in priority, with things like the Gwen, Rumble, and Jace taken off the board. There's that Misfortune that you were talking about. Jackie Love played it nicely, I think, in the grand finals against AL a couple of weeks ago, so that'll be the selection here for him early on in this draft. Also find it interesting that Top Esports banned the Gwen on the blue side, because I feel like this is a champion that somebody like Kanavi could definitely do a lot of work on.
Yeah, maybe they just think that Flandre has like a really solid answer to it, and that they didn't want to have to deal with that. The immediate pairings though coming through, and this sets up for a really good Lilia angle for Kanavi here. The Misfortune Lilia combo is lethal as is, especially if you get to pick it into a counter matchup like when you're taking it versus this Sejuani. It's been a bit of a gamble of teams. I think that we've seen people take Lilia into Sejuani time and time again, but have frequently still failed with it. I think that taking away this Renekton as well by Top Esports makes sense. It's a clinical pairing that could go into Flandre's hands if they want to leave that in the top side. Pairs nicely up against that Sedge, but Top Esports deciding that they're taking of the Renekton is high prio. I think that matching with Lilia here is the way they should be going, gives them some AP, and then definitely gives Cream a lot of flexibility in his champion pool as well.
I'm like the tiniest bit curious to see if we try to see some flexibility with this Renekton. I know that it generally does good into the Wind Brothers, and Yon specifically is like a pretty good matchup here for the Crocodile. So does Cream want to pick it up? Looks like no, as the Tristana is going to be locked in. It does mean that Kanavi is most likely going to have to play an AP jungler here, and that has not been selected, which means that that's a very easy target for AL in the second ban phase. Yeah,
you've hit the nail on the head there, Grapes, right? Like, they're going to probably want to put Kanavi on something that's AP focused, but they're going to get that pool pinched. So Lily is going to get taken off the board. You then think, is it maybe Karthus or something like that they're also going to look to ban away? But AL full committing to this dive, right? They've got Kai'Sa now laid over the top. They've got a Yone Sejuani duo that's going to be looking to dive into your backline as well. So they're just really looking to see what other champions are Top Esports going to be banning away. Things like Rel to take off the board, Nautilus as well, going to go very well. And I also wouldn't mind AL here taking a quick ban at Braum as well, just to stop that potential disengage coming through. I think Braum with double marksman is very powerful, and Braum versus this heavy engage as well does really well.
Yeah, the Kael Rel, always a big target here, as the Nidalee is another champion that Kanavi is very, very good on as well, so that'll be taken off the board. Another AP style jungler there. Talking about AP with the Yone and the Kai'Sa picked up for AL, it looks like anyone's legend gonna need some of that in addition, so that you see the Kennen and the Gragas also being pinched away from Flandre. Still a couple of different AP focused top laners that he could try to go for, but those are two of the bigger ones, especially with things like the Gwen and the Rumble already off the board.
Yeah, and there's still that discussion of what are the Kai'Sa builds going to look like. I think Hope, we've seen a lot of LPL players be able to quite handily play the AP Kai'Sa, but there's this new build coming up where you're just going for full AD, very old school attack damage Kai'Sa, and very traditional AD carry build paths currently. So maybe we'll see a revert back to the hybrid for Hope this game, just noticing that his team is lacking that little bit of magic damage, but equally Top Esports themselves don't particularly have a true tank that would need to just be able to build armor and then feel fine. Curious to see what their plan is for this second round of picks though for Top. They've got a lot of AD, those two big ticket AP junglers have been banned away, so you are scraping a slightly lower bottom of the barrel. You know, like I say, things like Karthus at least start to come to mind. There's Fiddlesticks, right? Like plenty of AP junglers that do exist, but this is a question that Top have yet to give an answer to.
Yeah, you're digging deep in that pool with the Fiddlesticks pickup here. We haven't seen that in the meta in quite a bit of time. Looks like it's going to be the AP-oriented Maokai build instead for Kanavi. You build the Leandries, you do a little bit, and you know Tarzan can be very tanky here on this Sejuani pick, but in terms of like the big priority targets, you know, think of the Yone and the Kaisa specifically, they're still gonna take a lot of damage from those saplings here. We'll see what Kyle wants to lock in with this final pick. The Nautilus will be the answer as we are going full dive, full all in on this red side trap.
Yeah, and I mean, I know he was toying between the Elise for a lot more sort of lane and snowball, and this Nautilus, I definitely prefer the Nautilus here. Does really well, especially versus Misfortune, right? You've got two ways of attempting to interrupt that bullet time. You've got really easy access to tried and true CC, which even though Tristana can buffer a rocket jump, that ulti is going to connect. There's going to be a knock-up somewhere on the Trist, which is really important. But this is, again, for Top Esports, a very heavy revert back to comfort for them. Cream's Tristana, Jackie Love on the Misfortune as well. These are the two quintessential picks almost, especially for Cream in that mid lane. Had that glorious run of 18 games of Tristana undefeated last year. So truly one of the picks that we tout and that we associate with this player quite substantially. Jackie Love, like you were mentioning just a bit earlier on in the draft grapes, really solid on the Misfortune, has picked this up time and time again, was even banned away from him in game number 1. So lots of power in their hands for Top Esports, lots of comfort as well.
Even like the Renekton for 369, certainly another comfort pick for him, and so that is what we're looking for here for Top Esports. They've got just a generally all-around comp. Like this is the Mario in Mario Kart, like, or when you play those games, like the basic generic team composition that they've whipped out here. As for AL, as you said, a little bit more all-in dive focused. I'm very interested to see what Kyle does on this Nautilus. I think he has one clear goal with selecting this on R5, which is to interrupt the Misfortune bullet time with his depth charge, and that's going to be an interaction that I'm going to be excited to watch as we get into game number 2.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, the support counter pick of Nautilus, you know, it's not crazy by any means, but could have easily been taken a little bit earlier on, but they did need to see what the support pairing or support matchup was going to look like, right? They can't take Nautilus on 4 for fear of getting bromed on, and I think that the idea that they pivoted how their bans were going to look, so they sort of took the Nidalee away as well as that Lilia, makes a lot of sense, knowing that they're going to save counter pick for that 5th pick. So AL, I think, have got a really solid composition that does one thing very well. It does dive exceptionally well, and as long as they can find their backline, find their target, they're going to do well. But looking at setup as well for this bullet time, what is in the locker of Top Esports? Well, they've got Roots from Kanavi, 2 different instances of CC that's going to come through, and with AL sniffing out Jackie Love here, Kyle would have wanted to be leading the charge.
Yeah, so not going to be in range to actually throw out that dredge line, as Hope is the one to catch vision first. Look overall at Top Esports composition. They have a lot of frontline, which is going to be helpful against the heavy engage that Anyone's Legends provides. They're going to have to do a lot of body blocking here because a champion like this Misfortune needs to be untouched, both for the strut passive as well as, you know, when that bullet time gets unlocked. Obviously, you're in a standstill for a large portion of time, right? And so making sure that those engage tools are not used onto those double marksman composition is going to be very important if you are Top Esports here. In this 2v2, though, looks like AL once again trying to get off on the right foot.
I mean, Kyle just has the brush control here, and again, we know that Alistair level 1, I feel like it's been said on this broadcast a lot, and, you know, by me as well, useless champion. But Nautilus as well, if he goes in, then ends up giving Alistair a little bit of agency. So they're playing a little bit of bingo, or not a bit of bingo, a bit of chicken, excuse me, down on that bot side. Quick little poke from Jackie Love as well, finding an early auto attack onto Hope, and now it's the race for level 2.
Fought for and won by Anyone's Legends, who then Kyle pops the Ignite onto Chris, flash forward, and they find the Dredge Line onto Jackie Love. He cleanses, but it does not cleanse away from the Dredge Line. And that is a big win here for the bot lane of AL, once again getting off to the right foot.
Yeah, 3 sums for 2. Kyle burns both of his, but Hope still with barrier, with flash up and ready. Tarzan with a very early wander into this mid lane, going to spot out Kanavi as well. And both of these junglers laid on their bot side, pass through the mid lane, so give a little hello to their mid laners, and a little bit more XP sapped, it will be said, by Tarzan than by Kanavi. But it's Tarzan who's getting sniffed around at the minute.
Yeah, So with the prio that Cream has in this range versus melee matchup, it allows for Kanavi to at least pick up the small chicken in the jungle of the Sejuani. And so still continues to be Kanavi harassing a little bit in Tarzan's jungle, getting a ward on that red buff so we know exactly where he will be. And points are clear. Remember, now on the bottom side, Summoner's down on Crisp. He's a very easy target. They land the dredge line instead on the Jackalope, but hoping to take some damage as well. The mana pool, though, on this Misfortune, it's running very, very thin at this point, which means no time for double ups, no make it rain. So it's going to be very hard for Jackalope to stay in this lane for much longer.
Yeah, and if Crisp channels this back here, I mean, AL can probably just dive under the turret, take Jackalope out, so he needs to book it, really. Cannot stick around underneath that turret to catch this wave. Have to, yeah, you can see cancelling the recall on the minimap, forced to go even further back. Going to give a good opportunity now for Hope and Kyle to get an advantage, get a good recall in. I do think that there was an opportunity for a kill to come through. Crisp was holding headbutt pulverized, but Hope has flash, so could have flashed over it, potentially forced the Jackalope summoner, potentially taking him down as well. Early culls picked up for both of the AD carries on top esports, though. They know that if they go late, they're going to be fine. A double marksman composition, typically we know scales very well into that late game. So sitting back, resting on their laurels a little early on, but when we come to that mid game, expect them to be hitting very hard.
Yeah, the two different kind of styles of marksman as well, right? You have Cream on the Tristana, who can play a little bit more aggressive with the rocket jump in or out, try to play more on the limits here. And then you have Jackalope, who's able to sit back a little bit more with that bullet time, especially as we get later on into this game. So this is a lot of really good team fighting tools for top esports as we get into the back half of game number 2, but we have to get there first. And right now, anyone's Legend, specifically with that bottom lane lead, they opened up that one wave lead for themselves and are in a decent position overall for Hope and Kyle to once again have high impact in this game.
Yeah, and again, a reminder that this AL combo... Oh, hold on.
Oh, empowered W here for 369. Gonna force the flash out of Flandre. Slice, dice, and the Q. That's first blood for 369.
Yeah, just knowing that the hop's down and that he doesn't have the way to get out. Now another engaged bot side.
Looks like Crisp and Jackalope want to engage with this big wave crashing down here for TES. Spotted out by Tarzan, though, and Kyle does not land that dredge line. That could have been disastrous here for top esports.
Wave's too
Tarzan
big.
didn't want to jump in just yet. Here comes the flash, though, onto the flashless Alistar, and makes it a 1-for-1 trade. However, here comes the teleport. It will be 369 joining the fight, but Tarzan and Hope should be able to get away for now. They get underneath the turret, which means that the second dice of 369 would almost surely lead to his doom.
Yeah, Hope is going to have to catch this massive wave under the turret. If he goes down there, it's so devastating for the AL bot side, but he's able to catch the majority of this experience. Tarzan has to stick around because 369, you can see, he fancies this. Level 6 just turned.
He has the barrier, so Hope procs it a little bit too early. With the empowered W, 369 could burst right through it, but he's able to get the entirety of the wave and actually still pick up a decent gold lead for himself after getting that kill in the trade onto Crisp.
Yes,
so
we're
that
seeing
is where the lead for bot lane is right now for AL.
The top lane now start to bleed over. 369 didn't have to teleport to get back to that top side. In fact, was able to find a solo kill in the top lane, then TP down to that bot side to rescue what was a winning play for AL and turn it around into top esports' favor. And now able to bully Flandre on his return to the lane.
He's going to see him at as well. You know that he's going for clearing out those waves as fast as possible. He already has one plate for himself down on the bottom side, whereas Jackalope and Crisp has rotated top lane. Looks like 3 grubs once again picked up for Kanavi, just like they were in game number 1. So despite the early advantages that Hope and Kyle were able to pick up, this is top esports right now with a 1,000 gold lead before the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, and take a look as well at the disparities, right? It is that top lane which is truly speaking to us as Shanks forced to ulti away in the mid lane. Cream on his Tristana has a level lead, has a gold lead, is now forcing ultis from Shanks without really any recompense. Making those minions do get missed as 369, this is that replay, forces the hop from Flandre early on, gets the empowered W and just knows that he's going to have the ability with Flash to take Flandre down. He's greedy for these auto attacks, and as soon as that empowered W is up with Fury, just knows, okay, you've got no Flash, or you've got no Hop, excuse me, and I've got Slice and Dice. You don't have a chance.
Yeah, that empowered W is so strong. You get 3 different procs of Conquer as well, which means you can stack that up quicker, and then combining it with all the other spells that 369 has to get that Renekton, able to get a very good state for himself in this game. The top laners have rotated down to the bottom side for now, as Flandre does hit Mega with a wave crashing underneath the turret, most likely. nice job to hold it there, at least for now. Top Esports sending their bottom lane back to base, and we'll see where they decide to redeploy. Do they want to try continue the 2v2? It looks like yes, as he heads back to the top side.
Ooh, okay. I was looking at this and thinking, well, actually, with the way that Jackie-Love is, building at the minute, the BF sword is actually a really powerful spike for him, and they could probably look to try and fight around this bot side as well. But they have such a strong top laner that I think moving 369 away from an objective that they were looking to fight for might actually hinder them more than anything else. So we get to see now Flandre going to recall. It's a swap that's going to be initiated by AL, maybe in an attempt to take down this dragon. But neutral objectives so far in the favour of Top Esports. It's only the 3 grubs to begin with. You could very easily see a turn to that dragon be their focus as well.
Definitely on the cards here. The Tarzan and AL are aware of that as well. As actually, they might be the ones to start this objective up themselves. Here. They know that right now Jackie-Love and 369 are both on back timers, which means they have a little bit of opportunity to take this dragon down, and it looks like they will be able to do so successfully. So nice job from TES to take advantage of the situation, or sorry, Avail to take advantage of the situation. Kanavi not going to be able to get there before it is too late.
Yeah, and Tarzan as well, I think 1 camp ahead probably in terms of experience, but level 7 to level 6 also going to be not necessarily playing a factor, but is worth keeping track of. As in the last game as well, Tarzan was the large proponent of why we saw AL come out on top. He's looking to make another play this time, wrapping around mid lane in a spot Crisp.
Tarzan's actually going to grab Crisp here as well. Navi thought that they could find a kill onto Shanks, but instead will just be headed right back to his top side camps. As another instance of Kanavi, one of the stronger players that we have had here in the LPL's history, not really doing much in the early games for top.
No, and I will say as well that these lane swap shenanigans that we're seeing do favour Misfortune. She can get around the map a lot faster. That strut passive, especially in a game where there's a lot of magical footwear happening. She's actually able to get around, probably catches 1 to 2 minions more overall than other top laners or other carries would do, as Creed now hopping straight onto Flandre, who's completely out of this game right now for the record as well. Ninja Tabbies plus a Cull plus a Ruby Crystal. We do not want to see Flandre fighting for the next 10 minutes.
Even with that ultimate button, it's like you press the R and then after that you're pretty useless at this point. Right now 369 in the top 10 has a big lead over him, as I assume Cream does as well. Sana. Jackie-Love playing against Shanks right now, who has the soul unbound, and will be able to dash right back. Another instance of trading back and forth in terms of the HP bars, but right now 369 has his eyes set on more than just an HP bar, maybe a kill in full onto Hope. Dominus has been proc, stun lands from Chris. They're going to try to give the kill over to 369, but he pops the barrier. Finally, the flash Q from 369 will be able to secure the feat of warfare, as well as another kill on the Crocodile. And that is Top Esports once again getting control on the top laner here for themselves. Kanavi also able to pick up all 3 grubs on that exchange, stealing that last one away from Tarzan, making it a 6-0 trade.
It's a very good play for Top Esports, leveraging once again 369 on this Renekton to give them now an advantage, not just up against the Gnar, but taking Hope down once again. But I don't want to short sell what we got to see from Crisp in that fight, because he played that as perfectly as possible. Now Shanks looking to collapse onto 369.
No flash or dominance available here for the Renekton. However, it is generally a decent matchup for him. Shanks has the ultimate knockup that's connect, but not wanting to go any further, just in fear of potentially crowd control to Oblivion underneath the tower, getting taken down. So instead, Shanks will allow this wave to crash in, maybe get himself a plate or 2. But Kanavi's here to try to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, 369 has TP, instead he's going to TP up to that top side with Cream and Kanavi looking to collapse in the bot lane, and Flandre he's got Mega Gnar coming. Stridebreaker just finished for 369.
I don't think 369 should be able to pick up this kill. He has the Fury stack, but the dash forward actually picks up a lot of HP, and Flandre still playing rather aggressively in terms of his posturing here, but knows that there's no kill threat with the Mega Gnar still intact.
Oh,
so
Shanks, my good sir.
Cancel his back.
There are sharks in the water.
Then he's going to get punished for it potentially. Uses the Fate Seal to get away from the Nature's Grasp. Nice usage of that ultimate ability in a defensive fashion, but he's going to still lose out on most of this wave. We'll get the cannon, but the plates will still fall regardless. Green getting himself very, very fed in this one. Already 1,000 gold up on his opponent.
Yes, cashed in on that Cull as well on that wave that we just saw die underneath the turret. Yuntal already picked up, so he's stacking that up nice and early. We'll be working towards the Navori, probably heading towards IE nice and soon as well. That's this Tristana. I mean, definitely a threat to be keeping our eyes on, and certainly something that, for the moment, AL don't have an answer to.
See how aggressive Cream is being here. This as well has the full Yuntal picked up. To try to crack open this first tower on the bottom lane tier 1. Kyle though, looking for the engage alongside Tarzan. The tank squad will set up beautifully for Hope, who gets headbutted away, but will still be able to find a kill onto Chris most likely. That ultimate is ticking. Another proc of the Soul Unbound will allow for Kanavi to fall as well, and this is the fight that anyone's Legends was looking for. Shanks lands the Q3 onto Cream. He's gonna go down as well. Tarzan does not take that final tower shot, and AL are right back into this game.
They find 3 kills. It comes at the cost of a tier 1 turret in the top side, but they snap back. They find a fight down in that bot lane. Get some kills on some very important members there. Hope coming away with an extra 1. Shanks now on the board as well. And anyone's Legend finding that skirmish that they've not really found success with so far in this game. This is a composition for AL that thrives on the dive. When they go all in, they will find success, and that is highlighted in no better fight than this one down on the bot side. Double knockup comes through, and Kanavi, just the focus here. He flashes away thinking that he's actually going to be safe, but when Shanks pops back, the pop of the true damage comes through. Cream even flashes here to try and get out to safety, but Tarzan is far too much HP. Shanks with a really solid Q3 knockup as well. Makes another kill come through for anyone's Legend, and it's a little glimpse, it's a little teaser of what we can expect to see from anyone's Legend moving into this mid game, into that late game. They've still got a long road to go down. Anyone's Legend still behind in gold. Top Esports still got advantages in mid lane, advantages in top lane, and 369 is a monster.
Yeah, they still were able to pick up that tower in response to that Jackie Love, but didn't stay even against Hope so far off of that trade. And we still see Top Esports playing aggressive towards this bottom side. That bottom lane turret is so low. They know that just a couple of auto attacks from Jackie Love should be able to take it down. But AL doing a good job of defending it, at least at this point in time. Now Flandre hits Mega, going to force him back away. Dragon is up once again, and so that should be the next fight for both of these teams.
And normally when you've got 6 grubs, your expectation is that you would have lost 2 dragons as well. So Top Esports maybe want, or maybe wouldn't mind giving this, but I think they're in a position where they can try to fight, especially if they collapse a little bit split. They can look for a skirmish here, but Drake goes down. TP even comes in, so they're going to look to prioritize this mid lane tier 1 turret. Trade of TPs so that Shanks can just get here, but the rest of the team, they're cut off.
So that's the trade that they want to go for. They trade that second dragon for getting that mid lane tier 1, which can have drastic implications of how the map is played for the remainder of this game. Top Esports also get a little bit of an infusion of gold with that. Well, they find themselves up about 2k. However, the pieces are starting to come together a little bit for AL. They have Hope with 2 kills. They have Shanks with that finished Blade of the Ruin King. Right now, though, their goal is not to fight these 5v5s, but instead look for picks like they're doing right now on the 369. There comes the engage from Hope, popping that killer instinct, but 369 will flash underneath the tower. A teleport comes in as well, as it's going to be Flandre joining the party here, but here comes Jackie Love. He has his ultimate available, uses that bullet time, and will be able to take down Kyle. But he has Tarzan on top of him, but will not be able to get a kill onto the Misfortune in response. Another 1-for-0 in favor of top.
This is really big for Top Esports. That was a massive commitment from anyone's Legend. Shanks was even walking down to this bot side. Didn't end up being a part of that fight, but sacked mid lane, sacked off this top side as well to make this move happen, and doesn't get anything for it. Really solid play down on the bot side from 369 as well. He and Crisp stepping into a 2 versus 3 scenario, 2 versus 4, and stepping out with a kill as well. Jackie burns his cleanse, but he'd be more than happy to do that given that he was the recipient of that gold and keeping his top laner alive. Taking another look at this, it's Tarzan with good initial opening damage, and the CC comes through, but it's Crisp who's just there, blocks all of Hope's damage from coming through, stuns him up, and 369 quite happy to just stand here, tank up, uses a really good Call the Meek in a massive minion wave to heal on up. By the time Hope actually gets in to do the damage, the healing is done, and a really good little sequence of mechanics for Top Esports keep them in this, or keep them rather ahead in this game.
Yeah, maybe some faulty decision making from AL. I mean, as soon as you see Crisp in that engage and it's not a 3v1 against the Renekton, who's already very fed, it suddenly becomes a little bit harder. And I don't know if sending Flandre in with the teleport really did much. And also, was potentially the right call. And it also allows for Cream to continue his side lane domination. He got almost half of that turret on the tier 2 top side down. And that could be another aspect of map control that can be picked up here by Top Esports in response. And so even though AL are looking for these picks, overall Top Esports has gotten the better of it right now as they have continued to extend their gold lead after that initial play up to 3,500 at this point.
And the thing is as well that Cream needs one explosive charge alone with that top turret for it to go down. This guy is chunking through turrets at a extremely quick rate, and if he just gets that little bit of alone time, then he's going to find himself with again another massive gold injection. So keeping our eyes on how well Cream is able to navigate this mid game and how well he's able to continue to accrue gold is going to prove to be very important. But Flandra's reached that Trinity Force. The Gnar is, if nothing, a little bit online as Jackie is forced to flash.
Tarzan with that Glacier Prison, actually going to follow with the flash as well to land the slow on the W. Flandre coming in, and that's Hope dashing forward with the killer instinct to pick up the shutdown onto Jackie Love. Those are two well-needed kills for the Kai'Sa as Hope is now 4-1.
What did we say, Grapes? What this thing that AL can do is go in, and they just, again, extend. Not even, it didn't feel like too far for Top Esports. They were in the river when they're winning the game at this point. Massive gold lead. They've got all 3 turrets still standing, but just the way that AL are able to collapse on them from such a far distance as well with Hope proves to be their undoing. Cream gets a little bit of time down on this bot side. 369 got that top tier 2 turret, and it's now the question of where is that gold going to be most important. Will 369 be able to take out Hope, or will this Kai'Sa just run rampant in these fights?
I mean, 369 not there for that engage. You might think in a 5v5 situation when Top Esports are playing front to back and are playing to peel for their marksmen specifically, that could be where they find the advantage. But right now, Anyone's Legends are finding good situations for themselves. These isolated 1v1, 2v2 situations, they're going to try to find it again with Shanks going with the Fate Sealed onto 369. Kanavi there to make sure that Crocodile does not go down, but all of a sudden, Anyone's Legends, they're packing a punch in terms of their engages.
Absolutely, and I think that the next Drake fight that we're going to see, 20 seconds time from now, is probably going to not even be that fight, right? You've just seen Dominus used. We've also just seen Fate Sealed used. And I do think that Top Esports are just strong enough at this point for AL to maybe be a little bit worried. Without that Fate Sealed, I think that their team fighting is just that little bit too weak, so that they won't want to opt into it. Hope you can see as well is looking to go towards that hybrid style of Kai'Sa build with the Amplifying Tome in the back pocket. So working probably toward that Nash's towards making sure that he's going to have some poke in the later stages of this game. But sniffing around at that dragon now, Flandre needs to catch a top wave, has teleport to get down here if AL decide that stacking is what they want to do. And again, the thing that AL's composition does very well is dive. If they get access to Jackie Love, they can kill very quickly, but it needs to be a cohesive decision. They need to be 5 members jumping in together to make it happen, and with Flandre spending a little bit of time trying to recuperate the lost gold on the top side, it's a team-wide decision. The consensus has been met that fighting here is not our choice.
Yeah, and while the picks are very good in terms of the way AL has set up their composition and the way they their champions are operating right now, in a full 5v5 situation where Top Esports have fully set up around a major objective, they definitely do not win that at this point, with 369 still being as strong as he is. The full Black Cleaver also in his inventory alongside the Stridebreaker. So looks like Anyone's Legend okay with giving up that 3rd dragon. That's the benefit of stacking the first 2. As now Top Esports drop that Rift Herald on the bottom side. Tarzan could be looking for a bit of a play, but he is spotted by this control ward.
Lots of members of Top Esports here. TP's going deep as well.
Wow, Cream. Maybe in some trouble, he's able to rocket jump away. Hope already has used the ultimate, and Kanavi with the Nature's Grasp gets him away. But now Jackie Love potentially targeted here by Flandre and Tarzan, but no hard crowd control. Can land onto the MF just yet. 369 has arrived in the fight with a teleport. Flash, twisted advance onto Tarzan, and he will fall. Jackie Love picks up the gold, but now the Otacon playing a little bit of a role. That's Flandre picks up the kill under Kanavi, but it'll be matched nicely by Top. That's a double kill for Jackie.
Oh, it feels bad for Kanavi as he gets chopped down by the spinning blades of the Atacon, but it's a 2-for-1 trade, and it's one that nets Top Esports the Atacon as well. A scrappy fight, a messy engage down in the bot side, and one rocket jump, one flash from Cream baits in AL, and honestly catches them a little bit off guard. The engage that comes through is completely disjointed, and the TP, yes, it was into the backline, but far too deep. Hopefully we get a replay to take a little look again.
Another one of those fights that looked like it should have gone well for anyone's Legends. Burn Cream Flash early with Shanks. You have Jackie Love targeted by 2 of the frontline members here of AL, but just not ending up being enough.
The important part here is that Hope's Killer Instinct actually ends up ruining him, because as soon as he goes out this direction, he can no longer get access to that backline, and he's just sat hitting a Maokai for the full duration. And Jackie Love once again with another great cleanse. The collapse from top esports is too strong, and the vision control as well for AL down in their own bot side jungle means that people can't get in. You can see, Hope tentative to try and walk forward here. Shanks as well struggling to get anywhere into this fight because they don't see what they're walking into, and by the time that they see what they'd be walking into, it's already too late. The top esports roster have collapsed too far back for them to be able to contribute, and honestly, really solid buying of time and stalling from Cream keeps that fight from being a bit of a wash.
I know it's not like a super complicated concept, right? But just the way that top esports have to play around peeling for their ADCs and how they've been doing that and understanding their win conditions over and over again has been very impressive to watch so far in this game. You see Jackie Love getting targeted immediately. Everybody retreats from where they were on the front side of the fight to go help out the Misfortune. And that creates a situation where then all of a sudden anyone's Legend are separated against 5 full members of top esports. And then they're allowed to pick apart the competition at their own will. Nice buffer from Cream to get away from that Glacial Prison as top bot lane tier 2 now becomes a target. Top esports, a lot of control here with these 6 grubs and 3,000 gold leads, so they're trying to pick up any turrets that they can.
Yeah, I mean, with Demolish proccing and ready as well, you'd like to maybe take one.
Oh, look at the bullet time across the Nature's Grasp as well. Tarzan and Flandre are already so low. Shanks lands a nicely timed Fate Seal and will be able to pick up Cream. A 1-for-0 overall for anyone's Legend, but the health bars are too chunked out for them to go for anything more.
Oh, and it's the bait, the Sejuani Gnar bait here, Grapes, that reels in Cream. He thinks, oh, I can DPS them under the turret whilst my tanks are taking up the front line and the damage. But Shanks finds access. Hope as well. Just weaves in enough auto attacks, enough damage between the 2 damage dealers that takes out the Tristana and halts this because it looks incredible for top esports. The combo is there. We get Maokai plus Alistair plus the Misfortune. It looks like AL are going to get slaughtered, but now they're trying to turn this into even more. Kai'Sa rips the Baron. Yone does too.
They know that this could be a last-ditch effort for them. Here comes the dominance of 369. Hope dashes in with the Killer Instinct, gets rooted up by Konami, knocked away, but the health bars are not right now on AL's side. 369 though gets bursted down.
Shanks!
There's Shanks in the double knockup. He's popping off in this team fight, and AL will pick themselves up 4 kills off the back of Hope. It looks like right now with Cream respawning, they will not be able to go back to the Baron, but that's a massive team fight win.
Exactly, and that'll be happiness for AL. Getting the Baron there would have been crazy if they could get away with that 5 versus 4, with how strong 369 and Jackie Love are. But what they can do in that situation is find a 5 versus 4. Find that fight which theoretically is going to be on advantageous footing because they've got the numbers advantage, but it is still such fine margins. Remember, Baron reduces your ability to take team fights. You are quite weak as well. You lose your HP coming into this fight. Look, nobody on AL is full HP outside of Shanks. And when we see this engage come through, again, it looks really good. Jackie Love flashing over an engage. Free firing for the most part of this fight. But Flandre, despite his struggles of the early game, able to take Jackie Love to half HP. Shanks with a knock-up as well. Able to take the Misfortune down. And the Bloodthirster did enough work in the early game, but as we've moved later on, that damage is starting to subside.
Now anyone's Legend, they have a little bit of the momentum on their side here, Rude, and they're looking for some more plays. They knocked down Chris at a half HP. Should allow them to get first dibs on this Mountain Dragon. The sole point for them. It looks like top esports want to fight this. They have all their crucial ultimates. Konami can start the engage here with the Nature's Grasp. Trying to find a bit of a smite. Nicely timed Glacial Prison. As right now, she's trying to dive on a Jackie Love to make sure he can't not use the ultimate. As right now, it's the Dragon picked up. 369 on the backside will not be able to lock down Hope. And now anyone's Legends are going to be able to pop off. Here comes Hope with the Killer Instinct. Will lock down Jackie. Shanks, though, with the Soul Unbound, not able to find anything just yet. As here comes Cream. Nice response. 2-man pull from Chris. Tarzan goes down. Rocket jump unlocked once again. Going back in onto Kyle. And top esports will turn the fight back into their favor off the back of Cream on the Tristana.
You take down one AD carry, we've got another one locked and loaded. The Tristana finally comes alive in a fight. Resets all over anyone's legend. And despite them taking the Dragon, it's going to be Top Esports that turn tail and run to the Baron.
Will they be able to do it though? Flandre has teleport up in 20 seconds time. Tarzan not available, but Kanavi is. He has that smite. Cream does a lot of damage. 2.5 full items on this Tristana. This Baron is melting and should be going down if we get another look at this fight.
And it's AL again that sort of flub on the engage. Shanks here, if this goes better for him, you can argue probably has a completely different team fight. But JackieLove with some crispy movement keeps himself safe from the Yone, who has that little bit less impact. Hope as well kites out 369, dives in to assassinate JackieLove, but nobody's focusing the Tristana, who's been going under the radar, quietly farming up in these team fights, farming on those side lanes, and left unchecked is now starting to tear through anyone's legend.
Yeah, I mean, the target was JackieLove very clearly here for anyone's legend. Yeah, Flandre landed a really nice Gnar ultimate, and they were able to get him down in the fight. Pretty untouched there, and again, Top Esports understand what they have to do to win these fights. Kanavi, 369, and Chris have one goal, and one goal in mind only, is to keep their 80 carries alive for as long as possible, and they did a really nice job of that, peeling back towards Cream once again after Hope dashed in with his ultimate on the Kaisa to try to find another assassination attempt. So the gold lead right back into Top Esports' favor. They have the Baron buff and the 6 grubs. And now their target has to be inhibitors, cracking open more structures and extending their lead in terms of cash in their pockets.
These two teams have played each other 3 times already this year. This is the 4th outing, and it is delivering. Another Nature's Grasp comes forward. Flash burned.
Yeah, at least gets them away from the bullet time, as now Kyle some trouble here. Chris also taking a ton of damage, but has the ultimate unlocked right now. Flandre comes in,
Catches
the
two.
2-man ultimate with the Gnar, and there comes Shanks as well with the Fate Seal. Already 3 kills in favor of anyone's legend, as Top Esports Baron buff will not find anything other than a couple of tier 2s. Looks like they want more. The Prey Seekers does connect on the Cream, but there's no killer instinct to respond. Tarzan still hunting. They want this Tristana. They want Cream. Can the marksman do anything on their own? Looks like they'll do enough. As Tarzan gets chunked down to 400 HP, has to dash back away. But AL can now dive onto this bottom side. They have a wave, and they can push in onto these towers.
Yeah, they've taken so few turrets this game that this tier 1 actually gives JackieLove and Cream an out. Flandre TP'd up to that top side. I don't think he's going to be able to get the tier 2 turret there. But anyone's legend, they decide they're taking their resets now. Spend that gold, try and get themselves a little bit more combat power. That gold difference has been completely narrowed up, just 1,500 gold to separate them. And JackieLove calls the bullet time on the exact time that Flandre uses the flash. And Flandre here with Mega is just threatening 369, threatening Kanavi, so they can't actually step up to protect Crisp at all. And it's just a short ulti from Hope this time around. Not that big dive into the backline, but does just enough to get him in range to take down the 3 frontliners. And you said in the prelude to that fight, Graves, that their job was to protect their backline. They did that, but it cost them their lives and they got nothing in return.
And right now, actually, it's those marksmen who are behind their lane counterparts right now for Top Esports. Shanks has gotten himself very, very fed suddenly, working towards a 4th item Infinity Edge to go alongside a Random's Omen that is going to do a lot in terms of mitigating the damage that Cream and JackieLove can do back to him. And then you look at Hope on this Kaisa. He's had himself a couple of really solid team fights, up for the Zhonya's 4th item for a little bit of extra survivability as well as durability with the armor in that item as well. He's looking very strong in this game.
A little bit come back to those concerns that we had in the draft, right? Where they elected for Cream's Tristana on 3 instead of taking the Lilia to give them a true AP threat. But Kanavi's Liandry's at this point, it's not hitting the same way that an AP threat would do. Has opted into being this very much supportive cast member now. And it is allowed for AL to build 2 and a 3rd Randuin's in the works for Kyle. Posturing now around this dragon as Shanks gets initially a good chunk onto 369. This is soul for anyone's legend. And now the poke comes through. Hope with the upgraded W. Shanks with his soul unbound as well. Just hops over walls, puts a quick little bit of damage down, goes back to safety. And that's a recall actually from 369 who's going to have to TP in.
So Kanavi actually the one to start the play onto Tarzan. They burst down to Sejuani very, very nicely, forces him to flash away. Shanks now in trouble as well. He has the flash mirror. He does not have that spell. And Kanavi will be able to land the twisted advance and lock down the shutdown. Top Esports start the engage first and will be able to win out on this fight for now. Hope, though, he dashes over on to try to assassinate Cream, but will not find much other than half of his HP bar. Flandre, the next target here, as it is another kill picked up for Jackie Love. Anyone's Legend, they went for the fight, but Top Esports are still the team in control.
they're looking for the game.
Chris lands the flash onto Hope as well. This Kaisa is dead. Jackie Love picks up his 8th kill of the game, and we are headed to a game number 3 of our LPL Finals rematch.
4 times round. We will never see a sweep between these two teams. Top Esports fight back in game number 2 to send us to match point.
It looked a little dicey there for a bit, Rude, especially around that Soul Dragon fight, but Top Esports are going to prove why they were the champions last split. They did it by taking down Anyone's Legends as they do here, and will have one more opportunity to pick up their first win of the group stage.
And it's Kanavi stepping up at that time when he needs to most, right? Something that no Lilia, no Nidalee could have done. A point-and-click CC onto the frontliner as they are too far forward. Tarzan just steps 1 inch too close. Kanavi spots him, calls him out for it, and the double marksman shred through that front line, open up that fight and make it that game, and make that game Top Esports, as it was so close, honestly. For the final 5 minutes or so, we'd had this bounce back of either side going blow for blow with each other, and really that final fight was always going to be the decider. It ends it up being Top Esports' favour, and with one quick push into that mid lane, a TP from Cream, they're able to find another win.
And going into that last team fight, Rude, it looked like, oh gosh, you know, Anyone's Legends, they were able to stop the Baron push by picking up a few kills, and then they chunked 369 out to half HP with Shanks on the Yone, right? And then all of a sudden, it's Kanavi, the big veteran on this Top Esports team, the guy who's the new player on Top Esports, but has been in the LPL for so many years. On the Maokai, he finds the first engage onto Tarzan, his opposing superstar jungler, and that's just the pick that started the snowball here for Top Esports around that Dragon fight. As soon as they chunked him out, all of a sudden Anyone's Legends were playing on the defensive, and Top Esports were able to close the gap and eventually win the game.
And you know, it sucks for Anyone's Legend that those are the types of things that end up costing you games, because you've worked for 30 minutes to try to claw your way back into this game. You were behind for so much of the early game. You've made these really proactive plays to find a way and find out that you're now back in the game. You can start to take these team fights, but one misstep, one step too close to the sun, as it were, ends up costing you. And you know, for Kanavi, that's something that he's going to be nice and happy to take advantage of. For Tarzan, it's something that he's going to be kicking himself for, because that game was winnable for Anyone's Legend, and had it have just been a little better positioned and a little better forethought about 4AL, they might yet have won it and might yet have 2-0'd Top Esports in this group.
Because it looked like the pieces were coming together a little bit for them, especially towards the end. You see how much damage Hope did in this game, leading the entire game. But it's double marksman composition for Top Esports. It's Kanavi doing some work on the Maokai as well. And we've got ourselves a game 3 here, Rude. I know that we have not had that do or die decider in any of these series. They've all been 3-1s, but this is pretty close to what that can be in terms of stakes in a best of 3.
Yeah, and remember, right, this is, you know, a group stage game where I think that when you've got so many Ascend, or when Ascend is going to be so close anyway, that getting these series wins is going to be so important. That AL potentially throwing a little bit there is going to cost them dearly, and if they end up losing this series when they could have won this game and won the series here, it might be something that eats at them a little bit later on. So finding, you know, a win here in this third game is now going to prove to be even more important to make sure that they don't get a loss on this series and open up their campaign for this group stage in a negative.
Yeah, so many really fun team fights. I mean, we're starting these replay package at like 20-25 minutes into the game, because there was just so many fights to cover in terms of how it looked like Top Esports were winning, and then maybe Anyone's Legends found a bit of a turn here. Another fight here that ended up working out, looking like it worked out well for Top, but then, you know, there's the re-engage onto Cream. Really nicely played by Shanks and Hope overall in this game, even though they weren't able to win it.
I mean, Kyle there, the one that ends up, nailing the hook that catches Cream off guard, and this fight that ends up ensuing around the Baron as well. I think everybody pretty much playing this about as well as I might have liked them to. We've got an engage onto the backline. Flandre with 200 HP just jumps onto Jaculov, takes him to half. Shanks as well, stacking up his Qs on Baron so that he can make the difference and get in there and take down the MF as well. And then we see the complete opposite, where... Again, that could have probably ended this game had that fight gone a little bit better. This is one where AL aren't quite able to clean up, and it's where Cream starts to actually come alive and showcase what the Tristana can do, right? This is the pick that we said was synonymous with Cream, with his insane win streak back in 2024, and we got to see shades of why.
And we saw Cream pick up a couple of kills early in game number 1 on the Aurora, but was not able to turn that into a game win for his team. This time around, though, on the Tristana, less kills, more waves and towers picked up. Got very strong on this champion and was able to have a massive impact as the game closed out here for his team. Again, one of the younger, newer players on Top Esports, as we get a very nice cinematic replay of this Gnar ultimate here from Flandre. As this was maybe the opportunity for AL to come back into this one, as they were able to take down the entirety of the front line for TES.
Yeah, I do think they were a little bit lost in what they wanted to do, but it's Tarzan just stepping forward to clear a ward. Has lost so much HP, and unfortunately, Shanks hesitant to call his ultimate, doesn't want to use his ulti as a disengage tool around such an important objective, and ends up dying with his ulti up in that fight. I like the heads-up play from Hope here, knows that he's going to die if he stays in that mixer, so instead just hops out and is like, yeah, well, you guys have fun. Again, it's heads up to, he moves into the mid lane, try and clears out the wave, but Cream reads it immediately, TP's in and stops that from happening. Again, heads up play from both sides there. Really, really solid, really nice cognitive processes for both of them as well.
And now we've got ourselves a game 3. In terms of MVP here for Top Esports, another game where you could throw it a couple of different ways. 369 had such a big impact in the early game, but I feel like he kind of fell off as we got later on to it, and I think it was Kanavi maybe who had the higher impact in terms of figuring out how to team fight, finding those engages, but no, they're going to give it to the Crocodile instead. 369 looks like the solo kill was enough at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly struggling. I do know that Top Esports, obviously coming out with the win in that game, will have been relying very heavily on 369 to get them to the point that they were at. So, I mean, they leveraged a lot of the Renekton's power early to put them ahead, and that's what got them there. So I think that's the important part.
Yeah, as we see one quick look at this solo kill before we send things to a break and get us to our last game of the day. What a great day it has been here for the first day of the LPL. Shows how fun this Ascend group is going to be, because you have all these super close series. I mean, even FPX taking a game off of Invictus Gaming earlier today. And now we have, of course, our finals rematch between Top Esports and Anyone's Legends. The first of 2 times they're going to face off in the regular season, but let's make sure that it ends this first matchup off with a banger. We'll be right back with the draft for game number 3.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We have our final game of the day, an 8-game slate for you guys here to open up the group ascension here in Split 2 of 2025. Top Esports and Anyone's Legends, our 2 finalists from Split 1, locked up at 1-1 apiece, playing a decisive game number 3. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Rude here for this one. Top Esports, Rude, bounced back in a very nice way off the back of their double marksman composition. Cream and Jackie Love, the ones to dish out the damage at the end of that game.
Yeah, and a MVP for 369 as well, sort of bridging them to that late game before Cream and Jackie Love could start tearing it up. The Renekton in the top side for 369 was infallible for the most part. Certainly had some late game Renekton woes that we would expect, but had done all of his job in the early game, from a 369 onto Flandre to taking out a good 2v2 kill in up against the Kai'Sa, who was proving to be AL's strong suit. So I think so far the series has proven to deliver, right? We've got to remember that these two teams have played each other in high-stakes matches at least 2 times so far this split. They've played 3 games with each other as well. The group stage in Split 1, we can argue less so a high-stakes part, but we've got, for the most part now, a 4th series between them that has again gone without a sweep either way, and we will this time round find a winner. It's not a best of 5 this time, but the story of these two teams playing up against each other is, for 2025 at the very least, proving to be a very entertaining one.
It feels weird that it's not a best of 5, right? Because we've watched so many best of 5s between these guys. It feels weird that we're going to be ending things potentially a little bit prematurely. But if you are anyone's legend, I feel like that's a loss that you don't feel too bad about, all things considered, right? You fell behind early, most notably through your top side. Flandre on the Gnar just never really got off to the right foot, and then just kind of fell apart in terms of being that big difference maker up on the top side. But the rest of the team did okay.
Those are the games that hurt, because you could have won that game. Like Top gave them a route back into that game, and unfortunately they didn't catch it, right? Like what they'll be thinking is, well, like for game 1, for example, Top, they were slammed, right? Like they'll have been thinking, okay, let's just go game 2 as soon as. Anyone's Legend in that game were probably thinking, no, we don't even need a game 3, we can win this, and now they've got to play one, right? So I might argue the opposite, just knowing that they could win that game, and now they've got to play a 3rd. The good news is, though, that they'll be back on blue side, so woo!
So you're saying it's better to get stomped really hard and just be like, oh, we had no chance anyway.
Yeah, I would definitely go for lose a game quickly than like 30-40 minute banger where we have hope, because you can just write that game off. Like game 1, Top was like, all right, whatever, it's no big deal. You know, we got gapped for the first 5 minutes, game's over, it happens. But AL, that game, they're like, oh guys, we can come back. Oh, we didn't. Oh dear, sadness. You know. Well,
now if you're AL, I feel like you got to be saying to yourself, as long as we don't have that terrible early game, then we'll win, right? So that maybe is the bright side here, the silver lining for anyone's
Coke.
legend. They're back on the blue side as well. Yeah, that's a nice way of saying Coke, basically. So we've opened up our draft for game number 3. In terms of our priority picks, the Gwen still very highly prioritized. The Rumble still highly prioritized. We're getting a lot of topside focused bans to start off, but none of those champions so far hitting the table.
Yeah, we're just going to trade them up against each other. Could be the Rumble for Gwen trade, which I think honestly then ends up favoring red side because they then get their pick of a second, they get to choose second pick. But unless AL really favor one over the other, I think that taking Gwen for Flandre is probably the be-all and end-all if they can. Like, he's such a good Gwen that we'd want to see him take that pick first, and then maybe AL probably happy with that trade.
Yeah, he played it a bunch during the groups or during the placement stage, I should say. There's the Rumble ban, which is kind of AL
you got a ban Gwen.
lobbing it up for the Gwen ban to be tossed down here to wrap up this first ban phase, basically saying ban it or else we're going to take it here for Flandre, or Tarzan, I guess, if they want to flex it around a little bit.
So I guess they're then looking at what answers 369 has. We're going to see 369 Riven, maybe. Oh, okay. Flandre, the Gwen Gambit, the Gwen bait, they've dangled it. Here you go, sir. There's a little Gwen that you can take.
Now
if
I'm
you
a little
want it.
sus. Now they're like, okay, what do you guys have cooking here? Because 369, there's some options here that he I guess could go for. I feel like I've seen things like Urgot into Gwen in the past. I don't know if that's necessarily something that 369 wants to play here though.
Normally it's just those like really aggressive AD bruisers in the top lane, right? Like I mean, we'll know. Like Sniper used to take Riven into Gwen all the time. Yes, he's like a Riven player. Like Meslo as well. Like this is deep cut lore.
How many people on the LPL English broadcast like we're gonna know
Meslo? But do you know what I mean? Like Riven into Gwen is something that we've seen before. So it's those archetypes of champions, Fioras, for example, that you might want to see going into Gwen. The Vi locked in though, so whatever it is that Shanks and Hope go for, good luck laning, buddy. Because this now means that whoever Shanks plays mid cannot be immobile or is just going to get absolutely focused mid lane.
So this is another pick that can go well into the Gwen. You play the Kennen. As soon as the Gwen dashes in, you can pop your Lightning Rush, get a really easy stun off, and kind of just kite in and out of the way that this 1v1. And 369, a player that really enjoys this Kennen pickup as well. We've seen him perform very well in it with top esports, and so that is going to be the response that they had prepared for this ultra powerful pick that AL have set up for themselves.
And already, this topside prio that we need to see played towards for AL, it sort of incentivizes us to think about those roaming supports as well, and thinking about how well they can make their way up to this top side. So things like Ezreal start to go up in value. Jhin, those weak side AD carries, do begin to become quite highly prized. But AL have already drafted themselves a boatload of magic damage here with the Gwen, the Volibear, and the Ahri. They are a magic damage team at the minute. We can maybe build a Divine Sunder or Sundered Sky for the Volibear, but even still, you're looking very heavily towards a magic damage composition. So taking out these hyper carries of the AD by top esports, definitely going to be a way to go for success.
Just bot lanes left up, so those are going to be the targets here for both of these teams. Chris Rakan on the ban table as well in this second phase. Curious to see if those utility AD carries are still going to be the target here for AL now that they do probably need a little bit more physical damage in their composition. We'll say Chris likes the Pike as well. I mean, could that be an option? Could we get a little spice here?
No. Unless it's Draven Pike, blind, no. I would advocate that we don't do that. Looking at Rel, I think, is the next engage support that's still typically high tier, and when we see Renata banned as well, suggests that you're looking for those engage style champs. So yeah, the Rel matching the Renata here, taken off the board. Still got Braum available if top esports do go for that very aggressive style of pick and then aggressive support, but probably going to get their first pick of ADs and again get that counter pick support in Crisp's hand. Ashe still open as well if teams are looking for to be a little bit more proactive with their engages. Top Esports decide yet with this top lane priority and just the power of Ezreal as well at the minute, it's worth saying. But they can play towards top side now. They can punish Flandre. They can leave the Ezreal on an island and look to those ADs to be a little safer.
No Rakan, but Isaiah still an option as a champion that can survive a little bit on its own. Also a good counter to the Vi that has been picked up by Kanavi on the other side for Top Esports. Maybe they just go for more of that utility. The Jhin going to get locked in. That was a pick that you suggested.
Yeah.
It does enough damage, especially as you scale later on. In terms of Kael's supports, engaged champions that I have on my mind right now, Leona is like the next person off the tier list, unless you want to go with like a Braum preemptively. Then you kind of lack some engage.
Yeah, I think that they are playing very heavily toward a sort of sit and absorb damage kind of composition, which is a little bit lacking in that proactivity with the Braum lock-in, but they've still got things like Ari Volibear to get the fight started. Gwen as well can be loose engaged with the needlework as well if you are synchronized, but for AL I think this is a pretty tricky composition to execute. Top Esports, what are they going to go for here? The issue with Braum is you can get counterpicked quite easily. Braum is a very volatile support in the lane specifically because of things like this. Like Braum does incredibly well versus your Leonas, versus your Nautiluses, but he gets absolutely smandangled by an Ezreal Karma lane and is going to be, you know, punished underneath the turret quite significantly.
You can only block so much poke with that Unbreakable.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe a Bard for Crisp could have been fun here on 5.
Yeah,
as
it
well.
could have been.
The Karma works very nicely. This is the standard bot lane. Try to poke out Hope and Kael as much as possible in this early game because you know this top side is going to be where the focus is for trying to get somebody like Flandre ahead in this 1v1 matchup. At least keep him safe against a 3-6-9 on his signature cannon pick. And so that rounds out our draft for game number 3. We've got some really interesting dynamics working here, Rude.
I mean, this now, it slightly augments how AL can play this game. They want to be playing towards the Gwen on that top side, but knowing that they've been counterpicked by this Kennen, they can start to transition down to this bot side, because if Ezreal Karma isn't pushing and trying to take plates under the turret, why are we playing Ezreal Karma, right? So there's a very real world where we might actually see Tarzan make a little bit of a move down to this bot side, try to punish them over aggression, and then the same to be said for the flip side as well. If Top Esports want to try to punish this bot lane for taking this Braum quite early on, there's an opportunity for them to do that with some poke, with some jungle setup as well.
Well, we've got our decider. Top Esports against Anyone's Legends, and even though this game might not have as much stakes as the previous 3 times these teams have faced off in 2025, given the history, there's still so much to fight for. Want to get your regular season off on the right note, as we have a lot of Ascension group stage games ahead of us. Players walkouts ready. We're ready to go here as well on LPL English. It's Top Esports versus Anyone's Legends, game number 3 coming right up.
And I do want to take this time as well to remind people that before 2025, Anyone's Legend were a team that struggled in the LPL. They were a team that were just like in 2024, some have made playoffs, don't get me wrong, but that hadn't really had any tournament success. Were actually knocked out by Top Esports, funnily enough, in that 2024 playoffs run. But before that, you know, 2023 was an awful year for them, and 2022 no different. So coming into 2025 and not really making massive changes, I think that the Flandre Tarzan addition was incredible, don't get me wrong, and it's clearly proven to be exactly that. But this is an organization that probably was hoping for this success, but probably not expecting it so much. And the way that they've been able to take over the LPL almost with a dominant Demacia Cup, a incredible run through Split 1 playoffs, has definitely given a new breadth of life to AL fans.
Definitely. This is the first year that they've really been a true contender. They've proved that by winning Demacia Cup, and I remember even going into that tournament, right? Like, people were not super confident about how AL would do, even with a player like Tarzan and Flandre on their roster, just because the history has never been there for this organization. I remember back in like 2023 when they signed like Sword Art to their team, and I was like, oh, that could be fun. You know, steady Sword Art, like this LMS duo, and they finished like last place, and then both their players got benched. So that's kind of history that we have here with AL, but they are trying to change that narrative, and they have done so rather successfully so far this year.
I do want to quickly call out as well as we dive back into this game. it is TP exhaust for Flandre on that top side, so I think that exhaust typically mandated versus Kennon's every single time. Big spells going wide here, it's worth saying as well, so Crisp and JackeyLove making sure that they are trying to pepper these spells in, but worth looking as well. Early gank bot lane.
Already flashes blown. Deadly Flourish does not connect here as Tarzan goes for another level 3 gank down to the bottom side. Flash on to Chris to land that stun. Should be an easy kill and is picked up by Hope. First blood AL.
Yeah, and what are you going to do, right? Like, you have to play this bot lane so aggressively, otherwise you're just going to get outscaled and not have the purchase in the late game. But if Tarzan's going to 3-camp his way down to the bot side, it just is unfortunate for Top Esports that they've not read that play. Now, Kanavi is invading on this top side. This is the response that you need to make. Smites away the blue buff so that Shanks doesn't get a steal on it. But this could be detrimental for Tarzan. However many camps we end up seeing AL lose on this top side could be pretty big.
And again, because 369 has this range advantage as well as just like a natural, it serves as a pretty solid counter into the Gwen overall, especially earlier on in this game. Having Kanavi control that top side is going to be very big. Look at the vision that he was also able to put down here. That nice trinket right below the blue buff is going to mean a lot. It actually forces Hope to lane swap up to the top side after picking up that first kill because they want to try to get Flandre out of this lane.
Yeah, and I think a quick shout out as well to JackeyLove's 700th game in the LPL. But the 7th now in the LPL in terms of players who played games. That's a deep TP in here from Flandre. Hold on.
Dash away. He has the exhaust, but no defensive summoner spell like a flash or anything like that to close the gap. W's able to do enough. Actually, Flandre pops the exhaust. He might be able to win a 1v2, but JackeyLove will flash into the brush and make sure that he's able to pick up the kill. That was very aggressive from our former world champion, and it does not work out for him.
No, and maybe if he'd have found the kill on that top side, we might have understood it, but he did just TP in and die. It does burn double summoner spells off of JackeyLove, it's worth saying, but yeah. Not the best TP that we've ever seen, and certainly one that we will see better from in future. Now, I think Kanavi's fine here. TP in from Shanks just to, again, put a little bit of pressure down, but the attempted gank down, or the successful gank down on that bot side for Tarzan has come at the cost of his own experience, right? Like, Kanavi is a little bit further ahead, has found 3 camps netted, or rather netted 2 camps it looks like, from that little invade to the topside jungle. And now with Shanks in this mid lane, probably the only area of the map that's actually even, let's say. And it looks like, yeah, just thought it was going to be on a recall. Okay.
And I mean, this has massive implications for what the rest of the game looks like as well, right? Because it seemed like overall Hope and Kyle, they had the advantage of getting that first kill. But now, Flandre's even more behind, and JackeyLove right back to even by picking up this one.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what an Ezreal Karma wants, right? It's to find kills in the early game. Typically, it's onto your bot lane duo, and it's onto find it. It's because you found plays as well. But both of these bot laners now with a quick kill, a little bit of acceleration to these 2 players is going to be quite nice. I mean, they've been massive playmakers for their teams now, for maybe not the series necessarily, but been massive linchpins in their success. That's Tarzan trying to stop Kanavi taking the straight, but no support.
Lightning Rush to try to get here and close the gap. Might be a smite fight, we're not at 600 just yet, but Tarzan will not be able to pick it up, but Flandre does with the snip. Are you kidding me? Does not have the ultimate, so will likely go down here in a 3v1. 369 lands the Shuriken to secure the stun. Shanks ran out of charges on his ultimate, so has to walk out of the Dragon Pit the old-fashioned way, but is able to survive. It's 2 kills over to Top Esports, but anyone's legends, they do pick up the Dragon.
Okay, well, that's a little, again, a little questionable. I mean, the early prio for Top Esports was just there, so it's always going to be tricky for Tarzan to try and make that play. Now Shanks trying to navigate his way out of this position.
He dashes in, but it might just be a bait. There comes Tarzan as well as Sky Splitter comes through, and Kanavi will fall. That is AL picking themselves up another kill as Tarzan gets back into the action.
Okay, the early volley bear damage there coming through, just enough to one-shot Kanavi and actually keep Shanks alive there. Really important that the Ahri doesn't fall, is able to get back, go back to base, and try to now ascend back out into the mid lane. Nice little execution from AL, turning around what was a disastrous play down in the bot lane, getting them a little bit more gold.
AL tries to cancel the back.
Succeeds
for it though, as the root does connect with Chris. He's going to take a bit of a beating, but maybe he was headed back to base anyway. Back to an even-ish game state right now. Top esports have a slight lead. It is mostly on this top side. As you can see right now, Flandre just using the needle to try to clear out this wave and get himself a nice reset. But Anyone's Legend is doing nice jobs on the other areas of the map. He's doing Tarzan off that last play. Now makes his way over to the grubs to be able to pick these up rather than.
Yeah, and for AL, again, want to sort of start painting a picture of what the compositions look like as we move later on into this game. They're down the barrel a little bit here, I would say. I think that Ari falls off a little bit as we move later on into the game, the volley bear as well. So they are very reliant on Flandre in the Gwen to be that damage in the late game. I think as we move into the hyper late game, it's worth saying that Hope can have impacts in agency as well. But we are talking a 5-6 item Jhin when he's sold his lethality and gone back to crit type levels of Jhin. Whereas for top esports, you have the late game damage from an Azir, the late game range and poke from an Ezreal, and then the team fight capabilities that come from 369 and Kanavi as well to isolate and take down one target. Really quite the composition that 369 and top should be looking to play that little bit later on and be happy with the fact that they've actually got a lead.
We'll see how far they can take it. Right now, I can see on the bottom of your screen all red in terms of the gold advantages. Just picking up that first kill in the bottom lane. Thought that maybe Hope and Kyle would have been able to get out to a nice lead, but Jackie Love nicely. And of course, on the top side, 369 having the better end of things against Flandre. We did see the picture-in-picture a couple of minutes ago that Flandre did actually burn 369's flash. Not sure how impactful that summoner spell is going to be, though, especially as there's not really any major objectives that these teams probably want to fight over just yet that a cannon is going to provide significant impact in at this point in the game.
I think the thing is that this now gives a window for when exhaust is up. I mean, Flandre's got exhaust up and his ulti up. Now it opens up an opportunity for a solo kill for Flandre. So the TP, rather the flash, maybe not so impactful for any team fights, but that laning could prove to be quite important. Looking at the items though, I mean, Flandre is also in absolutely no man's land with his items right now. Like tier 2 boots and a ruby crystal, what are we doing? It's all going into useful items, don't get me wrong, but there's no AP here.
Wow, yeah, it doesn't even go for like the sword shoes. You know, just pure CDR to try to, I guess, get his ability to clear waves down a little bit easier. But right now, zero combat power against 369 up in the top side. The True Shot Barrage comes out, trying to chunk out some of the solo laners. Actually, potentially would spot out Tarzan, but he actually dodged really nicely. And you get back towards the game state where top esports have control and three pushing lanes. Again, Flandre though trying to find some advantage here. Remember, that's what he tried to get here by burning the flash at 369. But he whiffs all three procs of the needlework, and the audience responds accordingly.
Yeah, just a big whiff, unfortunately. And sometimes they're going to happen. Nice little footwork from 369. Can argue if one of those hits that maybe there's an opportunity to take him out, but now Kanavi's hovering on this top side. Crisp is making his way up here as well. Thank you, observers. Just showcasing that they knew there was a little bit of threat around this top lane, and they're not willing to let it go down.
Not just yet. Another situation now where Flandre, without the ultimate, maybe in some trouble as Crisp roaming around here. Tarzan here to reinforce his top laner just a bit as we have those grubs also spawning in a minute. Dragon in 15 seconds, but with the respawn just coming through from Kanavi, they're not going to be able to start that one up on spawn. A little bit quieter here in the early game.
Yeah.
Between these two teams. We're really waiting for these big 5v5s.
Maybe not exactly how I theorized, but, you know, Game 3 being a lot tighter stands to reason. When it is the, let's call it the game on the line, the series on the line more so, teams tend to get a little bit more tentative, just because they don't want to be the reason that their team ends up losing the game or what have you.
Now, nobody wants to be that guy at this point. And, now the Dragon is started up by TES. Really look at this top lane matchup. 6-9, TES lead right now over Flandre, like at this point in the game. Very, very impressive stuff. And you know, I feel like we haven't talked too much about 369. He's, you know, when you look at this top esports team, Jackie Love show for the finals, he won the MVP. Then it's Kanavi, who's had high impact. 369 holding down the fort, and in this game 3, the decisive matchup, he locks in a counter matchup against one of the strongest champions right now in the meta, and is doing well on it so far.
Yeah, I mean, they left this Gwen up for a reason, right? We were in the draft sort of giggling like, oh, the bad rumble, yeah, bad Gwen now. They go, no, we don't, we've got an answer, and so far it is working out big time, so kudos to 369 for being able to pilot this nice and easily. I mean, half of it comes from the fact that Flandre TP didn't die, but now we've got another scrap for these grubs.
Tarzan smites it away. That's 4-0. That means the top esports will not be able to control the entire camp. Let's see if anyone's Legends want to look for anything more. They have Hope on the way, and a teleport entering here from Flandre. Still lands on 369, he pops the Maelstrom, but he's getting bursted down by Shanks at this point. Kyle has the flash with the Unbreakable on top of him, and now Flandre with the Needlework can do some work. Curtain Call has been opened up. Chris takes the second shot and the third. Here comes the Sky Splitter from Tarzan. They try to lock down Cream, and he's the first casualty in the fight. Anyone's Legends already up 1-0, and they could look for more with Flandre dashing in on the Chris. They will secure the final grub to make it a 5-for-1 in that department, and they pick up a kill onto the mid laner up top.
So it's a 1-kill fight. A lot of scrappy ultis thrown down. A lot of team fights that have been more explosive than that between these two teams. But FPX just again barely able to get out to safety. Save for Cream. It's a good flash engage and a great flash buffer as well from 369. Spots it coming and flashes early enough to bait Shanks in far enough and to make sure that AL are just far enough away as the rest of the team. Jakilov caught himself a little bit on this front line. He has to dash back out to safety and can't particularly pump out that DPS. And again, it just seems like a very close fight where everybody's a little bit measured, a little bit controlled now. And with the grubs going the way of AL, favour that for Flandre as we move into this mid-game, into this split push. It's, again, a Gwen that theoretically should be looking to take these fights in the side lane.
Look at the one person who fell in that fight. It was Cream on the Azir, who just tried to get a little bit too aggressive, land a couple more auto attacks in on somebody like Tarzan, and still the ultimate to jump on top of him. And then the crowd control chain that you can get from AL is really, really nice. As soon as Tarzan lands that point and clicks with you, you have Deadly Flourish, you have Charm to follow up on it. So that is the single target crowd control that AL will be looking for in terms of finding these picks as they did on the Queen in that last fight. It'll all work well for them here. See now, it's worked on the other side as Tarzan is getting targeted and taken down by Kanavi. Jakilov providing a ton of artillery in response as well. Now Kyle the target here. Top esports, they're fully stacked in this bottom lane, and they get themselves 2 easy kills.
And they'll be more than happy to walk away with those. A little invasion to the bot side jungle. Next top esports more than just a red buff, as we get to see them just have more members down on this bot side and be more willing and ready to rotate across. Crispin 369, this random bot lane pairing that we've established for the last 2 minutes, now looking to find a dive onto Flandre. They can even take the turret first if they want to.
This could be a huge swing for them. Already the exhaust only onto Kanavi. Needlework will at least secure a trade as Crisp goes down. Teleport in from Shanks to at least clear out the rest of this wave. That is all that they'll get. Another nice response here from Top Esports. That's a 3-for-1 all things considered, as well as a couple of minion waves going the way of themselves as well.
Yeah, now whether Shanks can get a turret on the back half of this might end up being a slightly more beneficial exit to this, but actually with Cream basing, he probably TPs down to this bot side to try and stop that from happening. And again, with AL looking to clap back a little bit in this game, it's Top Esports that are just barely finding more success and coming out on top of Cream.
Oh wow, Cream with a really nice Shurifa shuffle, followed up by Kanavi on the Vi, who waited around the bottom lane to bide his time to find that kill. Nicely done by the young mid laner of Top Esports.
A little alley-ooper there, and for Cream as well, a little bit of redemption here in this game number 3. Game number 1 certainly was a large proponent of some of those mid-game woes, getting caught out on side lanes, but games 2 and 3 so far, showing himself up, feeling much more comfortable on the Tristana, now on the Azir, and 369.
Here's the response on the other side that AL need to have work. Tarzan turns off the tower for now, but 369 at the lightning rush. No, the stun doesn't connect onto the Kennen, and Kanavi here to the rescue. Another kill going towards Top Esports off of a failed play from AL, and now Kanavi can look for more. Nicely used the ultimate by Kyle to at least prevent anybody from Vi jumping in, but now Flandre still under threat. One more auto attack could do it, but he will live, as Kyle and Flandre just barely are going to escape with their lives.
King Kanavi in the top lane, in the bot lane, wherever you need him, he is there. Dominating AL in game number 3 and starting to really run this game. 4 kills in his back pocket that he's facilitated, 3 kills for himself. Now 5k gold lead as well for Top Esports. They take the top tier 1. He's looking at taking this dragon as well, recalling to make that play. Tarzan, an initial sniff around the top side for 369, but looking for this play. He's got no stun onto 369. He can't keep him in place. And then, all of a sudden, the damage comes through. A couple of stuns, and the turret turns back on. Tarzan finds himself locked up under the turret, and the Kennen just barely able to dance around the fight.
2 uses of that Q from Tarzan that does not hit 369. Crucial bits of crowd control, crucial bits of damage that could have resulted in that kill going over, but now Top Esports in firm control of this game, Voodoo. They got 5,000 points to pick up the second dragon, and Kanavi had a pretty quiet first couple of games, but now really coming to life on this vibe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 7 out of 8 kill participation by the rest of his team. 5 is the most, and that's for 369. But I think Kanavi again, just the reason that these two teams have been so powerful in split number 1 was their junglers, and this game is a great example. Game number 1 was as well for Tarzan, but this time around it is the Kanavi show, and they're once again sniffing around on this top side for Flandre.
Tarzan, 3-shot barrage comes out to take a chunk of damage as the Volibear is chucked down to half HP. What are the angles back in right now for AL? They need their carries to scale. The Gwen and the Jhin need to get some sort of semblance back into this game, but right now it's not even close to happening.
Yeah, you mentioned the Jhin. This is the whatever the opposite of a glorious return is for an item build path. We have returned to Mosquito Jhin, where we've got rapid fire and static shiv. In a game where your damage is so dependent on, honestly, you as a whole, that we are going to be waiting for so long for this Jhin to be providing meaningful damage to these team fights. And, you know, hopefully recognizing that maybe the game isn't going so well. Maybe I need static shift to keep us in this game so I can wave clear better. But if it talks about getting us to team fights, I'm not there.
It's all about potentially finding picks at this point. You know, we talked about how the Volibear chain with like an Ahri can work really well in terms of stacking up crowd control bursts, keeping people down, and then just like not fighting a team fight until you get to like 35 minutes and your chain has 4 items, right? I mean, it's not a great situation right now for AL. There's some hope, but it lies on the Jhin, and right now the Jhin is not there.
No. Jhin is currently in transit, and there's a massive traffic jam. So it's going to take a while, unfortunately. Now I'm looking at an attempt to play down on this bot side, hop over the wall. We can see Shanks limping, or not limping, but sort of walking away from that bot lane play. And no turrets taken yet for AL. A bit of a trait from them in these games where they're struggling is that they're not really able to even use a cross map. Might like to see them just maybe drop a dragon, try and make a play for a top side turret, or drop those grubs, go for the play on the bot lane to ensure that they're able to take an objective. But really, whatever it is that they've been able to look for, Top Esports are looking to answer it and match it even more.
We'll see if anything can be done to stop this right now. Top Esports in firm control. We'll see Kanavi around here, spotted on a ward. Not going to target just yet. Tarzan control ward placed there by Kanavi is big. Make sure that he is able to smite that ward and back. There's not a ton to fight over on this top side right now. Otacon is down towards the bottom lane. Right now, Top Esports have firm control of that, and now a really long play towards Cream on this Azir. Flandre issuing that teleport.
Yeah, I mean, now Shank's looking for a fight with Flandre TPing in. He's got the turret up. There's 4 members committing to this bot side.
TP angle for 369 as well. That's all they need. Teleport comes in from 369, and he's just too strong. You do not want to fight the Kennen underneath the tower like that. So anyone's legend, that extended play will go towards the wayside. Instead, they're trying to find something on a Chris instead. Knock up to connect. Crowd control chain is there, and Hope picks up a much needed kill for AL.
The Mosquito feasts. Hope finds another kill. Going to be working his way towards that Infinity Edge. Hopefully is that 3rd item. And start to really pack a punch in these skirmishes. Like you say, great little CC chain. Nice that they're able to link up all of the Deadly Flourish, the flash jump on the Volibear. But ultimately, they've committed a lot of resources there. The Volibear flash jump was pivotally important. It's your best way, really, at getting onto Cream, onto Jackulov. And you've used it here to take Crisp down, which, well, we can argue that the ramifications and the benefits of that. So definitely a small-term victory for AL for something that may end up costing them in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, Crisp is the one tanking that death to make sure the rest of his team lives. They're going to be very happy with that at this moment. He's got his first item, which is basically all you need right now as a karma. As Jackie Love trying to target this tier 1 turret now. Legends are around to try and really find the focus jumped out pretty nicely by Jackie Love's instant shots. So now AL are forced to go on the defensive at least for now.
Worth calling out here, we have got recently buffed Rod of Ages Ari coming to fruition. A lot of majors starting to pick up this itemization as well, just giving you a little bit more HP as well to try and withstand what is going to be a very damage-focused top esports composition. A reminder that for AL, they really wanted to kind of snowball this game. They have the Ari, the Volley Bear, two champs that known notoriously for not pumping out the most amount of damage later on, but rather being set up and supplied for their team. And we're looking at Blood, we're looking at Hope, as they're the ones that are getting collapsed on in the mid lane.
Yeah, Cream wants to join the fight as AL tried to cheat a little bit on that mid prio with the dragon spawning. Rift Herald has been procced by Tarzan, so that will be able to get AL a little bit of pressure in this mid lane, but 369 has his flash and his ultimate. He provides so much threat and so much danger here for anyone's legend on that bottom side river. The Rift Herald not even going to get a chance to charge before top esports take it down.
So to remember, there's no time pressure here for top esports, right? Like, they don't do anything, they just wait for another wave to come and then they'll take the Drake 30 seconds later. It's not a big deal to have to stick around and try and take down that Rift Herald. So all they do, dance around in this mid lane, show AL that they've got the fancy feet as well apparently, and now we can see Kanavi on the dragon. He's going to take that down. A turret goes up to just sort of T-pose in their face, and AL, they don't get anything for another Drake going down.
Okay, get a cleanse out of Jackie Love, but that is a very small price to pay for Soul Point potentially for top esports, unless Tarzan can jump in for a steal. Can he get it? No! Secured by Kanavi, and now AL are fish in a barrel for Tarzan and the rest of 369. His ultimate comes out, slicing Maelstrom onto Shanks. As well, here comes Cream though with this shuffle. We'll be able to find two. Chris will go down. Anyone's Legends, they're fighting the fight. Tarzan jumps forward, but he gets bursted down by Jackie Love and Cream. The carries for top are doing so much damage as they pick up the Soul Point, but will lose two.
So it's a one fight for anyone's Legend. It comes at the cost of that dragon, and I don't think that this tier 1 turret is on the cards for them. A little bit too much damage on Cream here and a little too low HP bars for AL. Actually pops into the charm!
Cream doesn't have flash. He picks up one kill onto Shanks, but it will be a trade and the tier 1 turret going down. That is a worth trade for anyone's Legends as they find another angle to somehow claw back into this game.
Yeah, that was like an 800 gold shutdown for Hope there. He's going to go back to base and he got a kill in that fight as well. So with the share of the tier 1 turret, the big bounty off of that kill as well, should be able to finish off IE and begin to now start really pumping out the DPS. Navi secures the Drake to begin with. 369 not really finding the targets that we might have liked to see. And Shanks, again with this Rod of Age, is actually able to survive quite well in that front line. Buys a lot of space for AL, buys a lot of time and soaks up a lot of the cooldowns. Yes, a bit of an overzealous jump in there from Tarzan as both Jackie Love and Cream flash out to safety. But then we see Cream here getting a little bit too big for his britches as he hops forward on a charm timing that Shanks absolutely nails.
Prediction for Shanks big. Nice for Cream to at least pick one back up, but not worth it for top as well. You know, especially after just picking up that dragon. That was the main play for you, and going net -1 in terms of kills after it, not too bad, all things considered. But now giving that shutdown over is going to be potentially a problem, as that's the Infinity I picked up. Hope is very strong in this game. 3-0-3, 3 items in 26 minutes. The question is, will it be enough? Not so sure.
No, it is a question that unfortunately is on Hope to answer, as whether he can be the carry that his team needs him to be again. We're not yet at that mega late game Jhin phase where I'm thinking, yes, he can probably be that carry, you know, where you're just literally 2-tapping squishies. He probably needs a full set of bullets to take down just Jackie Love at this point. And then again, you know, the amount of times that any AD carry gets off 16 autos in a fight is very infrequent, let alone a Jhin who's reloading in between every 4 of them. So it's still definitely tricky for anyone's Legend. They're still very reliant on being able to buy space, and for Shanks and Tarzan really to keep being that setup. Let's see a little bit more maybe from Flandre as well. This B1 pick that had sort of given them all of the let's say, the draft control that they wanted, or all of the priority that they put in the draft, rather. We need to see more from it. And so far, Top Esports starting up this Atacon. Cream posting up, saying, you can't cross me. And now 6k down, everybody backs away.
Sends Top Esports away. Crucially, that exhaust about to come off cooldown from Flandra. Meaning if 369 comes in, once again, limit the damage of the Slicing Maelstrom. Right now, the Top Esports are kind of aware of that. Heal away from the objective. Force AL to redeploy to the mid lane, try to reset their waves, and maybe go back to the objective in a couple of minutes.
Worth saying as well that Jin can contribute much more to these fights from a further range than 369 can, just with that curtain call. But pushing on bot side, these tier 1 turrets standing for Top Esports and actually making life really tricky for AL. Not to try and collapse or try and find a fight or anything like that. It's going to be a struggle for them because there's that tier 1 turret there that's giving them that little bit of safety as well.
So, look at where we are in this game. Remember, game 3 between AL and the Top Esports, the rematch of our rematch of the Demacia Cup Finals, even back in January. And for Anyone's Legends, they're now down 3,000 gold. Hope has to be the difference maker here. Has another BF sword in inventory, going to be very strong. And somebody who's more of the supportive player for Anyone's Legends, and kind of throughout his career as well. You remember back on JDG, played with 369 and Kanavi actually. Went to Worlds with that team, but never was like the definitive carry. He's gonna have to do a lot of carrying here.
Yeah, I think the issue is that they put him on supportive AD carry, who only really gets to be that super carry. Post 40, 45 minutes when you've got that Elder type thing stacking up and in your back pocket. But we've stalled for long enough now, Grapes, that we're 15 seconds away from Soul being a potential for Top Esports. Shanks now getting jumped on.
And Jaculo shifts forward, responded to by Kyle on the Unbreakable. Hops on the Deadly Flourish, long range damage. Limited, but decent here for AL as the Dragon has thought Top Esports taking.
Early poke now, this is where you want your Ezreal to step up. Jaculo, you can see taking point, the range of his ear as well. Tarzan's already going in.
Teleporting from Flandre. Tarzan looking for a smite steal, but it will be picked up. That is Ocean Soul for Top Esports and Kanavi, who now dashes in, lands the Vi ultimate onto one, and there's 3, 6, 9 with a slicing Maelstrom. No exhaust to boot on the other side. Already 3 kills. It's a double for Jackie. Dashes forward in a 1v2, forces Shanks to go golden. Hope on the run, and there's no hope for Anyone's Legend in this game or in this series. He flashes away from the vault breaker of Kanavi, and Top Esports take control of game 3.
A 4-0, a Soul as well, and Top Esports are right back on top of the LPL. A game against AL, which had been hanging on a nice edge in game number 2, but in game number 3, they are starting now, finally, at that 30-minute marker, to put their foot to the throats of Anyone's Legend. They'd had this 5k gold lead for so long, just sat teasing them, but finally, they get the Soul, they transition it into the Baron as well, and it's just a fight that Tarzan is just starting again a little bit too early. Same to be said in game 2, where he's just a bit too far forward. The rest of his squad not quite there. And then 369, a Kennan's dream, is 3 people stuck in a pit. He's able to collapse on that perfectly. And if nothing else, the Ocean Soul in this game you could see doing so much work in this fight, doing so much work. Cream was about 200 HP at one point during that skirmish. Between shielding and healing coming through from the Karma and the Ocean Soul as well, he ends that fight about 1500 HP, and Jaculov as well survives a 4th shot, largely off of the fact that he gets a quick little shield and an Ocean Soul prompt as well.
And by the way, there's an Otacon that wasn't taken, so now people are going to go for that as, in addition to it. Soul, Baron, Otacon, all in the span of 3 minutes, we're counting on top of it. 7,000 gold lead. Top Esports in current control of this game. They are looking very, very good with those revives in hand. It's going to be very hard to stop.
Yeah. There was when Voracious Atacon first got added, you could do so many crazy things with this, and it had really cost very little. It now costs a little bit more, but Blanche is just going to die to option, which maybe he actually gets away. Actually, he's got support from this jungler, so Tarzan shows his face a little bit. He does have to burn the needlework, which means again, this effect on the bot side is going to be even harder.
Back to that last fight, the exhaust that Flandre had, he fell without it being used on his 6-9. Slicing Maelstrom, not stopping any of it. The exhaust from Kyle was actually used on 369 before he even pressed the R button. So that's working well for Top Esports, who are now trying to take 2 inhibitors at the same time. Mid lane first, bot lane second. In the mid lane as well, 369 forces Flandre to actually have his base cancel and have him run straight potentially into the entirety of the enemy team. Nexus Tower is now under fire. This could definitely just be the end of the series right here. Flandre is going to burn down as 369 picks up the solo kill.
The final sees the final onslaught. AL, their series on the line.
Anything they can do? Absolutely not. Cream goes in with a shuffle. Another slicing maelstrom just for good measure. 369 will fall, but it does not matter. Top Esports, your LPL champion, will get their victory in the finals rematch.
What a day, Graves, for this series. We've had 3 games, 2 games into another great 3-game series. And Top Esports, they will make it 2-2 now. We are going to get that series best of 5 in the second round robin. AL, they went 2-0 up the Demacia Cup finals, Group A in Split 1. But since then, the finals of the LPL into now this first round robin of the group stage in their favour. The matchup, the marquee matchup of 2025 in the LPL is now evened up. They came into today, was it a 7-5 record between the two teams? They go away at the end of it 8-7.
So if you're AL, it's like, okay, we get the head-to-head overall, but now this is 2 series in a row that you have lost to Top Esports, and for a team that had such a dominant start to the season, maybe one that was a bit more unexpected, you wonder if maybe this is this team coming back to earth a little bit. They, of course, have only played against these top opponents, and even in the placement stage, did very well overall, only dropping 1 game to RNG. But still some things to take into consideration. They're going to have to bounce back relatively quickly as they've got IG in just 3 days' time.
Yeah, I mean, the schedule is a little brutal. That's always been the LPL's way, and especially when you're in Ascend, you play good teams pretty much every week. So for AL, it's about that bounce back. For Top Esports, it's about continuing now to ride this wave. They were the best team in the LPL in Split 1. They, I think that the lower bracket run that they went on, deservingly, right, gets them that spot at first stand and gives them that title. Because they took down pretty much everybody on their way to that LPL title. So the idea now that they've got to assure themselves, put themselves back on top for Split 2, go back to International, redeem what was a flubbed affair, they're starting off on the right foot.
Yeah, there's always that little wrinkle of Top Esports. They've looked dominant recently domestically, you know, and that's added up, combined from the end of Split 1 into Split 2, but you have that little break in between where the international competition didn't necessarily go their way. You know, the only win they're getting against North America is not normally a good sign if you are a team from the LPL, right? And so for Top Esports, the question is not necessarily what they can do here in the regular season or in the LPL in general. It's making sure that they scale up, fix some of the mistakes that were plaguing them against some of the better teams internationally, so that if they do get back to that stage with this new look roster, with Kanavi joining the fray, like, they're going to be able to look good.
Yeah, I think that's the truly important part. And I mean, this time round, they'll have a lot of games that they can play. Split 1 was great for getting really high intensity series, but I think overall the amount of games that you play is, you know, a little bit lower. But Split 2 is going to be, you know, what is it, like 9 best of 3s times 2, so 18 best of 3s that you will definitely play, which
in like 8 weeks, by the way.
Yeah,
like, non-stop.
And then that's just group stage, by the way. That's not the entire thing. That's just the group stage. Then you have playoffs. And, yeah, so they're going to play a lot of games, and I think that's going to be really, really impactful for Top.
Take a look at the damage charts. Cream and Jackie Love leading the charge. I mean, obviously the Ezreal doing poke damage, as well as I think just decent damage, like, in general for this game. I feel like 369 though had another really big game. I'm almost inclined to give him the MVP if it's not Kanavi on the Vi.
Yeah, I think it'll probably end up going the way of Kanavi, who just kind of walked the early game and led AL into submission. I think that there was this really weird mid-game lapse in this game where we sort of got to 20 minutes and Top Esports had this 5k gold lead. Then we sort of sat around and did nothing for 6-7 minutes. And then AL, you know, found a fight that they didn't quite want. Top Esports capitalized and they started running over with the game again. So it's important to remember how Top Esports got to the position they were in, and for me, that largely comes off of Kanavi.
I mean, he also like won every single Smite fight, right? Like it was not just the impact that
there was
he had.
the 1 HP grub as well.
Too many of them that just go your way in the supposed 50-50s. That's got to mean something in terms of skill. Yeah, again, we talked about how Kanavi, you know, especially in the loss that they suffered to AL in game number 1, really didn't have much impact on that Skarner. Then on the Maokai, he came to life, especially towards the end of that game when he had to be the primary engaged on the Maokai. This game, start to finish on this Vi, I mean, Kanavi played an excellent game number 3.
Yeah, true. I mean, this is a great example. This is literally just after he's found the kill bot lane. He bases, walks out top, and turns this play around as well.
Tragic. Tragic for AL in multiple ways. I think overall Flandre had a good start to the series, obviously, and then things kind of fell apart for him a little bit. Really never had the impact that he wanted in games 2 or 3. Suffered even with this Gwen pick that he's very, very comfortable on because of the counter matchup that 369 was able to play. And then even Tarzan, towards the back half of this series, not able to find these smites, and suddenly, you know, getting outplayed by Kanavi a little bit. That just goes to show how strong both of these junglers are, that they can make the other look like a non-factor on the games that they're on.
Yeah, and I mean, even in this skirmish, right, you can just see how difficult it is for a Jhin to do the DPS, right? Like, a lot of other AD carries can probably function a little easier in these skirmishes, but when it comes to it, just not the champion that Hope would have wanted to be when the rest of your team are so far behind. And we talked about this a little in the draft, and I didn't really get to see it come to fruition, but the Vi-Azir combo, we saw it once happen down on that bot side and once at the very end of the game there, but it's just so difficult to try and play out as really any immobile carry. That the life of an AD in that game is always going to be tricky, and I think that Hope found that out probably the worst way by losing. Yeah,
unfortunate here, as it came at the very end of the game, but it did matter at the end of the day for Top Esports. We're awaiting our final MVP before we wrap up the show, but again, thank you so much for tuning in to the first day of this group stage. We're gonna have so many really tightly contested best of series every single day for the next like month and a half to 2 months, so you are going to want to make sure to stay tuned, not only for the stakes of these like high quality matches of Top Esports versus Anyone's Legends, and then teams like BLG, JDG thrown in there as well. But then also, if you go to the Nirvana group, those teams currently playing for their tournament lives, you lose too many games, you're not only out for this split, but for next split as well. I think we get our first Nirvana game, I think on Monday, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to get final confirmation on that. But a lot of really fun stuff happening in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, I think the LPL, when you seed your groups like this, a lot of the games are just really close and really intense, and that always gives us the best outing, really, and the best showing for the league and for the games that we want to watch. I mean, like, my favorite, maybe one of the favorite series was when it was not necessarily the best type of League of Legends being played, but it is
exactly
Kanavi who comes away with the player of the game MVP performance on the Vi. Very well earned, very well deserved. Was again instrumental in how they found the lead in the early stages of this game.
That's 6 MVPs. Top Esports has played 9 games.
Yeah,
they've won 8 of them, right? So he's
King Kanavi. Yeah,
he's stacking them up right now, making a very early MVP case for split number 2. But that's gonna do it for our broadcast here today for the first day of the group stage. Rude, thank you so much for joining me here for this broadcast. Big shout out to our producer Kai. He was holding down the fort the entirety of the day, and also to Rafa and Cubby, who were here for our first 2 series. Tomorrow, we'll be right back here, same time, once again, 3 a.m. Eastern start time. We've got JDG versus NIP, FPX versus Thundertalk, and then BLG versus Invictus Gaming, surely to pack a punch, Rude. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. You're going to be there as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to be, again, back half of the day. I'll get to watch 2 great best of 3 series, and then be able to come back in and round out the day, hopefully, with a nice little series as well, like I've had today.
Yeah. Before we go, a big thank you to our elite Ko-Fi supporters, Aaron, Soup, and Mung. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an LPL English product every single day. Once again, final score here for this series, Top Esports 2, Anyone Legend 1 in our rematch of the Split 1 LPL Finals. We'll be back with more action here on LPL English tomorrow, and until then, we will say so long for now, and have a good rest of your day.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards